Chapter 1. The Disgraced Disciple. Outer sect disciple Yi Chen, due to a shattered dantian, is forever barred from cultivation in the realm of immortals. He is hereby expelled from the Zhengyang sect, and shall never again set foot on the sacred grounds of Zhengyang Ling Mountain. The chilling voice echoed through the grand hall, akin to a heavenly decree, imbued with an unassailable authority. Below, Yi Chen stood silently, his countenance as pale as parchment. As he absorbed the merciless pronouncement, his fists clenched tightly, perhaps with such force that his nails pierced his palms, drawing forth crimson droplets. A shattered dantian, an end to his aspirations of immortality. Yi Chen managed a bitter smile, yet his eyes were filled with desolation. 3 days prior, he had ventured down the mountain to procure spiritual herbs for the sect, only to be ambushed by a master of a rival sect. He fought valiantly to protect the herbs, returning to the sect at the brink of death, only to find his dantian destroyed, rendering him an undeniable waste. Little did he expect that his loyalty would be deemed worthless by those exalted figures, who were so eager to cast him aside, akin to discarded refuse. "Are you not leaving?" A voice resounded from the hall again, tinged with impatience. "With a shattered dantian, what is the point of lingering here? Zhengyang sect does not harbor the useless." The derisive tone was particularly grating to Yi Chen, piercing his heart like countless steel needles. What a cold-hearted sect this is! His voice was hoarse, laced with indignation, as Yi Chen turned away quietly. Outside the hall, the spiritual mountain was adorned with towering ancient trees, shrouded in ethereal mist, with clouds swirling gracefully. Cranes danced through the air, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. This was Zhengyang sect, a renowned cultivation sect in the southern region of the Great Chu. Yet now, to Yi Chen, everything appeared so frigid, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "I knew it. I have indeed been expelled from the sect." Upon his emergence, disciples pointed and whispered, some with mockery, others with pity. "It's quite unfortunate for brother. Yi was always kind to us. Should we not see him off? See him off? We are immortals, what is he now? Things are different now." The surrounding laughter and sighs weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart. He wished to speak, but the words lodged in his throat, akin to a fishbone choking him. At that moment, he felt like a criminal paraded through the streets, scorned by the world. Indeed, he was no longer the Yi Chen of old. Now he was not a cultivator, but a discarded waste, his former pride obliterated. Faced with the harsh realities of life, he could only silently endure. A mocking laugh drifted from ahead as a disciple clad in white, holding a folding fan, approached, eyes gleaming with derision. "Who is this?" "Why, it is our brother Yi." Yi Chen lifted his gaze slightly, catching a glimpse of the newcomer. The young man had a fair complexion, thin lips that betrayed a sharpness, and while he was rather handsome, his phoenix eyes suggested a sinister nature. Zhao Kong. Yi Chen recalled the name from memory. Zhao Kong had once shown him the utmost respect. Zhao Kong circled Yi Chen, scrutinizing him with a smirk. "Brother Yi, how have you fallen into such disarray? It genuinely pains me to see." Recognizing the mockery, Yi Chen chose to remain silent and took a step forward. "Don't leave." Zhao Kong stepped in front of Yi Chen, leisurely waving his fan, his gaze filled with mischief. "Step aside." Still so defiant, even as a waste. Suddenly snapping the fan shut, Zhao Kang's smile vanished. "Do you really think you are still the Yi Chen of yore?" Yi Chen trembled, yearning to retort, but found himself rendered speechless. "Want to leave? You may," Zhao Kong continued, parting his legs in a mocking stance. "Crawl through my legs. Perhaps I will reward you with some spirit stones for your journey." Zhao Kong. Startled, Yi Chen raised his head, his dim eyes flashing with a cold glimmer. "Zhao Kong, is this truly how you wish to conduct yourself?" A disciple in the crowd murmured, attempting to defend Yi Chen, yet his weak cultivation rendered his words feeble. "Seeking death?" Zhao Kong turned sharply, glaring at the disciple, silencing the crowd instantly, as they shrank back in fear of Zhao Kang's prowess. With the onlookers subdued, Zhao Kong turned back to Yi Chen, a cruel smile upon his lips. "Yi Chen, will you crawl or not?" Before he could finish, he halted, for he spotted a graceful figure approaching in the distance. The newcomer's garments billowed gracefully, her long hair cascading like azure waves, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her breathtaking beauty was akin to that of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Its sister Ji Ning Shuang. The disciples around them brightened, especially the male disciples, their eyes igniting with desire and admiration, unabashedly revealing their infatuation. Ji Ning Shuang was the epitome of beauty in the outer sect of Xingyang, the object of affection for all male disciples. It was well known that she maintained a frigid distance from all, yet she would occasionally reveal a radiant smile to Yi Chun, marking them as the sect's recognized couple. Alas, such moments now belong to the past. With Yi Chen's fall from grace, the once proud Ji Ning Shuang would no longer grace him with her warm smile. Ji Ning Shuang. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. He did not turn, yet his eyes bore a complex expression. Once, she was the one he would have guarded with his life. Yet since the moment his dantian shattered and his cultivation was lost, the once warm and affectionate Ji Ning Shuang had grown exceedingly cold. From that instant, Yi Chun understood that the so-called love and solemn vows had dissipated into nothingness. Sister Ning Shuang. Zhao Kong, having opened his fan with a flourish, greeted her with a charming smile, a stark contrast to his earlier menacing demeanor. Ji Ning Shuang merely nodded in acknowledgement, her expression remaining as frigid as ever, as if the world's commotion could not stir even the slightest ripple in her beautiful gaze. Approaching Yi Chun, Ji Ning Shuang felt a pang of sorrow and regret in her heart, yet her eyes held only indifference, as if to convey, "We are no longer of the same path. I wish you well on your journey." Her few words, though melodious as a celestial tune, could not conceal the chill in her tone. What expression is that? Pity? Yi Chun did not look at Ji Ning Shuang instead. He bent down to retrieve his fallen bag, his words devoid of the warmth they once held, leaving a painful void. Ji Ning Shuang remained silent, lost in a fleeting moment of nostalgia for their past. Time to go, time to go. Gently brushing the dust off his bag, Yi Chun slowly turned, weary steps carrying him away, his gaunt figure appearing particularly lonely beneath the moonlit sky. Chapter 2. The fire from the heavens in the pitch-black night. The sound of hooves echoed rhythmically on the ancient, desolate path as a gaunt horse ambled along. Yi Chun lay wearily on the horse's back, gazing vacantly into the void. Since his departure from the Xingyang sect, he had remained atop this steed, carried aimlessly without knowledge of his destination, nor any sense of where he might go. An orphan since childhood, brought to the Xingyang sect, he possessed neither home nor parents, and could find no trace of kin in his memories. He had always regarded the Xingyang sect as his home, with his fellow disciples as his family. Now, cast out from the sect, he had become a homeless child, engulfed in an unprecedented solitude that made him instinctively curl inward. "Where's home?" he murmured, his words echoing hauntingly in the darkness. And before he knew it, his eyes grew heavy, fatigue urging him towards slumber. Yet, at that moment of drowsiness, a brilliant star streaked across the black sky, an exceptionally dazzling sight. Startled, he sat upright, his gaze following the falling star, which was golden, seemingly encapsulating the brilliance of countless stars, traversing the ancient epochs, and enduring the vicissitudes of time, its radiant golden light illuminating the entire firmament. What? What is that? Yi Chun stared blankly at the night sky, where he could even perceive the intertwining flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated as the star plummeted, shaking the earth beneath him. The startled horse reared and neighed, causing him to tumble from its back. The star's descent was a spectacle of the ages. Yi Chun hurriedly scrambled to his feet, stepping onto the scorched earth and braving the searing heat as he approached. However, as he drew closer, he discovered that what had caused such a commotion was not a fallen star, but a palm-sized golden flame. He was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that such a ruckus would stem from a mere flame. As the golden radiance dissipated, the flame hung there like a solitary candle flame, and although it was fire, Yi Chun felt no heat emanating from it. The flickering flame appeared lonely, reminiscent of a child without a home. "Do you too like a home?" he asked, as if sharing a kindred spirit, and he could not help but extend his hand gently toward it. The flame, seemingly sentient, leapt into his palm, frolicking there like an innocent child. How intriguing, Yi Chun mused, unable to resist poking the flame with his finger. In response, The flame transformed into a streak of golden light and darted into his body. Yi Chen's expression changed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. The flame, playful in nature, swirled within him before swiftly darting into his shattered dantian. Soon, he felt a surge of heat radiate from his lower abdomen, prompting him to inspect his body. What he witnessed was astonishing due to the flame. His broken dantian began to heal at a visible pace, warmth spreading throughout him, as if he were basking in the fervent sunlight of a frigid winter's day. Yi Chen gasped, but the ordeal was far from over. The flame danced within his dantian, seemingly aware of its limited capacity. The tiny flame rapidly expanded, radiating brilliant golden light until it transformed into an ocean of golden fire, simultaneously enlarging his dantian. With a muffled groan, Yi Chen doubled over, collapsing to the ground as a wave of pain surged from his abdomen throughout his body. A sound, akin to a pop, resonated in the air, and the dantian he had just restored shattered once more, ruptured by the flame, becoming a milky haze, a realm unto itself, with swirling white mist above and dazzling golden light below. At last, the flame settled, drifting about as if exploring the home it had newly created. Yet, while it frolicked without care, Yi Chen was in dire straits. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, intense pain causing veins to surface on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his face contorted in agony. Unbeknownst to him, the excruciating pain gradually subsided, replaced by a gentle warmth that enveloped him, restoring his clarity of mind. In that moment, he stared in disbelief at the transformed state of his dantian, his mouth agape, his throat dry. Is this the dantian sea? The realms of cultivation consist of 6 stages: gathering qi, human yuan, true yang, spirit void, empty void, and heavenly silence. Yi Chen's astonishment stemmed from the revelation that the so-called dantian sea surpassed the dantian by a level only those who reached the empty void stage could truly establish a dantian sea. He never imagined that the flame had not only repaired his dantian, but had also opened up a dantian sea for him. Suddenly, the thin spiritual energy of the world began to fluctuate. Quickly, the celestial energies converged toward Yi Chen, forming a vortex around him. The spiritual energy flowed through the pores of his body and surged into his dantian sea, as if he were a bottomless pit, voraciously absorbing the essence of the universe. At this moment, the flame stirred to life again, refining all the spiritual energy entering the dantian sea into pure golden true qi, transforming the newly created dantian sea into a brilliant golden expanse, true qi flowing like a golden ocean. Staring blankly at the dantian sea, Yi Chen felt a haze envelop him, and he staggered before collapsing onto the ground. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke. The gentle morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Yi Chen's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a youthful face, large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Big brother, you're awake." The young boy flashed a bright smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "Who are you?" Yi Chen jolted upright, surveying the boy and the unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I? Why am I here?" "Imhua," the boy replied, his sincerity shining through his simple grin. "This is the Shaolin Garden of Hunyua's sect. Last night, you collapsed in the woods, and it was my grandfather and I who brought you back." Hunyua's sect? Yi Chen was taken aback. In the Great Shu Kingdom, there was 1 palace and 3 sects. The Bloodthirsty Palace dominating the north, while Zhenyang sect, Qingyun sect, and Hunyua's sect held sway over the south. In a sense, Hunyua's sect and Zhenyang sect were rivals. Yi Chen could hardly fathom that after being expelled from Zhenyang sect, he had ended up in the enemy's domain. "You must be hungry. He'll get you something to eat," Hua said as he dashed out, leaving Yi Chen in a daze on the bamboo bed. Gradually regaining his senses, he recalled the events of the previous night. Last night, he hastily examined his body. The dantian sea glimmered with golden light, resembling a world of its own, with mist swirling above and torrents of golden, true qi surging below. This isn't a dream, it's all real. Yi Chen's breath quickened, awakening to find his shattered dantian not only healed but transformed into a dantian sea, with the true qi within becoming increasingly refined, He clenched his fists, rediscovering the long-lost sensation of a practitioner. In that moment, his vision and strength underwent an unprecedented elevation. All of this, he realized, was due to the golden flame. As he thought of the flame, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the golden flame suspended within the Dantian sea, still flickering as if joyfully dancing like a child. Could it be that you are genuine fire? With a thought, Chen summoned the flames into the palm of his hand. Instantly, the temperature in the room surged, yet he felt no fear from the searing heat. Instead, he experienced an unexpected sense of intimacy with the flames. "You shall accompany me from now on," Chen said with a smile, gently caressing the true fire, his heart brimming with unutterable joy. "Big brother, come out for dinner." "I'm coming." Having stored away the true fire, Chen leapt from his bed. Chapter 3. The fearless Chen. Upon stepping outside, Chen surveyed his surroundings, which comprised a modest garden, merely 20 paces in diameter, featuring a solitary spirit fruit tree at its center. Apart from the young boy known as Hua, there was an elderly man present. The trio sat around a rather small stone table, next to which perched a massive bird, its gaze fixed eagerly upon the food laid out before them. In the realm of cultivators, such a creature was referred to as a spirit beast, often utilized for transportation by practitioners. Through their conversation, Chen learned that the elder who had rescued him the previous night was named Zhang Fengyan. Due to a grave mistake, he had been stripped of his cultivation and subsequently exiled from his sect, leading him to reside near the foot of Yue's sect's sacred mountain. "Here, little eagle, this piece is for you," Hua said, tossing a morsel of dried meat from his bowl to the enormous bird, affectionately patting its head, treating it as family. Zhang Fengyan smiled gently and turned his gaze to Chen. "Young man, you're also a cultivator, aren't and oppos, to you?" Startled, as he had been voraciously consuming his meal, Chen hastily set down his utensils and nodded with a smile. "And which sect do you belong to?" the elder inquired. "Alas, I have no sect to call my own. I am but a wandering cultivator," Chen replied. "What a pity," Zhang Fengyan sighed softly. "At your youthful age, you should seek a sect for cultivation. After all, a sect provides essential resources for your development, preventing one from reaching such an age with mere foundational skills." "You speak wisely, senior," Chen responded with another smile, concealing his past. However, he was resolute in his intent to cultivate again and would undoubtedly seek out a sect in due course. Zhang Fengyan and Oppos' words resonated with him. Being a solitary cultivator was fraught with danger and resource scarcity, whereas being a disciple of a sect offered both security and access to vital resources. "Notijin ye Chen's contemplation?" Zhang Fengyan kindly asked, "Would you be interested in becoming a disciple of Yue's sect?" "Indeed, I would be most interested," Chen replied eagerly. He thought to himself that Yue's sect was nearly as formidable as Xinjiang's sect, and given his current lack of direction, aligning himself with Yue would undoubtedly be his best option. He felt invigorated, confident that with the assistance of true fire, he would soon shine brightly within Yue's sect, just as he had in Xinjiang's sect. "Senior, the entrance requirements for Yue's sect are rather steep, are they not?" Chen inquired, gazing at Zhang Fengyan. "Not to worry. I shall compose a letter of introduction for you. I am certain you can secure a position as a provisional disciple," the elder assured. "A letter of introduction?" Upon hearing this phrase, Chen discreetly assessed the elderly man. Although he was unable to cultivate, he was evidently more than he appeared. Suddenly, the door to the little garden was kicked open, and in strode a young man clad in white robes. Are we dining?" The white-clad youth smirked mockingly. "What are you doing here, Zhang Tao?" Hua stood up, glaring angrily at the young man in white. Zhang Fengyan's expression darkened, and even the massive bird squawked in protest, spreading its wings protectively around Hua. Chen cast a quick glance at Zhang Tao, recognizing him as a disciple of Yue's sect due to the sect's insignia on his robe. He discerned immediately that Zhang Tao's cultivation had reached the second level of qi condensation. "Humph," Zhang Tao scoffed, glaring menacingly at Zhang Fengyan. "Old man, hand it over quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." "I possess nothing you seek," Zhang Fengyan replied, taking a deep breath as his aged visage paled momentarily. "You're asking for trouble." With a sudden roar, Zhang Tao kicked over the table, his demeanor resembling that of a ruthless bandit. The massive bird, agitated, flapped its wings and charged at Zhang Tao. Despite being a lower-tier spirit beast, it exhibited considerable intelligence, its eyes reflecting human-like fury. Seeking death, Zhang Tao's gaze turned icy as he summoned his true energy, condensing into a blade of air that swiftly cut across the bird, leaving a gash in its side. Blood sprayed forth, and the bird collapsed to the ground. Little Eagle, Hua rushed over. The bird, though weak, still managed to shield Hua with its wings. You ungrateful disciple. Zhang Fengyan trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Zhang Tao, nearly collapsing from the surge of anger. Hand it over, or you shall face my wrath. Zhang Tao advanced menacingly. Yet before he could finish his threat, Yi Chun intervened, delivering a swift strike that caught him off guard. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, and Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned, his arm grasped tightly by Yi Chun. In an instant, he lost his balance and was sent flying. With a resounding crash, the once arrogant Zhang Tao found himself forcefully slammed onto the ground, creating a dent in the earth. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Zhang Tao felt as if his insides had been rearranged. The sight left Zhang Fengyan dumbfounded, while Hua, witnessing Yi Chun's formidable prowess, swallowed hard. Zhang Tao, at the second level of qi condensation, had been effortlessly dispatched by Yi Chun in a single encounter. Indeed, Yi Chun and Appo's attack was a surprise, but the sheer strength he possessed was undeniably impressive. Little did they know, Yi Chun and Appo's internal energy was derived from his danci. If a contest of true energy were to occur, despite his outward cultivation being at the first level of qi condensation, the volume of his true energy was thrice that of his opponents, making him comparable to a typical third-level practitioner. One must be mindful of their actions, for the heavens are always watching, Yi Chun declared, tossing the battered Zhang Tao out of the little garden. That night, Yi Chun infused true energy into the little eagle, preserving its life, though it would find flying difficult for an extended period henceforth. My young friend, I'm truly grateful, Zhang Fengyan said, seated on the stone steps. His demeanor markedly aged. The betrayal of his own disciple was a profound anguish for the kind-hearted elder. Senior, it was merely a trifling effort. Yi Chun replied with a casual smile. Alas, Zhang Fengyan sighed, his murky eyes filled with nostalgia, as if recalling sorrowful memories. I was once an elder of Yu's sect, but due to a grave mistake, I was relegated to this small garden. Zhang Tao was once my disciple. All of this is my fault, a failure in my guidance. While the master may lead one to the door, the journey of cultivation relies on the individual, Yi Chun consoled, reassuring the elder that he need not bear the blame. It was merely Zhang Tao's nature. He desires my Tianling spell, Hua interjected angrily, his small fist clenched tightly. All the treasures my grandfather had amassed over the years have been seized by him, and he bullies us daily. Tianling spell? Yi Chun was no stranger to the name. Yu's sect possessed a spirit talisman known as the Tianling spell, which, when affixed to a person, could temporarily seal their true energy. This talisman was renowned across the 3 sections. Such a talisman was exceedingly precious and rarely shared. Yi Chun had not anticipated that Zhang Fengyan would possess one. My young friend, I have prepared the letter of recommendation. You may ascend the mountain to cultivate tomorrow. Your innate talent is considerable. Do not let it go to waste. While Yi Chun was deep in thought, Zhang Fengyan handed him a letter and a scroll, which contained information about Yu's sect. Study it well. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 4. Unwanted in the dead of night. Yi Chun emerged from the small spiritual garden and sought a secluded spot, where he settled cross-legged upon a rock, quietly contemplating the profound intricacies of the true fire of the danci. Since acquiring this true fire, Yi Chun had reaped considerable benefits. He first repaired his dantian and subsequently opened up the danci, thereby refining his true energy to an extraordinarily pure state. One could say that his foundation at this moment was even more solid than during his time at the Xinjiang sect. Truly remarquable, Yi Chun murmured, then closed his eyes to nourish his spirit, achieving an unprecedented clarity of mind. Soon, the thin air of spiritual energy began to gather, forming a vortex centered around him. He harnessed this energy, drawing it into his body through various acupoints, directing it into the Dan Sea, and then refining it with the golden true fire. Additionally, he divided the true fire into countless strands, either infusing it into his meridians or enveloping his bones, using it to temper his muscles and tendons. Over time, through this subtle transformation, his meridians widened and became more supple, while his bones, tempered by the true fire, smoothed out imperfections, becoming sleek and resilient. With a hint of golden light flickering upon them, at some point, he leaped down from the rock, his body, now refined by the true fire, felt an unprecedented sense of ease. "Excellent," he exclaimed, exhilarated, and with a single step forward, true energy surged, coalescing in his palm, where strands of lightning danced between his fingers. Thunderous charge. With a powerful shout, he struck a nearby rock with his palm. Boom! The forceful gust of his palm, accompanied by a thunderous roar, shattered the rock into fragments. This technique, known as the thunderous charge palm, was an offensive art he had acquired through his training, embodying the might of thunder and the sound of its clap, fierce and domineering. Consequently, employing this technique required a high degree of physical strength. Otherwise, the violent thunderous charge palm could potentially injure his own meridians and bones while harming his adversary, a drawback of such a domineering skill. However, for him, this drawback was negligible. With the true fire refining his body, the strength of his flesh, as well as the resilience of his meridians and bones, rendered the self-inflicted harm from the thunderous charge palm inconsequential. Exhaling a deep breath, he retrieved a scroll given to him by Zhang Fengyan and unfolded it. The Hung U.S. sect comprised both inner and outer disciples. The outer sect was divided into 1 hall, 1 chamber, 2 gardens, 3 peaks, and 8 pavilions. The hall was the law enforcement hall, where any elder found in error would be dealt with. The chamber was the discipline hall, responsible for disciplining any disciple found at fault. The 2 gardens were the Spirit Her Garden and the Spirit Fruit Garden. The 3 peaks were Tianyang Peak, Deyang Peak, and Renyang Peak, the 3 main peaks of the outer sect. The 8 pavilions included the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, the Library Pavilion, the Spirit Pill Pavilion, the Wanbao Pavilion, the Qian Kuan Pavilion, the Task Pavilion, the Information Pavilion, and the Jiuqing Pavilion. Conversely, the inner sect consisted of 1 hall, 1 chamber, 2 gardens, 7 pavilions, and 9 peaks. In comparison, the inner sect lacked a Spirit Pill Pavilion but included 6 additional main peaks, much like the Zhengyang sect. Yi Chun stroked his chin. He had once been a disciple of the Information Pavilion at Zhengyang sect, spending his days collecting simple intelligence in addition to his training. It was precisely for this reason that during his last ascent from the mountain, he was attacked by disciples from the Qingyun sect, resulting in the destruction of his dantian. Nevertheless, as a former disciple of the Information Pavilion at Zhengyang sect, Yichen keenly sensed that the Hung U.S. sect, much like the Zhengyang sect, appeared tranquil on the surface while secretly roiling with undercurrents of conflict between various factions, their clandestine struggles never ceasing. At some point, he folded the scroll, stretched lazily, and returned to the small spiritual garden, collapsing into sleep. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. In the early morning, as the first blush of dawn appeared in the east, Yichen opened his eyes. After exhaling a breath of stale air, he sprang from his bed, his complexion rosy, and his spirit remarkably invigorated. Even his breath felt deeper. After a simple breakfast, he exited the small spiritual garden. Before him lay an exceptionally long stone staircase, ascending directly to the spiritual mountain, disappearing into the clouds above, its end still hidden from his view. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun began to ascend step by step, feeling the vast and mighty energy rushing toward him with each stride. Upon reaching the final step, Yi Chun lifted his gaze to behold the world before him. Distant mountains loomed majestically, ancient trees stood tall, spiritual energy lingered in a hazy mist, and clouds swirled around him, with celestial cranes occasionally gliding by in the cloudscape. He had rediscovered the feeling he had at Zhengyang sect. Yi Chun smiled, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy wafting through the air. Following the route Zhang Fengyan had outlined for him, he set forth in a particular direction. The early morning was the purest time for spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon. And as Yi Chun walked along, he observed many diligent disciples seated upon rocks, absorbing energy for their cultivation. As he passed by, they merely cast him a fleeting glance. After turning several corners, Yi Chun arrived at a pavilion known as the Jiuqing Pavilion. Inside, a few disciples are coming and going, and each one regarded Yi Chun with curiosity, appraising him from head to toe. However, upon discovering that he was only at the first level of qi condensation, they all displayed expressions of disdain. This is the place, Yi Chun thought, glancing up at the pavilion before stepping inside and presenting his recommendation letter. In the main hall, a blue-clad elder received the letter, and upon learning he was referred by Zhang Fengyan, the elder took a moment to scrutinize Yi Chun before opening the letter. As the blue-clad elder assessed him, Yi Chun discreetly observed the elder, thinking to himself how exceedingly unorthodox the man's appearance was. It was not surprising. The blue-clad elder had a rather distorted visage, with his eyes, nose, and mouth all askew, not merely inclined to one side, which sparked a strong impulse within Yi Chun to adjust the elder's features to a proper alignment. Shifting his gaze away from the blue-clad elder, Yi Chun looked toward the opposite side. Apart from the blue-clad elder, 3 other individuals were seated. One was portly, another was as thin as a stick, and the third appeared relatively normal. They were conversing animatedly, seemingly not elders of the pavilion, but rather visitors. These 3 were the heads of the 3 main peaks of the outer sect, Elder Zhong, Guhong, and the true man Qingyang. After reading the letter, the blue-clad elder handed it to the other 3, saying, "Brothers, please discuss among yourselves who would be willing to take this young friend Yi Chun as a disciple." After all, he was introduced by Zhang Fengyan. "Oh, this is quite novel." The 3 exchanged glances at the letter, then turned their scrutinizing gazes upon Yi Chun. "How old are you?" asked Elder Zhong, the portly one. 16, Yi Chun replied. 16, Elder Zhong raised an eyebrow. "And only at the first level of qi condensation? Your talent is rather, As he spoke, Elder Zhong cleared his throat, rising to his feet and patting his belly. "Well, I have matters to attend to at Tianyang Peak, so I shall take my leave." Before he finished speaking, the corpulent Elder Zhong had already hastily exited the hall, fearful that the blue-clad elder might pull him back to accept Yi Chun as a disciple. Once Elder Zhong departed, Guhong also stood up, clasping his hands behind his back while casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. "At Diang Peak, we do not accept waste." With that, Guhong too exited the hall. Now, only the blue-clad elder remained, as the heads of the 3 main peaks had consecutively left, clearly indicating their unwillingness to take Yi Chun as a disciple. Regarding this, Yi Chun comprehended well. One could envision a 16-year-old cultivator whose prowess merely reached the first level of qi condensation. What dismal talent that must be. If he were to be accepted as a disciple and not nurtured properly, it would be nothing short of a mockery. However, should they uncover Yi Chun's true potential, one could only speculate whether they would return in a frenzy to seize him. As the 3 departed, the elder clad in green felt an immense discomfort. Gazing at Yi Chun below, he cleared his throat and chuckled. "Young friend, it seems you can only be an intern disciple for now. Do you consent to this? Internship is fine. Who knows, perhaps one day I shall be promoted to a full disciple." "Very well." The elder retrieved a white jade token from his sleeve, and with his vital energy swirling at his fingertips, inscribed Yi Chun's name upon it before presenting it to him with a smile. "Little one, this is your jade token." In addition, the elder produced a jade vial. Although sealed, Yi Chun could still perceive the fragrant aroma of medicinal essence emanating from it, indicating that it contained a liquid beneficial for cultivation. As you are an intern disciple, you will not receive the Hengyue technique or the Hengyue robe, and you're only entitled to 1 vial of this jade essence. "Thank you, elder." Yi Chun accepted the jade essence, remaining indifferent to the circumstances. "Now, go to the spirit artifact pavilion and claim a spirit artifact." The elder smiled, gently patting Yi Chun's shoulder, his voice warm and devoid of any imposing authority. "Little one, strive diligently. We shall see how you perform in 3 months." Chapter 5. the heavy sword of Tianke, upon exiting the Nine-Shin Pavilion. Yi Chen followed the directions and arrived at the Spirit Tool Pavilion. The guardian of the pavilion was a corpulent elder, whose tiny eyes seemed almost invisible, requiring a hand to pry them open for a clearer view. His body was adorned with quivering flesh, and he lounged about like a Maitreya Buddha. This individual was none other than Zhou Dafeng, the head elder of the Spirit Tool Pavilion. Noticing the elder, Yi Chen approached respectfully and bowed. "Young lad, I don't believe I've seen you before," Zhou Dafeng remarked, his small eyes glinting as he scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe. "I'm a new intern disciple," Yi Chen replied, presenting his jade token. "The elder in the green robe sent me to select a spirit tool." Zhou Dafeng took the jade token, examined it thoroughly, and then casually tossed it back to Yi Chen before reclining once more. "Go ahead and choose for yourself. Intern disciples are only permitted to select from the first floor, so don't dare ascend to the second floor." "Understood." Yi Chen accepted the jade token and ventured deeper into the Spirit Tool Pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was vast, extending several thousand feet in all directions, adorned with an array of weapons that truly embodied the essence of various martial tools. Each spirit tool radiated a luster akin to vibrant blossoms vying for attention. However, disappointment crept in as Yi Chen observed that they were all of inferior quality. As an intern disciple, he was restricted to this first tier of spirit tools. He picked up a large ghost-headed saber, only to shake his head, deeming it too light. Replacing the saber, he grasped a spirit sword that, although sharp, was ultimately returned to its original position. Yi Chen wandered through the selection like a market-goer. Yet despite the multitude of spirit tools, he found nothing that piqued his interest. In earlier times, he would have overlooked these inferior items, but circumstances had changed, and he now found himself sifting through this collection of low-grade tools. As he neared the end of his search, a flicker of true fire from his dantian suddenly stirred, releasing a slender tendril of flame that darted away. Surprised, Yi Chen hurried after it until he reached a stone pedestal, where a black iron sword lay, seemingly untouched for ages, coated in dust. The tendril of true fire coiled around this iron sword. Intrigued, Yi Chen grasped the hilt of the sword, eager to examine a spirit tool favored by true fire. However, he underestimated its weight and found himself unable to lift it. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. Yi Chen mused, realizing why it lay there so forlornly. Such weight was not trivial, rendering it nearly impossible for an average disciple to wield. Even if one could lift it, the exertion of true energy would be essential. In a confrontation, one would likely exhaust themselves before even facing an opponent. Yet, this very challenge heightened his interest in the iron sword. After channeling some true energy, he succeeded in lifting the sword and gently blew away the dust. Immediately, he was enveloped by an aura of ancient time, and on the hilt, he discerned two archaic characters, Tianke. "Tianke," he murmured, scrutinizing the iron sword. Unlike conventional spirit swords, this one had yet to be sharpened and was considerably wider. Its material was indiscernible, but its heft was undeniable, adorned with numerous runes that Yi Chen could not comprehend, each one steeped in antiquity. "What a peculiar sword," he whispered, pondering that while it might not serve well for cutting, it could certainly be an effective weapon for blunt force. "This shall be the one," Yi Chen decided, shouldering the iron sword as he made his way outside. Zhou Dafeng and Appo's voice rang out with mild surprise. "Young lad, with such a slight frame, why choose such a heavy sword?" With a clang, Yi Chen set the sword down, its weight causing part of the blade to plunge into the earth. "Elder, what is the origin of this sword?" Yi Chen inquired, pointing at the Tianke sword. "It is rather extraordinary." "Well," Zhou Dafeng stroked his small beard and pondered for a moment. "It was already here when I took over the Spirit Tool Pavilion. It has likely remained for at least a century. As for its origins, I cannot say." "I see. I advise you to select a different spirit tool. This iron sword is not simply heavy. Choose something lighter." "No need. This one will suffice," Yi Chen replied with a smile, gently caressing the iron sword that increasingly appealed to him. "Stubborn little fellow. Take it then." Zhou Dafeng chuckled. "Thank you, elder." Yi Chen bowed once more and exited the Spirit Tool Pavilion, shouldering the Tianke sword. Upon stepping outside, he was met with curious gazes. Groups of disciples passing by glanced at Yi Chen, then at the sword he carried, and began to whisper among themselves. "Who is this lad? I don't and Appos. T recognize him. Is he a new and turned disciple? That sword he carries must be the Tianke. Indeed, he seems quite strong, though his cultivation appears lacking, and his sanity is questionable." Yi Chen paid no heed to their chatter. He felt an instinctual connection to the Tianke sword. Compared to the other inferior spirit tools, he preferred this one, believing it would aid in his cultivation. People from Xinjiang's sect, someone murmured, drawing the attention of those nearby to the sky. There, another massive flying sword, upon which stood three figures, a middle-aged beauty, a stunning maiden, and a handsome young man. "What brings the Xinjiang sect to our Hung sect?" a puzzled disciple questioned. "Yuwun and Appos. Tino, in 3 months, the Xinjiang sect, Qingyun sect, and our Hung sect will engage in a grand competition. The Xinjiang sect has come to discuss the event. That female disciple is truly enchanting, like a celestial fairy." Yi Chen, however, heard none of this. His gaze was fixed on the sky, more specifically on the beautiful maiden atop the flying sword, her robes billowing gracefully, untouched by the mundane world, radiating purity and flawlessness. Could it be that she is Ji Ningxiang from Xinjiang sect? I never expected to meet her so soon. Yi Chen murmured, a complex yet cold expression flickering in his dark, profound eyes. One day, I shall return to confront them, perhaps sensing a gaze upon her. Ji Ningxiang turned her head slightly to look down, but at that moment, Yi Chen had already vanished into the crowd. "What a familiar feeling," Ji Ningxiang whispered. "What is it, junior sister?" "Nothing." Chapter 6. The savage body refinement. Yi Chen had already sought out a small hilltop. Here, the trees stood tall and verdant, and the flowers and grasses flourished. Yet, compared to the 3 main peaks, this hilltop was anything but ordinary. With a deep breath, Yi Chen plunged the Tianke sword into the ground before him and then drew a drop of blood from his finger, allowing it to fall upon the sword. As a spiritual weapon, it naturally required a master to acknowledge it. Soon, the blood melded into the Tianke. However, the sword trembled violently, a flash of azure light flickered, and then a torrent of overwhelming, aggressive information surged into his mind. The sudden sharp pain in his head caused Yi Chen to clutch his skull, letting out a low, anguished roar. Yet, the pain came swiftly and left just as quickly. In no time, he shook his head, the veins on his forehead gradually subsiding, and the dizziness in his eyes transformed into clarity, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy on his face. The savage body refinement. Yi Chen Appos, se bidet quick in it. His joy stemmed from the secret technique concealed within the Tianke sword, which had been triggered by his blood acknowledgement, releasing the seal of the technique known as the savage body refinement. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, Yi Chen hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly contemplating the intricacies of the technique. Through his contemplation, Yi Chen discerned that the savage body refinement was a method for tempering the physical body. It involved refining bones and marrow, forging muscles and channels, burning the heart and refining the blood, and polishing the skin and flesh. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, his heart raced furiously. Yet these mere 16 characters encapsulated the essence of the savage body refinement perfectly. Indeed, this was the savage body refinement, a process that meticulously honed every inch of skin, every fragment of bone, and every sinew, constituting a thorough method of body refinement. The pain inflicted by this practice was no less severe than that of the most brutal tortures. Which madman devised this secret technique? Yi Chen opened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. The savage body refinement was undoubtedly extraordinarily domineering. However, after his initial surprise, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Although the savage body refinement required enduring pain beyond what an ordinary person could withstand, the benefits reaped after such refinement were equally formidable. Achieving mastery could grant one an indestructible body, capable of moving mountains and parting seas with ease. Moreover, this secret technique was not suitable for just anyone. It necessitated that the practitioner inherently possessed fire. Chen realized that the savage body refinement was tailor-made for him, and obtaining it was indeed a predestined fate. He harbored a fierce flame within him, a unique condition that set him apart. Since the heavens had bestowed this upon him, they would not allow it to go to waste. With this silent vow, Chen resolved to cultivate the secrets of the savage body refinement. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. After a quarter of an hour of adjustment and understanding, he began to quietly circulate the savage body refinement technique that he had already comprehended. Crack! As the body refining technique commenced, the sound of bones clashing resonated from within him, and the Danhai's celestial fire surged throughout his entire being. The sudden, excruciating pain compelled him to let out a low growl. Pop! 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 Soon, the sounds multiplied, and amidst the torment, Chen remained oblivious to the fact that all 720 of his acupuncture points were being forcefully breached in succession, followed by the meridians, which were also being unblocked as the bone refining continued. Ugh! Chen and Appo's howl erupted between his clenched teeth. Every sinew and every inch of skin felt as though it were on the verge of tearing apart, the agony nearly overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. Crack! Crack! Segments of his bones began to fracture inch by inch, only to gradually reconnect and then break again, forming a cycle of continuous rebirth. Chen's forehead was drenched in sweat, his dark eyes bloodshot, his entire body feeling as if pierced by countless steel needles. 3 hours later, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. This first attempt at body refinement had nearly cost him his life, and he had barely managed to circulate a small cycle of energy. Was this a game of life and death? Chen panted heavily, drenched in sweat, his face devoid of color. Yet, despite this, a wild excitement sparkled in his eyes. He understood that body refinement was not a matter of days or months. It required countless years of training, enduring the agony of repeated trials. And emerging bloodied but alive, it was an exceptionally arduous path. Struggling to sit up once more, Chen began to examine his body from within. Indeed, his efforts in body refinement had not been in vain. His once coarse bones had shed their roughness, becoming smooth and resilient, enveloped by a faint golden glow, quite extraordinary. Observing his exterior, he noted a buildup of black impurities, remnants of the toxins expelled from his body during the refinement process, releasing a foul odor. As a gentle breeze wafted through the cracks of the door and window, Chen felt an immediate sense of relief. Subsequently, the thin spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge, and all his acupuncture points and pores opened wide, eagerly absorbing the influx of spiritual energy to nourish his bones and meridians, smoothing out their imperfections. The demands of body refinement left Chen insatiable, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy of the cosmos. The excruciating pain throughout his body gradually subsided, and he felt as if he were basking in the warm sunlight of a winter's day, enveloped in comfort. Truly, his efforts had not been in vain. Chen gently clenched his fists, acutely aware of the newfound strength coursing through his flesh. At this moment, not only had his vision, hearing, speed, and strength improved, but even the corners of his body brimmed with an unusual vitality, invigorating his spirit. After a while, Chen sprang to his feet. He retrieved a vial of jade spirit liquid from his pocket and tilted his head back, consuming the entire bottle in one go. Should someone be present at that moment, they would undoubtedly intervene, for the jade spirit liquid was a potent concoction distilled from the essence of numerous spiritual herbs, rich in vitality. Consuming it required utmost caution, as downing an entire bottle could rupture one in Appo's dantion. Yet, such concerns were utterly negligible for Chen. It was important to note that Chen possessed not merely a dantion, but a danhai, with a capacity far beyond the ordinary. Not to mention, a single bottle of jade spirit liquid would not even suffice to fill the gaps in his consumption. He could easily down 100 or even 180 bottles without fear of rupturing his danhai. Upon entering his body, the jade spirit liquid coursed through his meridians like a refreshing spring, soothing the aching channels and bones, swiftly dissipating his exhaustion. At that moment, Yi Chun came to realize a crucial point. This vast capacity of his Dan Hai. The volume of the Dan Hai was incomparable to that of a Dan Tian. But it also implied that his advancement speed would be considerably slower than that of his peers. He pondered whether this newfound Dan Hai was a boon or a curse. 3 hours later, Yi Chun regulated his breath and leaped onto a rock, cradling his head in his hands as he gazed up at the starry sky, overwhelmed by emotion. Just a day prior, he had been expelled from the Xinjiang sect, left homeless. By a stroke of fortune, he had acquired celestial fire, and by another twist of fate, he had been brought to the Hung sect, becoming a disciple there, leaving him with a surreal sense of wonder. Was this a game of fate? Yi Chun sighed softly, unable to conceal the trace of derision in his eyes. Collecting his thoughts, he began to strategize his future cultivation. The extensive capacity of his Dan Hai presented numerous advantages, but it also brought considerable drawbacks, particularly the arduousness of advancement. Although the disciples received a bottle of jade spirit liquid from the sect each month, for someone with his insatiable appetite, that single bottle was hardly sufficient to satisfy his needs. Thus, greater effort would be required, and he could no longer afford to treat his cultivation lightly. Yi Chun contemplated the tasks issued by the sect. Every task released by the sect was accompanied by substantial rewards, serving to motivate disciples to hone their skills. During his time at the Xinjiang sect, he frequently accepted tasks, and he anticipated that the tasks at the Hung sect would be similar in nature. With a resolute decision in his heart, Yi Chun gently closed his eyes, embracing the heavenly threshold, and soon thereafter, he descended into the realm of dreams. Chapter 7. Finding trouble the following day. The morning light bathed the Hung sect in its glow. Yi Chun descended a small hillside and hurried towards the mission hall. His arrival attracted the attention of many, partly due to his unfamiliar visage and partly due to his cultivation level at the first stage of qi condensation, coupled with the imposing Tianke heavy sword slung across his back. Such a low level of talent, they murmured. As he entered, a disciple of Hung cast a disdainful glance at him. Choosing the Tianke as his spiritual weapon? Truly a sign of foolishness. Yi Chun paid no heed to the whispers, his gaze fixed upon the stone tablet in the mission hall, adorned with numerous jade tokens, each representing a task, increasing in difficulty from the bottom to the top. With the vast reservoir of energy from his Dan Si, enhanced physical prowess, and the protection of true fire, he possessed sufficient strength to confront beasts at the 5th stage of qi condensation and below. As he scrutinized the tasks listed on the stone tablet, he assessed his own capabilities. Eventually, his attention settled upon a jade token representing a task within his capacity, the Blood Wolf. He had encountered the Blood Wolf in his collection of beast lore. It was notoriously vicious, equivalent in strength to a human cultivator at the 3rd stage of qi condensation. Possessing a formidable physique. Generally, cultivators at the qi condensation stage would shy away from provoking it. Just as Yi Chun reached out to seize the token, a fair hand snatched it away before he could. The Blood Wolf task is mine. Zhao Long has taken it. A mocking voice echoed in his ear, laced with provocation. Turning slightly, Yi Chun beheld a strikingly handsome disciple clad in purple, his hair cascading like a waterfall. Yet his lips curled into a derisive smile that filled Yi Chun with distaste. What is the matter? Unwilling to accept it? Zhao Long raised his chin defiantly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chun. Take it if you wish, Yi Chun replied, disinterested in engaging in an argument. His gaze returned to the stone tablet, seeking another task, only to find one of similar rank, killing a beast. However, as he reached out, Zhao Long again preempted him, claiming the jade token. This task is also mine. Zhao Long's mocking laughter rang out once more, accompanied by another taunting look directed at Yi Chun. Yi Chun shot a glance at Zhao Long, but chose to remain silent. He scanned the stone tablet again, identifying yet another task, but once again, Zhao Long's hand was quicker. This task is also mine, Zhao Long announced, his chin held high, exuding even more provocation. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhao Long had no intention of undertaking tasks. He was here solely to cause trouble. Why then? Was he so intent on stealing Yi Chun and Amp Oppo's tasks when there were so many other disciples available? Brother, I have no grievances with you. Why do you persist in making things difficult for me? Yi Chun and Appo's gaze was steady as he confronted Zhao Long. Initially, Yi Chun thought that upon arriving at Hunyua's sect, he should maintain a low profile, avoiding conflicts. However, this did not mean he would cower in the face of adversity. It was clear that Zhao Long was here specifically for him. Thus, in accordance with Yi Chen's nature, he would not simply endure such harassment. No grievances? Oomph. Zhao Long scoffed. You struck my little brother. How can you claim no connection? You have quite the audacity. You dare bully my disciple, and you truly seek a long life. At this revelation, Yi Chun understood the situation. He surmised that Zhao Long and Appo's little brother and Appo's could only be Zhang Tao, whom he had inadvertently injured the previous day. Zhao Long had come to avenge Zhang Tao, and it was evident that he was considerably stronger than Zhang Tao, yet he was also more arrogant and overbearing. Suddenly, Zhao Long placed a hand upon Yi Chen's shoulder, a powerful surge of true energy invading Yi Chen's body, causing it to clash violently within him. Yi Chun frowned but maintained his composure, channeling his Danxi's energy to force Zhao Long's true energy out. Surprised, Zhao Long and Appo's expression morphed into one of amusement. I truly underestimated you. You initiated this confrontation, so do not blame me. Yi Chun and Appo's demeanor remained unruffled. He had brought down Zhang Tao and had no reason to fear Zhao Long, whose cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of qi condensation. If it came to a genuine confrontation, he was confident he would not falter. Very well, Zhao Long clapped in mock approval. I enjoy dealing with those who act tough without the strength to back it up. With that, he gathered his true energy, preparing to strike. Yi Chen, unwilling to show weakness, summoned the energy from his Danxi, ready to counter. The tension in the air escalated, drawing the attention of surrounding disciples. It appears a fight is brewing. Qi condensation at the 1st stage? Does this fellow dare to challenge Zhao Long? Has he lost his mind? Are they rebelling against the sect? A stern voice cut through the murmur. As an elder overseeing the mission hall stepped forward, his voice firm and authoritative. This is the mission hall, not a battleground. If you wish to spar, do so at the Fengyun platform. Now disperse. With the elder and Appo's presence, Zhao Long, recognizing the authority, reluctantly retreated, while Yi Chen also complied, dissipating his energy. You will pay for this insolence one day, Zhao Long sneered as he left, casting a threatening glance back at Yi Chun. I shall await your reckoning, Yi Chun replied coolly, a glint of determination in his eyes. Turning back to the stone tablet, he selected a jade token for the task of slaying the fire wolf, which was of a lower rank. With the task token in hand, Yi Chun exited the mission hall, fully aware that the coming days would be far from peaceful. Upon leaving, he made his way down the mountain. Passing by the small spirit garden, he paused to check on Zhang Fengyan and the others. It is your presence that warms my heart once more, reminding me that I have those worth protecting. A smile graced his lips as he descended the spirit mountain, filled with a renewed sense of purpose and aspirations for the new beginning ahead, committed to safeguarding those he cherished. Several miles from Hunyua's sect lay a forest teeming with beasts, where most missions concerning beast hunts were directed. After orienting himself, Yi Chen tightened the bindings of his Tianke sword and set forth towards the beast forest. An hour later, before the dense woods, Yi Chen halted, breathless. The forest was vast and lush, ancient trees soaring into the sky, and even from his position, he could sense the ferocity and bloodlust emanating from within. Time to get to work. Yi Chen inhaled deeply and stepped into the beast forest. Chapter 8. A remarkable turnaround with a roar, Yi Chen stepped into the beast forest, immediately hearing the ferocious howls of the beasts within. His mind sharpened and focused, he cautiously ventured deeper. The present circumstances were far from what they had once been. In this perilous realm rife with danger, the risk of losing one and Appo's life loomed large. Even in his previous encounters, he had never dared to let his guard down. After half an hour, Yi Chen paused atop a rocky outcrop. From this vantage point, he squinted at his surroundings, his attention drawn to a luminous herb growing on a nearby cliff. The herb glimmered with a purple hue, surrounded by an ethereal aura, known as the purple ginseng. Yi Chen was well acquainted with this medicinal plant. Its consumption was reputed to stabilize the mind and dispel distracting thoughts, making it a rare and valuable elixir. Fortune seems to favor me, Yi Chen murmured, yet he refrained from making an immediate move. His experience told him that wherever such herbs thrived, beasts were sure to follow. Indeed, as he scanned the verdant forest, the rustling of leaves broke the stillness, accompanied by the stench of blood and violence, signaling that the earth itself trembled. In an instant, Yi Chen and Appo's eyes narrowed. The lush foliage began to part, revealing a colossal creature emerging from the thicket, standing over 10 feet tall, cloaked in purple flames. With enormous blood-red eyes radiating brutality and bloodlust, the fire wolf. A sardonic smile crept across Yi Chen and Appo's face. I and Appo's, we've been searching for you. With a deafening roar, the fire wolf bared its fangs, unleashing a torrent of purple flames. In response, Yi Chen deftly leapt from the rock, using a massive boulder to pivot and unleash a refined golden sword aura, targeting the beast's eyes. He had dispatched firewolves on multiple occasions and understood their resilience and fiery might, yet their eyes remained their Achilles' heel. One must strike true when confronting such formidable foes. With a sharp clang, the golden sword aura sliced through the air. The subsequent spray of foul blood was accompanied by the wolf and Appo's anguished howls. Its massive eyes now a gruesome mess. A dull thud resonated as Yi Chen gripped his weapon, the Tianke Ling Tian, and brought it crashing down upon the fire wolf's skull, delivering a devastating blow that left its cranium a bloody pulp. However, the impact reverberated through his arms, causing pain that forced his weapon to fly from his grasp. Nonetheless, the strike had disoriented the creature, leaving it unsteady. Seize the opportunity. Yi Chen understood the peril of hesitation. He advanced with purpose, gathering his energy into his palm, where lightning crackled violently. Thunderous strike. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a powerful blow to the wolf and Appo's head. The wolf and Appo's skull exploded, its brain matter splattering everywhere, while its immense body crashed to the ground. Perhaps it would die, wondering how a mere novice cultivator had felled it. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chen felt the tension in his body remain taut. This was unlike any previous encounter. As a novice in the realm of qi condensation, he was painfully aware of his limitations. Though the battle had been brief, it had been fraught with danger, and a moment in Appo's carelessness could have led to his demise. Without delay, he pried open the fire wolf and Appo's head and extracted a small, blood-glowing stone from within. The irregularly shaped stone, still dripping with the stench of blood, was the essence of the beast. This essence, the lifeblood of the creature, was the most prized possession of any beast. For cultivators, consuming it offered significant benefits to their training. Mission accomplished. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the essence and tucked it away, surprised at how swiftly he had completed the task. Suddenly, a chill pierced through him, and he furrowed his brow. A sense of foreboding compelled him to retreat, but it was too late. 3 silver needles sliced through the air, embedding themselves into his arm. The needles, laced with potent poison, quickly spread their venom, darkening his limb in mere moments. A mere qi condensation cultivator resorts to ambush. Yi Chen spat out blood, clutching his arm while glaring at the dense foliage. Impressive perception, young one. A sinister voice emerged from the thicket. Moments later, a hunchbacked elder clad in gray emerged, leaning heavily on a cane. His face was pockmarked, and deeply sunken eyes glowed with a malevolent red, reminiscent of a serpent. He exuded an aura of malice. Unmistakably a villain engaged in nefarious deeds. Hand over everything you possess, and I might leave you with your life. The elder grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. What treasures could a mere novice like me possibly possess? Yi Chen retorted coldly, his vision beginning to blur. The poison coursing through him was particularly refined, spreading swiftly and eroding his veins and bones, rendering his energy impotent. You seem rather disobedient, the elder sneered, advancing with a swirling darkness enveloping his palm. Caught off guard, Yi Chen seethed inwardly. The hunchbacked elder was clearly a master of poison, and with a cultivation level 1 realm above his own, Yi Chen recognized that even without the poison, he stood little chance against the elder. However, in that moment, the golden fire within his dantian flickered, splitting into dozens of strands that surged into his veins and bones, overpowering the toxins with its formidable purifying force. Can it really purify poison? Yi Chen thought, momentarily astonished as he examined his body. Though the poison had been neutralized, he remained motionless, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike while the elder was off guard. Faced with overwhelming suppression, he knew a direct confrontation was futile. Yet, a sudden and decisive strike could turn the tide. "Child, do not blame your grandfather," the elder approached, eyes glinting with malignant intent, feigning a sympathetic demeanor. "I won't blame you." A cold smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he revealed his true intentions. The elder's brow furrowed in alarm. Thunderous strike. Yi Chen roared it, launching his attack with sudden ferocity. "You dare!" the elder gasped, taken aback, but the distance was too short, and Yi Chen's speed left him no time to evade. The force of Yi Chen's palm struck him squarely in the chest. Staggering backward, the elder's eyes reflected disbelief. He had never anticipated that Yi Chen could negate the potent poison so swiftly, let alone execute such a remarkable turnaround. Thunderous strike. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen shouted again, unleashing another barrage of strikes before the elder could regain his footing. Despite the elder and Appo's attempts to retaliate, Yi Chen was relentless, not granting him even a moment in Appo's respite. With a chilling thrust of a dagger, the blade pierced the elder's chest, and he collapsed, struggling to speak. Blood poured forth as astonishment filled his gaze. For even in death, he could not comprehend how a mere novice had managed to vanquish him. On the other side, Yi Chen, too, wavered, half kneeling upon the ground. Continuously employing the thunderclap palm had drained his true energy entirely. However, to vanquish the Elder of Yuan realm was a worthy endeavor, perhaps even surpassing any prior achievements he had ever attained. Although his success was predicated on an ambush, it was an accomplishment deserving of pride. Without pausing, Yi Chen staggered to his feet, daring not to linger for even a moment. He collected the Elder's storage bag, hoisted the heavenly K onto his back, and hastily darted into the thicket, not forgetting to pluck the precious purple ginseng before his departure. Chapter 9. Fury of the Beast and Damp. Appo's heart having sought out a cave. Yi Chen climbed inside with great effort. Soon, he retrieved the storage bag of the hunchbacked old man. It must be said that, being at the human Yuan realm, the old man's collection was quite substantial. Without taking the time to examine the rest, Yi Chen hastily pulled out several bottles of spirit liquid and poured them all into his mouth, as his depleted Dan Si was in urgent need of replenishment. The perilous beast force demanded that he remain in peak condition at all times. As the spirit liquid entered his body, it flowed like a refreshing spring, quickly spreading throughout him. Simultaneously, the true fire of the Dan Si stirred, aiding Yi Chen in refining the spirit liquid he had consumed. The purified vital energy surged into the Dan Si, and his pallid complexion visibly transformed, regaining color at a remarkable pace. As time passed, Yi Chen's Dan Si swelled once more, filled with a torrent of golden true energy like an ocean. Yet, he still failed to break through to the second level of qi condensation. Advancement proved to be indeed arduous. With a quiet click of his tongue, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Though he had not advanced, he distinctly felt his strength had significantly increased after consuming the spirit liquid. Sighing, he turned his attention back to the hunchbacked old man's storage bag. Due to the extensive consumption of spirit liquid for his advancement, only 3 or 4 bottles remained, while the rest consisted of common currency among cultivators, spirit stones, totaling over 500, a modest fortune, indeed. In addition, there was a heap of sinister poisons, stacked high with dozens of bottles, which caused Yi Chen to click his tongue in astonishment. Surely, they would prove useful. He chose not to destroy these poisons, saving them for future needs, for one never knows when they might be required. After rummaging through the bag, he found only a collection of low-level spirit artifacts, until a weathered ancient book caught his eye. The three bold characters on the cover read, Fury of the Beast's Heart. Yi Chen's gaze ignited with fervor. This was precisely what he lacked. Counting the techniques he had acquired from Zhengyang's sect and Hengyue's sect, he realized that he only possessed the most fundamental techniques of qi manipulation and the formidable thunder palm. Qi manipulation was the most basic means for a cultivator. It was adequate against ordinary foes, but fell short against formidable adversaries. The thunder palm, while potent, consumed excessive energy, leaving Yi Chen in dire need of more advanced techniques. Truly, what one desires often comes to fruition. With this thought, Yi Chen eagerly opened the ancient book, diving into the intricacies of the fury of the beast's heart. As he studied, he discovered that this technique was an introduction to combat skills, more precisely, a martial arts technique. To his astonishment, the fury of the beast's heart comprised 6 sections, the first 3 detailing the coordination of various body parts and how to maximize their power in combat. The latter 3 sections then presented the actual skills. The name Fury of the Beast's Heart was no coincidence. It was rooted in the essence of beasts. The predecessor who created this technique must have been an astute observer, as the movements of beasts, such as pouncing, clawing, and charging, were meticulously analyzed and emulated to forge this technique. Beast combat typically relied on raw physical prowess. Humans should learn from them, utilizing their legs, feet, hands, and knees in close-quarters combat to unleash their full potential. Especially with Yi Chen's increasingly powerful physique, which promised unexpected results. How profound! Yi Chen could not help but exclaim, his understanding deepening as he absorbed the knowledge. Many cultivators, overly reliant on true energy and enamored with the flamboyant forms of advanced techniques, often neglect the fundamental skills of raw combat. Consequently, despite their high levels of cultivation, many were woefully inadequate in close-quarters fighting. Once again, he had stumbled upon treasure. Yi Chen laughed heartily, striking the ground as he leapt to his feet. The training methods of the fury of the beast's heart were now indelibly etched in his mind. With a shout, he unleashed a punch, followed by a sweeping kick, and then a diagonal palm strike, all executed in seamless succession. His movements quickened, at times resembling a wolf pouncing on its prey, at others a tiger leaping through the air, and occasionally a monkey leaping with lightning speed. His motions were peculiar, yet encompassed the lethal techniques of numerous ferocious beasts. Yi Chen refrained from using true energy, relying solely on his physical limbs, as he comprehended the subtleties of the fury of the beast's heart. He practiced for 9 hours straight. As night fell, Yi Chen sat on the ground, drenched in sweat. In the following days, he did not return to Hengyue's sect, but instead dedicated himself to rigorous training in close-quarters combat. By day, he emerged from the cave to engage in fierce battles with formidable beasts, undergoing a transformation through practical experience, returning each time covered in blood. By night, he sought out areas rich in spiritual energy within the mountains to nourish his body, subsequently practicing the heavenly flame secret technique. To his astonishment, he discovered that this unique body-tempering method not only healed his wounds, but did so at an accelerated pace compared to before. Day and night passed in cycles. Over the course of several days, Yi Chen gradually grasped the essence of the fury of the beast's heart. Through continuous combat, the strength of his physique reached new heights, instilling in him the confidence to confront opponents at the peak of qi condensation. In summary, acquiring the fury of the beast's heart was a stroke of fortune. On another starlit night, Yi Chen stretched lazily at the entrance of the cave, intending to return that evening after several days away. Suddenly, as he was about to leap into the forest, his brow furrowed, and he gazed upward at the night sky, where a long rainbow was streaking across the heavens. As it drew nearer, he discerned that it was a woman clad in white. The void ascendancy. Yi Chen's heart trembled. To ascend to the sky, practitioners in the human yuan realm required a flying spirit beast, while those in the true yang realm needed to ride flying swords. Only upon reaching the spirit void realm could one wield the divine rainbow, but only those who attained the void ascendancy could truly fly unassisted by spirit beasts, flying swords, or divine rainbows. The white-clad woman's ability to soar through the air indicated that she had indeed reached the void ascendancy. Suppressing his astonishment, Yi Chen took in the woman and Appo's beauty. She was stunning. In that instant, Yi Chen found himself momentarily entranced. The woman's garments flowed gracefully, her snowy attire accentuating her ethereal beauty. Her long hair cascaded like rippling waves, shimmering with light, and her countenance was breathtaking, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. However, the white-clad woman appeared to be in distress. Her speed diminished as she traversed the void, her radiance nearly extinguished. She was being pursued. Yi Chen squinted, realizing that behind her were three figures, each soaring through the air, evidently also at least at the void ascendancy level. It was best to flee. Yi Chen understood that he could not linger in this place. Yet, just as he attempted to move, the white-clad woman plummeted from the sky, tracing a graceful arc as she landed precisely before him. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood, casting a hurried glance at Yi Chen before retreating into the dense foliage, her presence fading completely. Standing there, Yi Chen felt no trace of her aura. Moments later, the three pursuers arrived, comprising an elderly man with gray hair, a middle-aged man in a python robe, and a youth clad in white. Their formidable presence nearly overwhelming Yi Chen, compelling him to bow low. "Boy, have you seen anyone pass by?" The white-robed youth demanded, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine, daring not to move, as if he were transparent before the white-robed youth and oppose. His sighs. "I'm asking you a question." The purple-robed, middle-aged man barked. They went. That way, Yi Chen gestured nonchalantly in a random direction, eager to send them on their way. "Don't let me catch you lying, or you'll suffer greatly," the youth warned before they took off in pursuit. The elderly man with gray hair commanded, and once again, the three individuals embarked into the void. She was grievously injured and had been afflicted by the Hahuan powder. It was unlikely she could escape far. Should she be captured, the esteemed master would undoubtedly be pleased. With a heavy sigh, Yi Chen released a breath, his entire body feeling utterly drained. Soon after, the concealed woman in white staggered forth, her appearance exceedingly disheveled. Her eyes were clouded, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her breath weak and feeble, causing her to sway unsteadily as she walked. A gentle breeze swept by, and ultimately, the woman in white collapsed. Though Yi Chen had no intention of intervening, he instinctively stepped forward and, in the very moment she was about to fall, managed to steady her. Chapter 10. Wedding night. The night sky was profound, dotted with stars like scattered dust. Yi Chen carried the woman in white as he traversed deep into the beast forest, finally discovering a secluded cave. Inside, the darkness was pierced only by a flickering campfire, casting enchanting shadows. The woman, still unconscious, reclined against the cave wall, her complexion pale as parchment. Pain etched across her delicate features. Although a genuine practitioner of the void realm, she appeared more like a fragile maiden, invoking a sense of tenderness. Meanwhile, Yi Chen busied himself quietly, channeling his vital energy into her. Occasionally, he would steal glances at her. He was certain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, unparalleled in her beauty, resembling a snow lotus that emerged unsullied from the mire, her ethereal visage overshadowing all worldly grace. Perhaps captivated beyond reason, he found himself entranced, oblivious to the flush creeping across his own cheeks. To be honest, apart from Jining Shuang, he had never fixated on a woman in such a manner. Hot, so hot. A soft murmur escaped the lips of the woman in white, breaking Yi Chen's reverie. Looking back at her, he noted her apparent agitation despite her slumber. Her delicate lips parted slightly, exuding a tantalizing fragrance that heightened his infatuation. No, something was amiss. As he observed her closely, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, gently taking her wrist to pulse check using a secret technique. What to say? One type of injury was minor, but if there was another, it would be quite awkward. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. The woman's pulse confirmed his suspicions. She had indeed been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. He understood the nature of the Hahuan San. Once ensnared, both men and women were compelled to unite, lest their meridians be severed, leading to death. Such underhanded tactics. Yi Chen scoffed, recalling the three men who had pursued her. It was undoubtedly their doing, 3 grown men. Truly despicable. Suddenly, the woman's eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes opened, shimmering like clear water, yet clouded with confusion as they met Chen's gaze. "Senior, you're awake." Before she could finish her sentence, her fragrant lips sealed his mouth, and her soft arms wrapped around his neck. In an instant, her delicate body pressed against his, her intoxicating scent enveloping him. For the sake of brevity, the following events shall remain unwritten, left to the imagination. Meanwhile, far away in Hung Sect's Shaolin Garden, an unwelcome group arrived. Zhang Tao, his face illuminated by the dim moonlight, appeared as a ghastly specter, still nursing his wounds, leading a band of disciples seeking vengeance. "Old man, hand over that kid, along with the Tianling spell. He has already left." "I possess no such spell," Zhang Fengnian responded weakly, his body battered and bloodied, coughing as he spoke. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Hang him up." The Shaolin Garden was filled with Zhang Tao's frenzied roars, alongside the raucous cries of his disciples. "I will kill you." Under the moonlight, the dark and silent beast forest was pierced by a shrill feminine voice. Though melodious, it carried a chilling intent. It was the woman in white. In the cave, the scene was far from harmonious. She had seized Chen by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Her expression revealed that the poison of the Huan San had been dispelled, yet remnants of blush lingered on her cheeks. In her disheveled state, she could not contain her murderous intent. She vowed to send Yi Chen to the afterlife for daring to take her virtue. "Do you have any sense of reason? You came onto me. You were poisoned by Huan San, and I saved you." Yi Chen retorted, his face flushed with indignation, struggling against her grip but finding no escape. "This is your defense for taking my virtue." The woman's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting a cold light. "You mad woman, I should have let you be. Of course I must speak. You were on top the whole time, and before I could turn over, you lifted me. You owe me my dignity. You." The woman, infuriated, felt her chest rise and fall with rage. Unwittingly, memories of their earlier encounter flooded her mind, and she realized that indeed, it seemed she had been the one on top throughout. Embarrassed and enraged, her grip tightened instinctively around his throat, threatening to crush him with a single finger. However, at that moment, powerful energies approached rapidly from outside the cave. The woman turned sharply, her gaze piercing through the branches that concealed the cave entrance. Recognizing 3 figures hurtling towards her, undoubtedly drawn by her earlier cries. "Ho-do!" Her eyes glinted with coldness. In an instant, splendid divine light enveloped her, a formidable aura shaking the cave as she glared at Yi Chen before casting him aside like a discarded toy, her form darting out of the cave like a radiant comet. Then, a glowing rope floated into the cave, ensnaring Yi Chen completely. "You insane woman," he cursed. A frown etched across his face as he rolled on the ground, desperately trying to free himself from the bonds. He needed to escape. Who knew if the woman in white would return with the intent to kill him? Alas, the binding rope was too strange. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. In a moment of desperation, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "Quick, help me!" Yi Chen called out, summoning the golden flames from his danci. Upon his summons, the flames leapt forth, wrapping around the glowing rope. To his surprise, it worked. Yi Chen freed himself and leapt to his feet, dashing towards the cave entrance and plunging into the dense wilderness. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the dark night sky above erupted with a fierce battle, the clash within the void realm resounding with tremendous force. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the air, ancient trees splintering and majestic peaks crumbling, revealing dreadful phenomena. Gulp! Yi Chen swallowed hard, witnessing mountains collapse one after another from a distance. This was the duel of the strong, where mountains could be toppled and seas stirred in an instant, a commonplace occurrence. It was evident that the woman in white was at a disadvantage. Though the poison of the Huan San had been dispelled, her other injuries remained. Facing 3 opponents of the same realm was no easy feat, Chu Ling. Will you continue to struggle in vain? In the void above, 3 formidable practitioners of the void realm exuded overwhelming power, coordinating their attacks with remarkable synergy. unleashing a barrage of divine techniques. Moreover, an insidious gleam colored their expressions, their earlier use of the Huan Sen revealing their base intentions, masking their true natures behind a facade of beauty. You will pay the price for plotting against me, Chu Ling retorted coldly, her voice enchanting yet chilling. Before her words faded, she formed a seal with her hands. Buzz! The heavens trembled, divine radiance spilling forth as a colossal snow lotus bloomed around her, its resplendent light illuminating the dark night, the most exquisite colors emerging beneath the moonlight. Utterly delusional, the youth clad in white chuckled softly, his bloodied sword resonating with a sharp clang, its blade radiating a fierce aura that sliced through the very fabric of the air. With a single stroke, he descended upon the resplendent snow lotus, cleaving it in twain. A gasp escaped Chu Ling as she coughed up blood, stumbling backward, her every step causing the void beneath her to collapse. Her already pallid visage turned ashen, devoid of life. Equally bloodied was the young man in white, who had underestimated the flower. Its beauty was not merely superficial, for it harbored a formidable power within. Though he had severed the snow lotus, he too had borne the brunt of its hidden force, almost meeting his demise in a moment of carelessness. Very well, the young man gritted his teeth, having suffered a grave setback, vowing to reclaim his honor. His previously serene demeanor twisted into a ghastly grimace, the sword in his grasp, stained with crimson, shrouded in a dark aura. The terrifying sword energy manifested as a fierce glare, rending the space around him apart. Numerous powerful figures drew near. Before he could mount an attack, an elderly man with graying hair intercepted him, his combat prowess perhaps lacking, but his perceptive abilities were formidable. Retreat, commanded the elder, a member of Hung-Yue's sect. The three figures moved swiftly, vanishing like three streaks of divine light into the night sky. Chu Ling, the white-clad woman, expelled a mouthful of blood, her form unsteady, nearly plummeting into the abyss. Linger, a melodious voice echoed from afar, drawing near as it reached her in an instant, supporting the white-clad woman named Chu Ling. The newcomer, also draped in flowing white, seemed untouched by the worldly dust, enveloped in a radiant glow. Resembling an ethereal fairy or a blossoming snow lotus, her breathtaking beauty rendering one breathless. Strangely, this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Ling. Both were exquisite, both ethereal. The only plausible explanation was that they were twins, Chu Xian, the elder sister, and Chu Ling, the younger. Thus, there was no doubt that the white-clad woman named Chu Ling was also affiliated with Hung-Yue's sect. It remained uncertain whether Yi Chun, who had escaped the cave, would be struck with shock upon learning this, nor could one predict the scene should they encounter each other within Hung-Yue's sect in the future. Perhaps it was even possible that Yi Chun would first meet the elder sister, Chu Xian, as the celestial lights continued to flicker in the void. Powerful members of Hung-Yue's sect arrived in succession, noticing Chu Ling's weakened state and hastening to infuse her with their vital essence. Moments later, her energy stabilized, though her complexion remained pale, with blood occasionally seeping from her lips. My esteemed brothers, you must return to the sect first. I have matters to attend to. With a hasty remark, Chu Ling surged forth like a radiant comet, racing towards the cave. Linger your injuries. It's nothing. You must not follow me. Chapter 11. Rage unleashed in the dead of night. Chu Ling scoured the lush, beastly forest, searching tirelessly for any sign of Yi Chun. Yet he remained elusive. Do not let me catch you, she muttered with resentment, her mind replaying a recent scandalous scene that caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Known for her virtuous demeanor, she never imagined herself to be so lascivious. Ah, how mortifying! Stamping her foot in shame, she could no longer suppress the urge to cover her burning face. Ling und Emp, Apos, a voice emerged from behind. Chu Xian had been secretly following Chu Ling out of concern. As she approached, she noticed the vivid blush on Chu Ling and Apos' face and was taken aback. What happened to you? In nothing, Chu Ling stammered, her cheeks growing warmer. How could she possibly confide in her sister that she had shared a bed with someone, especially a mere first-level cultivator? Such thoughts were unthinkable to utter. What exactly are you searching for? Chu Xian asked, casting a puzzled glance around. Could it be that you lost something precious here? And no treasures here. I was merely wandering. Julein Zieplit, Verlutsto. You and Amp, Oppos, Reline. Let us go back. Master is waiting for us, she urged, feeling guilty. As they departed, she couldn't resist glancing back toward the cave. The two of them soared into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. The night was pitch black, and the beastly forest fell into a serene silence. At an unknown corner of the forest, a massive beast's corpse stirred. A bloodied hand clawed its way out. It was a chilling sight. Could a person swallowed by a beast truly emerge alive? Upon closer inspection, one could see a gaping wound in the beast and Oppo's abdomen, from which a blood-soaked figure crawled out. It was none other than Yi Chen. Incredible. To evade Chu Ling's pursuit, he had hidden within the belly of the beast. If Chu Ling were to discover this, she might well commend him for his ingenuity. With a heavy sigh, he exhaled sharply, pounding his chest as he nearly lost his life. Yet, the memory of the recent scandalous encounter made him clear his throat and touch his nose. Though he reeked of blood, he could not mask the lingering fragrance that Chu Ling had left on him, an intoxicating scent. Did I not save her life? He coughed, attempting to rationalize his actions. However, thoughts of the incident left him feeling uneasy. After all, it was an empty void, and she was so beautiful. Even if it was unintentional, she had lost her purity. Who could accept that? He understood that he must exercise restraint in the future. After resting for a brief moment, Yi Chen glanced at the sky. After a night of turmoil, dawn was nearing. Fearing that Chu Ling might return, he did not linger, swiftly leaping into the forest. Before departing, he dragged the beast's corpse along. Such a prize would be a great boon. Meanwhile, at the foot of Hung Mountain, the small spirit garden echoed with cries of anguish. Go ahead, keep crying. A menacing voice boomed. Zhang Tao pulled a piece of black cloth from his pocket, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Hua and Oppo's mouth. Afterward, he kicked Hua and scolded, Why have you stopped crying? Hua had suffered greatly. Since Zhang Tao and his men arrived yesterday, he had been suspended for an entire day, his body covered in footprints. Zhang Tao, if you have grievances, direct them at me. An elderly voice, weak and feeble, came from Zhang Fengyan, who was also suspended. His body bore the scars of whips, and his aged face was marred with swollen handprints. Over 70 years old, his murky eyes had little light left. Directly at you? Very well. Zhang Tao sneered, drawing a whip from his waist and approaching menacingly, the whip slicing through the air. Crack! Crack! With each strike of the whip, another gash appeared on Zhang Fengyan and Oppo's body. This is for not giving me the celestial spirit charm. This is for not giving me the celestial spirit charm. With each lash, Zhang Tao roared in fury, resembling a madman intent on skinning Zhang Fengyan alive. Hua, gagged and witnessing the brutality, whimpered helplessly, tears brimming in his eyes. Even the low-tier spirit beast, the little eagle, squawked in distress, having been hung up with its wings pierced by iron hooks, bloodied and hurt. In the small spirit garden, aside from Zhang Tao, there were 2 Hung Yue disciples, both at the second level of qi condensation, yet their auras were not as robust as Zhang Tao and Amp. Oppo's indicating they had only recently advanced. Seeing Zhang Tao unleash his fury, the 2 disciples rushed forward, urging, Brother, be mindful. Don't truly kill him. We cannot bear the consequences if the higher-ups find out. A worthless fool, who would care? Spitting disdainfully, Zhang Tao glared at Zhang Fengyan, yet he ultimately halted his assault. Although he stopped, the anger simmered within him. Zhang Fengyan was off-limits for further punishment, and his venomous gaze turned toward the struggling eagle. You treat it like family? Today, I shall cook it before your eyes. You two, prepare to slaughter this bird. Understood. The 2 Hung Yue disciples rolled up their sleeves, drawing out glimmering short blades, eager to feast after a night of toil. Why you? Zhang Fengyan's dimming eyes suddenly flashed with a glint of cold fury, but each word he uttered drew forth a mouthful of blood. Hua thrashed violently, tears streaming down his face. Though the little eagle was a low-tier spirit beast, they had grown close, treating it as family. The thought of witnessing its demise pierced their hearts like a dagger. Just as the two Hingyue disciples were about to strike, the door to the spirit garden swung open, and a blood-soaked Yichen stepped inside. "Senior, he began, but his words faltered as he stood frozen, taking in the horrific scene before him. It was a gruesome tableau. Zhang Fengyan hung bloodied, Hua battered and restrained, and even the low-tier spirit beast, the little eagle, was impaled by iron hooks. Well, you truly dare to return," Zhang Tao exclaimed, leaping up with a face twisted in rage, his eyes gleaming with malice. Zhang Tao, Yi Chun and Appo's voice was icy. Imanatinga Shiyingoha. His once dark pupils now glowed crimson, and he advanced with an unstoppable killing intent, his expression more ferocious than Zhang Tao and Appo's. "Today, no one can save you." Chapter 12. The challenge at Danyang Peak. What audacity! At Yi Chen's furious shout, Zhang Tao lunged forward like a ferocious beast. His face contorted with a mixture of anger and fear, recalling the severe injuries inflicted upon him by Yi Chun just days prior. Clang! Once again, the chi of a Yang's sword pierced the air. Zhang Tao, seemingly driven mad, swung his arms wildly. As the sword energy rushed toward him, Yi Chun did not evade. Instead, he charged forward like a mighty tiger, allowing the sword energy to etch bloody gashes across his body. Compared to witnessing Zhang Fengyan and the others being tortured, this pain was trivial. Seeing Yi Chun withstand his sword energy, Zhang Tao's expression shifted dramatically, for Yi Chun was now almost upon him. "You shai di." With a sudden roar, Yi Chun leapt forward, his fist clenched tightly. Without employing any true energy, he struck Zhang Tao squarely in the face with the sheer force of his physical prowess. Puff! Zhang Tao spewed blood, stumbling backward, his face grotesquely twisted. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Chun delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling, another mouthful of blood erupting forth. The other two disciples from Hingyue were stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. A mere second-level Qi consolidation apprentice had managed to defeat Zhang Tao without utilizing any true energy. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. "Kill! Kill! I command you to kill!" Zhang Tao's frenzied roar shattered their astonishment as he called upon his lackeys. Altogether, aware of Yi Chen's formidable nature, the two Hingyue disciples attacked from both sides, their palms swirling with true energy, one forming a blade of energy, the other a sword edge, basic techniques of Qi manipulation. Yet, to Yi Chun, these were insignificant. "Get lost," he bellowed, unleashing a thunderous palm strike that sent the disciple on the left flying. When he hit the ground, he was already drenched in blood. With a sudden pivot, Yi Chun leaped toward the right disciple, effortlessly evading the blade strike, and delivered a powerful strike that shattered the disciple's shoulder. Another punch followed, sending him crashing to the ground. Having dispatched both disciples, Yi Chun kicked Zhang Tao away and hurriedly unleashed 4 sword energies to sever the chains binding Zhang Fengyan and the others. "Grandfather!" As soon as he was freed, Hua rushed to Zhang Fengyan's side. "Senior, it is all my fault." While frantically infusing true energy into Zhang Fengyan, Yi Chun expressed his remorse, his eyes filled with guilt. If not for him, perhaps Zhang Tao would not have devolved into such madness. "Little one, do not blame yourself." Zhang Fengyan, though gravely injured, was protected by Yi Chen's true energy on his vital points, ensuring his life was not in danger. Yi Chun vowed that he would never allow them to suffer harm again. After 3 arduous hours of nurturing Zhang Fengyan back to a stable condition, he felt assured that Zhang Fengyan would recover with a few days of rest. Hua, too, will be fine after receiving true energy. However, the little eagle spirit beast still bore wounds from a few days prior, and with its wings pierced, it would require months of care. Once he ensured their safety, Yi Chen's expression turned icy. We were wrong. One of the Hingyue disciples, terrified after witnessing the events, begged for mercy. "To err is to pay the price," came Yi Chen's cold voice, resonating like a solemn decree. He swiftly raised his foot and shattered the disciple's dantian. A shriek erupted. "My dantian, my cultivation!" The disciple howled in agony, clutching his bleeding abdomen, sweat pouring from his brow. From that moment onward, he would no longer be an exalted immortal, but a complete waste. Yi Chen advanced toward another disciple. And no, please. The disciple, face pale with terror, crawled backward but could not escape his fate. Ah! With another scream, the second disciple and Apo's Dantian was similarly destroyed, his cultivation stripped away. He was no longer an immortal. His future was destined for despair, and unable to bear the shock, he collapsed to the ground. Finally, Yi Chun turned slowly to face the bloody Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was genuinely terrified, never expecting Yi Chun to be so ruthless, rendering their cultivation worthless. As one of the participants in this calamity, he could not escape his own doom. Do you know who my master is? My master is Guhong, the head of Danyang Peak. Do you dare to harm me? Zhang Tao roared, yet he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, still attempting to intimidate Yi Chun with his master's name. I told you, no one can save you today. Yi Chun's voice remained chillingly resolute as he delivered a decisive kick that obliterated Zhang Tao's Dantian. Ah! Zhang Tao's screams were haunting. At that moment, he was no longer the exalted immortal he once believed himself to be. He was destined to be cast aside by his sect, facing a life of misery. Only now did he realize his regret, lamenting his provocation of Yi Chun, which had led to this disaster. The pain inflicted upon them would be repaid 100-fold. Yi Chun's fury had not abated. He retrieved 3 silver needles from his storage bag and plunged them into Zhang Tao and Apo's body. These needles, crafted from the venom of wood-boring insects by the hunchbacked old man, were designed to inflict suffering without immediate death. Yi Chun had tested them personally, and they were now perfectly suited for Zhang Tao. Ah! The poison coursed through Zhang Tao, who wailed incessantly, his hands clawing at his own body as bloody welts began to appear. Let me go, please. It's not my fault. It was Zhao Shixiang. It was Zhao Long who wanted the Tianling curse, and he sent me. Zhao Long. At the mention of this name, a cold glint flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. Suddenly turning, he strode toward the exit, a palpable aura of malice surrounding him. The cold intent of murder could not be suppressed. He was determined to ascend the mountain and confront Zhao Long, certain that the confrontation would be drenched in blood. Even if I die, I will make you pay dearly. At that moment, on the peak of Zhengyang Mountain, Gu Hong sat on the teaching platform, imparting his insights into cultivation to the disciples of Danyang Peak. In the path of cultivation, one must respect heaven and earth. They are the greatest. Qi is the foundation of humanity, and cultivators must prioritize Qi refinement. Below, the disciples filled the hall, all listening with utmost reverence, hanging on to Guhong and Apo's every word, fearful of his strict and demanding nature. Casting a glance downward, Guhong stroked his beard lightly. Observing the awed gazes directed at him, he felt elevated, relishing the feeling of superiority. Here, at Danyang Peak, he was akin to a deity, the sovereign of all. Zhao Long, I await you at the Fengyan platform. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed up to Danyang Peak. Who dares challenge Senior Zhao? The scene erupted into chaos. Could it be disciples from the other 2 main peaks? Regardless of who it was, it would be futile. Zhao Long was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th stage of Qi consolidation and possessed secret techniques passed down by his master. In the outer sect of Hangyue, who could possibly defeat him besides the true disciples of the 3 main peaks? Meanwhile, Zhao Long rose, a mocking smile gracing his lips as if he already recognized the voice as belonging to Yi Chun. Long and Apo's, do you know who challenges you? Guhong, eyes closed in meditation, spoke with an air of disdain. Zhao Long was one of his most prized disciples, and he had unwavering confidence in him. Master, it is an apprentice named Yi Chun. Yi Chun? Guhong pondered momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly, as memories of the Nanqing pavilion surfaced. Is he the one who is merely 16 years old and has only attained the 1st level of cultivation? Does the master know him? Zhao Long asked, astonished. He aspired to become a disciple of our esteemed Yangfeng, but I declined his request, for our Yangfeng has never accepted such inept individuals. Indeed, upon hearing the reason articulated by Guhong, the assembled disciples erupted in derisive laughter, their scorn echoing throughout the hall. I observed that Yi Chun, in his ambition to join Yangfeng, had resorted to this tactic to capture the master's attention, hoping to secure his acceptance as a student. Such a clever stratagem. Very well. At the lectern, Gahong once more closed his eyes and casually remarked, "A little chastisement would suffice. Do not be too harsh, lest others accuse our Yangfeng of bullying." Chapter 13. A Gamble for Life. What? The newly arrived intern disciple, possessing merely the first level of qi condensation, dares to challenge Zhao Long? That lad certainly possesses audacity. The news of Yi Chen's challenge to Zhao Long of the Sun Peak spread like wildfire, causing a tremendous uproar among the outer disciples of Hengyue sect. Disciples who had emerged to absorb the essence of the sun and moon all flocked toward one direction. In the distance stood a battle platform, encircled by a throng of disciples. This platform, known as the Fengyun stage, was exclusively designated for disciples to spar and settle personal grievances. Over the years, countless disciples had emerged from the Fengyun stage, missing limbs due to its fierce confrontations. At this moment, Yi Chen stood atop the Fengyun stage, bearing the formidable Tian Ke sword, his posture erect and unwavering amidst the turbulent winds, resembling an indomitable monument that would never crumble. Is that Yi Chen, our newly inducted intern disciple of Hengyue sect? Below the Fengyun stage, discussions erupted with many pointing fingers at Yi Chen. However, when they remarked upon his age and cultivation level, their expressions turned disdainful. It was rumored that none of the three main peaks of the outer sect wished to accept him as a disciple. Hence, he was relegated to the status of an intern. Could it be that he aims to draw the attention of the three main peaks through this challenge to Zhao Long, hoping to be accepted as a disciple? Most likely. Unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, Yi Chen remained deaf to the noise, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale. The suppressed killing intent within him caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Long has arrived. With that thought, he abruptly turned to face the end of the crowd. There, a dozen disciples clad in luxurious robes from the sun peak surrounded Zhao Long, each displaying an air of arrogance that made the other disciples wary, parting to create a path for them. "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao Long. We pay our respects to Senior Brother Zhao Long." Along the way, the disciples on either side bowed, their words laden with unspoken flattery. Zhao Long, in a demeanor befitting a senior brother, strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent, exuding an aura that could easily deceive one into believing he was an esteemed elder with profound cultivation. Under the collective gaze of the masses, Zhao Long approached the Fengyun stage, casting a contemptuous glance at Yi Chen and jesting, "Yi Chen, I have not sought you out, yet you come looking for me. Are you tired of living? Step onto the stage." In response to Zhao Long's disdain and mockery, Yi Chen's reply was succinct, consisting of just two words. "Were you to speak to Senior Brother Zhao like that?" Before Zhao Long could retort, a disciple from the Sun Peak, who had come to support him, shouted angrily, "Do you think you need Senior Brother Zhao to handle you personally?" As he spoke, the disciple surged toward the battle platform, but Zhao Long intercepted him. "Since Yi Shidi has challenged me, what harm is there in exchanging a few moves? Our Sun Peak has always been just, and we cannot tarnish the rules of the Fengyun stage. Can we?" With a casual flick of his robe, Zhao Long leaped onto the platform, landing gracefully as if carried by the wind, prompting a chorus of gasps from the female disciples below. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Long once again clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly reveling in the adoration and awe directed at him, as if he were on the verge of ascension. Buzz. Opposite him, Yi Chen drew the Tian Ke sword, its massive and weighty form slicing through the air with a resonant hum. "Kulme." His voice rang out with conviction, signaling his readiness for battle. "Not so fast." With a teasing glance at Yi Chen, Zhao Long's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Since we were at the Fengyun stage, there has always been a wager involved. Does Yi Shidi not wish to bet something with me?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, quickly discerning Zhao Long and Amp, oppose, as intention. He sought to win something from him. On the Fengyun stage, both parties could establish a bet, and the victor claimed all stakes, be it spirit stones, elixirs, or even secret techniques. As a seasoned participant of the Fengyun stage during his time at Jinyang sect, Yi Chen understood these rules well. "What shall we wager?" Yi Chen inquired, his tone neutral and devoid of emotion. "If you lose, you shall serve the winner as a lifetime servant. Zhao Long replied with a sly smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A lifetime of servitude was akin to a contract of slavery. Yi Chen had truly ventured into dangerous territory this time. Yishidi, what say you? Zhao Long regarded him with interest, lifting his chin in provocation. Amidst the collective scrutiny, a cold smile flickered across Yi Chen's lips. If senior brother Zhao wishes to wager, let's make it a grander bet. Oh, Zhao Long raised an eyebrow, a mocking grin on his face. What does Yi Shidi wish to bet? I'll wager my life. Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply in surprise. What enmity could lead to such a wager? This was a fight to the death. While bloodshed was commonplace on the Fengyan stage, a bet for one's life had never before been established. Surely, no one anticipated that Yi Chen, a mere intern disciple at the first level of qi condensation, would challenge a disciple at the 6th level. Was he mad or simply foolish? Across from him, Zhao Long narrowed his eyes. He had believed the wager he proposed was already substantial, but Yi Chen's audacity surpassed his expectations. To serve as a servant meant one could still cling to life, but to gamble one's life was no trivial matter. A single misstep could cost one their existence. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Zhao Long's voice dripped with malice, sensing that by simply voicing this wager, he had already diminished his own authority in the face of Yi Chen. What? Are you afraid? Afraid? Zhao Long erupted into laughter, but his mirth quickly transformed into a sinister glare directed at Yi Chen. I accept your wager. If you wish to die, do not blame me for it. Before the last word left his lips, Zhao Long surged toward Yi Chen like a tempest, his inner energy surging forth, his palm radiating with power as he aimed to strike at Yi Chen's crown. Buzz! Yi Chen swung his arm, the Tian Ke sword rising to deflect the blow. Clang! Zhao Long's palm struck the Tian Ke, producing a resounding clang that reverberated through the air. The impact reverberated through Yi Chen, forcing him back with a grunt as his hands went numb from the shock. Truly underestimated you. After being forced back by a single strike, Zhao Long's tone turned cold. Underestimating me will lead to your demise. Yi Chen's voice was laced with an icy chill as he brandished the massive sword once more. Buzz! 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 The air filled with the sound of the Tian Ke slicing through, its weighty form creating a thunderous resonance as it cleaved through the atmosphere, causing those below to swallow nervously. The sheer size of the Tian Ke was daunting. A strike from it would surely spell disaster for anyone struck. Where did this lad find such strength? A discerning disciple mused. The qi condensation at the first level typically possessed limited energy, and wielding the Tian Ke not only consumed energy, but also slowed his speed due to its weight. Yi Chen's choice of weapon was undeniably unwise. Yet, even if a first-level disciple could withstand 3 moves against Zhao Long, he had proven himself to be no mere novice. Clang! The sharp sound shattered the murmurs below. In less than 5 exchanges, Zhao Long had sent Yi Chen's Tian Ke flying. Many spectators sighed in disappointment, while others began to leave, recognizing the inevitable outcome of a battle that held no surprises apart from its daunting stakes. I wonder what else you might rely on, Zhao Long sneered, stepping forward and unleashing 3 blade-like strikes, following closely behind them with an overwhelming momentum, poised to defeat Yi Chen in one fell swoop. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, liberated from the oppressive weight of the heavenly gate. He felt a surge of lightness throughout his being, and the previously stifled blood coursed through his veins with newfound fervor, boiling as though it might ignite. Even his bones echoed with a cracking sound. Fight! He bellowed suddenly, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball. Just as the 3 blades were about to pierce his flesh, he sprang into the air, evading them with the agility of a monkey. This was the essence of the beast heart's fury, monkey leap. Yi Chen effortlessly dodged the 3 blades, leaving Zhao Long astonished. He had been closely following the blades when Yi Chen vaulted over his head. In such proximity, with his body leaning forward, it was nearly impossible for him to adjust his stance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Down you go! Yi Chen's icy shout resonated as he channeled all his strength and true energy in his right leg, delivering a solid kick to Zhao Long's face. Chapter 14. Victory bang. Zhao Long staggered as his face was struck, a kick sending him off balance. The disciples watching below gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they struggled to comprehend the brief encounter. They could hardly grasp how Zhao Long had so foolishly received such a blow. Ye Chen, you will pay for this. Zhao Long's furious roar echoed across the arena. Yet, barely steadying himself, Yi Chen was already charging forward. Zhao Long's countenance twisted into a fearsome snarl as he unleashed a palm strike imbued with a radiant energy. Full of flaws, Yi Chen scoffed, executing the beast and amp, Oppo's fury technique with the grace of a prowling tiger, effortlessly evading the strike and closing in on Zhao Long. Being in close quarters with me is your misfortune. His chilling voice slithered through the air as blood coursed from his body, the pent-up power within him erupting in an instant. He landed a decisive punch upon Zhao Long's chest. Gasp! Blood erupted from Zhao Long's mouth. The force of Yi Chen and Oppo's blow was far beyond mere speculation. You dare? What do I dare? Yi Chen interrupted, not granting Zhao Long a moment to respond. He pressed forward once more, embodying a feral beast descending from the mountains, his attack sequences as unpredictable as they were savage, sometimes a fierce tiger, other times a ruthless ape, a majestic lion, or a cunning wolf. Every limb, every joint became a weapon of brutal ferocity, driving Zhao Long back relentlessly, leaving imprints of fists, palms, and feet etched onto his body. What kind of fighting style is this? The disciples below were left dumbfounded, witnessing a display that shattered their preconceived notions. Were the intricate techniques, the dazzling maneuvers? None to be found. Instead, it was the most primal form of combat that repeatedly put Zhao Long at a disadvantage. Zhao Long's roars filled the arena, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had recently displayed as he prided himself on being the elder brother. Now, he found himself in utter disarray, his mastery at the 6th level of chi condensation being overwhelmed by a mere 1st-level practitioner. With a ferocious howl, Zhao Long unleashed a secret technique, his fist enveloped by a phantom wolf's head, the very sound of a wolf's roar accompanying his strike. The wolf's fist. The onlookers were aflame with excitement, having witnessed Zhao Long's prowess in the secret arts, astonished that even the peak master of the Deyang Summit had imparted such techniques to him. Zhao Long and Oppo's face contorted with rage as he swung his fist. Thunderclap palm. With a sharp command, Yi Chen met the attack head-on, a crackling energy surging between their hands, the force both formidable and unyielding. Bang! The collision resonated through the air. Gasp! Zhao Long staggered back, blood escaping his lips, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? As he retreated, Zhao Long gazed at Yi Chen in utter disbelief, acutely aware of the overwhelming power contained within Yi Chen's strikes, a force that rivaled his own. The wolf's fist, one of the few secret techniques of the Deyang Summit, renowned for its ferocity. Zhao Long had bested countless outer disciples with it, yet now, he was being confronted head-on by mere 1st level in turn. This was inconceivable. Is he truly just at the 1st level? Not only Zhao Long, but the spectators below were momentarily entranced. This lad is truly extraordinary. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their expressions a mix of disbelief and intrigue. Are they still fighting? Outside the fray, groups of people rushed back, having previously departed, drawn by the realization that the outcome remained undecided. They were astonished at the fierce display of Yi Chen's prowess. Little did they know how deep Yi Chen's reserves ran. Once at the Zhengyang sect, he had battled ferocious beasts at the 3rd level of chi condensation, and at the 4th level, he had engaged in skirmishes against practitioners of the human origin realm. His extensive experience and practical abilities far surpassed Zhao Long's. At this moment, with a vast reservoir of true energy at his disposal, Yi Chen's strength was no less than Zhao Long's. His formidable physique, honed through rigorous training, matched Zhao Long's, and with the ruthless ferocity of the beast's fury, it was clear from the outset that Zhao Long was destined for a crushing defeat. The arena was filled with Zhao Long's furious roars. Yet no matter how he raged, he remained firmly suppressed by Yi Chen. It's over. With a mighty shout, Yi Chun leapt forward, raising the formidable Tianke above his head. Poised to deliver a decisive blow, his movements swift and unadorned. Buzz! The weighty Tianke disturbed the air, producing a resonant hum. Upon seeing this, Zhao Long's expression shifted in alarm, hastily raising his golden sword to block, channeling his true energy into it. Clang! Yi Chen's sword collided with the enchanted blade. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Zhao Long, who had been standing, was forced to kneel, the sound of his arm's bones fracturing echoing in his ears. Gasp! Blood erupted from Zhao Long and Appo's mouth. Silence fell, an eerie stillness enveloping the arena. Moments ago, bustling with noise, it now lay quiet, save for the sound of breathing. The scene on stage left the audience in a state of shock. Zhao Long, at the 5th level of qi condensation, had been brought to his knees by a mere 1st level intern. You have lost. This is impossible, Zhao Long roared, trembling as he attempted to rise, only to find Yi Chen's sword firmly pressing down upon him. Your life can be forfeit. Yi Chen's icy voice resonated in response. At this moment, the onlookers below awakened from their stupor. The stakes were our lives. Surely Yi Chen wouldn't truly kill Zhao Long. Could he? They gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhao Long was the disciple of the peak master of the Deyang Summit. A single blow could mean his demise. Yet, the aura emanating from Yi Chun suggested he was indeed poised to take lethal action. I am a disciple of the Deyang Summit. Do you dare kill me? Zhao Long, seemingly oblivious to the precariousness of his situation, snarled defiantly. What stakes? What life? To him, it is all a jest. Though he has lost, it does not mean he must forfeit his life, for he possesses formidable backing, a safety net for his arrogance. You dare to slay senior brother Zhao? The master will not let you go unpunished. The disciples from Xinjiang who had come to aid Zhao Long shouted in protest, yet none dared approach, intimidated by Yi Chun and Appo's strength. The wager was made. He must die. Yi Chun and Appo's voice was cold and resolute. This junior, it was merely a sparring match. One must show mercy when possible. A calm voice interjected from the crowd, a female disciple casting a glance at Yi Chun. This disciple was extraordinarily beautiful, her eyes sparkling like clear waters, her hair flowing like rippling waves, her white garments billowing gracefully, resembling a blossoming lotus, igniting fervent admiration among the male disciples present. Su Xinyu of the Renyang Peak. A murmur of recognition spread through the crowd. They had not noticed her presence earlier. Yi Chen turned to regard Su Xinyu. If I had lost, would you have spoken thus? Your heart is too heavy with bloodlust. You cannot achieve greatness. Su Xinyu's expression remained indifferent, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority, as though her words were a decree of Yi Chun and Appo's fate. Are you suggesting I spare him? A cold smile played on Yi Chun and Appo's lips, the simmering anger within him barely contained. This ire was not solely directed at Zhao Long for his cruelty towards Zhang Fengyan and others, but also at Su Xinyu, whose demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Ning Shuang, both exuding an air of lofty condescension, a facade of feigned sympathy. I wish for you to return to the right path. Do not be. Yi Chun interrupted, his bloodshot eyes fixated on her. Do you have family? Su Xinyu and Appo's brows furrowed slightly, taken aback by the abruptness of his question. If I were to hang your loved ones and beat them for an entire day and night, would you not seek to kill me? Yi Chen questioned, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Su Xinyu. If you would then cease this pretentious display of compassion for all beings. You, being publicly reprimanded in such a manner, a layer of frost instantly enveloped Su Xinyu's cheeks. In this moment, despite her usual indifference, her chest heaved with intensity. She was the foremost disciple of the Sun Peak, a prize flower of the Hanyu sect. Never had she endured such admonishment, especially from an intern disciple of merely the 1st level of qi condensation. On stage, Yi Chen had already averted his gaze, raising his hand imbued with swirling true energy. Should this hand strike down, Zhao Long would surely perish. Yet at that very moment, a formidable aura surged forth, manifesting upon the arena as the silhouette of an individual grasping a whisk. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Gohong, the esteemed master of the Sun Peak. Chapter 15. Open provocation. Upon seeing the arrival of Gohong, the disciples of the Earth-Yang Peak below were suddenly filled with joy, prostrating themselves on the ground. They greeted him with respect, murmuring, "Greetings, Master Go." The disciples present bowed in unison, their hearts simultaneously mourning for Yi Chen. For Gohong was notorious for his vengeful nature. Should he take offense, the consequences would be dire. "Master, save me. Yi Chen has gone mad. He seeks to kill me." Zhao Long, who was being suppressed by Yi Chen's celestial pressure, initially flashed a sinister smile, but then hurriedly pleaded for Gohong's aid. "Indeed, Master, Yi Chen harbors a murderous intent. He must be brought to justice by the law enforcement hall." The disciples of Earth-Yang Peak began to stir, echoing the sentiment. At such a young age to possess such malevolence, what will become of him in the future? You must uphold justice for Brother Zhao. Silence. Gohong's cold reprimand silenced the crowd, his expression darkening. It was a disgrace for a disciple he personally trained to be defeated by a mere novice at the first level of qi condensation. His reputation as the foremost leader was at stake. Yet, the thought of Yi Chen piqued his curiosity. To defeat Zhao Long indicated that Yi Chen was far from ordinary. Upon hearing the disciples and Appo's reports, even Gohong, known for his composure, could not help but be astonished. The boy he had dismissed so casually had displayed such strength. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he accepted Yi Chen as a disciple that day, this embarrassing spectacle might have been avoided. "Yi Chen, lower your sword." Gohong stroked his beard, his voice resonating with authority akin to a decree. "I have witnessed your strength. You may become my disciple." "Master, what was happening?" The crowd below erupted in astonishment. Gohong wished to take Yi Chen as his disciple. This was the first time they had witnessed such initiative from him. Of course, Yi Chen had created such a commotion precisely to attract Gohong's attention. His goal was to enter Earth-Yang Peak, and now he had achieved it. In response to Gohong's offer, a cold smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips as he resolutely refused to lower his sword. "Thank you for your esteem, Master, but I have no intention of becoming a disciple of Earth-Yang Peak." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Gohong was the esteemed leader of one of the three main peaks of Henyua's sect, a figure for whom countless disciples would vie to claim as their master. To have such an invitation rebuffed by a mere novice was unprecedented. "What did you say?" Gohong's eyes flashed with cold fury, his countenance darkening further, as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. This was a blatant slap in the face. He had already lost significant face today, yet he was willing to lower himself to invite Yi Chen, only to be humiliated again. "I said I do not wish to become a disciple of Zhengyang Peak." Blood trickled from Yi Chen and Appo's lips, yet he stood unyielding. He was resolute in his principles. He would not abandon his integrity for the sake of convenience. "Very well." Gohong and Appo's laughter echoed ominously, laced with barely contained rage, as the crowd sensed the impending storm. Yi Chen will surely face dire consequences for this. Gohong never forgets a grudge. Yi Chen's path will be fraught with challenges. "Release him." Gohong's voice thundered as he glared at Yi Chen, his formidable presence causing Yi Chen to spew blood once more. "I and Appo's am sorry, but I cannot release him. The wager was made first, and he must die today," Yi Chen declared, steadying himself despite the violent tremors. A dagger pressed against Zhao Long and Appo's throat signified his resolve. The crowd gasped in shock. What was happening? Was Yi Chen truly challenging Gohong's limits? His audacity was extraordinary. "Beast, you seek death," Gohong shouted, his robes billowing as he raised his hand to strike. But Yi Chen had anticipated this, already pulling Zhao Long back several paces. "Master, I am a man, not a beast." He fixed his gaze on Gohong, his voice firm. Moreover, he pressed the dagger deeper against Zhao Long's neck, making his intent clear. Further aggression would result in Zhao Long's demise. This scene left the disciples below breathless. Yi Chen's boldness was indeed remarkable, openly provoking the peak's leader. "You dare threaten me?" Gohong's stare was icy, his voice chilling. "Your words are excessive," Yi Chen retorted with a cold laugh. "I have stated before that the wager was made first. He must die. If you wish to take him, it depends on your sincerity. I have already yielded once. Should you insist on my death, I will take your disciple with me." With that, Yi Chen drew another cut across Zhao Long's neck. He was all in. Fortunes favor the bold. He did not wish to kill Zhao Long, nor did he desire his own demise. But since animosity with Earthyang Peak was inevitable, he might as well make a grand stand. He could spare Zhao Long, but he would not do so without a price. Yet, if Gu Hong truly intended to kill him, he was prepared to meet his end, dragging Zhao Long down with him. Ultimately, he was gambling. A win could yield substantial rewards, while a loss would lead to an unmarked grave. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with silence, broken only by the sound of racing heartbeats. "Master, save me!" Zhao Long's desperate cries shattered the stillness. He truly feared for his life, acutely aware of Yi Chen's murderous intent. If Gu Hong acted, he might indeed perish. "Master, what do you think?" Yi Chen smiled at Gu Hong. "We made a wager first. You wouldn't truly kill me before all these witnesses, would you? You are the Peak's leader. Do not let the life of a mere novice bring ruin upon your promising future. Besides, Zhao Long is your prized disciple. It will be a loss to let him perish. Yi Chen, do you comprehend the implications of your actions today?" Gu Hong's voice was frigid, his expression malevolent. "I am well aware, but I am unfazed. Then I shall send you on your way." Gu Hong's demeanor hardened, his intent to kill unmistakable. At that moment, a distant, ethereal voice echoed from within a grand hall. "Gu Hong, to slay a disciple of the sect is a grave offense. Are you challenging the rules of Hung Yue's sect?" The words indeed halted Gu Hong in his tracks, as they belonged to Dao Jia, the leader of the law enforcement hall. With a grim expression, Gu Hong turned his gaze, coldly stating, "Dao Jia, he sought to kill my disciple first. Do you expect me to stand idly by while my disciple is murdered? Or do you intend to shield Yi Chen?" "Shield?" A distant, ethereal laughter resounded. "During the Fengyan wagering, there are risks involved, and all parties consented. How can this be deemed murder? Moreover, Yi Chen has already taken a step back. If you wish to save your disciple, demonstrate your sincerity. Why resort to violence? Losing is part of the game. It is not worth spilling blood over." As the voice lingered, it grew colder. "To threaten death over a loss. Do you take me for a fool?" Gu Hong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his simmering rage almost manifesting as internal injury. Indeed, this was the reality of the situation. The wager had been established beforehand, and he possessed no authority to intervene. He could only blame his precious disciple for wagering excessively, as well as his own misplaced confidence in his teachings. Moreover, after receiving a stern admonition from that distant voice, Gu Hong regained a modicum of composure. He was acutely aware that should he act in haste, he would inevitably follow Yi Chen on his journey to the afterlife within the hour. Furthermore, he had invested considerable effort in nurturing Zhao Long. It would be a grave loss to allow him to accompany Yi Chen to his grave. After wrestling with these thoughts, Gu Hong ultimately suppressed his fury. Masking his fierce visage, he withdrew a storage bag from his sleeve and hurled it into the air towards Yi Chen. Upon witnessing the storage bag approaching, Yi Chen refrained from reaching out to catch it. Instead, he positioned his sword defensively, perceiving a menacing force emanating from the bag. To act recklessly in attempting to seize, it would surely result in grievous harm. Cunning and treacherous, Yi Chen muttered a curse under his breath. The storage bag collided with the celestial threshold, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Despite this, Yi Chen was still jolted backward, spitting blood as he retreated. "You shall pay a heavy price for your actions today," Gu Hong declared, arriving like a gust of wind and departing in the same manner, taking Zhao Long with him, while only the cold echo of his voice lingered in the air. Chapter 16. The invitation from Two Peaks. I waited, listening to Gu Hong's icy threats as he departed. A faint smirk crept across Yi Chen's lips. The stormy confrontation had concluded. What was expected to be a foregone conclusion turned out to be a spectacular clash. The apprentice had triumphed, not only defeating the disciple of the Earthyang Peak, but also brazenly challenging Gu Hong, bringing disgrace upon the entire peak. This battle marked Yi Chen's emergence in Hung Yue's sect, ensuring he would become a topic of conversation in the days to come. You didn't see it. Zhao Long was nearly slain by Yi Chen's sword. The fury of the Earthyang Peak's master was palpable, his face twisted with rage. This is simply inconceivable. At Tianyang Peak, Elder Zhong reclined in his chair, astonished as he heard the reports from his disciples. Zhao Along had lost. Meanwhile, at Rinyang Peak, the meditative Qingyang Jinren opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing Su Xinyue's report. The outcome had taken him by surprise. Compared to the reactions at Tianyang Peak and Rinyang Peak, Guhong's furious roars reverberated throughout Earthyang Peak. Useless. You are all useless. His voice thundered. His old face darkened with anger. You have brought shame upon Earthyang Peak. Below, the disciples of Earthyang Peak cowered, not daring to utter a sound as they witnessed their master's fury. At that moment, Yi Chun, the catalyst for this uproar, was hidden in the forest of the back mountain, counting his spoils. The so-called spoils were indeed the contents of Guhong's storage bag. Inside the bag lay glimmering stones. Spirit stones, the universal currency among cultivators, sealed with abundant spiritual energy, usable for purchases or cultivation. 500 spirit stones. Yi Chun counted the number in the bag, slightly astonished by Guhong's generosity. In Hengyue's sect's outer door, each disciple received only 20 spirit stones per month. Thus, 500 was no small fortune for Yi Chun. With a gentle crunch, he crushed a spirit stone, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual energy that flowed forth, replenishing the energy expended during battle. After consuming the essence from several stones, Yi Chun finally stowed the bag away, his expression contemplative. On Fengyan platform, he had truly enraged Guhong. Although he had only recently joined Hengyue's sect, he had heard much about Guhong's vindictive nature. It seemed his future days would not be easy. As the sun set, Yi Chun stealthily emerged from the back mountain, returning to the small spirit garden. Zhang Fengyan and Hua had mostly recovered from their injuries, though the spirit beast, named Little Eagle, remained in a less fortunate state. Soon, a large iron pot was set up, a roaring fire ignited, and Yi Chun began to stew the blood wolf he had hunted, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the small spirit garden. I haven't seen so much meat in ages. Hua wiped his mouth repeatedly, glancing at Little Eagle, who was eyeing the pot hungrily. Hey, Little Eagle, you can have a hearty meal today. Little one, today. Zhang Fengyan looked at Yi Chun, hesitating to speak. I'm fine today. With a carefree smile, Yi Chun continued to add seasonings to the pot, not mentioning the events at Fengyan platform. Good that there's nothing wrong, Zhang Fengyan smiled gently, though concern lingered in his eyes. The incident with Yi Chun and Zhao Long had stirred quite a commotion. He had heard some whispers and was taken aback, yet warmth filled his heart. He had not expected the person he saved to stand up for him so boldly, openly challenging Guhong's authority. Reflecting on this, Zhang Fengyan felt a tinge of sadness. Once an elder of Hengyue's sect, his fall from grace had left him in a pitiful state, with former peers looking down on him and younger disciples frequently causing him trouble. In stark contrast to those who had betrayed their masters, Yi Chun before him was a breath of fresh air. Gulme, let's eat. Yi Chun, oblivious to Zhang Fengyan's changing expression, scooped out the stewed wolf meat. I can hardly wait. Little Eagle chirped. This piece is for you. Eat more to replenish your strength. The dinner was a feast, with the blood wolf, a beast rich in resources, providing a nourishing broth, especially revitalizing for Zhang Fengyan and Hua, filling them with warmth. The tranquil evening in the small spirit garden was soon interrupted by a striking guest, a disciple clad in white, radiant under the moonlight, exuding an air of aloofness, was none other than Su Xinyue, who had observed the earlier battle from Fengyan platform. Oh, senior sister Su, what wind has blown you here? Yi Chun continued to scoop up wolf meat, his tone casual and indifferent. Su Xinyue's expression darkened slightly at his nonchalant response, yet she inhaled deeply, refraining from showing anger. My master invites you to join the Rinyang Peak. Her voice was cold as she casually tossed a letter toward him. If you agree, you may come to Rinyang Peak tomorrow. Though her words were devoid of emotion, she was seething inside. She was a prized disciple of Hengyue's sect, the closed-door disciple of Rinyang Peak's master. Yet here she was, scolded by Yi Chun at Fengyan platform, and now sent to convey her master's message. An invitation from Rinyang Peak? How surprising. She concluded, take care of yourself, and turned to leave. As she approached the exit of the small spirit garden, she paused, casting a glance at Yi Chun, who was still voraciously devouring wolf meat. Do not think that defeating Zhao Long makes you invincible. Know this. There are many disciples in Hung Yue's sect who can extinguish you. With such a heavy heart for vengeance, you will find it difficult to achieve your goals. After her words, Su Xinyue vanished like a breeze at the door. Her departure did not affect Yi Chun in the slightest. He continued to feast upon the wolf meat. Little one, Renyang Peak is one of the 3 major peaks of the outer sect. You should consider it. Do not jeopardize your future. Endure a little longer. Zhang Fengyin spoke kindly, genuinely concerned for Yi Chun. Senior, I understand. Yi Chun chuckled, wiping his greasy mouth. Before long, the door to the small spirit garden opened once more, revealing a dapper disciple in white, his cultivation already at the 6th level of qi condensation. Although only 1 level above, he was far superior to Zhao Long. This individual was Wei Yang, the closed-door disciple of Tianyang Peak and Appo's S-Master. Are you the one who defeated Zhao Long? Wei Yang entered, fanning himself with a folding fan, glancing at Zhang Fengyin before directing a mocking look at Yi Chun. Well then, Yi Chun had initially thought Wei Yang was as courteous as his appearance suggested, but the moment he spoke, his impression plummeted. He seemed refined on the surface, but was, at heart, a hypocrite. I did not expect my senior brother to visit at such a late hour. What brings you here? Yi Chun and Appo's S-tone remained indifferent, as he had little interest in engaging with such individuals. Oh, and Appo's S nothing significant. Just conveying a message from my master. He says you may become a disciple of Tianyang Peak now. Wei Yang spoke with a smirk, fanning himself while lifting his chin, exuding an air of superiority. Yi Chun merely responded casually, returning to devouring the wolf meat. Wei Yang, undeterred by Yi Chun and Appo's demeanor, chuckled in amusement and turned to exit. However, just as he was about to leave, he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chun, much like Su Xinyue had done. You have recklessly provoked the Diyang Peak, and you ought to recognize your place. In the eyes of our Tianyang Peak, you are nothing. With that, Wei Yang lightly shook his folding fan and strode out the door. Once Wei Yang departed, Yi Chun finally set down his bowl and chopsticks. You little rascal. Zhang Fengyin intended to say more, but was interrupted by Yi Chun. Senior, I am aware of your thoughts, Yi Chun remarked, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with a smile. I too wish for a patron, but as you can see, they fundamentally look down upon me. If I were to shamelessly seek to become their disciple, would that not be a farce? Sighing softly, Zhang Fengyin fell silent. I see through the affairs of the sect quite clearly, Yi Chun continued with a faint smile. This is a world that reveres the strong, rife with peril. Although I am merely an intern disciple, I would rather not join the 3 main peaks. Do your best, but do not strain yourself unduly. Your wisdom is duly noted. Senior, I shall remember your teachings. Chapter 17, Wanbao Pavilion in the Dead of Night. Yi Chun stealthily slipped out of the Shaolin Garden once more. He sought out a dense grove and settled cross-legged upon a massive stone. Soon, the sound of bones clashing echoed around him. 3 hours of brutal body refinement left him utterly drained, drenched in sweat, yet he gradually acclimated to the excruciating pain that tore at his body. The benefits of body refinement were undeniably evident. Yi Chun felt deeply that with each cycle of the Burning Heaven secret method, his physical form became increasingly refined. The latent power within his muscles thrilled him. After exhausting his energy, Yi Chun basked in the ethereal glow of the stars and the moon, inhaling the pure spiritual essence wafting through the mountains. An hour later, he finally descended from the stone. The next phase of his training involved the furious close combat technique of Beast Heart Fury, which, when combined with his formidable physique, transformed his striking power into something overwhelmingly fierce. As Yi Chun caught his breath, the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky with shades of crimson. The morning air was rich with spiritual energy, the quintessence of the sun and moon at its most potent. By the time Yi Chun reached the Ling Mountain of Hung Yue's sect, numerous disciples had already emerged from their abodes. Yi Chun, upon spotting him, the disciples seated on stones, absorbing spiritual energy, cast him curious glances. No longer could they afford to underestimate this newly arrived disciple. His reputation had soared after his battle yesterday, where he boldly challenged the head of Yangfeng, showcasing his refusal to submit to oppressive tactics. This lad has gained fame through a single battle, yet the days ahead may not be so easy for him. Discreetly, many disciples whispered among themselves, pointing at Yi Chen. Who is Gu Hong, and how could he possibly let him off easily? I heard Gu Hong summon one of his true disciples ahead of schedule, vowing to cripple Yi Chen. Is that so? Then there will surely be a spectacle to witness. Amidst the hushed murmurs surrounding him, Yi Chen walked past, sword on his back, but with his keen hearing, he caught snippets of valuable information. The mention of a true disciple sparked a glimmer in his eyes. He realized that the coming days would be anything but tranquil. Although he had only recently arrived at Hunyua's sect, he had heard much about Gu Hong's nature, vengeful and relentless. It was clear that a tempest of retaliation awaited him. It seemed imperative to hasten his cultivation. Murmuring to himself, Yi Chen quickened his pace. After navigating several winding paths, he paused before a grand pavilion. The structure loomed large. Measuring thousands of feet across, a magnificent symbol in its own right, with a plaque hanging above the entrance, Wanbao Pavilion. In essence, Wanbao Pavilion was a marketplace for Hunyua's sect, offering a plethora of items, spiritual herbs, elixirs, fruits, spiritual jades, profound techniques, and spiritual artifacts, all valuable to cultivators. In addition to these, the pavilion boasted an array of peculiar treasures, rumored to be priceless, though their authenticity remained uncertain. Disciples of Hunyua's sect could purchase items with spirit stones, and they could also sell their own possessions here. Previously, at Jinyang's sect, there were similar shops, which prospered exceedingly. Yi Chen wondered whether Wanbao Pavilion had any genuine treasures. Murmuring softly, he stepped inside. The pavilion was vast, filled with the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs and fruits. A glance around revealed numerous extraordinary treasures, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Fire lotus. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled as he beheld a lotus that appeared to be aflame, emanating an intense fire attribute aura, rich with spiritual power and pure spiritual essence. Licking his lips, he glanced at the price tag, only to swallow hard. 500 spirit stones. Shaking his head, he reluctantly moved on. While he possessed some spirit stones, barely over 1,000, he couldn't bring himself to make such a purchase. After a few steps, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to more items. Human origin grass, Biang flower, purple tendril ginseng. These vibrant spiritual herbs made Yi Chen's mouth water. If he were to consume and refine them, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Yet the prices... He shook his head in resignation, unwilling to view the prices any longer, as each glance only deepened his regret. He had initially thought that possessing over 1,000 spirit stones was a significant fortune, but here in Wanbao Pavilion, it seemed utterly insignificant. Yi Chen wandered for nearly an hour. He completely disregarded the section dedicated to spiritual artifacts. With the Tiang in his possession, he found little interest in other artifacts. Upon reaching the area for profound techniques, he greedily picked up ancient scrolls, only to be disappointed. They contained the most rudimentary qi manipulation techniques, which were of little use to him. Yuling liquid? In a corner of the pavilion, Yi Chen picked up a tattered ancient scroll, upon which were inscribed 4 large characters. Yuling ancient scroll. Intrigued, he opened the first page, only to be slightly astonished. The scroll detailed the method for refining Yuling liquid. Is Wanbao Pavilion selling even this? Yi Chen marveled. Primarily, Yuling liquid was akin to spirit stones. Not only did it contain spiritual energy, but it also served as a medium of exchange, an essential item for disciples of Hunyua's sect in their daily cultivation. Historically, the production of Yuling liquid had been monopolized, dispensed solely by the sect. Yi Chen had assumed that the method of refining Yuling liquid would never be made public. Yet here it was, neatly laid out. Did they not fear that disciples would steal the knowledge? Scratching his head, he glanced at the price of the Yuling liquid refining method and was taken aback. What nonsense! The refinement method for Yuling liquid is so precious, yet it's only priced at 20 spirit stones? Once more, he scrutinized the ancient scroll in his hands, increasingly convinced that the Yuling ancient scroll was a counterfeit. At that moment, Pang Dehai, the portly proprietor of Wanbao Pavilion, waddled over. Noticing Yi Chen lost in thought with the Yuling ancient scroll, he curiously inquired, "Little one, are you interested in the Yuling ancient scroll?" Snapping back to reality, Yi Chen scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Elder, is the price of the Yuling ancient scroll misprinted?" "Not at all. What makes you think that the method for refining Yuling liquid is worth only 20 spirit stones? Is it really so?" Yi Chen pressed. "This ancient scroll is certainly valuable, but why would it be of no use to ordinary cultivators? Refining Yuling liquid requires flames born of heaven and earth, at the very least, ground fire. Ordinary cultivators have no use for it, as they lack the ground fire." Pang Dehai scratched his ear and continued, "In our Hung sect, only one ground fire is sealed away in the spirit elixir pavilion, treasured by that old fossil Su Fu. His spirit elixir pavilion makes far more profit than my Wanbao pavilion." "Ground fire?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he quietly inquired, "Could it be refined using true fire?" Chapter 18. Can it be cheaper? Upon hearing the words, Pang Dehai turned his head, his bright, piercing eyes regarding Yi Chen as if he were a fool. With just a glance, Yi Chen understood. He couldn't help but let out an awkward chuckle, scratching his head, realizing that his question was rather foolish. The earth fire and true fire are both flames born of heaven and earth, yet in terms of hierarchy, they are not on the same level. The earth fire can refine jade spirit liquid, let alone the more potent true fire. "Elder, I shall take this ancient jade spirit scroll." After tucking the scroll into his bosom, Yi Chen promptly produced 20 spirit stones. "Continue to browse, but do not attempt to steal." After accepting the spirit stones, Pang Dehai remarked before walking away. Once Pang Dehai departed, Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement within him. He possessed true fire, which qualified him to refine jade spirit liquid. With careful comprehension of the refining methods, he would undoubtedly be able to produce the jade spirit liquid. In an instant, he could almost envision bottles of jade spirit liquid swaying before him. In good spirits, Yi Chen was about to turn when he felt a slight tremor from the true fire within him. A treasure is nearby. This thought sprang into Yi Chen's mind. Previously, when he acquired the spirit artifact, the true fire had trembled, leading him to choose the Tianke and gain the secret method of barbaric body refinement after recognizing its master. Since then, he had a conjecture that the enigmatic true fire within him possessed the ability to identify treasures. If it holds your interest, it must be extraordinary. Yi Chen patted his abdomen, his eyes gleaming as he scanned each item displayed on the shelves until a purple gold gourd caught his attention, causing the true fire to tremble violently. "No doubt about it, it's you." Locking onto the treasure, Yi Chen strode forward and grasped the small gourd in his hand. The gourd was merely the size of an adult's palm, exhibiting a purple gold hue, somewhat worn, with a few indecipherable runes etched on its four sides. However, Yi Chen knew that true treasures should not be judged by their appearance. After all, wasn't his Tianke rather unremarkable in looks? Yet it housed the terrifying secret of body refinement. Pop! Gently removing the gourd stopper, Yi Chen closed one eye and peered inside, only to be astonished to find an entire realm contained within, a spacious area capable of holding several tanks of water without issue. "You value it for its spacious interior?" Yi Chen glanced at the true fire in his dantian. The true fire seemed to possess a spirit of its own, shuddering slightly. "I believe you." Without hesitation, Yi Chen looked at the price tag beneath the gourd, and his lips involuntarily twitched. "Goodness gracious, 1,300 spirit stones. I can't afford that even if I sold everything." Yi Chen clicked his tongue in disbelief, yet the true fire continued to tremble insistently. "Little fellow, do you fancy this small gourd?" Pang Dehai, appearing as if from thin air behind Yi Chen, startled him as he had made no sound. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Elder Pang, could you possibly lower the price on this little gourd? That is not feasible. The space within this purple gold gourd is worth 1,300 spirit stones, which is already quite reasonable." "Oh, I see." Yi Chen's face fell with regret. Noticing Yi Chen's discomfort, Pang Dehai clasped his hands and inquired, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" 1,001. 200 short, then? Would you like to offer something else to make up the difference? At this, Yi Chen coughed lightly and leaned closer to Pang Dehai, then retrieved a small black bottle from his storage pouch. "What is this?" Pang Dehai took the small black bottle, uncorked it, and took a gentle sniff. Instantly, he was overwhelmed and hurriedly sealed the bottle. Little thing, this is a poison pill. After recovering, Pang Dehai glared at Yi Chen. Where did you acquire such a ghastly item? I found it. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. Having obtained the small black bottle from the hunchbacked elder, it was undoubtedly a top-tier poison, and he had nothing else of value to offer. Resorting to this bloodthirsty pill as a substitute. Found it? Are you trying to fool me? Then all I have left is this bottle of bloodthirsty pills. Yi Chen shrugged. If the elder deems it acceptable, let it cover the 200 difference. At such a young age, you seek to tread the path of wickedness. Pang Dehai assumed a lecturing tone, yet he dutifully tucked the small black bottle into his bosom. The bloodthirsty pill is highly toxic. It's best left with me. I'll reluctantly sell you the purple gold gourd. Upon hearing this, even Yi Chen's composure faltered, secretly cursing Pang Dehai's cunningness. He clearly desired the item, but pretended otherwise, making it seem as though he had gained a great bargain. Though he inwardly grumbled, Yi Chen still produced 1,100 spirit stones. The purple gold gourd is yours. Thank you, elder. Yi Chen hastily stowed the purple gold gourd in his bosom and exited the Wanbao pavilion, anxious that Pang Dehai might change his mind and take it back. After Yi Chen departed, Pang Dehai retrieved the small black bottle again. Bloodthirsty pills from the Bloodthirsty Hall. What a lucrative deal. He chuckled to himself, holding the small black bottle tightly. Upon returning to the small hill, Yi Chen sat cross-legged beneath a stone and took out the purple gold gourd. A dagger sliced through his fingertip, and a drop of blood fell onto it, which was immediately absorbed. However, Yi Chen, anticipating the hidden secrets and profound meanings within the purple gold gourd, found himself somewhat disappointed when nothing of the sort appeared. 1,300 spirit stones. Holding the purple gold gourd, Yi Chen clicked his tongue, recalling the significant expenditure and feeling a pang of regret, as he had initially hoped to buy a few bottles of spirit liquid. All his possessions have been spent on this. Sighing, he shook his head and placed the gourd back into his storage pouch. Yet, he failed to notice that at the moment the purple gold gourd was tucked away, a faint purple glow flickered across its surface, unnoticed by Yi Chen. Having secured the purple gold gourd, Yi Chen then took out the ancient jade spirit scroll and began to study it meticulously. Having had no prior experience in the art of alchemy, Yi Chen spent an entire 9 hours deeply engrossed in understanding, until he was thoroughly familiar with the method of refining jade spirit liquid before finally setting the scroll down. The process of refining jade spirit liquid was not overly complicated. It required a dozen types of spirit herbs, but Yi Chen was relieved to discover that these herbs were not particularly difficult to find. As dusk fell, Yi Chen glanced at the sky and swiftly leapt to his feet, heading towards the back mountain of Hunyua's sect. Although the spiritual energy density was slightly lower in the back mountain compared to the spiritual peaks, it was still an excellent location for nurturing spirit herbs. Disciples of Hunyua's sect often came to gather them. Following the instructions in the ancient jade spirit scroll, Yi Chen navigated through the lush thickets of plants, collecting every spirit herb he encountered. After an hour of foraging, he had almost gathered everything he needed. Only the snow jade orchid remained. Counting the spirit herbs he had collected, Yi Chen realized that the only one he lacked was the snow jade orchid. This particular herb was not as common as the others. Surely, there must be some here. Muttering to himself, Yi Chen once again plunged into the thicket. Fortune smiled upon him, as he soon discovered a snow jade orchid. This spirit herb possessed a mild nature, suffused with spiritual energy, entirely white and reminiscent of snow, providing a refreshing sensation upon touch. Having secured a snow jade orchid, Yi Chen did not leave immediately. Knowing the high likelihood of failure in his first attempt to refine jade spirit liquid, he needed to prepare several more. Before long, a second snow jade orchid came into view. What incredible luck! Yi Chen grinned, stepping onto a rock and leaping to pluck the second snow jade orchid. However, just as he landed, an incongruous voice pierced the air. That snow jade orchid belongs to me. As the words fell, a graceful figure emerged from amidst the flowers, illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her exceptionally radiant, akin to a blooming lotus. Upon closer inspection, could it be none other than Su Xinyue from Renyang Peak? Chapter 19. The refinement of Jade Spirit Liquid Sister Su, what a coincidence. Upon seeing Su Xinyue, Yi Chen nonchalantly remarked, "Hand over the snow jade orchid. This plant belongs to me. If you want it, sister, you can find it yourself," Yi Chen said, scratching his ear, but he nonetheless tucked the snow jade orchid into his bosom. How audacious! Su Xinyue immediately struck, her delicate hand enveloped in a white glow, delivering a powerful palm strike. Is it so justified for you to steal someone else's spiritual herbs? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Instead of retreating, he advanced, throwing a punch. The two forces collided, and both were forced back. With a cold shout, Su Xinyue moved again, her toes barely touching the ground, her body as light as a feather. A spiritual sword flew from her sleeve, which she grasped firmly. Whisper the breeze. With another icy command from Su Xinyue, the spiritual sword quivered, radiating with spiritual light, piercing through the air with a sound akin to a whispering wind, undeniably sharp. Seeing this, Yi Chen and Appo's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Su Xinyue would resort to secret techniques, launching a lethal strike right away. He was certain that if he did not defend himself, he would be pierced through the heart by her sword. Without hesitation, he drew the Tianke sword from his back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the Tianke sword hummed and trembled as Yi Chen was jolted backward. More importantly, although Su Xinyue's attack, Whisper the Breeze, was blocked, the wind blade scattered, tearing through Yi Chen's robes, leaving a gash on his cheek that drew blood. Your murderous intent is too heavy. You will find it difficult to achieve success. Having landed a blow, Su Xinyue swung her sword again, unleashing a crescent-shaped wind blade that sliced through the air. To strike at a fellow disciple over a single spiritual herb, Sister Su, is it you who bears the heavy, murderous intent? Or is it I? Yi Chen was truly enraged, acutely sensing the lethal aura within her sword. Though she was the one attempting to kill, she maintained a facade of righteous demeanor. In a flash, Yi Chen stepped forward, channeling his true energy into the Tianke sword, slicing through the air. Clang! Another metallic clash echoed, and both were forced to retreat with muffled groans. With a surge of momentum, Yi Chen resolved to teach Su Xinyue a lesson. However, just as he stepped forward, a powerful gust of palm wind whistled from the side. Human Yuan realm. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he hastily swung his fist to counter. Yet, the hidden assailant struck too swiftly, and in his rush, Yi Chen failed to fully gather his true energy, resulting in a sudden blow that sent him staggering backward. What audacity! You dare to lay a hand on someone from the human Yang Peak. A calm voice drifted in like the wind. From the thicket emerged a white figure, moving with astonishing speed, instantly appearing before Yi Chen and striking down with another palm. In alarm, Yi Chen hurriedly raised the Tianke to shield himself. Clang! The attacker's palm struck the Tianke with immense force, knocking Yi Chen back again. Before he could regain his footing, another palm collided with his chest. Everything happened too quickly. Even with his combat experience, Yi Chen could not respond in time. The assailant was undoubtedly a formidable opponent from the human Yuan realm, and the ambush left him no room to retaliate. Once Yi Chen finally steadied himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously. Only then did he clearly see the attacker's appearance. It was a young man clad in a white Taoist robe, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Yet a disdainful smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. Brother Kiheo. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Xinyue instantly revealed a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Su, are you unhurt? The young man, Kiheo, smiled warmly, though his demeanor was insincere. Mifine. Flattered by the concern from her crush, Su Xinyue smiled shyly. But as she turned her gaze to Yi Chen, her expression hardened once more. Brother, this is Yi Chen. Oh. At her words, Kiheo's interest peaked, and he regarded Yi Chen with a playful glint in his eyes. So, you're the new intern disciple of Hongyue sect. To think you would attempt a sneak attack with your human Yuan realm cultivation. Yi Chen sneered, his anger ignited. Do not think that defeating that waste Zhao Long makes you invincible. You must understand, in my eyes, you remain utterly weak. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Kiheo's mouth. You're given face by the human Yang peak, yet you fail to grasp the opportunity. Truly ungrateful. Remember this day as ambush, and I shall await your retaliation. With a mocking grin, Kiheo turned and gracefully approached Su Xinhua, presenting her the snow jade orchid with a flourish. Sister Su, this is for you. Thank you, brother. Su Xinhua's face flushed with shyness as she accepted the gift. Let's go back to human Yang peak. The two departed side by side, leaving Yi Chen behind, staggering on his feet. I will remember this debt. Wait for me. A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he wiped away the blood from his mouth. He did not leave, but sought a secluded spot to heal himself. In less than half a day, his astonishing recuperative abilities allowed his injuries to mend, and he resumed his search for the snow jade orchid. He needed the orchid to refine the jade spirit liquid, which would help him replenish his vast dantian, enabling a swift breakthrough. At dawn, he emerged from the back mountain. After nearly 10 hours of effort, he had found only 9 snow jade orchids. Yet it was sufficient for him to attempt the refinement of the jade spirit liquid. Once again, he stood at that small hill. Yi Chen calmed his mind and summoned true fire, controlling the flames with chi manipulation to form a fiery furnace. Then, one by one, he tossed the spiritual herbs into the furnace. The true fire surged, instantly reducing the herbs to ashes. Is the fire too fierce? Yi Chen musit, then steadily controlled the true fire to lower its intensity. After tossing in several more herbs, they rapidly withered and droplets of various colored liquids began to be extracted. This was a gradual process. Yi Chen maintained a tranquil mind, drenched in sweat, his focus razor-sharp. Although he encountered several failures, he discerned the nuances, and as the ashes of the herbs increased, his command over the flames grew increasingly adept. Unbeknownst to him, a fragrant aroma began to waft from the small hill. It's done. With a triumphant shout, a ball of spiritual liquid soared from the furnace, which he caught in a jade vial. Exhaling a breath of relief, Yi Chen tightly clutched 3 vials of jade spirit liquid, greedily inhaling the rich medicinal fragrance that overflowed from them. All the hard work has finally paid off. Wiping away the sweat and savoring the aroma, Yi Chen felt much of his fatigue dissipate. Yet, he wondered about the efficacy of the elixir. Murmuring to himself, Yi Chen tilted his head back and drank a vial of jade spirit liquid. Instantly, Yi Chen felt a jolt of energy. The liquid coursed through his body like a clear spring, soothing his weariness, nourishing his spleen and kidneys, while the essence of the liquid replenished the true energy he had expended in the refinement process. Yi Chen gasped in surprise, a look of joy emerging on his face, as he realized that continuous consumption of the elixir brought him close to breaking through the second layer of qi condensation. With newfound determination, Yi Chen consumed the remaining 2 vials of jade spirit liquid in one go. In that moment, golden flames erupted forth. From a distance, Yi Chen appeared engulfed in golden fire, his long black hair swirling without wind, creating a massive vortex of spiritual energy around him. Yi Chen, insatiable, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a bottomless pit. Pop! At an unknown moment, a sound resonated through the air. Chapter 20. Earning Money and Advancing. With a low roar from Yi Chen, his cultivation level surged from the first stage of qi condensation to the second. His body underwent a significant transformation. First, his danci expanded considerably, resulting in a greater and purer flow of true energy. Next, his meridians and bones became more resilient, tinged with strands of gold. Beyond this, Yi Chen discovered the abundant power within his fists, confident that a single punch could easily fell a hulking ox. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. With a satisfying crack, he stretched his somewhat stiff body, relishing the sound of his bones popping in delightful harmony. Indeed, he couldn't help but applaud himself. However, what thrilled him most was the spiritual energy contained within the jade spirit liquid he had refined, far surpassing that dispensed by the sect. The jade spirit liquid crafted from true fire and earthly fire was undeniably on another level. In that moment, Yi Chen envisioned a path to prosperity. With true fire and the method to concoct the jade spirit liquid, given time, both the speed and quality of his production would surely skyrocket. Not only could it replenish his vast sea for breakthroughs in cultivation, but could also be exchanged for more valuable resources. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chun was filled with determination. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the true fire once more, shaping it into a cauldron, and began tossing in herbs anew. With a successful precedent behind him, his control over the flames grew increasingly adept, and the spiritual energy within the jade spirit liquid became exceptionally refined. He only ceased his alchemical endeavors when night fell, not out of desire, but due to the depletion of the required herbs, particularly the elusive snow jade orchid. While other spiritual herbs were plentiful in the back mountain, the snow jade orchid remained a rare find. He had only managed to collect 9 during his extensive search the previous day. He needed to devise a way to acquire more snow jade orchids. Yi Chun stroked his chin, and the first thought that crossed his mind was the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion boasted a rich collection, so procuring some snow jade orchids should not prove too difficult. However, he muttered to himself about the spirit stones glancing into his storage bag. He coughed lightly. Previously, he had spent all his savings on a purple gold gourd at the Wanbao Pavilion. Although he longed for more snow jade orchids, his empty pockets left him in a quandary. Where to find some money? Rubbing his head in frustration, Yi Chun realized that lacking spirit stones made everything exceedingly challenging. Just then, a voice echoed from the hilltop. Tomorrow, a decisive battle at the wind and cloud platform. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's eyes lit up. Now, there was money to be made. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed up at the majestic Tianyang Mountain. From the voice, he discerned that it was Wei Yang of Tianyang Peak issuing the challenge. After all, he had declined Tianyang Peak's invitation, effectively slapping their face. Although the chief elder of Tianyang Peak, old Taoist Zhong, was not as vengeful as Gahong, Yi Chun had nonetheless brought shame upon Tianyang Peak. They would surely seek to discipline him, lest their authority be undermined. Yet at this moment, Yi Chun was unconcerned with such matters. All he saw was the prospect of wealth. With an opportunity to earn, he was more than willing to step onto the wind and cloud platform once more. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. Before the sun had fully risen, most outer sect disciples had already emerged. The news of Wei Yang's challenge had spread, and eager spectators gathered below the wind and cloud platform to witness the unfolding drama. I wonder if Yi Chun can win this time. The crowd buzzed with speculation before the duelists even arrived. I doubt it. Wei Yang is at the peak of the 7th stage of qi condensation, a whole minor realm above Xiaolong. While it may seem like a small difference, the gap in strength is substantial. I have a feeling Yi Chun might just pull through. Are you forgetting Wei Yang's abilities? His ice true qi is formidable. At the mention of Wei Yang's powers, a shiver ran through the gathered disciples. Look, here comes Wei Yang, someone exclaimed, directing everyone's attention. The crowd instinctively parted, making way for Wei Yang, who approached in a white Taoist robe, exuding an air of elegance and authority, flanked by sycophants who showered him with flattery. Wei Yang relished the reverent gazes around him, basking in the adulation. Regardless, he maintained a facade of humility as he strode up to the wind and cloud platform, folding his hands behind his back, standing tall and gazing down upon the crowd. Yi Chun soon arrived, causing another stir among the onlookers. The bustling crowd parted once more, allowing him to walk forward with a confident stride, bearing the weight of his formidable Tianke heavy sword. Gulp! Many disciples involuntarily swallowed hard at the sight of the Tianke heavy sword, recalling how Zhao Long had fallen to his knees beneath its weight days prior. A blow from this sword could easily crush an ordinary disciple into oblivion. Good morning, brothers. Yi Chun cheerfully greeted, waving his hand, though his enthusiasm was met with silence, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing the lack of response, he cleared his throat and boldly ascended the wind and cloud platform. Meanwhile, Wei Yang, standing upon the platform, opened his eyes. Yi Chun, you possess great audacity to refuse the invitation of Tianyang Peak. Wei Yang's booming voice rang out, a blend of intimidation and reproach. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Brother Wei, that is not quite fair. There is no sect rule mandating that I must join Tianyang Peak. Whether I join or not is my choice, Surely, it is not a crime. Such a clever tongue. Wei Yang sneered at. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of belittling Tianyang Peak. With that, he lightly stepped forward, and an icy white true energy rapidly spread from his foot, freezing the surface of the wind and cloud platform at a visible pace. Ice true Qi Yi-chan was taken aback by the sight before him. Kid, you're more knowledgeable than I expected. Wei Yang smirked, clearly taking pleasure in his superiority. Yi-chan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had encountered such chilling true energy before at Jingyang sect. This ice true Qi could be innate or acquired. The latter required enduring, excruciating cold that not everyone could withstand. As for Wei Yang, Yi-chan realized he was naturally endowed with ice true Qi. Though both were ice true Qi, the distinction between those born with it and those who cultivated it was significant. Typically, individuals like Wei Yang would receive special training within their sect, and he likely belonged to that category. As the icy energy enveloped Yi Chen's feet, he made no move to retreat, allowing it to seep into his body, freezing him and his meridians. Wow, is he seeking death? Gasps erupted from the disciples below. Allowing ice true Qi to invade his body is no trivial matter. I think he is just stunned. Many among them had suffered under Wei Yang and Appo's hand before. The icy true energy is far from ordinary. Once it invades the body, it becomes exceedingly difficult to resist. Generally, when confronted with someone wielding icy, true energy, people tend to steer clear, fearing the invasion of this chilling force. However, Yi-chun remains unfazed, neither dodging nor retreating, allowing the icy true energy to encase his body in frost. Chapter 21. The Absurd Defeat. In no time, Yi-chun let out a shriek. Naturally, this was feigned. Although he could not unleash the full extent of his true fire, he was more than capable of resisting the icy energy. His act of pain was merely a ruse to deceive Wei Yang, a tactic he often employed, playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. Before long, ice began to form from his feet, steadily creeping upwards. At this rate, it would not be long before his entire body was encased in ice. Observing this, Wei Yang let out a cold laugh. He had assumed that defeating Yi-chan would require some effort. He never anticipated that it would be so easy to ensnare him. Confident in his icy energy, he believed that any disciple of lesser cultivation would be unable to escape once caught. He could almost envision Yi-chun and Appo's defeat. It seems I have truly overestimated you. Wei Yang chuckled coldly as he approached, finding amusement in Yi-chen's predicament. Alas, the disciples below sighed in resignation. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Wei Yang stood before Yi-chun, scrutinizing him with a bemused expression. How does it feel? Yi-chun feigned a struggle, but remained ensnared in the ice. Indeed, the icy energy proved to be as formidable as its reputation. Once a body was frozen, movement became exceedingly difficult. Yet, he was no ordinary individual. With true fire guarding him, he could directly disregard the icy energy. Moreover, he was confident that even without the protection of true fire, his immense vital energy would be sufficient to shatter the icy bonds. His apparent weakness was merely a prelude to a counterattack. Once Wei Yang lowered his guard. Engaging with you is truly a waste of time. Wei Yang smirked, raising his hand. However, just as his palm was about to descend, a strange smile flickered across Yi-chen's lips. Suddenly, Wei Yang felt a sense of foreboding. But it was too late. In an unexpected turn, Yi-chun, who had just moments ago appeared frozen, suddenly sprang into action, lifting his foot with force. He disregarded the icy energy entirely. A stir erupted among the onlookers. The sudden development caught Wei Yang off guard. He was struck in the abdomen by Yi-chun and Appo's kick. Stumbling back, he uttered a muffled grunt. Impossible! Wei Yang staggered backward, his shouts echoing in disbelief. A disciple at the second level of Qi condensation had managed to disregard his icy energy. This was beyond his expectations. There is nothing impossible. A mocking voice rang out as Yi-chun advanced like a lion, denying Wei Yang a moment to breathe. Just as Wei Yang regained his balance, Yi-chun delivered another kick, sending him reeling once more. Return to me. Yi-chun took 2 quick steps, grasping Wei Yang and Appo's arm and yanking him back. With his center of gravity lost, Wei Yong barely had time to react before he found himself airborne, spun around by the powerful Yi Chun. Bang! With a resounding crash, Wei Yong was slammed onto the platform, creating fissures in the surface beneath him. Wei Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. But it was not over. The formidable Yi Chun hoisted him again. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact reverberated as Yi Chun wielded Wei Yong's body like a whip, slamming him repeatedly onto the platform, causing his organs to shift and leaving a human-shaped impression on the ground. Below, the watching disciples were left in stunned silence, swallowing hard at the sight. This is too fierce. If I were Wei Yong, I would have been smashed to a pulp by now. This battle is utterly absurd. One disciple's words echoed the collective sentiment. Wei Yong, at the peak of the 7th level of qi condensation, equipped with icy energy, was defeated in such a ludicrous manner, without even a chance to employ his secret techniques. With a final cry of pain, Wei Yong was forcefully slammed onto the platform by Yi Chun. At this moment, nearly half of his bones were broken, his body a bloody mess, utterly immobile. No impossible. Blood surged from Wei Yang's mouth as he glared at Yi Chun with bloodshot eyes, desperate to assert that he had many secret techniques left unutilized, many strategies still available. Yet he lay defeated. Senior brother Wei, high and mighty as you are, have you ever considered that you could find yourself in such a wretched state? Yi Chun crouched down, smiling at Wei Yong. Wei Yong attempted to speak, but the blood in his mouth silenced him. Say nothing, Yi Chun remarked, quite consciously relieving Wei Yong of his storage bag. You seeing this? Wei Yong gasped, unable to catch his breath, and promptly fainted. Do not worry. It is not over yet. Yi Chun began rummaging through Wei Yang's belongings, swiftly collecting any valuable items, be it the jade pendant at his waist, the ring on his finger, or the jade beads set into his belt. Anything of worth was deftly stowed away in his own garments. He resembled a thief, seizing everything in sight with practiced ease, as if he had engaged in such mischief countless times before. What even carries this? The disciples below were left in a daze, under the watchful eyes of many. Yi Chun thoroughly stripped Wei Yong of all valuable possessions. After decades of hard work, he has been reduced to nothing. Well then, having completed his task, Yi Chun dusted off his hands and vanished from the wind and cloud platform. Long after his departure, the place remained enveloped in silence. Within the 3 main peaks of the Han sect, Yi Chun had now triumphed over 2 of the foremost disciples. Stepping away from the wind and cloud platform, Yi Chun, now in possession of Wei Yang's storage bag and treasures, hurried towards the Wanbao Pavilion. This time, the spoils of the wind and cloud duel far surpassed those from his previous encounter with Xiaolong. Although Wei Yang's innate icy energy was not particularly remarkable, he was highly valued by the Tianyang Peak because of it. Consequently, his storage bag was filled with riches, including over 1,000 spirit stones and more than 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid, alongside various other items. An impressive fortune indeed. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chun patted the storage bag, feeling quite pleased, as he stepped through the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. As he entered, Pang Dehai emerged to greet him. True to form, his large eyes sparkled with an alertness that could detect any potential thief in his establishment. Little one, you're back. What catches your fancy today? I'll give you a discount. This fellow rubbed his hands together, grinning in a somewhat unsettling manner, sending shivers down Yi Chen's spine. Elder, do you have any snow jade orchids? Chapter 22. Purchasing spiritual herbs indeed. My treasure pavilion has everything you could desire, boasted Pang Dehai, raising 2 fingers as he continued. 50 spirit stones per herb. How many do you require? That's quite expensive, Leaf Chen replied. However, should you wish for a larger quantity, I can offer you a discount, Pang Dehai said, stroking a small tuft of beard on his chin and giving a wink to Leaf Chen. Of course, the discount applies only if you purchase at least 50. Upon hearing this, Leaf Chen placed Wei Yang's storage bag onto the counter with a clang and inquired, Elder, how much do you reckon the items within are worth in spirit stones? Judging by the weight of your storage bag, it must hold considerable value, Pang Dehai exclaimed, opening the bag to take a glance, then darting a look at Leaf Chen. I presume you've robbed that fellow Wei Yong? Taken aback by Pang Dehai's observation, Leaf Chen stammered, Elder, you could tell that? Absolutely, Pang Dehai replied, extracting a jade pendant and a glowing orb from the storage bag. See this? He purchased it just yesterday. Oh. Leaf Chun rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. Without further inquiry, Pang Dehai took out an abacus and began calculating the worth of the items in the bag. After a while, he announced, adding it all up, it's worth approximately 900 spirit stones. Are you willing to sell? Yes, Leaf Chun responded, handing over a bag filled with spirit stones. With these, it totals 2,000 spirit stones. Please exchange it all for snow magnolia flowers. Snow magnolia flowers? Pang Dehai was taken aback. What do you need so many for? For making soup? Leaf Chun replied nonchalantly. Forget I asked, Pang Dehai said as he retreated into the back. Shortly, he emerged with a storage bag and handed it to Leaf Chun. Here, 10 flowers for you, and 50 in total. Thank you, Elder, Leaf Chun said gratefully, leaning in slightly to ask, Elder, do you know where the most snow magnolia flowers grow on the back mountain of Hun sect? Not much grows in any direction. Pang Dehai replied, those snow magnolias are not particularly rare. They're essential for concocting jade spirit liquid. Such herbs are cultivated specifically in the spirit herb gardens by the sect, while those on the back mountain are wild and exceedingly limited in number. I see. Leaf Chun stroked his chin, murmuring, no wonder they are so hard to find on the back mountain. It seems they are under the sect's control. Contemplating the spirit herb garden, he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that it was not a place accessible to just anyone. As he prepared to leave, Pang Dehai caught his arm. Elder, is there something else? Pang Dehai rubbed his plump palms together and winked mischievously. Young lad, do you have any bloodthirsty pills left? Bloodthirsty pills? Leaf Chun was taken aback, then gently shook his head. That vial was a fortuitous find. I no longer possess any. Such a pity, Pang Dehai said, displaying a hint of regret. His expression piqued Leaf Chen's curiosity. Elder, what is the origin of the bloodthirsty pills, and why do you seek them? The origin of the bloodthirsty pills is quite significant, Pang Dehai replied, becoming animated. Only those from the bloodthirsty hall possess them. Surely you've heard of it. The formidable entity in the northern region of Dechu. The bloodthirsty hall? Leaf Chun furrowed his brow, murmuring, is that hunchbacked old man from the bloodthirsty hall? The bloodthirsty pills are highly toxic, yet paradoxically, they also serve as potent tonics. Alas, I only had one vial. What a waste. Pang Dehai lamented, leaving Leaf Chun somewhat perplexed. Casting a final glance at Pang Dehai, Leaf Chun pondered as he exited the treasure pavilion, regretting that had he known the true value of the bloodthirsty pills earlier, he would not have so readily surrendered them. Once outside, Leaf Chun hastened his steps, plunging into the back mountain of Hun sect, fervently collecting the spiritual herbs needed to concoct the jade spirit liquid. Meanwhile, atop Tianyang Peak, when Elder Zhong beheld the crippled Wei Yang being carried up, he nearly toppled from his chair. That young lad Leaf Chun is truly ruthless. Master, Leaf Chun has gone too far this time. I shall confront him soon. Can a mere first-level qi condensation practitioner truly defy me? Wei Yang Fumet, let us first see how Gu Hong's disciples from Dian Peak fare against him. Leaf Chun is most peculiar indeed. As night descended, within a concealed cave on the back mountain of Hun sect, a golden glow continued to shimmer. By the furnace, Leaf Chun was drenched in sweat. Since gathering the herbs, he had tirelessly refined the jade spirit liquid, managing to produce over 30 vials, despite some failures along the way. His success rate was steadily climbing. After 3 days of relentless effort, he finally retracted his true fire, and beside him stood more than 20 vials of jade spirit liquid. Excluding the failed attempts, his harvest after 3 days of labor. Exhaling a deep breath, Leaf Chun consumed a vial of jade spirit liquid. The liquid coursed through him like a divine elixir, nourishing his body and replenishing his energy. Soon, he had drained every last vial, leaving none behind. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been astonished. The jade spirit liquid contained immense spiritual energy, and consuming a whole vial posed a risk of overwhelming one's dantian. Even disciples at the 7th level of qi condensation would hesitate to drink an entire vial in one go. Yet, he had consumed 20 in quick succession. This was the remarkable capacity of his dantian, capable of containing the vast spiritual energy from over 20 vials of jade spirit liquid. compounded by the refining process of true fire. Conditions truly exceptional. As the 20 vials entered his body, refined by the true fire, Chen felt a surge of warmth within him. With every meridian and pore brimming with pure true energy, his dantian glowing with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, a sound echoed, as if from the void. Advancement. In just a few days, Chen experienced another breakthrough. He had reached the 3rd level of qi condensation, and now he possessed the strength to confront those at the Yuan realm. Clenching his fists and feeling the newfound power coursing through him, a smile crept on Chen's face. The night sky was profound, with stars scattered like dust. After 3 days of refining jade spirit liquid, Chen took his first steps out of the cave. As he emerged, he noticed a streak of white light darting towards him from the distance, moving with incredible speed, swiftly vanishing into the night sky. What was that? He murmured, glancing back at the direction the light had traversed before turning away. Rustling sounds soon echoed from the dense forest, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that carried a delightful fragrance of a woman. Then, a graceful figure approached like the wind. She was ethereal, bathed in moonlight, pure and unblemished, resembling a celestial maiden untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this enchanting figure was none other than Chu Ling and Amp Oppos. Or more accurately, she was her sister, Chu Xian and Amp Oppos. Chapter 23. The astonished Chu Xian'er. How could it be her? Upon seeing Chu Xian'er, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Linger, Chen instinctively withdrew his foot. She, too, is a member of Hongnu's sect? As thoughts raced through his mind, Chen abruptly turned around and fled. In his haste, he stumbled over a vine and fell to the ground, disregarding his disheveled state as he scrambled to get up and dash deeper into the woods. Noticing this, Chu Xian'er furrowed her delicate brows and extended her jade hand. Almost immediately, Chen, who had only managed to run a few paces, was seized and pulled back like a chick by Chu Xian'er. Just as he attempted to resist, he found himself firmly immobilized by her overwhelming aura. Senior, good morning. Chen forced a sheepish smile, his heart sinking as he mentally cursed his misfortune for encountering this nemesis in such a manner. At that moment, he mourned his own plight, his heart racing as he realized the immense power of the Void Realm. It could easily obliterate him in an instant, and he feared that he might meet a tragic end. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat trickled down Chen's forehead. To his astonishment, Chu Xian'er did not explode in anger nor exhibit any murderous intent. Instead, she merely maintained her powerful presence, gazing at him with narrowed, mesmerizing eyes. Most notably, she did not recognize him. Are you a disciple of Hongnu's sect? Chu Xian'er inquired, her gaze fixed on him. At her words, Chen was momentarily taken aback. She doesn't remember me? He was filled with disbelief. It had only been a few days. Surely, her memory couldn't be that poor. The thought of that chaotic night flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but rub his temples, recalling the absurdity of almost losing his life while trying to save someone. Are you listening? Are you a disciple of Hongnu's sect? Seeing Chen's silence, Chu Xian'er pressed on. Yes. Although he was somewhat apprehensive, Chen hurriedly produced his identity badge. Chu Xian'er glanced at the badge before locking her gaze onto him once more. What were you doing sneaking around in the back mountains at night? I was gathering spiritual herbs. Then why did you run? Perhaps sensing his anxious demeanor, Chu Xian'er scrutinized him closely, her words carrying an immense weight, as if every move he made was under her watchful eye. If he were to lie, she would undoubtedly see through it. Am I really that frightening? I was afraid you would take my things. Chen hastily concocted an excuse, speaking hesitantly and performing with remarkable conviction. With his innocent face, anyone would have to believe he was merely a naive child. Take your things? Chu Xian'er found this amusing. Where are we? While this may be the back mountain of Hongnu's sect, it is still shrouded by the Hongnu barrier. Is there any other sect here? Would a distinguished elder of Hongnu's sect rob a disciple in the Qi gathering realm? Chu Xian'er assumed that her earlier actions had frightened this little fellow. She glanced at Chen, choosing not to press further. Instead, She scanned the lush surroundings, occasionally peering into the void, and asked, "Did you see anything fly by just now?" Yes, there was a flash of white light. Chen recalled the streak of white that had zipped across the sky moments ago. In which direction did it go? Northeast. Chen pointed urgently to the northeast, hoping that this woman would leave quickly. He feared what might happen if she remembered him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xin'er quickly took out a glowing communication talisman and whispered into it, "Senior brother, it went in your direction. Stay in the southwest and do not approach here." A commanding voice resonated from the talisman. Understood. Chu Xin'er waved her hand to stow the talisman, then sat cross-legged, forming hand seals. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot up from above her head, manifesting a colossal formation in the void. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from the northeast, shaking the ground beneath them. Roar! Following that, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The sound was peculiar, not only deafening, but also imbued with a formidable magical energy, causing Yi Chen's mind to waver. He staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. Noticing this, Chu Xin'er gently waved her hand, sending a surge of spiritual light into Yi Chen's forehead. His clarity returned, and he stared in astonishment toward the northeast. The roar had nearly overwhelmed him, and with his keen perception, he could tell that the white light was extraordinary. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Yi Chen momentarily forgot about Chu Xin'er beside him. "What on earth is that?" he muttered, staring blankly in that direction, aware that Chu Xin'er had undoubtedly followed the white light here, and their encounter was purely coincidental. Beside him, Chu Xin'er, noticing Yi Chen and Appos, Estes spoke in a firm voice. "Stop daydreaming and leave here quickly." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally snapped back to reality. As if granted a reprieve, his tense body instinctively sprang into action. Disregarding the origins of the white light as he dove into the dense thicket, not looking back. "Do I really look that terrifying?" Casting a bewildered glance at the fleeing Yi Chen, Chu Xin'er was taken aback. If not for the need to maintain the formation, she would have genuinely considered capturing him again for further questioning. In the distance, Yi Chen had vanished from sight. After his departure, another divine rainbow descended, landing beside Chu Xin'er, transforming into a graceful figure clad in white. A closer look revealed her to be Chu Linger, bearing an identical appearance to Chu Xin'er. "Oh!" Upon her arrival, Chu Ling and Appos, her first uttered a soft exclamation. Observing the direction in which Yi Chen had fled, she couldn't and Appos help but murmur, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a flicker of uncertainty. "That aura feels so familiar." "Linger, weren't you in seclusion? Why are you out?" Chu Xin'er asked with a hint of concern. Shifting her gaze back, Chu Linger shrugged and replied, "With such a commotion, one couldn't possibly remain in seclusion." Indeed, the disturbance this time was far more significant than usual. Chu Xin'er's expression turned grave. "Will this barrier be able to contain it?" Chu Linger gazed up at the vast formation in the sky, then turned her attention back to Chu Xin'er. "The senior brothers are currently surrounding it." In response to Chu Ling and Appos' inquiry, Chu Xin'er replied softly, her demeanor reflecting her unease. "The recent disturbances have escalated. I wonder if we can still seal it in the future. I'll help." Observing Chu Xin'er's serious expression, Chu Linger hastily sat down cross-legged, summoning her spiritual light. "Oh, by the way, I encountered a peculiar little fellow earlier." "A peculiar little fellow? How peculiar?" Chu Linger blinked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Despite having practiced for nearly a century, she still possessed the innocence of a girl, fascinated by everything around her. "Well, it was just very strange." Chu Xin'er scratched her head, unsure how to articulate it. Forget I asked." Chapter 24. Schemes emerging from the back mountain. Yi Chen hastened back to Hunyua's sect. At this moment, dawn had already broken. The disciples of Hunyua's sect began to emerge, eager to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Upon seeing Yi Chen in such a disheveled state, they exchanged puzzled glances. What a narrow escape! Paying no heed to the curious stares around him, Yi Chen slowed his pace, panting heavily. A glance back at the mountain made his heart race, as if he had danced with death. After a while, he managed to calm his turbulent emotions. "She doesn't remember me?" Could it be that she is not the same person? Surely, such striking resemblances cannot exist in this world. Yi Chun's mind was clouded with doubt. If that woman from that night were to be found in Hung Yue's sect, he would have no choice but to leave this place. If it were merely a case of mistaken identity, then he needn't worry so much. I didn't enter. I merely stood at the entrance of Ling Mountain, lost in thought. He was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice nearby, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. You little rascal. Still lying. Instead of staying down the mountain, you've come up here to steal. Do you even know your own status? It was Hua. From a distance, Yi Chen recognized the familiar figure of the little boy. At that moment, a group of Hung Yue disciples had surrounded him, berating, mocking, and scolding, leaving Hua cowering, bruised, and too afraid to look up, resembling a criminal caught in the act. I didn't come up. I was just watching at the entrance, Hua whimpered, clearly feeling wronged. Still daring to argue? You deserve a beating. One disciple, fierce and menacing, raised his hand. However, before he could strike, a firm grip seized his arm. Do you wish to die? A chilling voice rang out. It was Yi Chen. He regarded Hua as family and could not bear to see him bullied. The surrounding disciples instinctively stepped back upon recognizing Yi Chen. Though merely an intern disciple, he was an anomaly. The bloody fates of Zhao Long and Wei Yang from the Diyang Peak served as stark reminders. Instead of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, you dare to bully a child who cannot cultivate? Truly disgraceful. Yi Chen's cold gaze swept across the group, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. If you have the guts, come at me. Hearing this, the disciples huddled together, emboldened by their numbers. He violated the sect's rules first, scoffed Su Ming, a disciple clad in white, who led the group. It's a long-standing rule that non-disciples are forbidden from entering Ling Mountain. Who knows if this little rascal, Hua, came here to steal? Yi Chen frowned, recalling that Hung Yue's sect indeed had such regulations. Furthermore, though Hua resided at the foot of Hung Yue, he was not like Zhang Fengyan. Zhang had been demoted but remained a part of Hung Yue. Hua, having been adopted by Zhang, did not truly belong to the sect in a significant sense. I didn't do anything, Hua's tear-streaked face pleaded. I was just standing at the entrance. They dragged me in. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shot a cold glance at the disciples. Little rascal, still lying? Su Ming shouted again, threatening, believe it or not. I'll break your legs. With a sudden hum, Yi Chen drew his heavy sword, Tianke. Try it, he said icily, fixing his gaze on Su Ming. What? Do you think you can bully others in broad daylight? Su Ming's voice rose in a shrill cry, drawing more onlookers. With the crowd gathered, Su Ming grew even more brazen. Look, this Yi Chen is using his strength to bully others. Bullying? Yi Chen sneered, stepping forward and swinging his sword. Then today, I shall bully you. Seeing this, Su Ming hastily drew his spiritual sword, holding it defensively. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as Su Ming's sword was broken in an instant, and he staggered back, spitting blood. He and Appos killed someone. He has killed someone. Su Ming cried out from the throng, seemingly intent on escalating the situation. Yi Chen is a murderer. Since you said so, I shall end you today. With a cold huff, Yi Chen advanced sword in hand. The surrounding disciples shouted in protest. In broad daylight, you dare to commit murder? No wonder Sister Su said you have a murderous intent. It certainly shows. Can we talk this out? Get lost. Yi Chen roared, swinging his sword. Chaos ensued, with white-clad disciples and their hidden allies fanning the flames, resulting in a surge of voices criticizing, scolding, and cursing him. Take him to the discipline hall. As the first disciple unleashed his energy, others quickly followed suit. A brawl erupted, and soon blood was shed. Yi Chen's expression hardened. Any disciple who charged at him was sent flying by his sword. In the fray, he caught a glimpse of Su Ming lurking behind the crowd, wearing a sly grin, as if he had anticipated this scene all along, suggesting that it was all part of a premeditated plan. The scuffle drew the attention of the discipline hall. Soon, a figure clad in purple appeared. Yin Jiping, the chief disciple of the discipline hall, with a pale face and a folding fan in hand. Do you not know that private fights are forbidden? Yin Jiping said, glancing at the injured disciples and then at Yi Chen. Brother Yin, you must stand up for us. Su Ming interjected, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. Though his cultivation was mediocre, His talent for theatrics was unparalleled. Brother Yin, this Yi Chen disregards the sect's rules. You cannot be lenient. Bullying fellow disciples in broad daylight is utterly detestable. The atmosphere was charged with many seething, eager to drag Yi Chen out for punishment. Amidst the uproar, Yin Jiping turned his gaze to Yi Chen, a mocking smile forming on his lips. Yi Chen, accompany me to the discipline hall. I dare to act, and I dare to face the consequences, Yi Chen replied, his expression indifferent as he sheathed his sword and prepared to step forward, only to be blocked by Hu Hua. It's all my fault. Punish me instead. Hu Hua cried in panic, kneeling and banging his head against the ground until blood seeped from his forehead, desperate to shield Yi Chen from blame. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen's heart trembled. Young ones are often foolish. Spare him this time. An elderly voice called out. It was Zhang Fengnian, hurrying over with a cane, his frail form bent in apology. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiping casually waved his fan, sizing up Zhang Fengnian with an amused smirk. Zhang Fengnian, you have been demoted. You should understand the rules here. Do not make things difficult for yourself. Brother Yin, consider our past. Zhang Fengnian began, but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Yi Chen pulled Hu Hua up from the ground, positioning him behind himself. Looking at the frail Zhang Fengnian, warmth surged within him as he smiled. Grandpa, take Hu Hua home. Yen me fine. With that, Yi Chen strode towards the discipline hall. Chapter 25. The punishment of whipping in the cold and imposing hall. Shadows filled the space as figures pointed and whispered, some even cursing in indignation. In the center, Yi Chen stood like a stone monument, his expression indifferent and silent. Yet, he had already discerned the truth of the day's events. They were not mere coincidence, but rather a calculated scheme aimed at ensnaring him. Glancing to the side, Yi Chen noticed Su Ming in the crowd, smirking maliciously. His gaze shifted to the waist tag hanging from Su Ming's belt, where the words De Yong Feng stood out, glaringly evident to him as the orchestrators of this conspiracy against him. Despite this revelation, he remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yin Jiping in the distance. My esteemed master is in seclusion, and I shall handle today's affair, Yin Jiping declared nonchalantly, fanning himself with an air of righteousness. Though a mocking smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you acknowledge the crime of wantonly injuring fellow disciples? He inquired, his tone dripping with disdain. Yi Chen, recognizing the farce, refrained from lengthy explanations, knowing it was all part of the plot. So you plead guilty? Yin Jiping continued, and upon receiving Yi Chen's silence, he smirked. Very well. According to Rule 9 of the sect, those who harm fellow disciples shall receive punishment by fire whip, to be executed immediately. At the mention of the fire whip, the disciples in the hall collectively swallowed hard, aware of the horrifying nature of the punishment. Yi Chen braced himself for what was to come. How many lashes do you think he can endure? Murmured voices echoed around him. As the discussions grew louder, members of the discipline hall stepped forward, binding Yi Chen with iron chains and stripping him of his outer garments. Soon, a flaming whip was presented. Junior brother Yi, if it hurts, feel free to scream, Yin Jiping taunted, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Enough with the words, let begin. Yi Chen retorted defiantly. With a malicious grin, Yin Jiping raised the fire whip and struck it down upon Yi Chen with ferocity. The sound of the whip cracking against Yi Chen's skin was stark and clear. The searing pain pierced through him, a stark reminder that he had underestimated the severity of this punishment. The first lash left a vivid scar across his back, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. Excellent, such resilience. Yin Jiping sneered as he continued to unleash the whip upon Yi Chen, the strikes coming in rapid succession. Crack, crack, crack. With each lash, more blood flowed, painting a gruesome picture. This is the fate of one who opposes De Yong Feng. Su Ming revealed a cruel smile from the crowd. To harm fellow disciples warrants such punishment, he asserted. Yin Jiping, seemingly empowered by the authority of De Yong Feng, showed no mercy as the whip lashed down relentlessly, each strike causing blood to splatter. Soon, Yi Chen's body was marred with countless wounds, blood cascading down his form. Yet throughout it all, he remained silent. I wonder how long you can endure this, Yin Jiping murmured, frustration creeping into his voice as Yi Chun continued to withstand the punishment without a sound. Crack, crack, crack. The strikes became more frantic, his incredulity growing. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, he knew all too well the terror of the fire whip. Even those in the Qi-gathering realm struggled to withstand 100 lashes. Yet here was Yi Chun, enduring over 100 without a single cry. "How many lashes has it been now?" a soft voice asked, concern evident among some of the onlookers witnessing Yi Chun's torment. 108 lashes, came a grim response. He hasn't let out a single scream. Is he even human? At last, the final, resounding crack of the whip signaled the conclusion of the punishment. Release him. Even Yin Jiping, panting and drenched in sweat, could barely contain himself. Yi Chun was freed from his chains, stumbling slightly before regaining his balance. "May I leave now?" Yi Chun raised his head, a cold smile directed at Yin Jiping. "Go ahead," Yin Jiping said, taking a deep breath yet waving him off dismissively. Yi Chun surveyed the hall, his gaze icy, before staggering toward the exit, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him. As he exited the grand hall, Zhang Fangnian rushed to his side. "Child," he said, trembling with age, unsure of how to assist Yi Chun, who was covered in blood. "Grandfather, I am tough. I will survive," Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, though his eyes began to glaze over as he swayed unsteadily before collapsing. Zhang Fangnian quickly caught him, lifting him onto his frail back. "Let us return home." "Grandfather, you were right. One must endure, but the weak will always be bullied. I would rather tread a harder path. The pain inflicted upon us will be repaid 100-fold in the future," Yi Chun vowed, slipping into unconsciousness. In a haze, he felt Zhang Fangnian's back jostling beneath him, and he sensed the effort it took to carry him back to the small spirit garden, where he could feel Zhang Fangnian tending to his wounds. When he awoke, it was night. The searing pain still coursed through him, the fire whip's torment unrelenting despite his attempts to cultivate his internal energy. "Just wait, you will all pay," Yi Chun muttered coldly. Enduring the agonizing pain, he struggled to sit cross-legged on the bed. Soon, the sounds of his bones cracking echoed as he activated the barbaric body refinement technique. Pain crossed his face, yet as time passed and he continued the practice, he began to acclimate to the suffering, though the pain from the whip was still incomparable. 3 hours later, he had completed a full cycle of the technique. To his astonishment, the barbaric body refinement not only alleviated his pain, but also accelerated the healing of his wounds. As the damaged flesh was expelled and new tissue began to form. What a delightful surprise, Yi Chun thought to himself, realizing the profound intricacies of the barbaric body refinement. It turned out that enduring pain was also a form of unique cultivation. With renewed determination, he focused on refining his body while simultaneously drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, allowing the ambient energy to seep into his wounds. After a complete cycle of the technique, the results became increasingly evident, with many of his wounds already healed significantly. Excellent, Yi Chun similait, not pausing for a moment as he continued to refine his body. By the time the night deepened, he concluded his practice. His skin now appeared smooth and radiant, with no trace of scars visible. Such remarkable healing ability would surely astonish anyone who witnessed it. The barbaric body refinement truly was formidable. Laughing heartily, Yi Chun leapt from his bamboo bed and dashed out of the room. In the garden, he unleashed a powerful punch followed by a swift kick. After refining his body, he consumed the jade spirit liquid. A surge of vitality coursed through him, invigorating his essence and allowing him to approach the execution of the ferocious techniques of the beastly heart's fury, loosening the rigidity of his sinews and bones. Roar, roar. Strangely, with each strike he unleashed, there emerged a peculiar transformation. More precisely, each movement resonated with the sounds of beasts, a tiger's roar, an eagle's shriek, a wolf's howl, and a monkey's fierce cry. Yi Chun was completely immersed in the profound essence of the beastly heart's fury, gradually harmonizing the various intricacies of its principles. His techniques sublimating into an extraordinary state through subtle transformation. Splendid, as he sensed the techniques evolving into something wondrous and enigmatic. Yi Chun could not help but let out a hearty laugh, which, even in its exuberance, echoed with a hint of beastly roars. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had brightened considerably. Yet, Chen remained engrossed in the practice of his martial arts, perhaps too captivated to notice Zhang Fengyan, who had just emerged from the doorway. Young man? Upon seeing Chen, Zhang Fengyan stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 26. The Bludgeon Grandfather. You are awake. As Chen turned around after retracting his fists, he was met with the astonished expression on Zhang Fengyan and Appo's face. You. Zhang Fengyan opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Having once been an elder of Hunyua's sect, he was acutely aware of the ferocity of the fire whip. Even with the aid of spiritual medicine, it would take at least half a month to recover. Just yesterday, he had carried back a severely injured Chen, who was covered in blood and bruises. Yet, after just one night, all of Chen's wounds had vanished, and he appeared lively and unscathed. Anyone witnessing this would be astonished. Noticing Zhang Fengyan and Appo's shock, Chen smiled gently. Grandfather, you have saved me once more. Your injuries are all healed? Indeed. As they say, I am tough-skinned and resilient. That is a relief. Zhang Fengyan, clearly excited, regarded Chen as family. Now that he saw Chen was safe, his heart was finally at ease. Come, take this. After his initial excitement, Zhang Fengyan reached into his robe with trembling hands and produced a palm-sized brocade pouch, which he handed to Chen. Chen was somewhat perplexed, but accepted the pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered a spiritual talisman within, intricately inscribed with numerous runes. Alongside two striking characters, Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit talisman? Chen gazed at Zhang Fengyan in surprise. Zhang Fengyan nodded with a smile, aware that Chen had stirred up trouble recently. By passing on the Heavenly Spirit talisman, he hoped it would aid Chen in a moment of crisis. Senior, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it. Chen, understanding the value of the Heavenly Spirit talisman, attempted to return the pouch. But Zhang Fengyan insisted it remain with him. The Heavenly Spirit talisman requires true energy to activate, and I can no longer use it, Zhang Fengyan sighed. Chen fell silent, warmth flooding his heart. The Heavenly Spirit talisman was one of the three major talismans of Hunyua's sect, possessing the ability to temporarily seal a cultivator's true energy. It was extraordinarily valuable, and Zhang Fengyan had endured humiliation to keep it safe for so long, now bestowing it upon him. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. Young man, just do your best, Zhang Fengyan said, patting Chen on the shoulder before walking away with a smile. Once Zhang Fengyan had departed, Chen retrieved the Heavenly Spirit talisman. It was a yellow talisman made of paper, but the true value lay in the intricate runes etched upon it, emanating an unusual power. It could temporarily seal a person and Appo's true energy. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Chen placed the talisman back into the brocade pouch, recognizing its worth. After a simple breakfast, Chen changed into clean garments, hefting the heavy heavenly sword onto his back. Zhang Fengyan hesitated, knowing Chen intended to confront someone on the mountain. His murky old eyes were filled with concern. Big brother, please don't go up there. Even Huan noticed the tension, his small hands twisting his clothing as he sensed that Chen's journey might lead to serious injury, or worse, not returning at all. Do not worry, I will be fine, Chen replied with a carefree smile. Upon leaving the small spirit garden, Chen donned a black cloak that concealed his entire figure, rendering his appearance unrecognizable. He ascended Hunyua's sect and Appo's spiritual mountain in one breath, heading straight for the back mountain. Finding a secluded spot, Chen stowed the heavenly sword in his storage bag, then smeared some mud on his face, tousling his hair and tearing his clothing to shreds. At this moment, he resembled a beggar, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him as Chen. Having completed his disguise, Chen concealed himself among the dense grass, suppressing his aura. The secrecy of the forest, combined with his suppressed presence, meant that many disciples gathering herbs in the back mountain remained oblivious to the fact that another person was hidden there. You want to play dirty? I will join you. Chen chuckled coldly from the grass. With that, he pulled a black rod from his storage bag. His intentions were clear. He was lying in wait, ready to ambush the disciples of the Diang Peak. Soon enough, his first target appeared. It was a disciple clad in white robes, exuding an air of arrogance despite having only a cultivation level of roughly the 5th layer of chi condensation. You, and the rest of you, go elsewhere. This area of spirit herbs belongs to Deyong Peak. The disciple immediately scolded the weaker disciples upon arrival. Look, are you seeking death? Scram. Not all outer disciples of Hanyu sect belong to the 3 main peaks. Some are weaker and have been cast aside. Most, due to Deyong Peak's reputation, dared not retaliate. Quickly, the disciples in the area were driven away, and the disciple in white took it upon himself to claim the territory. At that moment, Chen leaped out and swiftly approached the white-robed disciple from behind. Sensing a chill in the air, the disciple furrowed his brow. His instincts kicked in, prompting him to turn, but before he could fully face Chen, a black iron rod came crashing down upon his skull. In an instant, the white-robed disciple was knocked unconscious, sprawled on the ground without realizing who had ambushed him. One down, Chen collected the white-robed disciple's storage bag and expertly rifled through his belongings, taking anything of value. After thoroughly plundering, Chen kicked the unconscious disciple into the thick underbrush and moved on to find his next target. Shortly thereafter, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a corner of Hanyu sect and Apple's back mountain. Another disciple from Deyong Peak had fallen, and when others rushed to the sound, their faces twisted in disbelief. This disciple was left in nothing but his undergarments. Who did this? So ruthless. Everything of value was stripped away, leaving nothing behind. A clean sweep. Serves them right for bullying others at Deyong Peak. Before long, more screams erupted from the depths of the back mountain, drawing even more disciples to the scene. That day, Hanyu sect's back mountain was anything but tranquil. Cries of distress echoed throughout. When the herb-gathering disciples arrived, they were met with similar scenes of unconscious disciples, all of whom were from Deyong Peak, having their valuables taken. As night fell, the herb-gathering disciples finally emerged from the back mountain, their discussions dominated by the strange occurrences of the day. All of them were from Deyong Peak. What is going on? Could it be the work of the other 2 peaks? Who knows? But it definitely isn't Chen. He was severely beaten yesterday and might not even be able to stand. Chapter 27. A feint to the east, strike to the west under the cover of night. Several disciples from the Deyong Peak were carried back to their sect. Who was responsible for this? Guhong and Apple's expression darkened at the sight. This was a blatant affront to Deyong Peak. I don't know. When we arrived, the senior brothers had already been ambushed, a disciple stammered. Below, a group lay prostrate, not daring to utter a sound. Master, the only one bold enough to brazenly attack our Deyong disciples like this must be the Chen. One disciple timidly suggested. Have you lost your mind? Guhong snapped to the speaker. Having endured over 100 fiery lashes, it was a miracle he was still alive. How could he possibly rise again? Master is correct. We indeed did not encounter Chen today. Could it be that the Tianyang Peak and Deyong Peak disciples are involved? Upon hearing this, Guhong inhaled sharply, his face turning a ghastly shade of anger, his sinister eyes glinting with sharpness. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Regardless of who it is, I shall ensure they pay a grievous price. Meanwhile, Chen, the mastermind behind the incident at the back mountain, had stealthily returned to the little spirit garden, delightfully shedding his black robe. His actions were meticulous, leaving no trace of error. Firstly, by donning a black robe while ascending the mountain, no one would recognize him as Chen, implying that no one had seen him, which provided him with an alibi. Secondly, while ambushing on the back mountain, he had prepared well, using mud to alter his appearance. Even if discovered, he would be difficult to identify. Most crucially, he had endured over 100 fiery lashes the previous day. Any rational person would conclude that after such punishment, he would either be dead or incapacitated. Thus, he could not possibly execute an ambush on the back mountain. Every action he took was part of Chen and Apple's intricate plans. The results spoke for themselves. Thus far, no one suspected him. Delightful, he exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter as he laid out over a dozen storage bags on his bed. Today and Apple's spoils. It must be said that the disciples of Deyong Peak were indeed affluent. The storage bags contained spirit stones, spirit liquids, spirit herbs, and arcane techniques. Everything one could desire. One bag even held an astonishing 2,000 spirit stones, enough to aid his breakthrough to the 4th level. After a brief moment of joy, Chen consumed nearly 60 bottles of jade spirit liquid, feeling it flow through his body like a refreshing spring. The true fire of his Dan Si surged forth, assisting him in refining the immense spiritual energy contained within the jade spirit liquid. As the refined jade spirit liquid poured into his Dan Si, Chen and Appo's aura rapidly intensified. At this moment, his pores opened wide, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the aid of the domineering true fire, he refined the jade spirit liquid and external spiritual energy, forcefully pushing his cultivation towards the 3rd and 4th levels of qi condensation. Suddenly, a sound resonated within Chen's body. Breakthrough. In that instant, his cultivation reached the 4th level of qi condensation. He refrained from absorbing more spiritual energy from the spirit stones, recognizing the need to stabilize his newly attained realm. Progressing too quickly could prove detrimental. Outside, the sky was still dim. Chen leapt from his bed, donned his black robe once more, and slipped out of the little spirit garden. However, this time he did not head towards the sacred mountains of Hanyu sect, but instead descended the mountain, running for a good quarter of an hour before halting. This valley, though not long, only a few hundred zhang, served as the only route to the beast forest. Chen's intentions were clear. Today he would not ambush on the back mountain, but instead shift the battleground to await the disciples of Deyang Peak, who ventured into the beast forest. In military strategy, this maneuver could be likened to a feint to the east while striking to the west. After the incident at Hanyu sect's back mountain, he was certain that Gu Hong would secretly dispatch capable disciples to lie in wait, hoping to capture the assailant of his disciples. Chen, with his astute mind, understood that if the back mountain was likely to harbor an ambush, it would be foolish to walk into a trap. Thus, he opted to relocate the battlefield. It was common for disciples of Hanyu sect to hunt beasts in the beast forest, including many from Deyang Peak. Lying in ambush within this valley was undoubtedly a wise choice. This will do, Chen decided on a concealed spot, choosing to wear a ghostly mask instead of smearing mud on his face. Before long, daylight broke. Chen sat up, closely monitoring the movements within the valley. Soon, disciples of Hanyu appeared, but they were not from Deyang Peak, and Chen chose not to act against them. Time passed slowly, with waves of disciples traversing the valley, either in groups of 3 or 5, all heading towards the beast forest to form hunting parties. At last, Chen's target arrived. Peering ahead, he recognized a trio of Deyang Peak disciples. Su Ming. Chen spotted a familiar figure among them, the very one who had plotted against him. Chen understood that while the true mastermind was Gu Hong, Su Ming was merely a pawn, yet he had still beaten Hua, an indisputable fact that would not go unpunished. Kid, those who venture into the world must pay their dues, Chen sneered, once more concealing his aura and waiting patiently for the trio to draw near. Among them, the strongest was a disciple clad in purple. At the peak of the 6th level of qi condensation, followed by a gaunt disciple in green, while Su Ming was the weakest, only at the 5th level. Brother Yang, who do you think orchestrated the events at the back mountain yesterday? Su Ming inquired, bowing respectfully to the purple-robed disciple. Most likely disciples from the other 2 peaks. He replied. The green-clad disciple mused, it's not surprising. The 3 main peaks have always been at odds, so the involvement of the other 2 peaks is expected. As the trio ventured deeper into the valley, Chen's eyes gleamed with intent. Just as he prepared to strike, he sensed movement from another end of the valley. If there are more, we shall eliminate them all, he thought, sinking back into concealment. Soon, a second wave of Deyang Peak disciples entered the valley, 5 in total. The strongest among them only at the 7th level of qi condensation, while the weakest was at the 4th level. Hey, Su Ming, ever observant, recognized his fellow disciples. Are you all heading to the beast forest as well? The 8 gathered, exchanging trivial banter. Let us hunt the blood spider. One exclaimed, the blood spider? It's a particularly savage beast. Another replied, let us head out together. They joined forces, preparing to advance toward the valley's exit. However, at that moment, a small, dark object flew in their direction. It was an iron ball the size of an egg. "Be careful," the purple-clad disciple shouted, elegantly drawing a spirit sword from his sleeve, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade that struck the iron ball perfectly. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the iron ball detonated, a thick black smoke rapidly enveloping a 20-zhang radius. "Damn it, it's a smoke bomb." The air filled with curses from within the obscuring haze. Chapter 28. Two great fishes indeed. What Chen had thrown was a smoke bomb, acquired from the hunchbacked old man. Initially, he had no intention of using it. However, with 8 opponents present, he could not predict any potential mishaps. After careful consideration, he resolved to deploy the smoke bomb to obscure their vision. "Who is it? Step forward." A chilling shout echoed from the disciples of the Deyang Peak, piercing through the black mist. Bang! The sound of a metal rod striking the back of someone's head reverberated as the words faded. "Ah!" A chilling scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, erupted as one disciple collapsed on the spot. Witnessing this, a disciple clad in purple immediately retaliated, launching a palm strike towards the source of the anguished cry. "Ah!" In an instant, another scream echoed, but the terrifying force of the purple-clad disciple's strike failed to connect with Chen, instead sending another disciple of Deyang Peak tumbling through the air. At that moment, Chen had already risen and positioned himself behind the purple-clad disciple, delivering a solid blow to the back of his head. Is it any wonder the purple-clad disciple was at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of qi condensation? When Chen struck down, he did not render him unconscious. Observing this, Chen instinctively followed up with another blow. This time, the swaying purple-clad disciple found himself sprawled on the ground in an awkward position. "Ah!" Following the fall of the purple-clad disciple, more cries of despair resounded, as Chen had decisively knocked him out. The valley soon filled with a cacophony of continuous screams. In the obscured black mist, where visibility was already poor, Chen capitalized on the element of surprise, repeatedly striking with success. Even a disciple of Deyang Peak at the 7th stage of qi condensation stumbled from a punch, only to be rendered unconscious by a subsequent blow from Chen. Having broken through to the 4th stage of qi condensation, Chen harbored ample confidence in facing all 8 of them in a fair confrontation. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for a more underhanded approach. With the final scream echoing, all 8 disciples of Deyang Peak lay incapacitated on the ground. The black mist from the smoke bomb lingered heavily, while Chen emerged, carrying 8 storage bags and a chain, the latter binding the incapacitated individuals securely. He discarded them into the woods behind the valley, and, before departing, did not forget to blow a potent sleep-inducing fragrance towards each, ensuring they would not awaken to disrupt his endeavors. Having completed his task, Chen hurried back to the valley, preparing to ambush the next wave of disciples from Deyang Peak. As morning approached, the valley remained populated with scattered disciples of Hongyue. During this time, Chen had intervened a few times, but those were mere trivial matters. A sudden strike would suffice, often bypassing the need for smoke bombs. By the end of the day, he had successfully incapacitated over 20 disciples from Deyang Peak, accumulating a modest haul that would sustain him for several days. The sky had darkened without his notice. Chen glanced up at the last rays of sunlight, deciding it was time to return. However, just as he stood, he sensed a surge of genuine energy at the valley's entrance. 2 indistinct figures emerged from the direction of the beast forest, swiftly traversing the valley. 2 in the human element realm. Chen s'était retraité, contemplating the capture of 2 significant targets. As they approached, he discerned their features. One was tall, named Wang Hong, with a robust physique, exuding a ferocity in his energy, clearly a power-oriented cultivator. The other, Song Yu, appeared somewhat more delicate, tall and fair-skinned, looking almost feminine to the untrained eye. Weaker than Shi Hao, yet still formidable. As Wang Hong and Song Yu entered his ambush range, Chen retrieved 2 poison needles. Unlike the qi condensation realm, defeating them without revealing his identity was beyond his capabilities. Thus, he resolved to employ some unscrupulous means, intending only to rob them without taking their lives. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen tossed a smoke bomb into the air. Be cautious. Wang Heng and Song Yu, alert, summoned their spirit swords upon seeing the unidentified object fly towards them. Bang! The smoke bomb erupted, dense fog engulfing the area once more. Who is it? Wang Heng roared in fury, his imposing frame tensing. Clink! A faint sound resonated as a slender poison needle pierced the air, striking Wang Heng's arm, yet he remained oblivious. Similarly, Song Yu felt a needle embed itself in his back without any sign of discomfort. The two, demonstrating remarkable synchrony, stood back to back, channeling their genuine energy to disperse the encroaching smoke. Soon, they sensed something amiss. Wang, do you feel a bit dizzy? Song Yu staggered slightly. Yes, a little. Wang Heng replied, shaking his head, feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over him, even his genuine energy fading into stillness, leaving him utterly powerless. The hunchbacked old man's poison needles were indeed formidable. Observing Wang Heng and Song Yu in such a state, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, realizing that such potent needles were better reserved for more worthy opponents. Bang! Bang! Two successive sounds echoed as hard objects struck the back of their heads, rendering them unconscious. Don't blame me. Blame your master, Yi Chen remarked as he emerged, grasping one by a leg and swiftly retreating into the woods. Just like the previous 20 or so disciples of Diang Peak, Wang Heng and Song Yu's storage bags were seized, and anything of value was thoroughly plundered by Yi Chen. Once he had completed his task, he vanished into the night, taking a moment to neutralize the poison affecting Wang Heng and Song Yu. Shortly after, the stillness of the dark forest was shattered by a series of anguished shouts. The disciples of Diang Peak, whom Yi Chen had knocked out, awoke to find their storage bags and valuables stripped away, unleashing a storm of furious exclamations. As night fell, a group of Diang Peak disciples stumbled towards Hung Yu's sect and Appo's Esling Mountain. What is happening? The Hung Yu's sect disciples gawked at the disheveled group from Diang Peak, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was no wonder they were so astonished. The 20 or so disciples stood out conspicuously, clad only in their floral shorts, their upper bodies completely bare. Most strikingly, this disheveled state was not confined to just one individual, but encompassed more than 20, creating a spectacle that shone brightly in the night. Did they all get robbed? The collective thought echoed in everyone's mind. This commotion is utterly outrageous. Clothes stripped away. How desperate could the assailant be? Who did this? As the 20-plus disciples reached the peak, a voice filled with rage erupted from Gu Hong at the summit. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Yi Chen, was in the Shaolin garden, meticulously counting his spoils. Today's bounty surpassed the previous days by more than double, especially with the contributions of Wang Heng and Song Yu from the human element realm. The wealth from the qi condensation realm simply paled in comparison. In the dimly lit room, as the candlelight flickered, Yi Chen placed spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit artifacts into his storage bag, but he held onto an ancient scroll. The scroll appeared somewhat tattered, perhaps due to the passage of time, its surface yellowing with age. Refining technique. Chapter 29. The Art of Forging. Yi Chen stroked his chin and continued reading. Soon, a joyful expression emerged on his face. The ancient scroll detailed the techniques of weapon forging, outlining the superior materials required and the intricate processes involved in crafting and tempering weapons. This was a treasure indeed, and Yi Chen could not help but feel elated. After perusing the forging techniques, he pondered for a moment and devised a plan to forge a weapon of his own. Although the Tianke sword served him well, its weight significantly hampered his speed. Should he discard the Tianke sword during a duel, his agility would greatly enhance. And possessing a sharp weapon at that moment would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. With his thought, Yi Chen picked up the ancient scroll once more, delving into its knowledge with meticulous care. He remained engrossed for an entire night. At dawn, he hastily consumed some food before secluding himself in his chamber once again. By mid-morning, he finally set aside the ancient scroll. Forging requires fire. It is truly tailored for me, Yi Chun mused with a smile, secretly reveling in the fact that Wang Hongkong could only watch the wealth of forging techniques without the means to utilize them, as he lacked fire. With a swift motion, Yi Chun summoned forth the clang of his storage bag, and a multitude of radiant spiritual weapons emerged. Spiritual swords, great blades, long spears, and massive hammers, all spoils from robbing disciples of Yangfeng. At this moment, he intended to fuse these spiritual weapons into one, extracting their most refined essence. Without hesitation, he conjured true fire. As he directed his thoughts, the true fire transformed, coalescing into a furnace. He then cast a glowing spiritual sword into the furnace, carefully controlling the flames to gradually eliminate the impurities within, thereby refining its essence. Before long, the spiritual sword melted under the intense heat, forming a fist-sized pool of liquid. The liquid was marred with various hues. The sword itself was not of the highest quality, and the materials used were subpar, resulting in an abundance of impurities that surfaced in the true fire and damp. Oppo's refining heat. The flames danced as each impatiently removed the impurities from the liquid. After half an hour, the once fist-sized liquid had been distilled down to a mere nail-sized portion. Though diminutive, it represented the purest essence. With a thought, Yi Chen sent the tiny liquid flying from a furnace. Once it left the furnace, the rapid drop in temperature caused it to revert to a solid state, which he caught in his hand. It resembled a crystal, gleaming and exceptionally hard. With a promising start, Yi Chen and Oppo's enthusiasm surged. The flames in the furnace roared as he tossed in a hammer, repeating the process he had used for the spiritual sword. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. During this period, Yi Chen faced multiple failures, unable to control the true fire adequately, resulting in the essence of the spiritual weapons turning to ash. Nevertheless, he made gains. Around him lay numerous small crystal fragments, remnants of the essence extracted from the spiritual weapons. It was only deep into the night that he succeeded in distilling all the spiritual essence. Exhaling a long breath, he released a cloud of stale air, fatigue evident on his face. After a day and a night, stubble had begun to form on his chin, and bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Having completed the first step of refining the essence from numerous spiritual weapons, he now needed to merge these essences together, subjecting them to the rigorous trials of true fire before achieving his final goal. After downing a vial of jade spirit liquid to replenish his energy, Yi Chen commenced the second step of fusion. Once again, he employed the flames of the furnace, casting in the extracted essences. Soon, under the blazing true fire, the solid essence transformed back into liquid, and Yi Chen deftly controlled it, melding it into one cohesive mass. This phase proved relatively straightforward, taking less than an hour to complete. At last, he held a brick-sized chunk of crimson iron, the manifestation of the merged essences. This crimson iron was extraordinary, radiating a brilliant red glow, remarkably hard and pure, an ideal material for weapon forging. Satisfied, Yi Chen stepped out of his chamber and into the small spiritual garden. Mindful that the forging process would create noise, potentially disturbing Zhang Fengyan and Hua's rest. Seeking a secluded spot, he once more shaped the true fire into a furnace and placed the crimson iron within. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen meticulously controlled the flames, continuously tempering the crimson iron, shaping it into the form of a sword. This was a laborious endeavor. He spent 6 hours painstakingly refining a rough sword blank, its surface uneven and coarse. Nevertheless, the sword's shape had finally taken form. Wiping away the sweat from his brow, Yi Chen continued his work, the rhythmic clang of metal resounding. This process was incredibly lengthy, spanning 3 cycles of day and night without pause. During this time, the crude sword blank was gradually refined. The surface imperfections smoothed out as if he were a sculptor, striving for perfection in his creation. At an unknown moment, the first clear note of the sword's resonance rang out, and a hint of satisfaction graced Yi Chen's fatigued features. After 4 days and nights of relentless effort, his sword was finally complete. With a swift motion, he struck the furnace, and the crimson long sword was ejected, landing firmly in his grasp. He then pricked his palm, allowing his blood to flow, which stained the sword's hilt and coursed along the blade. This act of blood sacrifice marked the final step in weapon forging. In no time, Chen and Appo's blood visibly seeped into the crimson sword. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a melodious sound as a crimson light burst forth, exuding resilience and glimmering under the moonlight. Seemingly imbued with an indomitable sharpness, gripping the long sword, Chen swung it with precision. The impact resonated as a nearby boulder split apart as if it were mere tofu, revealing the sword's extraordinary sharpness. From this day forth, you shall be named Qi Shao, he declared, gently caressing the crimson sword, unable to part with it. This creation represented not only his labor over the past few days, but also his inaugural endeavor in weapon forging, an artifact of great significance. Cradling both the Tian and Qi Shao swords, Chen reclined comfortably upon a stone. Tomorrow, he would continue his training. With a smile gracing his lips, he took a moment to gaze up at the imposing Daong Peak atop Hanyue Mountain. Those who scheme against me shall pay the price, he scoffed coldly. Having spent nearly 5 days quietly training on the back mountain of Hanyue, he was certain that Gu Hong had let down his guard. Thus, it was the opportune moment for him to make his move. Chapter 30. The bustling back mountain the next day before dawn. Chen donned a black cloak and ascended Mount Hanyue. As he had on his first visit, he made his way directly to the back mountain, where he changed into tattered garments, disheveled his hair, and smeared mud across his face, ultimately concealing himself within the lush undergrowth. He resolved that this would be his final undertaking. As he observed the passing disciples of Hanyue, Chen made this decision in his mind. He considered himself meticulous and his plans comprehensive. However, nothing is hidden forever, and one must know when to withdraw. Who knows where unforeseen flaws may arise, potentially leading to dire consequences. As daylight fully broke, the number of figures in the back mountain of Hanyue gradually increased. Yet, Chen noticed a peculiar phenomenon. None of the disciples from the Dian Peak came alone. They appeared either in groups of 3 or 5. How curious it was that they needed to gather in teams, even for the purpose of gathering spirit herbs. A cold smile crept onto Chen and Appo's lips from within the underbrush. It seemed that the disciples of Dian Peak had grown wise, fearing an ambush from behind, and thus opted for companionship in their herb-gathering endeavors. With this realization, Chen felt conflicted. Despite his belief that his current cultivation level and strength rendered him unafraid of any disciple from Dian Peak, even if they were in groups, he remained confident in his ability to subdue them all. However, this was not a valley. Should he fail to incapacitate them all at once, trouble would undoubtedly follow, potentially drawing in even more individuals, which would be the most absurd scenario. Just then, amidst his contemplation, Chen spotted a familiar figure in the distance. The individual, with bloodshot eyes and a grim expression, appeared as if everyone owed him a debt of 100 spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zhao Long. How bold of him to venture out alone. Chen chuckled coldly from the thicket, having already retrieved a black iron rod from his storage bag. However, just as he was about to move, he noticed Zhao Long pulling out a black iron rod of his own, leaving Chen momentarily stunned. As Chen remained still, he followed Zhao Long's movements. He watched as Zhao Long approached a disciple from Tianyang Peak and, in a swift and decisive manner, swung the rod, causing the disciple to collapse instantly. Chen's mouth fell open, utterly taken aback. So you lot from Tianyang Peak thought you could scheme against Dian Peak, did you? In the midst of his astonishment, Zhao Long swung the iron rod once more, striking the already unconscious Tianyang disciple again. Chen's lips twitched at this spectacle. Quite the turn of events. The earlier incidents of ambushes were now being attributed to Dian Peak, all thanks to Zhao Long's actions. Witnessing this, Chen furrowed his brow. This was entirely unexpected. His target was Dian Peak, yet Dian Peak had mistaken Tianyang Peak as the perpetrator. In that moment, Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended why the disciples of Dian Peak had come in groups to the back mountain today. They were not here to gather spirit herbs. They had come together to administer their own form of justice. Soon, anguished screams resembling those of slaughtered pig echoed from the northeast. Another scream followed from the northwest, and soon cries emerged from the southeast and southwest, each more chilling than the last. The cacophony drew a crowd, with disciples from Dian Peak converging from all directions, each wielding a black iron rod. I took down 2 from Tianyang Peak. I took down 3 from Rinyang Peak. I took down 1 from Tianyang Peak and 2 from Rinyang Peak. The disciples of Dian Peak recounted their exploits, their expressions a mix of rage, triumph, and excitement. Withdraw, Zhao Long commanded, and the disciples of Dian Peak retreated from the back mountain of Hongyue. Once they left, Yi Chun emerged from the underbrush, clearing his throat and scratching his ear, thinking to himself that he could not be blamed for this chaos. He too donned his black cloak and quickly exited the back mountain of Hung, recognizing that this place had become fraught with peril and could no longer be lingered in. He foresaw that in the days to come, the back mountain of Hongyue would no longer remain tranquil. The disciples of Dian Peak would believe that it was the disciples of Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak who conspired against them. Rinyang Peak would suspect that Tianyang Peak was behind it all, while Tianyang Peak would think it was Rinyang Peak's doing. The 3 main peaks of the outer sect would inevitably engage in mutual suspicion, each vying for dominance. At this juncture, regardless of who initiated the first ambush, it would be nearly impossible to clarify the situation. Sighing, Yi Chun rubbed his temples, contemplating the mischief that had transpired. He could already envision the coming days where a disciple from the 3 main peaks would head to the back mountain to gather spirit herbs, undoubtedly bringing along their own black iron rods. After leaving the back mountain of Hongyue, Yi Chun made his way to Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, he caught the attention of Pang Dehai, who was engrossed in ancient texts at the counter. Pang glanced up, irritation evident in his voice. "What's the meaning of wearing a black cloak in broad daylight, you rascal?" Yi Chun chuckled, having hoped to conceal his recovery from others. But it seemed he could not escape Pang Dehai's keen perception. After enduring over 100 lashes, "You're already up and about? Your bones are indeed tough," Pang Dehai remarked, setting down the ancient tome and scrutinizing Yi Chun with piercing eyes, as if trying to unveil some hidden truth. "Master, you know about my punishment?" Yi Chun asked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Of course, who in the outer sect doesn't he know?" Pang Dehai replied. Yi Chun kafud lightly, then presented a storage bag. "Master, here are the Shui Yulon flowers." Taking the bag, Pang Dehai peered inside and was astonished to find over 6,000 spirit stones. Even he was taken aback. It was remarkable for an interned disciple at the Qi condensation stage to possess such wealth. "Where did you acquire so many spirit stones?" he inquired, though he typically refrained from prying into others' affairs. "I found them," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. "Found them? That's an impressive haul." Pang raised an eyebrow. Just lucky, Yi Chun replied, rubbing his nose. "Do tell me another day. I might want to go treasure hunting myself," Pang Dehai said, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chun, but ultimately refraining from further inquiries. Instead, he produced another storage bag from his robes and handed it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun promptly tucked the bag into his own attire, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Pang Dehai and asked, "Master, is the library of Hongyue sect open to interned disciples?" "It only opens on the last day of each month," Pang Dehai replied. "That means it will be open in 3 days," Yi Chun mumbled to himself as he turned to exit the library. Once Yi Chun had departed, Pang Dehai stroked his beard, a profound expression in his eyes. This young man truly is an enigma. Chapter 31. Breaking through the acupoint upon returning to the small spiritual garden, Yi Chun locked himself inside his room. Having procured an ample supply of snow magnolia flowers, he resolved to refine them all into jade spirit liquid in preparation for his advancement to the 5th level of Qi condensation. Summoning his true fire, he began to infuse each spirit herb into the flames. He labored tirelessly until nightfall, consuming a vial of jade spirit liquid before resuming his work. The night passed in silence, and dawn arrived swiftly. Today, the Hongyue sect was particularly lively. More accurately, the rear mountain of Hongyue sect was bustling with activity. The previous day, disciples from Tianyang Peak and Rinyang Peak had been caught off guard in the rear mountain, leading to the furious ire of Elder Zhong and Master Qingyang, who sternly instructed their disciples to remain vigilant against the other 2 peaks, hinting at the need to retaliate. As Yi Chun had anticipated, the rear mountain of Hung Yue's sect had transformed into a battleground for the three main peaks. Consequently, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. Any disciple venturing to collect spirit herbs was seen clutching a black iron rod. The mentality was clear: if you strike me, I shall strike back with fervor. Almost all the disciples who suffered such blows harbored this sentiment. One cannot suffer in silence. The pent-up frustration demanded an outlet, regardless of the identity of the assailant. The cacophony of anguished cries echoed from the rear mountain from dawn till dusk, leaving the disciples and elders of the Hung Yue sect in a state of bewilderment. What chaos had erupted among the three main peaks? Henceforth, access to the rear mountain would be fraught with danger. One could never know when they might be struck by a surprise attack. As long as they weren't targeted, it mattered little who was attacked. By the end of the day, any disciple who had ventured into the rear mountain emerged either clutching their heads, sporting bruises, or covered in footprints and welts, truly a striking sight to behold. The clandestine skirmishes escalated, and, as time progressed, these covert conflicts gradually evolved into overt confrontations, shifting the battleground from the rear mountain to the Fengyun platform. Come out. I await you at the Fengyun platform," shouted a disciple from Tianyang Peak as the first light broke. This challenge incited a chain reaction, with voices of defiance echoing one after another. Yukong from Rinyang Peak. "I await you at the Fengyun platform." Zhao Long from Dian Peak. "I swear we shall not rest until one of us is vanquished." They demanded direct confrontation, eschewing any underhanded tactics. Historically, there had been long-standing grievances among the disciples of the three main peaks. The incident involving the black iron rods had merely ignited the long-simmering tensions, transforming the Fengyun platform into a veritable arena of conflict. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, reminiscent of the grandeur from the inception of the Hung Yue sect. What had led to this chaotic confrontation among the three main peaks? Years of resentment had accumulated, and even without the black iron rod incident, a clash was inevitable. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, the unwitting catalyst for this turmoil, remained unhurriedly engaged in the refinement of jade spirit liquid within the small spiritual garden. The fragrant aroma of herbs enveloped the air, intoxicating the senses. "How delightful!" exclaimed Tiger Boy, his large eyes glistening as he stood outside Yi Chun and Appo's door, greedily inhaling the fragrance wafting from within. The jade spirit liquid was familiar to Zhang Fengyan, a former elder of the Hung Yue sect, who marveled at the rich, warm scent emanating from the room, indicative of freshly produced jade spirit liquid. This prompted him to stroke his beard thoughtfully. In the depths of night, Yi Chun finally emerged from his room, appearing disheveled with unkempt hair, a weary countenance, and stubble adorning his jaw. He stretched vigorously, the sound of cracking joints resonating from within. After 2 days and nights of relentless labor, he had successfully refined over 100 vials of jade spirit liquid, honing his control over fire and the intricacies of the refining process with increasing proficiency. Squawk! The giant bird known as Little Eagle, still awake, flapped its wings and approached, its fluffy head nuzzling against Yi Chun. Its injuries had not yet fully healed, and it would require at least a month before it could soar through the skies again. Hungry? Yi Chun gently caressed the soft head of the little eagle. Squawk! The eagle, displaying remarkable intelligence, seemed to comprehend Yi Chun's words and shook its head. Yi Chun smiled slightly, extracting a sizable piece of meat from his storage bag and presenting it to the eagle. The bird's eyes sparkled with delight as it devoured the offering. "Let's help you out." Yi Chun once more stroked the eagle's head, subsequently administering a vial of jade spirit liquid into its body. The moment the liquid entered, the eagle felt a surge of warmth enveloping its entire being, a tremendous power invigorating it, prompting a glance of apprehension towards Yi Chun, fearful of being overwhelmed. "Fear not, I am here," Yi Chun reassured with a smile, summoning his true fire. Upon sighting the flames, a look of terror flickered in the eagle's eyes, as if it understood the perilous nature of the true fire wielded by Yi Chun, causing it to tremble involuntarily. "Do not fear," he said softly, enveloping the eagle in true fire, which then surged into its body to assist in refining the jade spirit liquid. Squawk, squawk, lacking any pain from incineration. The eagle felt enveloped in warmth, its trembling body gradually regaining composure as the refined jade spirit liquid nourished its injuries. Within a mere 10 minutes, the eagle flapped its wings, managing to leap into the air for a brief flight. Squawk, squawk. The spirit bird seemed exhilarated, reluctant to descend from the skies, flapping about until exhaustion finally claimed it, leading to a deep slumber. Sleep well. Tomorrow will bring better tidings, Chen chuckled, patting the eagle and Appo's small head before turning to enter Tiger Boy and Appo's room. Tiger Boy, innocent and unassuming, lay soundly asleep, utterly oblivious to Chen and Appo's presence. Approaching the bedside, Chen examined Tiger Boy's body closely. He discovered that the child's innate spiritual acupoints were blocked, with several major meridians unactivated, making the prospect of cultivating into a practitioner bleak without extraordinary circumstances. Typically, unobstructed meridians allow for the opening of spiritual acupoints, gateways to the dantian. Only by unblocking these acupoints and establishing a dantian can one attract the vital energies of heaven and earth, thus becoming a true practitioner. However, if a person and Appo's meridians are congenitally obstructed, they would require external assistance to clear their entire meridian system in order to cultivate successfully. Chen pondered for a moment before channeling true fire into Tiger Boy and Appo's body. Indeed, he intended to refine Tiger Boy's physique, subsequently unblocking his meridians, opening his spiritual acupoints, and ultimately establishing his dantian. Soon, a pained expression crossed Tiger Boy and Appo's face as he struggled to awaken, but was once again lulled into slumber by Chen and Appo's soothing aroma. With careful control over the true fire, Chen meticulously refined Tiger Boy's body, being cautious not to harm the boy with the formidable flames. It wasn't long before beads of sweat began to form on his brow. However, his efforts bore fruit. Through the refinement process, Tiger Boy's meridians grew resilient, the obstructions loosening gradually as a surge of true energy began to flow through them. This painstaking process consumed considerable time. It was not until just before dawn that Chen successfully unblocked all of Tiger Boy's meridians. The impurities within Tiger Boy's body, having been expelled through his pores due to the refinement, revealed a serene smile on his slumbering face. With a sigh of relief, Chen exhaled the tension that had coiled around him. Now it was time to open the spiritual acupoints. Chen smiled faintly, recognizing that he had achieved half of his goal. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it, he said, taking a brief respite before once again channeling true energy into Tiger Boy's body, allowing it to flow through the meridians and impact the barrier leading to the dantian. Ugh! Upon the first impact, pain etched itself across Tiger Boy's small face. Once more, Chen proceeded cautiously, acutely aware that a moment's negligence could cost Tiger Boy his life. He infused the true energy into Tiger Boy, akin to a sharp sword, relentlessly striking with increasing intensity. Tiger Boy's small face was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as parchment. Were it not for Chen administering a soothing fragrance to lull him into slumber, he would undoubtedly awaken in agony. Hold on, for your fate may very well be transformed by this. Chen continued to channel his true energy against that layer of barrier. As dawn approached, even Chen's complexion began to pale. A soft sound resonated within Tiger Boy, and it was then that the spiritual meridian leading to his dantian was truly opened by Chen. Suddenly, the ethereal energies of the universe began to ripple and converge towards Tiger Boy, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that poured into his body through every pore. As if seeking an outlet, heaven rewards the diligent. Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat from his brow. Chapter 32. The library as dawn broke. Chen did not take a moment's rest, instead setting about preparing breakfast for Zhang Fengyan and Hua. The door creaked open, and Zhang Fengyan emerged, leaning on his cane, his frail form trembling slightly. Seeing Chen, he smiled gently. "Young man, you rise early." "I couldn't sleep," So I decided to get up, Yi Chen replied with a casual smile. Such diligence is truly rare, Zhang Fengyan remarked. You're flattering me, senior. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Hua, who burst forth with a puzzled expression. He approached Zhang Fengyan and Yi Chen, pointing to the swirling currents of energy around him. What is happening? It feels like something is rushing into my body, and I feel warm all over. Spiritual energy? Zhang Fengyan observed closely, his eyes widening in astonishment as he hurriedly examined Hua. How is this possible? I can cultivate? Hua looked up at Yi Chen and Zhang Fengyan with wide eyes. Indeed, you can. From this day forth, you shall be a cultivator, Zhang Fengyan exclaimed, visibly more excited than he had anticipated. I'm a cultivator now. I'm a cultivator. Hua exclaimed joyfully, a bright and innocent child, bouncing around the small spirit garden before finally running to a spirit beast named Xiao Ying, exclaiming, Xiao Ying, I can cultivate now. I can protect you. Quack. Xiao Ying seemed to understand, its cries filled with joy. Fortune smiles upon us. Zhang Fengyan beamed, watching the exuberant Hua, his own complexion brightening significantly, as if he had shed several years. Yi Chen observed Hua in silence, sharing in his joy, but feeling a twinge of conflict within. Was this truly what was best for him? The path of a cultivator is far more arduous than that of a mortal. Embarking on this journey meant a lifespan longer than that of ordinary people, but with longevity came solitude. The road of cultivation is undeniably harsh. Yi Chen was unsure if altering Hua's fate was right or wrong. Perhaps only when Hua truly comprehended the hardships of a cultivator's journey would he realize that living as a mortal could be far more liberating. After a simple breakfast, Yi Chen stepped out of the small spirit garden. Today, he did not don his dark robe, for he knew there was no longer any need for disguise. The disciples of the three main peaks were engaged in fierce combat, and his appearance on Hengyue's spirit mountain would hardly draw their attention. However, his presence still attracted considerable notice. Any disciple of Hengyue who caught sight of Yi Chen would display expressions of astonishment. He endured over 100 lashes, and he is fully recovered? Is he a monster? Not a single scar remains after just a few days. What? Upon hearing that Yi Chen was once again lively, In Jeeping from the discipline hall sprang to his feet, his face betraying an uncontrollable shock. Not only he, but disciples and elders from Tianyang Peak, Diang Peak, and Rinyang Peak alike revealed their astonishment. In merely a few days, all his injuries had healed, something no one had ever accomplished since the founding of Hengyue sect. Hurry, hurry! Disciples from Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak are fighting again at the wind and cloud platform. I heard the disciples from Diang Peak have joined as well. Rumor has it that a disciple at the Yuan realm is participating. Soon, groups of people surged toward the wind and cloud platform. This meant that the surprise at Yi Chen's recovery was swiftly overshadowed by the brawl among the disciples of the three main peaks. Despite the escalating chaos at the wind and cloud platform, Yi Chen did not pause. Today marked the day the library of Hengyue sect opened its doors to intern disciples, and he was unwilling to squander time merely to witness the commotion. Before an imposing pavilion, Yi Chen halted. Unlike other days, the library was eerily quiet today, devoid of any presence. Perhaps everyone had rushed to the wind and cloud platform to watch the spectacle. Perfect, a rare moment of tranquility, he thought, smiling slightly as he stepped into the library. Inside, the library was a world unto itself, vast and magnificent. Rows upon rows of bookshelves were filled with ancient scrolls, numbering over 100,000, all meticulously collected by Hengyue sect. Though located on the first floor, these were indeed precious tomes. The guardian of the library was an old man with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair, known as the true man of Huangshi among the Hengyue people. Elder, Yi Chen greeted respectfully. Enter, the old man replied, his gaze appraising Yi Chen as he revealed a set of large yellowed teeth. Yi Chen presented his identity token and proceeded inside. He casually picked an ancient scroll from the shelves, only to discover was an introduction to spiritual herbs. Shaking his head slightly, he returned it to its place. The library was serene, and Yi Chen relished the quietude, perusing scroll after scroll as if shopping for groceries. only to return each one to its rightful spot. 3 hours passed, yet he had not found a single scroll related to profound techniques or methods. It seems such materials reside on the upper floors, Chen pondered. As an intern disciple, he was permitted to enter only the first floor of the library. He lacked the qualifications to ascend to the higher levels. Feeling a hint of disappointment, Chen picked up another ancient scroll to read. Suddenly, the tranquility of the library was disrupted by a voice at the entrance, announcing the arrival of another visitor. "Little brat, if you dare to pilfer again, I'll teach you a lesson." The old man's scolding voice rang out. "Who do you think I am?" came the retort. After a brief exchange, Chen turned to see the newcomer. At once, his mouth twitched in disbelief. What on earth had this person been fed? His expression was due to the peculiar appearance of the newcomer, a boy of about 13 or 14, shorter than Hua, but remarkably corpulent. As he walked, his ample flesh jiggled, resembling a rolling mass from afar. His attire was the most bizarre Chen had ever encountered. He wore only 2 pieces of clothing, a large pair of shorts and a small vest. With eyes so small they were nearly invisible, exposing his bare chest, reminiscent of a miniature Mithra Buddha. What a prodigious talent Hung Yue has. Chen musit, observing the chubby boy with a mix of amusement and disbelief. As the boy approached, he scrutinized Chen from head to toe. Though his eyes were small, they sparkled with mischief, examining everything with keen interest. "I haven't seen you before," the chubby boy remarked, rubbing his plump chin. "I just arrived." The boy responded casually, then turned to walk away. However, after taking a few steps, he returned, his rotund nose twitching as he sniffed the air like a dog. Soon, he caught the scent emanating from Chen. "True fire?" the boy exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Chen. "You possess true fire?" Chapter 33. Xiong Er, do you possess true fire? Upon hearing this voice, Chen furrowed his brow in surprise. True fire was his greatest secret, one he had concealed for an extended period. Even the leaders of the 3 main peaks and Zhou de Fuck had been unable to discern it. Yet this little chubby boy had detected it. Chen was filled with astonishment. "Do you have true fire?" The chubby boy gripped Chen's arm with his pudgy hands, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner, as if fearing that the outside world would hear him. "True fire is incredibly precious. As a mere apprentice disciple, how could I possess such a thing?" Though shocked, Chen managed a slight smile. "Stop deceiving me. I can smell it. Perhaps you are mistaken. There and amp, oppos. None is there. Then I shall find someone to verify it." With that, the little chubby boy turned around, taking a deep breath, and shouted towards the entrance, "Old Huang. This lad has true, Before the boy could finish his proclamation, Chen swiftly covered his mouth, knowing that if Huang Shizhen came to verify, his true fire would surely be exposed. "Little chubby, you certainly know a lot," Chen thought, his forehead twitching. There was a reason why this boy was so plump. It was all the clever ideas he had come up with. "See, I told you there was something." The chubby boy wriggled free from Chen's grasp, rubbing his chubby hands together, his little eyes sparkling with excitement. "You and oppos, requite the character." Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to smack the little boy on the spot. "What are you shouting about?" Huang Shizhen approached, grumbling as he glared at the chubby boy. "Have you eaten too much and lost your mind?" I was just practicing my voice." The boy scratched his ear, ultimately refraining from revealing Chen's secret. "Keep quiet," Huang Shizhen growled, turning to leave. After walking a few steps, he glanced back at the chubby boy and asked, "What were you saying about him having true?" "True what?" Under Huang Shizhen and oppos, as scrutiny, the chubby boy and oppos, as eyes darted around, true energy. Hearing this, even Chen almost burst into laughter. "Damn it." Huang Shizhen slapped the chubby boy across the face, exclaiming, "Every single person in Hung Yue sect has true energy. What's so surprising about that?" With that, he cursed and walked away. Once Huang Shizhen was gone, the chubby boy picked himself up from the ground, a clear handprint visible on his plump face. "You old fool. Just you wait." The boy cursed under his breath, covering his face. Chen, glancing at him, prepared to leave. "You can't go." The chubby boy immediately grabbed hold of Chen. "Is there something you need?" Yes. The chubby boy exclaimed eagerly. "I need you to use your true fire to help me refine a treasure." Not free. Old Huang, this boy. Refine, refine, refine. Yi Chen was utterly exasperated. The two made their way to the back mountain. Typically, this time of day would see Hung Yue disciples gathering herbs, but today, not a soul was in sight, as everyone had rushed to Fengyan platform to witness the three main peaks clash. Let's make this clear. I can help you refine it, but you cannot divulge my possession of true fire. Yi Chen reiterated this point throughout their journey. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, the chubby boy assured him, patting his chest. Also, it cannot be for free. Give me 500 spirit stones, or else it's off. Deal. The chubby boy agreed readily. His eagerness piqued Yi Chen and Appos, as curiosity about the treasure, for 500 spirit stones without hesitation indicated it must be extraordinary. The two found a secluded cave where the chubby boy retrieved the treasure he had mentioned. It was a spiked mace, dark and ominous, exuding a formidable presence. See that strand of dark energy? The boy brought the mace closer, pointing to the swirling darkness. Yi Chen leaned in, observing the dark energy, which was as thin as a hair. If not examined closely, it would be nearly invisible, emanating a chilling aura with a hint of bloodlust. What is this? Yi Chen inquired, pointing at the dark energy. It's the malevolent intent of the mace and Appos, as previous owner. With it present, I cannot establish control over the weapon. Malevolent intent. The term startled Yi Chen, a flicker of alarm crossing his eyes. To have such remnants of malevolence linger in a weapon suggested the former owner's immense power. And thus, the mace was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Are you certain true fire can refine it? Yi Chen scrutinized the chubby boy. Absolutely. The boy was confident. Malevolent intent is a manifestation of extreme yin, which fears the extreme yang. True fire, born of heaven and earth, is the epitome of yang and will surely refine it. Then let us begin, Yi Chen declared, summoning the true fire with a thought. As the true fire blazed, the temperature in the cave surged, illuminating the walls with a golden glow. What a domineering true fire! It will surely refine it, the chubby boy exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he levitated the mace into the air. Yi Chen enveloped the mace in true fire. Under the flames, the dark energy writhed violently. Ah! In the distance, a faint cry echoed, causing both Yi Chen and the chubby boy to momentarily falter. See? I told you so. The chubby boy rubbed his hands together, witnessing the dark energy struggle. The malevolent intent is too strong. It will take an hour, Yi Chen estimated. No problem. I have all the time in the world. The chubby boy squatted down, his gaze fixated on the mace. His rotund form resembled a mound of flesh. My name is Xiong Er. The chubby boy introduced himself while watching the mace intently. Xiong, I'm a second in my family, so my father named me Xiong Er. Yi Chen Kuden and Appos, T help but smirk at this peculiar name. And what about your brother? Xiongda. And your sibling Isnt named Xiong San, is he? I have no siblings. Yi Chen ceased his inquiries, thinking that Xiong Er was odd enough, not realizing that his father was even more eccentric to bestow such outrageous names upon them. Another piercing scream erupted from the mace. The strand of dark energy had become exceedingly thin. The malevolent intent of its former owner was no match for the true fire, which was its natural nemesis. Despite its struggles, it was destined to be refined. An hour later, Yi Chen extinguished the true fire. Excellent, excellent. Xiong Er took the mace, eagerly dripping his blood upon it. Quickly, the blood was absorbed, and the mace trembled. Grow. Xiong Er became the master, and with a thought, the mace expanded, eventually becoming thicker than a tree and taller than a person, exuding an aura of weightiness. If this were to strike down, few could withstand it, Yi Chen mused, acknowledging the mace's ferocity. Beside him, Xiong Er, now in high spirits, clapped Yi Chen on the shoulder, saying, Today, I'm in a good mood. Let me treat you to a drink. Yi Chen glanced at Xiong Er, sensing that he might be reluctant to pay. From the moment we met, we felt an instant connection. Discussing finances tends to mar our sentiments. To my surprise, Xiong Er suddenly wrapped his arm around Yi Chen and Appos' neck, winking playfully. You and Appos, got genuine fire. How about embarking on a grand venture with me? For a price. Yi Chen and Amp, Oppos, S expression darkened. Are you in need of snow Yulon flowers? Xiong Air winked once more. Upon hearing this, Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing he had underestimated this little rotund fellow. Clever and astute, he recognized Chen's genuine fire and was undoubtedly aware of his endeavor in concocting jade spirit liquid. And he knew that the only ingredient Chen lacked was indeed the snow Yulon flower. The elder guarding the spiritual her garden is my uncle, Xiong Air declared, causing Chen's eyes to gleam with newfound interest. Chapter 34. The Theft of Spiritual Herbs Under the Cover of Night. Chen and Xiong Air arrived at the outer gate of Hangyue sect's spiritual her garden. The garden sprawled extensively, enveloped in swirling mist, with various spiritual herbs shimmering in hues of brilliance. Even before stepping inside, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Naturally, the garden was surrounded by formidable barriers. Entry was not granted to just anyone. Are we really going to do this? Chen glanced at the corpulent Xiong Air, who exuded an air of unreliability. It must be done. Xiong Air thumped his chest and boldly stepped into the garden. Chen surveyed the surroundings before following suit. Within the garden stood a pavilion, nestled deep among the spiritual fruit trees. Before Chen and Xiong Air could draw near, they heard the sultry moans of a woman emanating from within the pavilion, and even glimpsed the structure swaying. Chen smirked slightly. He was all too familiar with such sounds, reminiscent of that night in the cave with the enchanting woman from the Void Realm, whose cries were even more provocative than those echoing from the pavilion. Your uncle seems quite dedicated, Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiong Air. But that doesn't sound like my aunt. Xiong Air scratched his head in confusion. Without hesitation, Xiong Air wiggled his ample frame forward, calling out tentatively, "Uncle, hurry, put on your clothes." A man's voice urged from within. Moments later, hurried footsteps were heard, and a disheveled male disciple along with a disarrayed female disciple appeared at the pavilion's entrance. "Xiong Fatty, it's you." The male disciple, visibly relieved to see Xiong Air, gestured dismissively to the female disciple beside him. "Sweetheart, you can head back now. I and Oppos, LL come see you again tomorrow." The female disciple blushed deeply as she sashayed out, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen as she passed. Chen chose to ignore her. Perhaps since that night, he could no longer harbor feelings for any woman. "Lysander, you have some nerve. Aren't you afraid your uncle will beat you?" Xiong Air began to berate, as if the place were his own brothel. "My master is off wandering. Who knows when he'll return?" "I was just looking for some company to alleviate my loneliness," Xiong Air retorted. "Your uncle has been away for half a month already." "Oh, that's convenient then." Xiong Air stepped forward, producing an iron rod from his pocket and swung it down upon the male disciple, knocking him unconscious and leaving him sprawled on the ground. Chen watched with his mouth agape. "Is this what you meant by collecting spiritual herbs? This is outright robbery, whether it in Oppos, S stealing or robbing." "What in Oppos? S important is getting our hands on the herbs," Xiong Air replied, tossing the unconscious disciple into the bushes. "If my uncle finds out, I in Oppos, LL just say it was me. Besides, we won't take too much. With so many herbs, who would notice? I feel like I and Oppos boarded a pirate ship," Chen muttered. "Enough of this nonsense. Let S go." Though feeling a twinge of guilt, Chen followed Xiong Air. The spiritual her garden was indeed abundant with herbs, leaving Chen awestruck. Many were rare, and the truly precious ones were protected by barriers, which he dared not covet. Soon, they arrived at the patch of snow Yulon flowers. Just as Xiong Air had claimed, the area was teeming with the blossoms, each radiating resplendent light. Stealing a few would surely go unnoticed. Most importantly, snow Yulon flowers were not among the precious herbs, and the area lacked any protective barriers. After scouring the back mountain, it was a rare find to discover so many snow Yulon flowers here. Chen Sikit, realizing the magnitude of Hangyue sect's resources. If these flowers were refined into Yuling liquid, it would amount to a considerable fortune, but alas, the garden was not his to claim. "Quit dawdling. Pick them," Xiong Air urged. With that, he produced a storage bag from his waistband and, like a thief, began plucking the flowers with abandon. Seeing this, Yi Chen also retrieved his storage bag and joined in. Don't focus on one spot. It's too obvious. Of course. I know that. Then why are you still fixating on a single spot? You and Appos, VE stripped it bare. Under the moonlit sky, the two behaved shamelessly, akin to bandits. Once their storage bags were brimming, Xiong Air waved his hand and declared, time to retreat. Yi Chen complied, stowing the bag away, but suddenly felt a tremor of true fire within him. Something precious was the first thought that crossed Yi Chen's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the area, yet his limited vision failed to reveal anything extraordinary. Let's go, Xiong Air urged, pulling Yi Chen along. Despite his curiosity to delve deeper, Yi Chen recognized the precariousness of their situation should they encounter anyone else who knew what trouble might ensue. Just as they reached the pavilion's base, a figure descended from above, riding a divine rainbow. Oh no, my uncle's back, Xiong Air exclaimed, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Of all times to return, Yi Chen silently cursed. Before they could react, a tall figure landed before them. He was well-built and exuded an aura of authority, though his mouth was rather large. This man was Lin Qingshan, the elder in charge of guarding the spiritual herb garden and Xiong Air's uncle. Uncle, you're back. Xiong Air rubbed his hands together with a nervous smile. Xiong Air, what are you doing in my spiritual herb garden at this hour? Lin Qingshan inquired, bewildered. Not much, really. My father wants to remarry, so I brought you a wedding invitation. What? Lin Qingshan's expression darkened in an instant, his fury palpable. Yi Chen nearly fell to his knees in disbelief at Xiong Air's audacity. His talent for weaving lies was truly remarkable, but this was taking it too far. Xiong Dazai, you must be tired of living. Lin Qingshan and Appos. His anger flared as he turned and flew off, seemingly intent on confronting Xiong Air and Appos as father. Yi Chen could only imagine the trouble awaiting Xiong Air's father. What are you standing there for? Let us go. Once Lin Qingshan had departed, Xiong Air seized Yi Chen and hurried out of the spiritual herb garden. Are you not worried your father might beat you when you return? Yi Chen asked, exasperated. No worries. I get beaten every day. Chapter 35. The transformation of the purple gold gourd in the dead of night. Yi Chen and Xiong Air once again ventured to the back mountain of Hung Yue's sect. Within the familiar cave, they meticulously counted the stolen snow Yulon flowers, over 900 of them. This is going to be lucrative. We can refine them all into jade spirit liquid, 50-50. What do you say? Deal. Thus, the duo scoured the mountainside once more. The herbs required for crafting jade spirit liquid were not limited to just the snow Yulon. Several other spiritual herbs were also needed, and fortunately, the back mountain was abundant. As dawn approached, the two, exhausted, returned to the cave. After toiling through most of the night, they had finally managed to gather enough herbs for 500 portions of jade spirit liquid. With enthusiasm, Yi Chen summoned his true fire, transforming it into the shape of a cauldron. Beside him, Xiong Air was equally invigorated, diligently assisting Yi Chen by tossing the spiritual herbs into the fiery cauldron according to his instructions. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. The disciples of the three main peaks were still engaged in fierce battles at the Fengyun platform, nearly resorting to brawls on several occasions. However, this commotion did not disturb Xiong Air and Yi Chen, who were wholly engrossed in the meticulous crafting of jade spirit liquid, the cave filled with a rich, fragrant aroma. As day turned into night and time passed in a blink, 9 days quietly slipped away. Throughout this period, the two would occasionally take breaks before resuming their intense refining. On yet another starry night, utterly fatigued, they lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their efforts had not been in vain. Hundreds of bottles of jade spirit liquid lay peacefully beside them, filling them with joy. I've been meaning to ask you something, Xiong Air said, gazing at Yi Chen with curiosity. You possess true fire. For a sect, that's incredibly valuable. Why have you only settled for being an outer disciple? Innocent men may suffer for their treasures. Yi Chen shrugged. It's simply that true fire attracts too much attention, and I have no desire to invite unnecessary troubles because of it. That's true. Until I have more power, I have no intention of revealing my true fire in front of outsiders. The outer sect competition is in a month. If you want to enter the inner sect without using your true fire, I fear it may be a challenge, Xiong Air remarked, pinching his chubby chin. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. The Hing sect likely holds an outer sect competition every 3 years, much like the Xinjiang sect. Only those who make it to the end can enter the inner sect. Reflecting on the outer sect competition, Yi Chen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It had been over a month since he had been expelled from the Xinjiang sect. Had he still been there, he would have likely entered the inner sect by now. The vicissitudes of life were truly unpredictable. Yi Chen couldn't help but reflect on his circumstances, abandoned by his sect, subjected to humiliation, but fate had been fair, granting him a second chance to shine in Hing sect. "I'm off," Xiong Er declared, patting his backside as he stood up, scratching his nose. "My old man might be out there looking for me." With that, Xiong Er leaped out of the cave. After his departure, Yi Chen sealed the cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid were consumed in one go, and his true fire surged forth, refining it into pure, true energy. As this overwhelming energy flooded into his dance sea, it began to tumultuously swirl, golden waves crashing within. As the quantity of true energy grew, Yi Chen's cultivation was pushed to the pinnacle of the 4th stage of qi condensation. At that moment, his pores opened wide, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a pop echoed within him, signaling his breakthrough to the 5th stage of qi condensation. With a long exhale, Yi Chen felt an immense sense of relief. Looking inward, he noticed that his meridians had grown sturdier, and under the subtle refinement of true fire, his bones had become resilient, each adorned with a brilliant golden sheen. Due to this advancement, the capacity of his dance sea expanded once again. He estimated that for the next breakthrough, at least 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid would be required. Yi Chen understood that the 5th stage of qi condensation represented a watershed moment. The first 4 stages were relatively easy to break through, but starting from the 5th stage, the challenges multiplied, particularly for him with his dance sea, making it all the more difficult. Thankfully, with true fire capable of refining jade spirit liquid, who knew when he would have the opportunity to break through again if relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy. With this thought, he leapt up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Just then, he felt a slight tremor from within his storage bag. Upon opening it, he discovered that the source of the faint vibration was the purple gold gourd he had purchased at the treasure pavilion. Since acquiring it, it had remained still. Intrigued, Yi Chen took out the gourd, noticing it had changed. A subtle purple light flickered upon it, and the runes engraved on its surface occasionally shimmered. Could this be a result of my breakthrough, triggering its awakening? Yi Chen murmured, gently removing the cork. Instantly, the purple gold gourd quivered once more. Soon, a small vortex materialized at the mouth of the gourd, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding world, which was then absorbed into the gourd through this little whirlpool. This sight filled Yi Chen with astonishment. Without sealing the gourd, he quietly observed its transformation. It was akin to a living being, assimilating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Realizing this, Yi Chen broke through the cave entrance and stepped outside. Compared to the cave, the spiritual energy in the open air was even more abundant. He placed the purple gold gourd on a rock, and instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy was attracted to it, forcefully drawn into the gourd. After an unknown period, Yi Chen leaned in, peering through the opening of the gourd. To his astonishment, the absorbed spiritual energy had transformed into several droplets of spiritual liquid. Though few in number, they were remarkably pure. "You possess such an ability," Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief as he tilted his head back, ingesting the spiritual liquid from the gourd. As it flowed into his body, it felt like a clear spring nourishing his meridians, no less effective than the jade spirit liquid. A smile of joy spread across Yi Chen's face. He then placed the purple gold gourd back on the rock, allowing it to continue absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Not only that, but he also poured several bottles of jade spirit liquid into it, discovering that the two liquids merged seamlessly, becoming even purer. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor at the sight. With that, he emptied every bottle of jade spirit liquid from his storage bag into the gourd. "This is truly remarkable." Yi Chen gently caressed the gourd, acknowledging that the investment of 1,300 spirit stones was well worth it. In the future, he would merely need to place this purple gold gourd in a spiritually rich location. It would autonomously absorb energy, converting it into spiritual liquid. Although the gourd's conversion speed was somewhat slow, it would undoubtedly accumulate over time, and most importantly, it would not consume Yi Chen's time. A treasure, truly a treasure. He chuckled to himself as he secured the purple gold gourd and exited the back mountain. Chapter 36. Ascending the spirit mountain. By the time Yi Chen returned to the little spirit garden, the night had already deepened. Upon entering, he discovered that Hua was still awake, seated cross-legged on a mat, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. A closer inspection revealed that Hua and Apos, as cultivation had solidified at the first level of qi condensation. What a diligent little fellow. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Hearing the sound, Hua opened his eyes and, upon seeing Yi Chen, hurriedly rose to his feet. Big brother, you're back. How do you feel? Yi Chen patted Hua's shoulder. I feel fantastic. Hua beamed, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. His innocent nature left no room for pretense, and his genuine emotions shone through. I feel full of energy, and my appetite has grown quite a bit. I'll get even stronger in the future. Yi Chen's smile broadened with satisfaction. He then retrieved 3 bottles of spirit liquid from his storage pouch and handed them to Hua. Take 3 drops every hour. 3 drops is the limit, so do not overindulge. Thank you, big brother, Hua exclaimed excitedly, quickly wiping the bottles with his sleeve. Come to me when you run out. Hua nodded vigorously and then looked up at Yi Chen with his big, fluttering eyes. Big brother, can I also go to the spirit mountain to cultivate like you? Yi Chen fell into silence. As a disciple of the sect, he was acutely aware of the dangers within. Weakness invites bullying, while strength often breeds jealousy. And the treachery of others is ever present. Hua, being a simple and honest child, was blissfully unaware of such intrigues, and Yi Chen was reluctant to expose him to these harsh realities too soon. I just want to see the world up there. Noticing Yi Chen's silence, Hua lowered his head. Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed inwardly but maintained a gentle smile, patting Hua and Apos' head and saying, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I will take you up the mountain. Really? Hua's head shot up once more. Absolutely. Hua was ecstatic, dashing into his small room. Sighing softly after Hua left, Yi Chen pondered whether helping him become a cultivator was the right decision. After taking a glance at Hua and Apos' little room, he tended to the injuries of his small eagle spirit beast and, under the cover of darkness, entered Zhang Fengyan's room to administer a bottle of jade spirit liquid into his body, aiding in his recovery. Having accomplished these tasks, Yi Chen returned to his own chamber, placing the small purple golden gourd on his bedside to absorb spiritual energy on its own. Only then did he close his eyes, activating the wild body refinement technique to temper his physique. The next day, before dawn, he stepped out of his room. In the small garden, Hua was already up, dressed in a clean outfit. While cultivating on the mountain, behave yourself and don't cause trouble. Remember to come back early, Zhang Fengyan admonished repeatedly, leaning on his cane, anxious that Hua might face bullying. Yi Chen approached slowly, smiling. Rest assured, senior, I will keep an eye on him. After a hasty breakfast, Yi Chen and Hua departed from the little spirit garden under Zhang Fengyan and Apos' watchful gaze. As they ascended the spirit mountain of Hunyu's sect for the first time, Hua and Apos' wide eyes darted around, taking in the towering peaks, majestic palaces, and radiant spiritual trees, all of which seemed novel and wondrous to him. On that day, the spirit mountain was bustling with many individuals absorbing spiritual energy. Perhaps it was due to the conclusion of a tumultuous battle among disciples from the 3 main peaks at the wind and cloud platform. Or perhaps the impending outer sect competition a month later instilled a sense of urgency in them, compelling them to intensify their training. Nonetheless, Yi Chen's arrival attracted considerable attention. This in-turn disciple had accomplished several astonishing feats since joining Hunyu's sect, including defeating Zhao Long in the wind and cloud battle, openly opposing the Diyang Peak, and severely injuring Wei Yang, not to mention facing punishment from the discipline hall. How could he bring Hua up here, blatantly disregarding sect rules? Are you blind? That boy named Hua has true chi fluctuations within him. Can he cultivate? What a marvel! Yi Chun ignored the murmurs surrounding them, gently holding Hua's hand as they walked past. Hua, on the other hand, felt apprehensive amidst the whispers and pointed fingers, trailing closely behind Yi Chun, afraid to make any unnecessary moves. Don't be afraid, Yi Chun reassured with a faint smile. I'm not afraid. After turning several corners, Yi Chun led Hua to the Jiuqing Pavilion to obtain an identity token for him. Inside the hall, the same unruly elder in blue robes awaited them. Upon seeing Yi Chun enter, the elder chuckled. Little one, I truly underestimated you. The elder recalled the day Yi Chun first appeared, when the heads of the three main peaks were present, and, due to Yi Chun's perceived lack of talent, they declined to take him as a disciple. However, subsequent events had left him astonished. An in-turn disciple abandoned by the three main peaks had demonstrated such remarkable talent, leading to much regret. Senior, you jest, Yi Chun replied with a smile. As he spoke, he brought Hua forward, saying, Senior, this is Hua. He is here to obtain an identity token. Oh, the elder turned his gaze upon Hua, scrutinizing him closely as he pinched his small arms and shoulders. Having misjudged once, he wished to avoid another mistake. However, upon careful examination, he found Hua's talent and qualifications to be quite mediocre, a stark contrast to Yi Chun's exceptional abilities. Little one, you can only start as an intern disciple. Finally, the elder looked at Hua and asked, Are you willing? Hua nodded eagerly. As long as I can cultivate on the mountain, I'm fine with anything. The elder chuckled and went inside. Before long, he emerged with a storage pouch. Yi Chun accepted the pouch for Hua and then bowed politely to the elder, saying, Senior, thank you for your trouble. As Yi Chun turned to leave, the elder called out to him, Little one, once your internship is over, would you be willing to become my disciple? The elder extended an olive branch. Hangyue sect traditionally allowed elders from the three main peaks and various pavilions to take on disciples, and the elder's words indicated his desire to take Yi Chun under his wing at the Jiuqing Pavilion. Thank you for your kind offer, elder. I will consider it once my internship concludes, Yi Chun replied, smiling politely, neither accepting nor declining. I await your decision. Yi Chun nodded gently and led Hua out of the Jiuqing Pavilion. As they emerged, they encountered a familiar face, more accurately, a foe, clad in flowing white robes. With an elegant demeanor, the individual bore a smug expression that was both annoying and disdainful. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chi Hao, a disciple of the Yang Peak, who had ambushed Yi Chun from the back mountain days prior. Look who it is. Yi Chun, what a small world. Chi Hao smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. Yi Chun's gaze turned icy. He was ready to confront Chi Hao on the wind and cloud platform right then and there. However, after careful consideration, he chose to refrain, as Hua was with him, and he did not wish to expose the child to such brutality. What's wrong? Did the fire whip not kill you? Chi Hao scoffed, a sneer on his lips. Accompanying him was a boy named Chi Yun, who shared a similar age with Hua but carried an air of arrogance. Casting a disdainful glance at Hua, he remarked, so weak. Feeling belittled under Chi Yun's gaze, Hua lowered his head, acutely aware of the vast differences in their backgrounds, cultivation levels, and innate qualities. Yi Chun led Hua away, but a cold voice called back to them. Chi Hao, I will be waiting for you on the wind and cloud platform tomorrow. Chapter 37. The Black Iron Staff. Upon exiting the 9-clear pavilion, Yi Chun led Hua towards the spirit weapon pavilion, intending to help Hua select a suitable spirit weapon. Big brother, I embarrassed you, Hua suddenly murmured, his head lowered as they walked. Yi Chun paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon he realized the source of Hua's dismay. The boy, robust and earnest, seemed troubled by their earlier encounter. Unlike him, who was accompanied by a peer of similar age, Chi Hao had brought along Chi Yun, who was notably more capable. Yi Chun had long been aware of Chi Hao's background. He hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators and had been sent to Hangyue sect at a young age. Chi Yun, too, was evidently a member of the Qi family, destined for training at Hangyue sect. The realm of cultivation was rife with noble families, such as the Shangwan family of Dongyue, the Situ family of Shishu, the Qi family of Nanjing, and the Wang family of Beichuan. Both Chi Hao and Chi Yun were scions of the Qi family from Nanjing. Although these families did not possess the deep-rooted heritage of sects, their disciples were nurtured from childhood with the aid of spiritual herbs, always supported by an abundance of resources. This singular aspect rendered Hua, and even Yi Chen himself, less competitive. You've only just begun your journey as a cultivator. There is still a long road ahead, Yi Chen consoled, patting Hua on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Once you arrive, you must make peace with your circumstances. The world inherently has distinctions of strength and weakness, but the heavens are fair. A temporary setback does not dictate a lifetime of inferiority. Was I not also looked down upon when I first arrived? Yes, I will strive harder and will never bring shame upon my big brother. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. Upon entering, they found Elder Zhou Dafu, who had been napping, rubbing his bleary eyes awake. Step inside. You may only take one item. Zhou Dafu casually waved his hand. Go on. Yi Chen gently urged Hua forward. Choose a suitable one. I will help you find a better weapon later. Yi Chen's arrival seemed to rouse Zhou Dafu from his lethargy. He sat up, stretching languidly before yawning. Noticing that Hua had yet to emerge, Yi Chen stepped forward, smiling as he inquired, Elder, do you have any Xian iron or Xian steel? Xian iron and Xian steel were precious materials for weapon forging, always in high demand yet scarce in supply. Yi Chen's inquiry was driven by a clear intention. He wished to infuse the essence of these materials into his Qishao sword. Xian iron was known for its hardness, while Xian steel was renowned for its flexibility. Their combination would undoubtedly be exceptional, as stated in the forging treatise. They are indeed precious. I have some, but I fear you may not afford them, Zhou Dafu replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, Elder, how much? Without a word, Zhou Dafu raised a single finger. 10,000? 10,000? What are you thinking? It's 100,000. Yi Chen swallowed hard at that moment. 100,000 was relatively cheap. In comparison, the treasures sold at the vast treasure pavilion were even more exorbitant. Zhou Dafu glanced at Yi Chen's astonished expression and continued. Moreover, 100,000 spirit stones would only suffice for a piece of Xian iron or Xian steel the size of chicken egg. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen Kuden and Appos, he helped but swallow again. He understood the rarity of Xian iron and Xian steel, yet he had underestimated their value. 100,000 spirit stones. What a staggering concept. Even an outer disciple of the sect would be unlikely to accumulate such wealth over a lifetime. And even if he could refine jade spirit liquid, it would still take a considerable time to gather 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, there's south one place where it might be cheaper, Zhou Dafu added. Where? The Netherworld black market. At this, Yi Chen rubbed his chin, recalling that he had forgotten about that place. The Netherworld black market, located at the juncture of Hengyue's sect, Xingyang sect, and Qingyan sect, was a hub for trading and a notorious place for illicit dealings. It was infamous for harboring nefarious characters, having gained a dreadful reputation throughout history. Although Yi Chen had never visited the Netherworld black market, he had certainly heard tales of its notoriety. However, the market was not solely known for its grim reputation. Amidst the chaos, one could find exotic treasures at prices lower than those in the mainstream market, attracting many cultivators seeking bargains. How much cheaper could the Xian iron and Xian steel be there? Yi Chen pondered, looking at Zhou Dafu. The materials from that place often have dubious origins, and the sellers are usually eager to offload their wares. Calculating it out, they might be 4,000 to 5,000 cheaper. 4,000 to 5,000? Yi Chen stroked his chin again, contemplating that for him. Such an amount was still significant. If he could truly obtain Xian steel and Xian iron at the Netherworld black market, he wouldn't mind making the trip. The Netherworld black market is not a safe place. There's always a risk of losing your life. You should think it over, Zhou Dafu warned, casting a glance at Yi Chen. Well, what can I do? You sell it at such a high price. Only 4,000 to 5,000. I can manage to save up, Yi Chen retorted, suppressing a snicker at Zhou Dafu's cunning nature, akin to that of Pang Dehai. As they conversed, Hua emerged, proudly clutching the weapon he had chosen. Instead of a spirit sword, he had opted for an iron staff. Though its length was somewhat disproportionate to his stature, it was still manageable. The black iron staff, Zhou Dafu remarked, observing Hua. Little fellow, with so many spirit weapons available, Why did you choose that? Hua, you could still exchange it. Yi Chun chimed in with a smile. Among the various weapons, the staff was notoriously challenging to master. The black iron staff was akin to a spear minus the spearhead, indicating a significant level of difficulty in training. This was precisely why both Yi Chun and Zhou Dafu were hesitant to endorse Hua's choice. No, I really like this black iron staff, Hua replied with a grin. Then it shall be so. Understanding Hua's resolute nature, Yi Chun refrained from further protest. A sword has its sharpness, while a staff possesses its own mysteries. If you choose it, then so be it. Zhou Dafu conceded. Elder, do you have any techniques for staff combat? Yi Chun inquired of Zhou Dafu, since Hua had just entered the ranks of cultivators and was still quite inexperienced. Choosing a staff as his weapon without any knowledge of staff techniques posed a concern, especially for someone like Hua. Staff techniques are somewhat niche. I don't have any. Zhou Dafu shook his head. You might find something at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Old man, one might have what you seek. Yi Chun felt a tinge of disappointment at this. Then, we shall take our leave, he said, clasping his hands in respect as he led Hua out of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. They made a brief visit to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, but returned disappointed. Yi Chun settled Hua on the small hill where he practiced, offering mutual support and occasional guidance. Hua, diligence can overcome shortcomings. You must strive. Yes, I will work even harder and will never bring shame upon my big brother. Chapter 38. The Gamble Beyond the Clouds. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. The following day, as the first light broke, a startling piece of news swept through the outer sect of Hanyue sect. Have you heard? Yi Chun is challenging Qi Hao of the Renyang Peak. Is that true? Qi Hao is a genuine cultivator at the second level of the Renyuan realm. Has Yi Chun lost his mind? Once the news spread, it created a tremendous uproar. The disciples of the three main peaks had just finished their chaotic battles at the Fengyun platform, and the tranquility that had barely settled was once again disrupted by the impending duel, especially since Yi Chun, who had stirred quite a commotion, was one of the contenders. Consequently, some idly curious disciples had already rushed to the Fengyun platform to claim their spots. It would be good to discipline those who look down upon our Renyang Peak. Atop the stone platform, the esteemed Qingyang Zhenren exuded confidence in Qi Hao. Act according to your duty, he commanded. Below him, Qi Hao flicked his robe, exuding grace and charm, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. We shall also proceed, Su Xinyue declared, followed by a group of disciples. On the other side, beneath the Fengyun platform, the disciples of Hanyue had instinctively cleared a path for Yi Chun, who strode in with his imposing Tianke heavy sword. Having suffered 2 defeats at the hands of disciples from other peaks, it remained uncertain whether he could overcome Qi Hao this time. Could Wei Yang and Zhao Long truly rival Qi Hao? The disparity between the Qi gathering realm and the Renyuan realm was insurmountable. As whispers filled the air, just as Yi Chun was about to ascend the battle stage, he was unexpectedly halted by a figure rushing from the side. Upon instinctively glancing over, Yi Chun's lips involuntarily twitched. The one who had grabbed him was none other than Xiong Er, looking particularly disheveled. His already plump face was swollen, and he bore signs of a recent beating. Kid, tell me honestly, what are your chances of winning? Xiong Er stared intently at Yi Chun. 10 out of 10. Great. Xiong Er was quick to leave as he arrived, leaving Yi Chun somewhat perplexed. Retracting his gaze, Yi Chun stepped onto the Fengyun battle stage. Kulme. Place your bets. The more you wager, the more you win. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. As Yi Chun just set foot on the stage, Xiong Er's voice rang out. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Xiong Er, who had somehow managed to bring over a table adorned with 2 placards, one bearing Yi Chun's name and the other Qi Hao's. External betting. Yi Chun immediately discerned Xiong Er and Oppo's intentions. Typically, when combatants took to the Fengyun platform, they would wager something. Meanwhile, those disciples uninterested in cultivation would not be idle. They would bring spirit stones to place their bets. This was external betting, a gamble that could lead to overnight riches or, conversely, total ruin. Bet on Yi Chun at 10-1, and on Qi Hao at 1-10. Bet little, win little, bet big, win big. Undeniably, Xiong Er's call drew a swarm of disciples rushing forward. I bet on Chi Hao. Me too. Chi Hao will win. The betting amounts quickly illustrated a clear picture. Without exception, everyone was favoring Chi Hao, resulting in a towering pile of spirit stones on his side, while Yi Chen's side remained utterly bare. Am I truly that unworthy? On the stage, Yi Chen cast a glance downward, momentarily taken aback. Yet, a smile crept onto his lips. Once you place your bet, it's final and non-refundable. Xiong Er's voice echoed across the Fengyan platform. He truly possessed a knack for business. Bustling about the betting table while still managing to wink at Yi Chen. There in Oppos, money to be made. Yi Chen envisioned heaps of sparkling spirit stones. He had been troubled by the lack of funds for purchasing Xian steel and Xian iron, and with Xiong Er's scheme, he was bound to profit as well. Soon enough, the spirit stones piled on the betting table reached heights surpassing that of a person, at least 50 or 60,000 in total. The betting disciples had returned to their seats, eagerly anticipating the moment to collect their winnings. Chi Hao is here, a keen-eyed disciple soon shouted. The crowd turned their attention to a figure clad in white, wielding a white fan, as Chi Hao approached with a throng of Renyang Peak disciples in tow, all appearing to offer their support. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a playful smile adorned Chi Hao and Oppos' face as he gracefully stepped onto the Fengyun battle stage. Wow, he and Oppos, so handsome. Instantly, the air was filled with the excited gasps of female disciples. Chi Hao seemed to relish the attention, lightly fanning himself with an air of elegance. Brother Chi, beat him down. Before the battle commenced, the Renyang Peak disciples rallied fervently for Chi Hao. With such heavy killing intent, you will never achieve your goals. Su Xinyue disdainfully shot Yi Chen a glance amid the gathering crowd. On stage, Chi Hao regarded Yi Chen with an amused expression, mockingly inquiring, Yi Chen, who gave you the audacity to challenge me? Do you truly believe too highly of yourself? Yi Chen responded with a cold smirk. By the way, Chi Hao, are you placing a bet? If not, I may close the betting. I bet, of course. Casually closing his fan, Chi Hao tossed a storage bag onto the table, wagering on his own victory with 10,000 spirit stones. Wow. The moment these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, particularly the women, who gasped continuously, marveling at Chi Hao's impressive lineage, high cultivation, good looks, and now, his bold wager, perfectly embodying the image of the Prince Charming in their hearts. I can't match your wealth. Brother Chi, I'll bet 100 instead. Yi Chen too made his move, tossing a solitary 100 spirit stones onto the betting table, representing his own victory. Betting closed. With a resounding shout, Xiong Er struck the table. But what about a wager between you and me? Chi Hao smiled down at Yi Chen. His chin held high in arrogance, just a tad more, and he might as well ascend to the heavens. I have no money. I won't bet against you. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Yi Chen scratched his ear. Soon, I will leave you dazed, and all your valuable possessions will belong to me. What a bold claim. Chi Hao and Oppos' gaze turned icy, and he immediately sprang into action, his foot barely touching the ground as he appeared before Yi Chen in a flash, his movements astonishingly elusive, leaving afterimages in his wake. Such speed, even Yi Chen, his opponent, couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary skill. As Chi Hao approached, he raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. In response, Yi Chen swiftly swung his Tianke sword. The impact sent him staggering back. He hadn't exerted his full strength, nor would he. This was merely a feigned weakness, a tactic to gauge Chi Hao and Oppos' true prowess. Chapter 39. Inversion of black and white, a blow unbearable. With a swift strike, Chi Hao let out a cold chuckle, his movements becoming even more graceful and unrestrained. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Yi Chen, his palm channeling true energy that coalesced into a 5-pointed star palm print. Buzz! Yi Chen immediately swung the heavenly quake-heavy sword. Observing this, Chi Hao deftly sidestepped, evading the massive sword, while the 5-pointed star palm print surged towards Yi Chen's chest, poised to incapacitate him. Are you underestimating my combat prowess? Yi Chen sneered, retreating rapidly just as the palm print was about to strike him. Too slow. Chi Hao advanced with unparalleled speed. Slow? Then allow me to accelerate. Yi Chen chucked it lightly, and as he retreated, he hurled the heavenly quake towards Chi Hao, simultaneously propelling himself forward with a powerful push from the ground. Boom! Chi Hao struck the incoming heavenly quake aside, yet immediately afterward, Yi Chun launched an attack. Thunderous Palm. With a resounding clap of thunder, Yi Chun unleashed a thunderous palm strike. Chi Hao's body faltered momentarily, yet he retaliated with a palm strike from afar. Boom! The two formidable palm forces collided midair, creating a deafening sound. Chi Hao, seemingly lacking sufficient energy, was unexpectedly forced back a step by Yi Chen's strike, despite his higher cultivation level. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. "You know nothing," they murmured. Chi Hao had just deflected the heavenly quake and had yet to fully channel his true energy, resulting in his momentary disadvantage. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Chun was no simple opponent. "Truly, I underestimated you." Being forced back, Chi Hao smirked mockingly, undeterred by the setback. For the warm-up had only just begun. "Underestimating me will lead to your ruin. Let us see if you can withstand this." Chi Hao and Appo's eyes narrowed, and he formed a hand seal, summoning swirling clouds above him, where dazzling sword energies manifested, ringing with a thrilling sound, countless in number. Sword rain. With a light command from Chi Hao, the sky was filled with cascading sword energies, a spectacle of unparalleled beauty. Seeing this, Yi Chun had already moved, extracting the heavenly quake from the battle platform, infusing it with a torrent of true energy. Buzz! The heavenly quake-heavy sword, immense and formidable, was raised high by Yi Chun, pointing towards the heavens, as he stirred it violently, creating a massive vortex of true energy around himself. The descending sword energies were forcefully shredded by this vortex. As the sword rain was dispelled, Chi Hao, instead of becoming enraged, wore a cold smile. Feeling a chilling aura surging from below, Yi Chen's heart raced. Earth Dragon Technique. Chi Hao joined his hands, unleashing a command. Roar! Suddenly, a low dragon's roar echoed beneath Yi Chen's feet. In the next moment, an ethereal dragon's energy burst forth from the ground, roaring toward Yi Chun. What a magnificent secret technique! The audience marveled at the combination of the sword rain and the earth dragon technique. Whether you are a dragon or a worm, stay down, came Yi Chen's cold shout. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the blood coursing through him rapidly, as a torrent of true energy surged into his fists, delivering a solid blow to the ethereal dragon's energy. With such a powerful punch, the dragon's energy was obliterated, shocking the onlookers below. Yi Chun possessed such strength. What an underestimated young man. That boy is truly remarkable. I had no idea he possessed such overwhelming combat prowess. Below, Xiong Air released a breath of relief upon witnessing Yi Chun shatter the dragon's energy. The dispersal of the dragon's energy darkened Chi Hao's expression, compelling him to form another seal. "Do you think I will grant you another opportunity?" His voice, cold and urgent, approached Yi Chun like a lion charging forth, interrupting Chi Hao and Appo's ongoing hand seal with a thunderous palm strike. With the seal disrupted, Chi Hao and Appo's face darkened as he retreated. Yi Chun pursued relentlessly, having abandoned the weighty heavenly quake, moving with an agility that was almost ethereal, leaving afterimages in his wake. What incredible speed! Even Chi Hao could not help but feel astonished. Thunderous palm. Yi Chun shattered a slab of stone on the battle platform with a single step, then struck out with overwhelming force, employing 60% of his strength. Across from him, Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, recognizing the formidable power emanating from the incoming palm strike. Distinctly superior to the previous one, he concealed his strength. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chi Hao's eyes. In a flash, Chi Hao halted his momentum, stepping forward with a tiger's head palm strike. Boom! Once again, the two forces clashed, but Chi Hao found himself grunting and retreating. How can such strength exist? Chi Hao's countenance darkened instantaneously. However, before he could regain his footing, Yi Chun, resembling a fierce lion, lunged at him again, delivering another powerful thunderous palm. Mystic light shield armor. In an instant, Chi Hao bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood, transforming it into a blood-colored shield in front of him. Bang! Yi Chen's palm struck the shield, producing a resounding impact. "Break for me." With a mighty roar, Yi Chun swung his arm, delivering a punch that struck the shield. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the shield Chi Hao had conjured shattered, and he was once again forced to retreat with a muffled groan. What a freak of nature this boy is! Chi Hao staggered backward, his face finally betraying a hint of shock. But it was not over. Yi Chun was evidently not inclined to grant Chi Hao a moment and oppose. Respite, closing the distance swiftly. Shield-breaking slash. Just as Chi Hao attempted to form a seal, he was once again interrupted by Yi Chun and Appo's relentless assault. Now that I am close, may fortune favor you. With a chilling declaration, Yi Chun unleashed a torrent of ferocious combat techniques. He moved like a descending beast, his strikes bizarre and unpredictable, sometimes like a fierce tiger, other times like a savage ape, or a dominating lion, or a cunning wolf, grasping, slapping, tearing, utilizing every limb and joint as lethal weapons. Again, this fighting style, the audience was in awe. Anyone who had witnessed Yi Chen's battle against Zhao Long knew of his peculiar combat style, which was unadorned yet exceedingly effective, brutal, powerful, and utterly without form. Reflecting on Zhao Long and Appo's earlier defeat, how he had been utterly overwhelmed, it was evident that this was the fundamental art of combat. Yet in Yi Chun and Appo's hands, it transformed into something utterly extraordinary. Why do I feel that Yi Chun is less a man and more a ferocious beast? It is truly uncanny, too uncanny. You are impressive indeed. Xiong Er at the gambling table watched in a daze, having lost count of the number of times he marveled at Yi Chen's prowess. A furious roar erupted from Chi Hao on the battle platform. Though he was far stronger than Zhao Long, possessing numerous secret techniques, every time he attempted to unleash them, Yi Chun would disrupt him, leaving him in a state of disarray, covered in bruises from Yi Chen's relentless blows. In that moment, he bore no trace of his earlier mockery. Once so lofty in his demeanor, he now resembled a stray dog, overwhelmed by Yi Chen's onslaught, unable to lift his head. The disciples from Renyang Peak, who had come to support him, stood agape. Who is Chi Hao? He is someone we have always revered. Yet now he's being forced back by a mere Chi condensation realm cultivator. This is my first time witnessing Chi Hao in such a wretched state. Chi Hao is clearly in the human origin realm. Why does Yi Chun, who is merely in the Chi condensation realm, possess such domineering combat strength? He is clearly employing demonic techniques. The typically taciturn Su Xinyue's voice was chillingly cold, especially as she witnessed Yi Chun attacking Chi Hao, her teeth clenched in seething hatred. Sorcery. Indeed, it was sorcery. Upon her utterance, the disciples of Renyang Peak echoed her sentiments fervently. Yi Chun, how truly disgraceful of you to employ such sorcery. As the first disciple from Renyang Peak shouted in indignation, the others followed suit, their voices rising in a chorus of condemnation. Consequently, a chain reaction swiftly unfolded among the audience. Those disciples who were friendly with Chi Hao rallied in outrage, their shouts and curses merging into a surging tide of fury. Get down. You are unworthy to duel with senior brother Chi Hao. Amidst the crowd, someone hurled an egg at Yi Chun on the stage. Soon, many disciples emulated this action, launching eggs and rotten vegetables onto the arena, declaring their desire for Yi Chun to vacate the stage, forcing him to momentarily halt his fierce battle. Our Hung Yu sect is a prestigious and righteous faction. We cannot tolerate such sorcery. He ought to be delivered to the discipline hall for severe punishment. To resort to sorcery is indeed a despicable act. Chapter 40. The counterattack from the abyss. The audience was filled with righteous indignation, voices condemning Yi Chun rising one after another. The uproar from below momentarily quelled the fierce battle above, granting the beleaguered Chi Hao a brief respite. Using demonic arts, despicable and shameless, the disciples of Renyang Peak clung to this accusation, growing increasingly unrestrained in their denunciations. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze hardened as he cast a cold glance at the disciples of Renyang Peak. Try uttering another word, he warned. So, using demonic arts means one cannot speak of it? A disciple in white from Renyang Peak retorted. Can you silence just one of us? Can you silence everyone present? Neglecting the orthodox path, yet obsessively practicing the crooked ways. It was a daunting battle against the tide of slander. although anger surged within him. It could not stem the flood of insults. The fear of public opinion weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart. Clang! Just as Yi Chen's attention was diverted, Chi Hao launched a sudden attack, a crescent-shaped sword aura slashing toward him. Puffed. Blood splattered as Yi Chen was swiftly wounded, a deep gash opening across his chest. Chi Hao roared, his face twisted in fury, lunging at him like a rabid dog, a ghostly light swirling around his index finger as he thrust it forward. Puffed. A gaping wound opened on Yi Chen and Appo's right shoulder. Another ambush. As Yi Chen staggered back, his expression turned icy to the core. That day on the back mountain of Hunyue's sect, he had suffered a similar surprise attack from Chi Hao, and the scene before him felt eerily reminiscent. Due to the surprise assaults and successive injuries, Yi Chen appeared utterly disheveled. Chi Hao, like a madman, showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes, fist shadows, and sword lights upon him. Is there no shame? Below, the boisterous Xiong heir could no longer contain himself, leaping up and slamming a hand on the table, unleashing a torrent of curses. But in this moment, who would heed his words? Bring him down. As Chi Hao mounted his counterattack, the disciples of Rinyang Peak erupted in deafening cheers. How could senior brother Chi lose? Seeing Yi Chen retreating steadily, Su Xinyue let out a deep sigh of relief. Is there no justice? Xiong heir shouted, jumping onto the table and howling at the top of his lungs. It was worth noting that he was the housekeeper of the external betting. He had wagered a staggering 70 to 80,000 spirit stones on Chi Hao and Appo's victory, while only betting a mere 100 on Yi Chen. This meant that if Yi Chen lost, he would owe a hefty sum. However, it was not solely about the spirit stones. Although he had known Yi Chen for a short time, he saw through his character and deemed him a worthy friend. Witnessing Yi Chen being wrongfully accused and then ambushed ignited a fire of fury within him. Puffed, puffed. Blood continued to spray on the arena. Ever since Chi Hao's successful ambush, Yi Chen had no time to react and was driven to the very edge of the battle platform by the frenzied Chi Hao. With a roar, Chi Hao thrust his sword through the air. Puffed. More blood sprayed forth. This time, however, Yi Chen did not evade. Instead, he braced himself and bore the piercing blow to his shoulder, refusing to fall from the platform. Today, I settle old scores and new. Yi Chen's voice was frigid as he gripped Chi Hao's long sword with his left hand, while channeling immense, true energy in his right fist, which struck Chi Hao squarely in the face. With the impact, Chi Hao stumbled backward. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Chen's palm sent him staggering further back. Fight! With a resounding shout, Yi Chen, heedless of his own blood, lunged forward like a lion. He was genuinely enraged. Faced with a crowd of hypocritical and cunning individuals, he no longer held back, charging toward Chi Hao, unleashing the primal fury of his beastly heart, executing a desperate counterattack. Roar! Roar! Each strike from Yi Chen resonated with the roar of a beast, fueled by his fury. Chi Hao howled, hair disheveled. Despite possessing numerous secret techniques, he found himself overpowered at close range by Yi Chen, unable to channel his strength or utilize his myriad abilities. Demonic arts. He is employing demonic arts again. As Chi Hao was once more overwhelmed, the disciples of Rinyang Peak began to jeer. Soon, the spectators joined in, their clamor even more thunderous than before. They were not all allies of Chi Hao. They were merely concerned about their spirit stones. It should be noted that there was external betting in play. Among those present, aside from Xiong heir and Yi Chen, everyone else had wagered on Chi Hao's victory. If Chi Hao were to fall, their spirit stones would vanish without a trace. Using demonic arts is too despicable. Get off the stage. You are unworthy to contend with senior brother Chi. Drag him to the discipline hall. The tide of insults, reprimands, and angry shouts surged once more, attempting to place the mantle of demonic arts upon Yi Chen once again, hoping to halt the battle and provide Chi Hao with a moment's respite. However, having been ensnared once, Yi Chen would not fall for the same trick again. He did not cease his assault, striking fiercely and dominantly, each punch drawing blood, leaving Chi Hao unable to retaliate. Chi Hao's face twisted in agony. It was futile. Good job, kid. Xiong heir stood atop the betting table, waving a white cloth with fervor. Senior, Sister, what do we do now? Below, the disciples of Rinyang Peak turned to Su Xinyue, who was now visibly anxious. She had never anticipated that Yi Chan would possess such combat prowess. Even after sustaining injuries and being forced to the edge of the platform, he could still execute a counterattack, all of which exceeded her expectations. Bang! On the stage, Yi Chen landed a punch that sent Chi Hao flying. With another loud crash, Chi Hao's falling body cracked the battle platform. Yet when he rose, a sinister smile curled on his lips. Yi Chen, you can never defeat me. At those words, Yi Chen, poised to launch another assault, furrowed his brow. He realized that the true energy coursing through his body had been shackled by a powerful force. Even his dantian was imprisoned. The heavenly spirit curse. Glancing at his arm, he saw a yellow talisman slowly melding into his flesh. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the heavenly spirit curse. It and Apo's, the heavenly spirit curse. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the disciples below. How precious was the heavenly spirit curse! They never expected Chi Hao to possess such a talisman. With his true energy bound, Yi Chen was doomed to be unable to turn the tide. No need to lose money this time. It turned out that senior brother Chi had long been plotting this. The disciples of Runyang Peak breathed a collective sigh of relief. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Chi Hao, do you have no shame? Only Xiong Air yelled at the top of his lungs. To use the heavenly spirit curse against someone at the Chi gathering stage? Can you be any more despicable? Yet, in his fury and humiliation, Chi Hao paid no heed to such words. His mind was consumed by a singular desire, to vanquish Yi Chen, regardless of the cost. Across from him, Yi Chen's face was as cold as ice. This was his first encounter with the heavenly spirit curse, and he truly felt its terror. With his current strength, he cannot break free. My true energy is bound. I cannot defeat him. Yi Chen and Apo's gaze flickered uncertainly. With his dantian imprisoned, he believed his true fire was also sealed. Even though his physical form was robust and his combat abilities exceptional, without true energy, there was no chance of victory. Ha ha ha! From across the arena came Chi Hao's twisted and unrestrained laughter. I will make your life worse than death. He unsheathed his lethal sword and advanced slowly, savoring every moment of Yi Chen and Apo's helpless rage. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen and Apo's lips as he once again prepared himself for the impending battle. Chapter 41. Fierce and overbearing. What now? Is Yi Chen still prepared to fight? As Yi Chen readied himself once more for battle, astonishment erupted from the crowd below. His vital energy had been confined. Defeat was inevitable. It appeared he was merely making a desperate struggle. How long can you endure? Chi Hao's expression turned fierce as he unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy. Yi Chen had already retreated, drawing the formidable Tianke heavy sword embedded in the arena. With a resounding clash, Chi Hao and Apo's sword energy struck the Tianke, creating sparks. Lacking a protective barrier of vital energy, Yi Chen and Apo's arms were jolted painfully, causing him to taste blood in his throat as he spat it out. Chi Hao dashed forward, his sword piercing the air once more. Surprisingly, Yi Chen did not evade. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as Yi Chen and Apo's body was pierced. Yet at that moment, he grasped the lethal sword once more with his bloodied hand and countered with a punch. However, Chi Hao was prepared, raising his hand to seize Yi Chen's fist. To him, this punch, devoid of vital energy, lacked any power. Too weak, Chi Hao grinned menacingly and struck Yi Chen, causing him to stagger back, blood spewing forth. Will you not die this time? After pushing Yi Chen back, Chi Hao brandished his bloodied sword, ready to strike again. But just as he took a step forward, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt a powerful force surge into his body, forcefully restraining him. How is this possible? He stared in disbelief at the heavenly spirit talisman, nearly merging with his palm. Yi Chen possesses a heavenly spirit talisman? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a precious talisman. Could he afford it? It's over. Chi Hao has also been ensnared by the heavenly spirit talisman. Well done. Xiong Air could not contain a howl of excitement. His small fists clenched tightly. Where did he obtain the heavenly spirit talisman? Su Xinyue and Amp. Oppos. S face paled in shock, clearly unprepared for Yi Chun and Amp. Oppos. S possession of such a talisman. This is impossible. Chi Hao's roar echoed through the arena. I told you, the outcome of life and death is uncertain. Several paces away, Yi Chun staggered to his feet, coldly gazing at Chi Hao. How do you possess a heavenly spirit talisman? Chi Hao's eyes blazed with rage as he locked onto Yi Chun. Does it matter? With a chilling laugh, Yi Chun slowly approached, stating that now it was fair. You lack vital energy, and I lack it too. The true battle has just begun. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao instinctively retreated a step. Indeed, he too was devoid of vital energy. But was he still Yi Chun and Oppos? As match? Remembering y que Chen et Apo, est fait reçu que le combat technique. Fear flickered in Chi Hao's eyes. He had relied too heavily on vital energy over the years, neglecting the fundamental combat arts. Without vital energy, he was no match for Yi Chun. Fight! Yi Chun's commanding voice rang out as he lunged forward like a cannonball. Seeing this, Chi Hao hastily retreated. Can you escape? The chilling voice carried on the wind as Yi Chun closed in, striking with a fist. Instinctively, Chi Hao attempted to block, but he could not evade the overwhelming pressure of Yi Chun's ferocious, close-quarters combat. No matter how he roared, it was futile. Just as Yi Chun displayed his might, a disciple in white from Rinyang Peak unexpectedly charged onto the arena. Though the disciple was not highly skilled, he was cunning enough to realize that Yi Chun's vital energy was currently restrained, significantly diminishing his strength. He intended to seize this chance to eliminate Yi Chun. The white-clad disciple's expression turned sinister as he thrust his palm forward without holding back. You think you're worthy at the 4th level of vital energy? Yi Chun coldly rebuked, kicking Chi Hao aside before swiftly turning, leaping to evade the disciple's palm strike and delivering a powerful blow that sent the disciple staggering. The onlooking disciples were astonished. Even with his vital energy confined, Yi Chun remained exceptionally formidable. Amidst the gasps of shock, Yi Chun seized the white-clad disciple by the leg and slammed him down onto the arena with immense force. Yi Chun and Oppos' astuteness was evident. From a moment his vital energy was restricted, he anticipated that the Rinyang Peak disciples would attempt a sneak attack. Fortunately, among the reinforcements from Rinyang Peak, only Su Xinyue was at the 9th level of vital energy, while the rest were below the 5th level, all within Yi Chun and Oppos' capacity to handle. The skinny, dead camel is larger than a horse. Yi Chun belonged to this category. Though his vital energy was restrained, his combat prowess remained intact. Coupled with his overwhelming physical strength, he was not someone to be easily disregarded, especially since these disciples were not Chi Hao. With another shriek, the white-clad disciple was slammed onto the arena again. His internal organs dislocated, creating a human-shaped dent in a hardened surface. They lack vital energy. Let us all attack. With a loud shout, the remaining disciples from Rinyang Peak, aside from Su Xinyue, surged onto the arena in a frenzy. Damn! Xiong Er was furious, brandishing his Wolf Fang club, ready to charge onto the arena. However, he quickly restrained himself. Yi Chun was currently in the midst of a fierce battle. He wielded the unconscious white-clad disciple's leg like a weapon, swinging it wildly, sending any approaching disciples from Rinyang Peak flying. What scene it was! The disciples from Rinyang Peak were tossed off the arena like sandbags. Incredible! Xiongya exclaimed in Ava. This is too ferocious. Surrounding disciples instinctively swallowed hard. With another cry, a disciple from Rinyang Peak was utterly defeated, his dantian shattered by Yi Chun's kick. Yi Chun, below, Su Xinyue's voice rang out sharply, condemning him for so ruthlessly harming his fellow disciples. Harm fellow disciples? Yi Chun, drenched in blood, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, fixed his gaze on Su Xinyue and declared, during the wind and cloud duel, aside from the combatants, no third party is allowed to intervene. This has always been the sect's rule. Even if I annihilate them here, the discipline hall has no authority to punish me. You, again reprimanded, Su Xinyue's face flushed with anger. It was your Rinyang Peak disciples who disrespected the sect's rules first, Do not blame me. Yi Chen's voice was firm, icy to the core. With that, he abruptly turned, delivering a crushing blow to the still-recovering Qi Hao. Seeing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Xinyue and damp Oppo's eyes as she prepared to ascend the arena. Su Xinyue, I advise you to behave, otherwise. The Wind Chaser arrow recognizes no one. Xiong Er's voice echoed, his Wolf Fang club replaced by a longbow, now drawn to its full moon shape. A terrifying arrow of vital energy poised to strike. If Su Xinyue dared to step onto the stage, the arrow would be released immediately. Upon witnessing this, Su Xinyue's expression hardened, sensing the chilling aura emanating from the vital energy arrow. She was certain that if she acted rashly, she would be pierced through the heart. Contemplating this, she took a deep breath, and the foot she had just lifted was reluctantly lowered. That's more like it. Xiong Er chuckled coldly, then cast a glance at the disciples below, warning them not to provoke him. Once those foolish disciples saw Xiong Er's intent, they all withdrew their vital energy, too fearful to act recklessly. On the arena, Yi Chen had already collected Qi Hao's storage bag, thoroughly searching him for any valuables, taking everything of worth. He spared Qi Hao a modicum of dignity. Otherwise, true to his past nature, he would have stripped Qi Hao bare. Having completed this, Yi Chen leaped down from the arena and walked toward the exit. As Yi Chen passed by Su Xinyue, he cast a fleeting glance at her frostbitten visage and scoffed. Senior Sister Su, your skill in distorting the truth is truly remarkable. I, as your junior, can only bow in admiration. Before Su Xinyue could utter a response, Yi Chen had already swept away with a flourish of his robe. Ahead of him, the disciples on either side instinctively parted to grant him passage. The day's battle had been a spectacle of escalating intensity, culminating in the stunning defeat of Qi Hao from the human origin realm. Even the disciples from Yangfeng who had come to assist, with the exception of Su Xinyue, found themselves vanquished. After this day, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to underestimate Yi Chen, the mere apprentice. Once Yi Chen departed, Xiong Er collected all the wagers and hastily vanished without a trace. After his departure, the remaining disciples, still yearning for more, seemed to awaken from a dream, sensing an inexplicable void. Soon, the wind and cloud platform echoed with lamentations. My spirit stones, that was all my wealth. After decades of hard work, I have returned to square one. Chapter 42. Swift shadows and endless illusions in the battle atop the Fengyan platform. Yi Chen's name resounded throughout the outer sect. An apprentice disciple in the Qi gathering realm. He triumphed over 3 prominent disciples from the major peaks within a mere month, one of whom was even at the human origin realm. This was destined to become a lasting legend. Nightfall enveloped Tianyang Peak. Elder Zhong clutched his heart, lamenting the loss of a prodigious disciple. How it pained him. On Dian Peak, Gohong sneered, Old Qingyang, your Rinyang Peak suffered even greater humiliation than my Dian Peak. Meanwhile, on Rinyang Peak, Qi Hao had awakened, howling like a rabid beast. Kill. I must slay him. Enough. Qingyang Jinren barked, his face a stormy hue, a visage terrifyingly dark. To be bested by someone in the Qi gathering realm, truly. I have wasted my efforts on you all. Master, it is that Yi Chen who is too insidious. Su Xinyue seethed beside him. Silence. For the next month, you shall remain on the mountain in peace. During the outer sect competition, do not bring shame upon me again. In the Shaolin Garden, Yi Chen had been practicing the barbaric body refinement for over 6 hours. He had sustained considerable injuries during the Fengyan confrontation, with numerous bruises adorning his body, particularly 2 gaping wounds on his left shoulder and right chest. Yet, compared to the fiery punishment he endured in the disciplinary hall, these injuries were trifling. Under the influence of the barbaric body refinement, his wounds healed rapidly, and by the time he stepped out of his room, he felt invigorated. As he emerged, a wolfish howl pierced the night. Yi Chen soon realized that aside from Hua and Zhang Fengyan, there was a hefty figure, no, a person, resembling the rather rotund Xiong Er. Are you a beast? Xiong Er exclaimed as he rushed over to inspect Yi Chen's body, astonished to find no traces of injury. Hand it over. Yi Chen extended his palm. Have no fear, you shall not be shortchanged, Xiong Er retorted, rolling his eyes, aware that Yi Chun sought the spirit stones won from the Fengyan wager. Given the considerable sum involved, Xiong Er would not dare to keep it all, for most of the effort had been Yi Chen's. Same old deal, 50-50. 40,000 each, Xiong Er stated, handing over a storage bag to Yi Chun. Receiving the storage bag, Yi Chun glanced inside and found exactly 40,000 spirit stones, neither more nor less, promptly stowing them away in his robes. The Fengyan duel had indeed been a lucrative venture, with 40,000 spirit stones placing him among the wealthiest disciples in Hengyue's sect. Xiong Er leaned closer, clearly reluctant to leave, and whispered, "Have you ever been to the underworld black market?" "Never," Yi Chen replied, shaking his head gently. "Would you care to join me for a visit?" Xiong Er suggested, his eyes glinting mischievously. "In a few days, the triannual auction at the underworld black market will commence, and I hear there will be many treasures for bid." He brandished his wolf fawn club, proclaiming, "See this? I acquired it at the last auction, which occurs once every 3 years. Miss it, and you and Oppos, LL have to wait another 3. But I've heard that place is rather perilous." Yi Chun mused, stroking his chin. "Fortune favors the bold," Xiong Er hastily countered. "Moreover, during the auction, fighting is strictly prohibited. We would merely be observing. If it gets too dangerous, we can leave. What say you? Will you come?" Contemplating Xiong Er's words, Yi Chen finally decided, "All right, let us go take a look." "Excellent. It's settled then. I'll gather some snow Yulon flowers. Meet me tomorrow at the usual spot on the back mountain." "We must not miss each other," Xiong Er exclaimed, leaping up and scampering out of Shaolin Garden. Once Xiong Er departed, Yi Chen locked himself in his room. He first placed the purple gold gourd on his bedside to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then retrieved Qi Hao's storage bag. Upon opening the bag, even Yi Chun, with his steadfastness, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Qi Hao, a young talent from a prestigious cultivation family, had been endowed with great expectations and meticulously trained by Qingyang Jinren. Thus, the treasures within this storage bag were exceptionally abundant. Firstly, the bag contained over 30,000 spirit stones. Secondly, it held various elixirs, some for nourishing meridians, others for prolonging life, and yet more for enhancing physical prowess. Truly an extraordinary collection. Additionally, there were numerous spirit herbs and artifacts, many of which Yi Chun had never encountered, undoubtedly precious items. As for the artifacts, they were of excellent quality, with several rivaling his own Qi Shao sword. Finally, the storage bag contained a solitary, cracked tortoise shell. This shell under the flickering candlelight. Yi Chun held the shell, scrutinizing it closely. Its surface was mottled, no larger than a palm, adorned with indistinct runes, emanating an indescribable aura that suggested an ancient, time-worn essence. It was this ancient aura that captivated Yi Chun. Suddenly, the purple gold gourd trembled on his bedside. Before Yi Chun could react, the ancient tortoise shell was drawn from his grasp, the gourdess opening swirling wide, devouring the shell entirely. What in the world? Yi Chun hurriedly grasped the gourd, peering inside. To his astonishment, the tortoise shell, once swallowed, was melted by a peculiar force within the gourd, ultimately transforming into a vapor. This sight left Yi Chun utterly dumbfounded. In a moment of stillness, the purple gold gourd quivered once more, and the vapor that had once been the tortoise shell was expelled in a rush, streaming directly into Yi Chun's eyes. Yi Chun felt his vision darken as a cacophony echoed in his mind. After an indeterminate time, he shook his head and opened his eyes. Yet, they had become remarkably peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he could discern lines of minuscule characters flitting through his vision. Swift shadows and endless illusions. Limitless speed, shadowing form. 1,000 nuances, echoing heart. As Yi Chun murmured, he closed his eyes again, sinking into a wondrous state. The room fell silent, save for the flickering candlelight. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun, standing still, gently took a step forward. Though seemingly mundane, this step bore an ineffable essence. After taking that step, Yi Chun did not halt. He moved as if in a dream, his pace leisurely, swirling within the room, sometimes advancing, sometimes inexplicably retreating. In time, a current of energy surged beneath his feet, hastening his steps, and behind him, a a shadowy afterimage began to form. Time slipped by unnoticed. Within the room, Yi Chun wandered throughout the night. When dawn broke, he stepped outside, moving freely in the garden, sometimes with the steadiness of a tortoise, at other times like a whispering breeze, imperceptibly swift. Every step he took was imbued with an indescribable aura, his movements so profound that they eluded comprehension, with a speed that left others trailing behind. Eventually, Yi Chun paused, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with unrestrained joy. Limitless speed, shadowing form, 1,000 nuances, echoing heart. What a magnificent skill! Swift shadows and endless illusions. Chapter 43. The three great spells of Hingyue. Having collected his breath, Yi Chun hurried back into the room. Once again, standing before the bed, he eagerly tucked the purple-gold small gourd into his bosom, continuously rubbing it with affection. What a treasure, truly a treasure, he thought, unable to contain his elation. Reflecting on how worthwhile his expenditure of over 1,000 spirit stones had been, he had come to understand that the ancient tortoise shell harbored the profound secret technique of swift shadow and myriad transformations, and the purple gold gourd had precisely captured this essence. Swallowing the tortoise shell and refining the secret technique within. What kind of treasure are you, capable of such abilities? Grasping the purple gold gourd, Yi Chun found himself increasingly enamored and delighted. The gourd not only absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into liquid spirit essence, but it also uncovered the hidden mysteries within unknown objects, making Yi Chun feel the remarkable origins of his purple gold gourd even more profoundly. I have an inexplicable feeling that I am destined for great wealth, he mused, stroking his chin. My true fire can sense treasures, and this purple gold gourd can unravel the secrets contained within them. This is a sign of fortune. With this thought, Yi Chun retrieved a seemingly extraordinary spirit pearl from his storage bag and promptly placed it into the purple gold gourd, curious to see if it could extract anything from it. Buzz! Upon being suddenly introduced to a spirit pearl, the purple gold gourd vibrated and immediately expelled the pearl. It appears to be just an ordinary spirit pearl, Yi Chun pondered, then took out a small dagger and inserted it into the gourd. As before, the gourd promptly rejected it. Nothing of significance, he mused, proceeding to retrieve various items, be they spirit jade or spirit artifacts, trying one after another. Finally, he placed a radiant little jade bottle into the gourd. Crack! In an instant, the purple gold gourd crushed the jade bottle into dust, which it then expelled. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Buzz! The gourd trembled violently, almost as if protesting, as if to say, try inserting something else if you dare. At this, Yi Chun and Appo's lips twitched involuntarily. He realized that while the purple gold gourd possessed the ability to capture the mysteries of treasures, it would only accept items of its own accord. Worthless objects were futile to offer. Moreover, he discerned that the gourd had a certain sentience. He was certain that if he continued to stuff it with useless items, it would crush them on the spot. Such a little thing, yet with quite the temper, Yi Chun remarked, albeit affectionately, as he cradled the gourd in his arms, recognizing its value. After a simple breakfast, Yi Chun hurried out of the small spirit garden. Upon reaching the cave on the back mountain, he found Xiong Er sprawled inside, sound asleep, drooling profusely, resembling a lump of flesh. Cough, cough. Yi Chun cleared his throat, yet Xiong Er showed no signs of waking. Seeing this, Yi Chun kicked him lightly. Get up. Little fatty, it's time to work. As before, Xiong Er remained undisturbed. Yi Chun exclaimed, noticing that a certain lady was not clothed. At this remark, the slumbering Xiong Er sprang up. Where? This tactic proved effective once more, and Yi Chun remarked with a knowing smile. Curse you. Xiong Er Yi Chun, cursing under his breath. Enough with these trivialities. Hurry up. Do you have the spirit herbs? Time is of the essence. I'll handle it. You need not worry. Xiong Er promptly reached into his pants and produced a storage bag, declaring, I went through great effort to acquire this. Cut the nonsense. Yi Chun replied dismissively, but when he opened the storage bag, he was astonished by the amount of spirit herbs inside. 3 times out of the last time. You little rascal, you've outdone yourself. Yi Chun exclaimed, glancing at Xiong Er. Did you get all this with your uncle's consent? Not at all. I brought my aunt over, Xiong Er replied, nonchalantly, and added a little something to their meals. A little something? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What did you add? Harmony powder. At this revelation, even Yi Chen, with his usual composure, couldn't help but twitch his lips, silently admiring Xiong Er's audacity. After a brief interlude, the two resumed their preparations. Yi Chen took the lead in the alchemical process, while Xiong Er busied himself assisting. Soon, the cave was filled with an enchanting aroma of medicinal herbs. Yi Chen, not one to waste such fragrant essence, had already drawn forth the purple gold gourd at the beginning of the refining process, allowing the intoxicating scent to be absorbed by it. What a remarkable treasure, capable of autonomously absorbing spiritual energy, Xiong Er observed, squatting on the ground with his eyes darting about. Stop gawking and come help. With Yi Chen's increasing proficiency in refining the jade spirit liquid, they produced 3 times the quantity of the previous session in just 6 days. That night, they lay exhausted on the ground, worn out from their frenzied work. Tomorrow we set off. We must first visit Wanbao Pavilion to acquire some useful items, understood? Xiong Er instructed as he stuffed bottles of jade spirit liquid into his storage bag. Useful items? Yi Chen inquired, curious. What do you mean? The heavenly spirit spell, the heavenly movement spell, and the heavenly thunder spell? Upon hearing these names, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 3 great spells of Hongyue's sect, the heavenly spirit spell, which can temporarily seal a cultivator's true energy, the heavenly movement spell, which instantly enhances the user's speed, and the heavenly thunder spell, which boasts formidable power capable of leveling mountains. Each of these spells possesses unique strengths and, when used in conjunction, can yield unexpected results. Their value is nothing short of astonishing. Does Wanbao Pavilion sell these 3 spells? Yi Chen asked, looking at Xiong Er. Of course they do. The heavenly spirit spell costs 10,000 spirit stones, the heavenly movement spell 30,000, and the heavenly thunder spell is priced at 90,000. However, the heavenly thunder spell is prohibited within the Hongyue sect due to its overwhelming power, but can be used outside. My goodness, who can afford that? Yi Chen swallowed hard at the thought. The Hongyue sect is filled with hidden talents, many of whom hail from wealthy cultivation families. Yi Chen recalled that just yesterday, he had unearthed 30,000 spirit stones from Qi Hao's storage bag, and he imagined that other discreetly affluent disciples from cultivation families must be similarly well off. Though these spells are expensive, they are incredibly practical, Xiong Er asserted. They are essential for excursions and could prove life-saving in critical moments. I value my life far more than spirit stones. This sentiment resonated deeply with Yi Chen. He wholeheartedly agreed with Xiong Er's perspective. No amount of spirit stones could replace one's life. He resolved to make another trip to Wanbao Pavilion before heading to the underworld black market, determined to acquire at least the heavenly spirit spell and the heavenly movement spell, even if he couldn't afford the heavenly thunder spell. That night, the two parted ways at the back mountain, Xiong Er heading to the Spirit Garden, while Yi Chen made his way toward Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 44. Experience comes with age. The night sky was profound, adorned with shimmering stars like scattered dust. Yi Chen arrived once more at the Wanbao Pavilion, where he chanced upon Pang Dehai, who was humming a tune while sipping wine alone. Is there truly someone here to shop at this late hour? Upon noticing the potential for business, Pang Dehai promptly stood up, his bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as always. Good evening, elder. Yi Chen greeted with a smile, presenting a storage bag. Could you help me appraise this? I'm curious about its worth. Pang Dehai accepted the storage bag, peering inside before glancing back at Yi Chen. You acquired this from Qi Hao, didn't you? Yi Chen coughed lightly and touched his nose, eventually nodding. Returning his gaze, Pang Dehai retrieved a small abacus from his pocket, meticulously counting each item within the storage bag. After a while, he set the abacus down, stroked his small mustache thoughtfully, and raised 3 fingers. 30,000 is too little. Yi Chen frowned, internally contemplating that had he been in urgent need of funds, he wouldn't and oppose to have considered selling such treasures. 31,000, no more, Pang Dehai insisted, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chen, whose expression clearly indicated he was not inclined to sell. Seeing this, Pang Dehai tentatively proposed. How about 32,000? I won't sell, Yi Chen replied, retracting the storage bag. Although he was not particularly sensitive to prices, he knew the treasures within Shi Hao's bag far exceeded 32,000. Even a few extraordinary spiritual weapons alone were worth much more. As Yi Chen turned to leave, Pang Dehai hastily grabbed his arm. Wait, let's negotiate. 50,000, Yi Chen declared outright. 38,000, Pang Dehai countered, not one to back down easily, desperately trying to lower the price. I an amp, oppos, LL give you 2,000 off 48,000. 40,000, no more. Elder, you are quite ruthless. 47,000, that and amp, oppos. That's my final offer. Or else. Deal. Unexpectedly, Pang Dehai interrupted Yi Chen's sentence, agreeing decisively. Isn't that a bit low? Yi Chen smirked, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Pang Dehai. Come now, 47,000 is reasonable. Just accept it. Pang Dehai grinned mischievously, shoving a storage bag into Yi Chen's arms, eager not to let him reconsider. Yi Chen promptly pushed it back. Then give me 3 heavenly spirit charms and 1 heavenly motion charm. That 1 T do. We're still short 3,000. Pang Dehai protested vehemently. Then I won't sell. Hey, you little rascal. Pang Dehai nearly exploded with anger, but quickly plastered a lewd smile on his face. All right, add 2,000, and I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones off. How does that sound? I'll only add 500. Having learned from his previous experience, Yi Chen was now keen on bargaining fiercely. Deal. To Yi Chen and Oppos, as astonishment, Pang Dehai again acquiesced. Goodness. Yi Chen felt like slapping himself twice in frustration. Had he raised the price again? Experience comes with age. Despite his efforts to negotiate, he was still outplayed by Pang Dehai, proving that the old man's position as an elder of Wanbao Pavilion was well earned. 3 heavenly spirit charms and 1 heavenly motion charm. Here you go. This time, Pang Dehai stuffed 4 charms into Yi Chen and Oppos' arms, swiftly collecting the storage bag in return. With a dark expression, Yi Chen placed the 4 charms into the storage bag. Elder, be careful not to fall into a pit while walking at night. Hey, you little brat. Without waiting for Pang Dehai to react, Yi Chen dashed out of the Wanbao Pavilion. Returning to the small spiritual garden, it was already deep into the night. Buzz, buzz. In the garden, the sound of iron rods striking the air resonated as Hua, undeterred by sleep, diligently practiced. The dark iron rod felt somewhat clumsy in his hands, yet he gradually grew more adept. Perhaps too engrossed in his training, Hua seemed oblivious to Yi Chen's return. Yi Chen chose not to disturb him, quietly making his way to his room. As he entered, he glanced back at Hua, drenched in sweat. The rod seemed destined to accompany him. With these thoughts, Yi Chen stepped through the door. A night passed without incident, and dawn arrived swiftly. The following day, as the first light broke, Yi Chen stepped out of the small spiritual garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xiong Air appeared, not lagging behind. Today, Xiong Air wore flower-patterned shorts and a vest, but he also sported a shiny protective mirror hanging from his chest, radiating a subtle glow. Shall we rent a spirit bird to fly over? Yi Chen suggested, glancing at the sky. That 1 T do. Xiong Air immediately dismissed the idea. Strong practitioners can fly freely. Riding a spirit bird in the sky is perilous. Trust me, in Oppos, as far safer on the ground. As he spoke, Xiong Air pulled out 2 spirit charms from his trousers. 1,000 miles charm. Yi Chen and Oppos' eyes brightened with recognition. Well aware of its capabilities, once activated, it allowed one to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Ah, you actually know about the 1,000 miles charm, Xiong Air remarked. Surprised. I and Oppos, V heard of it. Xiong Air did not press further, handing a charm to Yi Chen. Stick it to your leg, channel your true energy, and make sure to steer it well. This charm is incredibly fast, so don't crash into any mountains. Just watch. Yi Chen waved his hand, affixing the charm to his leg. He then channeled a portion of his true energy into it, and the charm immediately glowed, its intricate patterns melding into his body. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Chen shot forward. Xiong Air followed suit, like a streak of light racing alongside him. The sudden surge in speed left Yi Chen a bit disoriented. It was his first time using the 1,000 miles charm. This charm is quite remarkable, Yi Chen remarked, maneuvering through the air with a grin, the wind whistling past him. Although the charm in Appo's speed did not rival the swift shadow mirage, it consumed far less true energy. Whoosh, whoosh. The two left behind a flurry of afterimages, clouds of dust swirling in their wake. After a night of rapid travel, they plunged into a desolate forest. In about an hour, we should arrive. Xiong'er estimated the time and distance. I can already smell the scent of blood, Yi Chen pondered. Stay calm, it's all good. I and Appo's, am here with you. Xiong'er reassured, patting Yi Chen's shoulder with his pudgy hand. Be cautious. Suddenly, Yi Chen exclaimed, grabbing Xiong'er and swiftly retreating. Boom! Just as they moved away, the ground they had just traversed erupted violently. Debris flew in all directions, and nearby sturdy trees toppled like dominoes, while the earth was blasted into a 3-meter-wide crater. Damn! Xiong'er cursed loudly upon witnessing the chaos. Had Yi Chen not reacted swiftly, they would have been caught in the explosion. Who set this trap? Xiong'er shouted in Anga. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, standing back to back with Xiong'er, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Encountering trouble so soon after their departure made him apprehensive about the safety of their journey. Rustle, rustle. Soon, in the dark of night, sounds of movement emerged, accompanied by a chilling wind laced with the scent of blood. You managed to evade my trap. I underestimated you. A burly man emerged, wielding a ghostly blade, accompanied by a sneer. The man was bare-armed, his hair disheveled, with sunken eyes that glowed crimson. A deep scar marred his face, exuding an aura of savagery that clearly marked him as a formidable opponent. Through Young Realm, sensing the man and Appo's overwhelming presence, Yi Chen and Xiong'er and Appo's expressions darkened instantaneously. Hand over your storage bags, and I can grant you a swift death, the burly man said slowly, his aura intensifying as he approached, the blade in his hand glinting ominously. Seeing this, Xiong'er glanced at Yi Chen, silently asking if they should fight. Chapter 45. The two beasts engage in battle in response to Xiong'er and Appo's inquiry. Yi Chen nodded gently. If anyone were to overhear this, their astonishment would be entirely justified. Here were two individuals, one at the chi condensation stage and the other at the first level of the human origin stage, daring to confront someone in the true sun realm. Had they encountered a higher-level true sun cultivator, they would have fled without hesitation. However, the imposing figure before them, while exuding a powerful aura, displayed an unmistakable instability. Clearly, he had only recently broken through to the true sun stage. A newly minted true sun cultivator was not a source of fear for Yi Chen and Xiong'er. Robbery! With a wolfish howl, Xiong'er propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Yi Chen echoed the cry, charging after him. The burly man was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant, Xiong'er swung his wolf-toothed club overhead. You're seeking death. The man's expression darkened as he retaliated with an open palm strike. Yet, to his astonishment, the club appeared to grow 5 times larger as it descended. If one were unaware of its true nature, they might have mistaken it for a falling tree. The impact was thunderous. Caught off guard by the sudden enlargement of the club, and underestimating Xiong'er due to his human origin stage, the man staggered, his hand bloodied. Although he sustained injuries, Xiong'er was also thrown back, groaning in pain. Enraged, the man prepared to counterattack just as Yi Chen charged towards him. You're asking for death, he bellowed, launching another palm strike. Yi Chen scoffed, his thoughts coalescing into action as true fire surged forth, transforming into a fiery whip that he lashed out with great force. The crack of impact resounded as the whip left a dark mark across the man and Appo's face. True fire? The man gasped in shock. With a ferocious roar, Yi Chen unleashed the essence of the beast heart and Appo's fury, pouncing forward like a fierce predator. His combat style was unpredictable, sometimes resembling a tiger, other times a ferocious ape, a lion, or a ravenous wolf. Each limb and joint became a deadly weapon. Unprepared for such a brutal close-quarters combat style from a chi condensation cultivator, the man found himself in disarray. Ya. Xiong'er shouted as he swung his club, joining forces with Yi Chen to overwhelm the man. However, as a true sun cultivator, The man quickly regained his composure and countered with a powerful palm strike. Thunderclap palm. Tiger Dragon Fist. Yi Chun and Xiong Air responded in kind. The collision of fists and palms resonated with a thunderous roar. The sheer terror of a true sun cultivator and Oppos. Palm sent Yi Chun and Xiong Air reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. The disparity in strength was immense. Yi Chun and Oppos. Heart sank. Although he possessed the capability to fight above his level, he was still unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. You will all perish. The man's fury escalated as he struggled against the two young opponents. Who will die remains to be seen. Yi Chun retorted with a cold laugh. Well done, little buddy. Xiong Air stood beside Yi Chun, giving him a thumbs up. You performed admirably as well. Suddenly, the man's astonishment echoed in the air as he noticed the two cursed seals affixed to him. The heavenly spirit curse. He exclaimed, recognizing its significance. As a true sun cultivator, the dual seals could only restrain his true energy for a minute. Let us seize the moment and take his life, Xiong Air urged. With that, the previously tranquil forest erupted with their battle cries. The man, realizing the dire situation, began to retreat while desperately attempting to break free from the heavenly spirit curse's hold, knowing that if he could endure for just a minute, he could turn the tide. Yet, Yi Chun and Xiong Air were relentless. Thunderclap palm. Tiger Dragon Fist. Aware that time equated to life, they spared no effort, unleashing their formidable techniques upon the man. Blood gushed forth as Yi Chun swung the Qi Shao sword, nearly cleaving the man in two. As the man staggered back, Xiong Air leaped in with a downward strike from his club. The wolf-toothed club suddenly expanded fivefold, infused with all of Xiong Air's true energy. No. The man screamed in terror as the club descended upon him. How could he have imagined that a mere Qi condensation and human origin duo would bring about his demise before he could utilize his myriad of techniques? Yet, regardless of his cries, Yi Chun and Xiong Air remained merciless. In this world of cultivators, one must always pay their dues. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If they spared the man, he would surely seek revenge once free of his restraints. With a resounding crash, the club struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. As the dust settled, Yi Chun and Xiong Air approached the nearly obliterated body of the true sun cultivator. This place is no longer safe. They swiftly gathered the man's storage bag, stripping him of all valuables. Having completed their task, they vanished into the shadows. After their departure, a figure in a purple robe emerged from the darkness, stroking his beard thoughtfully. True fire indeed. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Xiong Air reappeared deep within the forest. After spending an hour recuperating, they retrieved the treasures from the man's storage bag. Goodness! Their voices erupted in disbelief, one after the other. True sun cultivators are indeed affluent. The two heavenly spirit curses were not wasted. As per our usual agreement, we split everything equally. The duo squatted on the ground, heads together as they divided the spoils. The storage bag held an impressive sum of over 100,000 spirit stones, likely intended for an auction at the Netherworld black market, only to meet their unfortunate fate along the way. After distributing spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit herbs, only a large blade, 2 ancient scrolls, and a small cauldron the size of an infant and Oppos, fist remained on the ground. At that moment, a flicker of true fire caught Yi Chun and Oppos, illuminating the ancient scrolls and the blade, finally resting on the small cauldron. This is a treasure. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want this big blade. I want this small cauldron. Their words flowed in unison, and they exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement of their bond. Finally, only the 2 ancient scrolls remained, each picked up by one of them. Mountain-shaking fist, Xiong Air read from the scroll. Then he glanced at Yi Chun's scroll and inquired, "What is that one? What is this thing?" Yi Chun exclaimed, staring at the scroll in his hands with bewilderment. Chapter 46. The Underworld Black Market. The fortifying techniques. As Yi Chun spoke, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Fortifying techniques? Upon hearing this, Xiong Air's eyes instantly brightened. Come, let us exchange. Xiong Air snatched the book and promptly handed over his own to Yi Chun. Yi Chun's lips twitched again. Not bad, not bad, Xiong Air chuckled. engrossed in flipping through the pages, chuckling to himself, completely oblivious to the disdainful gaze from Yi Chen. What a peculiar fellow. Yi Chen rubbed his temples, redirecting his focus to the shattering mountain fist secret technique. Upon a cursory glance, he discovered that this shattering mountain fist bore remarkable similarities to the thunder palm, both being offensive esoteric arts that demanded exceptional physical prowess. Otherwise, one would inevitably suffer from the backlash of the overwhelming internal energy. After a brief respite of half an hour, the two resumed their journey. This time, their path was remarkably smooth. As the stars blanketed the sky, they halted before an expansive, dark terrain. Behold, that is the underworld black market, Xiong Air pointed ahead. Without needing to be told, Yi Chen was already gazing intently at the distant, blackened soil. The underworld black market sprawled across dozens of miles, resembling a scorched earth, shrouded in dimness. Before they even stepped inside, a pungent scent of blood, brutality, and an eerie chill assaulted their senses. Let us go. Xiong Air had already grasped Yi Chen's arm, pulling him into the underworld black market. Upon entry, Yi Chen felt an eerie yet potent force that forcibly suppressed his cultivation to the first level of qi condensation. What is happening? Yi Chen could not help but glance sideways at Xiong Air. There's no need for alarm, Xiong Air responded. During auction times, formidable restrictions are imposed here, and every individual who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. Even the experts of the Void Realm are restrained? Yi Chen inquired cautiously. Without exception. Impressive. Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could have set such stringent restrictions? The Tianqian sect, Xiong Air remarked, gesturing towards a distant area of the underworld black market. Following his direction, Yi Chen noticed a grand pavilion hovering in mid-air, towering dozens of feet above the ground, emanating an imposing aura that forbade any encroachment. Even from such a distance, Yi Chen could sense a terrifying pressure emanating from it. What is the origin of the Tianqian sect? I have never heard of such a power in Dechu. Yi Chen expressed his astonishment to Xiong Air. The all-knowing Xiong Air shook his head gently. According to my uncle, the Tianqian sect has existed here long before the establishment of Hengyue sect. They do not belong to any faction, yet their members are shrouded in mystery and strength. It is said that their sect leader is a practitioner of the celestial tranquility realm. Celestial tranquility realm? Yi Chen was taken aback. The 6 realms of practitioners, qi, condensation, human essence, true yang, spiritual void, void realm, and celestial tranquility. Each step is a leap towards the heavens. Even the 3 great sects and the more formidable bloodthirsty hall lack a practitioner of the celestial realm. How could Yi Chen not be astonished? Though they reside within the underworld black market, they refrain from meddling in the conflicts of this territory. Only during the auction held every 3 years do they strictly prohibit bloodshed here, Xiong Air continued. It is rumored that members of the bloodthirsty hall once caused trouble here, but were met with disastrous defeat. The Tianqian sect stands as a symbol of this land. No faction or cultivation family dares to provoke their authority. Yi Chen remained silent, gazing reverently at the Tianqian sect, his heart filled with awe. Contemplating this, they continued deeper into the market. Yi Chen observed that the many cultivators passing through, although exuding robust auras, had their power suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. This left him pondering. No matter how formidable one was outside, within these confines, all must bow low. As they ventured further, Yi Chen's sense of unease grew. The underworld black market was indeed as chaotic as the legends foretold. Along the way, he encountered numerous pavilions and terraces, yet the collapsed structures far outnumbered them. Many areas still bore the remnants of fresh blood, a testament to the ravages of battle. Furthermore, the people here exuded a fierce demeanor, each pair of blood-red eyes brimming with savagery. Come, take a look. Spirit stones and elixirs at a discounted price. Fellow cultivator, interested in spiritual artifacts? We have only the finest. They arrive at a bustling area alive with the shouts of vendors, where makeshift stalls displayed a variety of wares. Fireling long. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor upon spotting a treasure displayed at one stall. 7-colored blood crystal stone. Crimson blood lotus. As he walked, his excitement grew with each discovery. How about that? Quite novel, isn't it? Xiong Air wobbled ahead, resembling a rotund Mithra Buddha, drawing many curious glances. Is rather intriguing, Yichen mused. Do not underestimate the vendors at these stalls, Xiong Air whispered. Most are disguised. Perhaps one among them is an elder of a sect or a powerful cultivator from a lineage. That I believe. The auction begins tomorrow. Let's meander about. This place is quite lively at night, Xiong Air added, pulling out a chicken leg from his trousers, unabashedly munching away, indifferent to the disdainful looks from those around. Oh! Suddenly, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as if he had spotted something enticing. You wander as you please. I shall check that way. With that, Xiong Air stuffed the remaining chicken leg back into his trousers and ambled off in another direction. Yi Chun surveyed the area, instinctively rubbing his forehead. A throng of people had gathered at a particular spot, bustling with excitement, where a sign read, Fortifying Tiger Whip. How bizarre, Yi Chun thought, astonished at the eclectic array of goods available in the underworld black market. After Xiong Air left, Yi Chun wandered from stall to stall. He picked and chose, yearning for a hint from the true fire, for otherwise, distinguishing treasures from worthless trinkets was proving difficult. Young friend, everything here is a treasure. Don't miss out. Once the stall is gone, it's gone. The shouts echoed around him, with countless items dazzling his eyes, many of which he had never encountered before, and others he could not decipher. Suddenly, Yi Chun halted, staring blankly into the distance. There a woman in white glided gracefully by, her silken hair flowing, garments fluttering like a blossoming lotus. She resembled a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Upon closer inspection, could it not be Ji Ning Shuang from Hengyue sect? Chapter 47. The secrets within the cauldron. To his astonishment, she had also arrived. From a distance, Yi Chun murmured, his heart racing painfully. The sight of his past love, Ji Ning Shuang, stirred a feeling akin to a bygone era. While he no longer harbored love for her, neither did he feel hatred. The pain in his heart was but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Yi Chun retrieved a ghostly mask from his pocket, concealing his visage. Amidst the throng, Ji Ning Shuang approached, accompanied by a young man of refined demeanor, exuding an air of elegance and grace with every gesture. Yi Chun recognized him as Hua Yun, the foremost disciple of Zhengyang sect. Junior Sister Ji, why not explore elsewhere? Hua Yun suggested with a gentle smile, his charm as refreshing as a spring breeze. Ji Ning Shuang maintained her composure, did not decline. In an instant, their paths crossed again, yet the reunion felt akin to that of strangers. Yi Chun walked past steadily, resolutely avoiding a glance back. Unbeknownst to him, Xiong Air had finally located him. Why are you wearing a mask? Xiong Air grumbled, clearly irritated at the time wasted searching for him. I just bought it. Isn't it nice? Yi Chun replied, removing the mask. Money to burn. Xiong Air scoffed. I found us a place to stay. Let's take a rest. The two ventured deeper into the depths of the underworld black market. Before them stood rows of pavilions, serving as lodgings during the auction. Upon entering a suite, Xiong Air hastily locked himself in, seemingly intent on studying his vitality enhancement manual. Don't overdo it, Yi Chun called out, then turned to enter his own chamber. Securing the door, he produced a small cauldron that seemed to have been buried underground for ages, its surface mottled and exuding an ancient aura. What mysteries could lie within? With this thought, Yi Chun took out a purple gold gourd and removed its stopper. A hum resonated as the gourd vibrated. Then, a small vortex appeared, and the cauldron was swiftly engulfed by the gourd. The gourd buzzed violently, shaking with intensity after consuming the cauldron. Yi Chun and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a response from the gourd indicated that the secrets hidden within the cauldron were extraordinary. What would they possibly be? Rubbing his hands together, Yi Chun peered into the gourd. Inside, a translucent liquid shimmered enticingly, while the cauldron floated serenely atop it, unmoving and devoid of any luminescence. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and continued to wait. An hour passed before the gourd emitted another hum, expelling the cauldron. However, Yi Chun failed to notice a drop of blood falling from the cauldron into the gourd's liquid just before it was released. Is that all? He gazed at the gourd in disbelief, expecting more than mere emptiness. The gourd, seemingly unfazed by his scrutiny, continued to leisurely absorb the essence of heaven and earth. With a wave, Chen stowed the gourd and picked up the cauldron, which appeared unchanged, just as it was before being swallowed. I refuse to believe this, Chen muttered, igniting true fire to envelop the cauldron. An hour later, he extinguished the flames, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. The cauldron remained intact, impervious to the flames' onslaught. What are you made of to withstand the true fire? Chen marveled, his frustration mounting. Cursing under his breath, he lifted the gourd and drank deeply from its liquid. Upon entering his body, the essence flowed like a clear spring. Yet Chen sensed something peculiar about this particular liquid, though he could not pinpoint its uniqueness. What is this strange sensation? Chen tugged at his collar, feeling a growing heat within. Soon, his blood surged faster, almost boiling, igniting a fiery sensation throughout his being. His dry lips licked, and he raised the gourd again for another gulp. Yet, the burning sensation intensified. Shaking his head, Chen felt dizzy and parched, consuming more of the liquid, only to find himself increasingly thirsty. Unconsciously, he drained nearly half of the gourd's contents. What is happening? His vision blurred, and he was unaware of his cultivation level rising to the 6th stage of qi condensation due to the excessive essence he ingested. Suddenly, he let out a primal roar, tearing his garments as if engulfed in flames, every pore on his body ablaze. Water! He instinctively grabbed the gourd, drinking furiously without pause. A popping sound resonated within him, and his cultivation surged from the 6th stage, breaking through to the 7th, nearing the pinnacle of that level. At this rate, an ascent to the 8th stage was not beyond reach. With another roar, Chen and Appo's S-form transformed. His eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. A mysterious black mist enveloped him, and every pore oozed dark, malevolent energy. His hair turned crimson at an alarming rate, and a strange demonic light flickered at his brow, accompanied by an enigmatic pattern. Ugh! Grasping his head, he staggered, his mind roaring as if on the verge of explosion. Unbeknownst to him, he collapsed to the floor, succumbing to unconsciousness. The room fell into silence. After an indeterminate period, he regained consciousness. Night had passed, and dawn broke. As a sliver of sunlight streamed through the window, he bolted upright. After a brief moment of daze, he hastily checked his body, discovering his clothes in tatters. My cultivation realizing the immense power coursing within him. He was taken aback. His level had ascended to the 8th stage of qi condensation. What transpired last night? After a fleeting moment of confusion, he recollected the events. Summoning the purple gold gourd, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. The strange occurrences that followed from drinking its essence weighed heavily on his mind. Could this essence be problematic? Chen removed the gourd's stopper, eager to investigate further, when suddenly, Xiong kicked the door open. Time to go. The auction is starting. Chen replied, sealing the gourd once more and following Xiong out. Chapter 48. A bustling scene upon descending the stairs. The two individuals were met with a throng of people filling the streets, all heading towards the heart of the infernal black market. The grandeur of the scene was nothing short of astonishing. Chen remarked as he donned a ghostly mask. This was a disguise pill and a voice-altering pill. Consuming one would alter one's appearance and voice. Caution is the mother of safety. Though Chen intended to accept the pills from Xiong, the thought of their origin, extracted from his trousers, prompted a discreet cough. You can keep them. I shall stick with the mask. He then produced a mask from his pocket and affixed it to his face. No need to be shy. Xiong, unperturbed by Chen and Appo's distaste, swallowed both the voice-altering and disguise pills without hesitation. Why do you keep your storage bag in your trousers? Chen inquired. For safety, Xiong replied. As they approached the center of the infernal black market, they encountered a towering pavilion named the Sanglong Pavilion, renowned as the site for auctions throughout the years. From an aerial perspective, streams of people converged upon it, each personage possessing their own significance, albeit behaving rather discreetly. Soon, the entrance of Sanglong Pavilion became a veritable sea of humanity. Why haven't they opened the doors yet? Some voiced their impatience. The time has yet to arrive. What is the rush? came the response. I wonder what treasures the Tianxian sect will auction today. The auctions hosted by the Tianxian sect were indeed exceptional. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel quietly as he observed the crowd. Before long, the grand doors of the Songlong Pavilion emitted a resonant hum and slowly swung open. The first to step inside was an elderly man in black, leaning on a green dragon staff. Who is this person? He seems rather presumptuous. You don't know? That's the Black Mountain Elder, a formidable figure. I must be blind. Following the Black Mountain Elder, several other elderly individuals entered in succession, and soon the crowd surged forward, eager to enter the Songlong Pavilion. Let us go in, Xiong Er exclaimed, squeezing into the throng, nearly flattened by the mass of bodies. Once the crowd thinned, Yi Chen took his turn to step inside. Upon entering, Yi Chen discovered that the interior of Songlong Pavilion was a realm unto itself, expansive and breathtaking. The hall was adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite decorations. Even the spiritual herbs and flowers used for embellishment were extraordinary. What a grand display! Yi Chen marveled it. The attendees quickly found their places. Those new to the auction were filled with wonder, while seasoned participants appeared far more composed. This would do, Xiong Er declared, leading Yi Chen to a corner table adorned with jade. Without hesitation, he began to stuff his mouth with spiritual fruits, even pocketing a few. Hey, leave some for me. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. You're wearing a mask. You can't eat, so I'll take care of it for you. You'll choke yourself. Time passed, and an elderly man gracefully seated himself beside them. A glance revealed him to be the same purple-robed elder encountered in the wilderness the previous day. Yi Chen's heart raced. Despite the suppression of their cultivation, the elder emanated a weighty presence. As Yi Chen withdrew his gaze, the purple-robed elder turned slightly to regard him, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. The chief family from the Southlands has arrived, someone called out. At the entrance, 3 gray-clad elders strode in, making their way to the second-floor private rooms. The Sidu family from Shishu has also arrived. Is that the Wang family from Beichuan? They're here as well. The Shengwan family from Donghua. Most of the attendees hailed from prestigious cultivation families, creating a considerable spectacle that captivated the attention of all in the Tian Pavilion. Is no one from your Xiong family attending? Yi Chen asked, glancing at Xiong Er as the prominent families continued to file in. Of course. Look over there. Xiong Er pointed to a stout, jolly-looking man in the crowd. That's my second uncle. Your second uncle certainly has a unique appearance. Yi Chen remarked it. Absolutely. People from Hung Yu's sect have arrived. Another voice announced. Yi Chen and Xiong Er turned their attention, spotting a middle-aged man wielding a sword entering the hall, his stature commanding and exuding an air of authority. Is this person from Hung Yu's sect? I've never seen him before, Yi Chen asked Xiong Er. He is the leader of the Sword Peak from the inner sect. I believe his name is Feng Wuan. People from Zhenyang sect are here as well. As the chatter continued, an elderly man with gray hair appeared, followed by another elder and a young man in purple. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, particularly upon recognizing the young man in white. He was the very one who had crippled his cultivation. Yi Chen clenched his fists instinctively. As the representatives from the 3 sects ascended to the second floor, 3 more individuals entered. An elderly man with gray hair, a middle-aged man in purple, and a young man in white. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed once more. These were the same individuals who had pursued Chu Linger in the Monster Beast Forest. I never expected to encounter them here, Yi Chen thought. They are from the Bloodthirsty Hall. Murmurs of surprise spread through the crowd. The Bloodthirsty Hall, a dominant force in northern Chu, was not to be trifled with, even by the 3 sections. The atmosphere grew more intense. It seemed that acquiring treasures would not be so simple. On the elevated platform, an elderly figure known as Elder Yang took the stage. You all know the rules here. I won't waste time with pleasantries, he stated briskly. Let the auction begin. Immediately, a person ascended the platform, holding a spiritual sword that shimmered with a violet hue, radiating a menacing aura. The purple sun sword, starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. Highest bidder wins, Elder Yang announced nonchalantly. I bid 51,000. Someone below raised their placard. 53,000. 60,000. In mere moments, the price skyrocketed, the auction heating up with fervor. That's exorbitantly priced, Chen thought, astonished at how high the initial item had soared, making him hesitant to part with his own spirit stones. Have you not heard a good start? Xiong est remarqued. The first auction item is meant to stir excitement. There will be more affordable items later. 80,000 spirit stones. 85. 90,000. The competition remained fierce as bidders clamored to claim the purple sun sword, faces flushed with effort. 10,000. Just then, a voice from his second floor called out, none other than Wu Changqing from Zhengyang's sect. Instantly, the bidding below fell silent. If no one raised their bid, the purple sun sword would belong to Zhengyang's sect. Elder Yang scanned the crowd, noting the lack of further bids, and with a wave, he retracted the purple sun sword into his sleeve. Suddenly, someone from the audience ascended the stage, cradling a small bronze furnace in their hands, intricately engraved with mystical patterns that radiated a magnificent glow. Though it was no larger than a palm, it exuded an overwhelming aura of grandeur. The sunlight bronze furnace. Starting bid at 30,000, echoed the auctioneer. Soon, bids began to emerge from the crowd, with one audacious participant raising the price by a substantial 10,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 70,000. I bid 90,000. The calls for bids resonated, each participant displaying an unwavering determination to acquire the small bronze furnace. This furnace is indeed remarkable. Chen mused, stroking his chin. If you desire it, raise your bid, said Xiong. I lack the funds, came the reply. Forget I said anything. In the blink of an eye, the small bronze furnace had soared to an astonishing price of 150,000, and judging by the fervor, it seemed that this sum would hardly secure its ownership. 160,000, claimed by the Qingyun sect, announced an elder from above. Instantly, the fervor of the bid subsided, for aside from the hefty sum, the Qingyun sect was a formidable entity not to be trifled with. With no further bids, the small bronze furnace was thus claimed by the Qingyun sect. The elder of Yanga surveyed the crowd, noting the silence, before gracefully retrieving the furnace. Next, he presented a spirit artifact, an exquisite Bagua mirror. As it was unveiled, it emitted a scorching spiritual radiance, dazzling the beholders and emanating a terrifying aura. Starting bid at 100,000, he proclaimed. 110,000, called out a Taoist clad in purple, the first to bid. Zhou, you are being rather miserly. You shall not acquire this Bagua mirror, sneered a sinister-looking white-haired elder. I bid 12,000, Zhou retorted coldly. The white-haired elder smirked ominously. I raise you by 1,000, 13,000, 15,000, came Zhou response. I bid 17,000. The tension in the Songlong pavilion escalated. The two competitors exchanging icy barbs fueled by prior grievances, each intent on besting the other in this fierce contest. Indeed, the auction at the underworld black market was far from the tranquil fa it presented. Beneath the surface, a fierce struggle was underway among the participants. 20,000. I raise you by 1,000, 21,000. The competition for the Bagua mirror grew increasingly intense, culminating in a heated exchange as more bidders entered the fray, eventually driving the price up to 300,000. Curse it, I was just about to join in. Xiong fumed, witnessing the price inflate to such heights, exclaiming, what a bunch of beasts. Why does it feel like this auction has nothing to do with us? Came the lament. I'm broke. It's truly frustrating. Below, the bidding for the Bagua mirror concluded, the victor turning out to be a gaunt old man, resembling a monkey. A chorus of disdainful snorts rose from those who had harbored enmity over the mirror, their eyes glinting with icy resolve. Chapter 49. Total ruin at this moment. The fourth auction item had been presented by Elder Yang, a stunning spiritual artifact, a delicate tower radiating with a spectrum of divine light. Surrounding it were swirling seven-colored clouds, reminiscent of a dancing dragon. The starting bid for the exquisite seven-colored tower was 80,000. Its allure seemed to surpass that of the previous three spiritual artifacts, igniting an immediate fervor within the auction hall. Notably, the cultivation aristocracy had joined the fray. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. With the participation of the cultivation families, the auction became extraordinarily lively. Particularly, Rival families had finally found a reason to clash, as the hall echoed with a cacophony of shouts. Amidst the competition, a palpable tension filled the air. The atmosphere crackled with hostility. Had it not been for the prohibition against physical altercations, the major sects would have undoubtedly descended into chaos. This land was rife with cultivation families, each with long-standing grievances. The auction at the dark market had gathered them here, providing an excellent platform for their rivalry. Although bloodshed was off the table, they could at least engage in fierce bidding, provided they had the financial means. 300,000. Below, an elderly Taoist with gray hair gritted his teeth and ultimately called out the price. What? Do you wish to be exterminated? A sinister chuckle resonated from the elegant chambers above, a voice laced with threats emanating from the bloodthirsty hall, sending a shiver down the old Taoist's spine. Forget it. I withdraw. The gray-haired elder hastily relinquished his bid, fearful of incurring the wrath of the bloodthirsty hall and bringing calamity upon his family. Wise choice. The auction continued, with subsequent items also being spiritual artifacts. As each round of bidding unfolded, excitement mounted, and increasingly terrifying artifacts were unveiled, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Soon, a pitch-black iron rod was placed upon the high platform. The base price was set at 10,000, and the bidding commenced. Elder Yang appeared weary, stifling a yawn and speaking in a nonchalant manner. The moment the iron rod was revealed, Chen, meditating in a corner, abruptly opened his eyes, for the true fire within him stirred. A treasure. Chen's eyes gleamed brightly. He couldn't help but glance at the iron rod, which was indeed an iron rod, entirely blackened, rusted, and uneven, with several areas significantly damaged. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed utterly ordinary. Similarly, the other cultivators below stared in disbelief at the iron rod. What is this? Somiane cuestionet elder Yang skeptically. Didn't I mention? It's an iron rod. Elder Yang shot a glance at the person, adding, of course, you may also consider it a fire poker. Upon hearing this, not just the inquirer, but everyone present twitched their lips in disbelief. His casual demeanor was rather alarming. Such disregard surely indicated it was not a treasure. Its appearance was utterly unappealing. Even the wealthy would hesitate to purchase it. Is there no one interested? With a glance below and seeing no one respond, Elder Yang was about to take back the iron rod. Hold on. At that moment, a voice emerged from the corner, declaring, I will take that iron rod. Oh. The sudden statement drew the attention of everyone in the room. The speaker was none other than Chen, who would never miss the opportunity to acquire a treasure that stirred his true fire. Senior, I bid 10,000 spirit stones for it. Are you out of your mind? 10,000 spirit stones for a broken iron rod, exclaimed the nearby Xiong heir. It and amp, oppose, a bargain. Their banter elicited laughter from the crowd, entertaining the older folks present. If no one else raises their bid, then this iron rod shall belong to this young friend. Hold on. Before Elder Yang could finish, he was interrupted by another voice. 11,000. This iron rod belongs to the Zhengyang sect. Oh, a chorus of surprised gasps filled the room as they turned to the source of the voice. The speaker was Elder Wu Changqing of the Zhengyang sect, standing with an air of superiority, as if to assert that the iron rod was already his. In the corner, Chen and Amp, Oppos, eyes narrowed, and he called out, I offer 12,000. Upon hearing this, another wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Who is this young lad, daring to compete with the Zhengyang sect, and over a mere black iron rod? He must be out of his mind. Amidst the commotion, Wu Changqing chuckled mockingly. Kid, do you know whom you are competing against? Elder, are you trying to intimidate me? Chen shot a glance at the second-floor chamber. Excellent, you have spirit. Wu Changqing smiled with intrigue. It has been a long time since anyone dared to contest me. Very well, I will play along. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000. Chen's voice rang out immediately. 30,000. 31. Chen followed up with a cold smile, having resolved to go all out against Wu Changqing. Even if he did not acquire the iron rod, he was determined to reclaim some dignity after being ruthlessly expelled from the mountain. Very well, I bid 40,000. Wu Changqing and Oppos. S-tone remained taunting, as a few thousand spirit stones meant little to him. 100,000. Cough. Cough. Chen and Amp, Oppos, audacious claim nearly choked the entire room in disbelief. Goodness, have you lost your mind? Xiong'er exclaimed at Yi Chun. Ignoring him, Yi Chun turned his gaze towards the second-floor chamber, smiling as he said, Elder, are you still enjoying this game? Only 100,000. Wu Changqing appeared taken aback by Yi Chen's boldness, his expression darkening. As an elder, being outbid by a junior was a humiliation he could hardly tolerate. 110,000. Wu Changqing sneered. 20,000. The crowd erupted in laughter at his audacity. Who is this child? Such boldness. At this point, Yi Chun had become the center of attention. Even Elder Yang on the high platform could not help but show his surprise. A junior daring to contest the Xinjiang sect was truly noteworthy. Many turned to gaze at Yi Chun, who seemed unfazed, casually sipping his tea. He knew that in terms of financial strength, he was no match for Wu Changqing. Yet, for the sake of that treasure, he had decided to engage in this bidding war. Even if he could not secure the artifact, he aimed to ensure Wu Changqing spent a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, 20,000 was his limit, especially considering those spirit liquids he had initially intended to use for acquiring Xian steel and Xian iron. It appeared he would indulge in this frenzy for now. Looking at Wu Changqing, his expression had turned a deep shade of anger. He could not fathom that a junior would so openly contest the Xinjiang sect, raising the bid to a staggering 20,000. While he was not short of funds, spending such a sum on a mere iron rod was simply unwise. He now found himself in a precarious position. To buy would seem foolish. Yet declining would embarrass him and tarnish the entire Xinjiang sect and Oppo's reputation. 21,000. If you dare, raise your bid again. Wu Changqing gritted his teeth, raising the stakes once more under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was now Yi Chun and Oppo's turn to feel the pressure. 20,000 was his limit. Kid, do you truly desire that iron rod? Seeing Yi Chun and Oppo's hesitation, Xiong'er whispered. Yi Chun nodded subtly in response. Seeing this, Xiong'er promptly retrieved a storage bag from his pocket, stating, I have 30,000 here. It's yours, but do remember to return it to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated that Xiong'er would display such loyalty at a critical moment, which stirred a warm current within his heart. We can always come back next time. Xiong'er schulget nonchalantly. Thank you, Yi Chun replied with a grateful smile. 300,000. As his voice resonated, it once again caused a stir among the crowd. Even Jining Xuan, who usually maintained an icy demeanor, cast a look of astonishment. Upon seeing the masked Yi Chun, her delicate brows momentarily furrowed. Observing Wu Changqing's countenance, it had become exceedingly grim, with a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. If you dare to exhibit your murderous intent again, do not blame me for being impolite, Elder Yang solemnly remarked, sensing Wu Changqing and Oppo's hostility. Publicly reprimanded, Wu Changqing clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, his teeth grinding as he declared, I offer 310,000. 500,000. This audacious bid sent shockwaves through the assembly. Who would have anticipated that a mere iron rod, deemed worthless, could fetch such an astronomical price? Throughout the auction, it seemed that only this particular item had achieved such heights. With a resounding crash, the sound of furniture being shattered echoed from the elegant chamber of Xinjiang's sect. As Wu Changqing and Oppo's fury reached its peak. Yet, he ultimately refrained from raising his bid. A few thousand spirit stones were insignificant, but 500,000 spirit stones was no trivial sum. Although he was an elder of the sect, he lacked the audacity to spend such an exorbitant amount on a mere piece of iron. Amidst the collective gaze of the audience, Wu Changqing remained silent, prompting Yi Chun to exhale deeply. 500,000. I hope you do not disappoint me. He cast one last glance at the iron rod on the stage. Since no one else is bidding, this iron rod belongs to that young friend, Elder Yang declared with finality. Following this, several spirit artifacts were auctioned. Their prices were considerable, and the competition was lively, yet none could rival the thrilling intensity of the iron rod and Oppo's bidding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day and Oppo's auction drew to a close. This auction concludes for today. It will continue tomorrow. Those who have won items, please bring your funds to the back hall. to collect them. Chapter 50. The Elder in Purple Robes. As the Elder from Yang Pavilion announced the conclusion of today's auction, the members of Songlong Pavilion rose in unison, still lingering on the excitement of the previous bidding for the iron rod. Each individual, upon standing, cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chen. I will retrieve the iron rod. You may return first, Yi Chen advised, surveying the crowd before stealing a glance at the second-floor private room. He then addressed Xiong Er. Be cautious of what's behind you as you leave. No worries, my second uncle is here. Xiong Er waved dismissively before swiftly disappearing into the throng. After Xiong Er departed, Yi Chen made his way to the back hall of Songlong Pavilion. Numerous individuals were bustling about. Among them was Wu Changqing. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Wu Changqing and Appo's expression darkened considerably. His voice icy. You will learn the cost of provoking my Xinjiang sect. It was a fair auction. The highest bidder prevails. If you are reluctant to spend, should I be to blame? Yi Chen retorted with a mocking smile. Let us see if your tongue remains as sharp after the auction concludes. Wu Changqing huffed, dismissively sweeping his robes as he strode away. Do you think I would grant you an opportunity? Yi Chen scoffed at the departing figure of Wu Changqing before turning to enter the back hall. Upon spotting Yi Chen, the elder seated on the cushion in the pavilion turned his gaze towards him. Young lad, you displayed quite the audacity today. Senior, you flatter me, Yi Chen replied, not wishing to prolong the conversation. The elder waved his hand and retrieved the black iron rod, while Yi Chen reluctantly handed over a storage pouch. Feeling the weight of the 50,000 spirit stones that had left him nearly destitute. Thank you, senior, Yi Chen said, bowing respectfully as he prepared to leave. But the elder called out to him. Hold on, young friend. Startled, Yi Chen turned back, puzzled. Senior, do you have further business? I have no matters of my own, but someone seeks you regarding a minor issue. The elder smiled kindly, gesturing with his arm. Please come inside. Taken aback by the sudden courtesy of the elder, Yi Chen felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. Go on in. Someone awaits you, the elder reiterated with a warm smile. Despite his astonishment, Yi Chen complied, recognizing that within the confines of Songlong Pavilion, the decision to enter was no longer his. Thus, he chose to be proactive. Entering through the door of the back hall, he discovered a quaint courtyard. The courtyard was a realm unto itself, radiating brilliance, adorned with artificial hills and an array of rare flowers and herbs. With the soothing sound of flowing water filling the air, Yi Chen could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of Songlong Pavilion, wondering who would expect such a charming garden to exist within the depths of the dark market. Please, this way, a gentle voice emanated from a pavilion within the courtyard. Turning towards the sound, Yi Chen was astonished to see that the figure seated in the pavilion was none other than the elder in purple robes who had sat beside him during the auction. Is he from Tianxian's sect? Yi Chen's first thought was that no other explanation could account for his presence in this back garden, nor the elder's unexpectedly courteous demeanor. Come here, the elder beckoned. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen approached the pavilion and respectfully bowed to the elder. I am honored to meet you, senior. No need for excessive formalities. Please sit, the elder replied with a smile, exhibiting no hint of arrogance despite his formidable status, making Yi Chen feel as if he were addressing an ordinary grandfather. May I inquire why you have summoned me, senior? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. I seek your assistance, the elder replied. Me? You want me to assist you? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that such a prominent figure from Tianxian's sect would request his help. More precisely, I wish for your true fire to lend its aid, the elder observed Yi Chen intently. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. The knowledge of his true fire was known only to the rotund Xiong Er. He had believed he had concealed it effectively, yet here it was, detected by the elder. Sensing Yi Chen's wariness, the elder smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, young friend. I merely seek your assistance in this matter. Yi Chen managed a sheepish smile. In this situation, he felt little confidence. He was merely a chi condensation realm cultivator, and the elder's restraint from outright seizing him was already a considerable courtesy. Of course, this will not be without compensation. I shall provide you with an appropriate reward, or if you have specific desires, feel free to express them, the elder continued. With the conversation reaching this point, Yi Chun felt no need to maintain a facade. He took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and said, "I require funds." He had originally come for the Xian steel and Xian iron, but the bidding for the iron rod had left him financially shattered, compounded by the 300,000 debt he owed Xiong heir. He was in dire need of money. Naturally, he did not specify an amount. First, he genuinely did not know how much to ask. Second, he relinquished the decision to the elder. He merely desired money, leaving the extent of the sum to the elder's discretion. The elder, holding a teacup, took a gentle sip and, noticing Yi Chen's silence, regarded him with curiosity. "Is that all?" With a chuckle, Yi Chen nodded. The elder smiled faintly, producing a storage pouch and offering it to Yi Chen. "Thank you, senior." Yi Chen hastily accepted it, though he refrained from examining its contents immediately. What good would it do to check? If it were insufficient, he lacked the courage to demand more. "Let's commence." Very well. Yi Chen promptly placed the Xian iron and Xian steel into the storage pouch. Meanwhile, the elder had rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his forearm. Noticing this, Yi Chen's brow furrowed as he observed that the elder's arm was entirely blackened. Upon closer inspection, he could discern strange runes flickering upon the surface of his skin. "What is this?" Yi Chen inquired, looking up at the elder. "A witch's curse." "A witch's curse?" Upon hearing this term, Yi Chen recalled snippets he had seen years ago in the Xinjiang sect's library about witch curses. They were dreadful imprints, said to be cast only by the legendary witch clan. If one fell victim to such a curse and failed to contain or eliminate it promptly, they would inevitably suffer a gruesome fate. As for the witch clan, it was an ancient and mysterious race among the 9 ancient clans alongside the demon clan, immortal clan, spirit clan, ancient clan, beast clan, divine clan, dragon clan, and barbarian clan, each immensely powerful and formidable. Yi Chen was astonished. He had never expected such a powerful cultivator as the elder in purple robes would bear such a mark of the witch clan. "Can my true fire help you counteract this curse?" Yi Chen asked, realizing the formidable nature of the witch's curse, his confidence wavering. "Ordinary true fire would be ineffective, but perhaps yours may suffice," the elder replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen paused, staring incredulously at the elder. "Senior, can true fire really vary in strength?" Chapter 51. The Curse Indeed. In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, the elder in purple robes smiled slightly. "I have encountered many forms of true fire, but the golden true fire you possess is truly a first for me. However, I feel my own true fire is not particularly strong." Yi Chen scratched his head. True fire is born from the heavens and the earth, inherently imbued with spirituality, and thus can be suppressed by the mastery of its wielder. As you are merely at the qi condensation stage, your true fire can only exhibit abilities commensurate with your cultivation level. Furthermore, at this point the elder paused, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chen, "And your true fire has yet to awaken." "Not awaken?" Yi Chen's astonishment grew with each word. "I can only say that it is not ordinary true fire. At least in my experience, it surpasses all true fires I have encountered." The elder seemed to hold back some information, recognizing that divulging too much would not benefit Yi Chen at this stage. Though Yi Chen yearned for more, he understood the need to restrain his curiosity and refrain from pressing further. "Kulme." The elder had already raised his arm and extended his palm. Without hesitation, Yi Chen lifted his arm, pressing his palm against that of the elder. Instantly, he concentrated, allowing true fire to surge forth, flowing through his palm into the elder's arm, enveloping it in countless tendrils that tightly encased the curse's runes. Demonic blood. Upon direct contact with Yi Chen's body, the elder's eyes deepened immeasurably. He gazed intently at Yi Chen, seemingly capable of perceiving the blood coursing within him, from which he detected a bloodthirsty, brutal, and ferocious aura. The elder squinted slightly, casting a barely perceptible glance at Yi Chen. How could there be demonic blood within him? The elder mused inwardly, and he could see that Yi Chen was evidently unaware of the ancient demonic lineage hidden within his blood. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp pain in his arm. The elder withdrew his focus from Yi Chen, directing his attention to his own arm, where Yi Chen's true fire had enveloped it. The curse's seal sensed a formidable threat and struggled violently. Observing this, the elder pointed decisively, confining the curse's seal firmly within his arm to prevent it from spreading to other parts of his body. An hour slipped by quietly, and Yi Chen was drenched in sweat. His true fire continued to blaze fiercely, yet the curse and Oppos' seal was evidently entrenched, able to withstand the flames, allowing him to extinguish only a minuscule portion after such an extended period. The Xian steel and Xian iron are not easy to acquire. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Reflecting on it now, he regretted having accepted a lesser reward. The curse's seal was far beyond the malevolent thoughts within the Bear's Club, and could not be refined in a day. To completely eradicate, it would require a protracted effort. As Yi Chen began to tire, the elder lightly placed his hand on Yi Chen and Oppos' shoulder, infusing him with a torrent of vital essence. The infusion invigorated Yi Chen immensely. "Young friend, you need only refine one of the curse's runes," the elder stated. "The curse consists of interconnected runes. Once one is refined, I shall have a way to break the curse." "Understood." Yi Chen nodded, taking a deep breath as the flames of his true fire surged anew. After 6 hours, he finally felt exhaustion set in, panting as he withdrew his true fire. At this point, the runes on the elder and Oppos' arm appeared disordered, and the curse they connected to fluctuated in intensity. The elder, a true master, brought his fingers together and pressed them against his arm, starting from his shoulder and gradually moving downward, forcibly extracting the seal that had merged with his flesh. Yi Chen refrained from disturbing him, quietly exiting the small courtyard. Returning to the back hall, he retrieved the storage bag given to him by the elder, hastily glancing inside, and was taken aback. 50,000. Upon seeing the quantity of spirit stones, he could not help but swallow hard. What a grand gesture! With a mixture of astonishment and admiration, Yi Chen's heart raced. He had not anticipated that the elder would grant him such a substantial sum of spirit stones, exceeding his expectations. With a light exclamation, Yi Chen noticed that alongside the 50,000 spirit stones, there was also a small note. Taking it out, he read hurriedly, "That iron rod is a gift from the Tianxin sect to you, young friend. The 50,000 spirit stones are returned in full." "Indeed, it is from the Tianxin sect," Yi Chen mused, stroking his chin. With this thought, he stepped out of the back hall and into the bustling street, feeling quite pleased. The return of 50,000 spirit stones gave him a sense of security. Though night had fallen, the street remained lively, with vendors calling out their wares incessantly. Yi Chen did not return home immediately, but meandered through the street, scanning the stalls for the Xian steel and Xian iron he sought. Ultimately, he halted at the stall of a rather unkempt old man. Xian steel and Xian iron. As soon as Yi Chen stopped, his gaze fell upon 2 irregular stones. One black and the other bright as snow, both only the size of eggs. His presence seemed to go unnoticed by the old man, who was instead fixated on the women passing by, his eyes gleaming with a lecherous light and a grin that spoke of his unsavory nature. For reasons unknown, upon first seeing the old man, Yi Chen felt an urge to kick him. "Old man, if you keep staring, I'll take your goods." The old man and Oppos' gaze snapped back to Yi Chen, and he cleared his throat, attempting to appear composed as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, adopting an entirely different demeanor as he stroked his meager beard like a sage. Yi Chen couldn't help but smirk. The old man and Oppos' acting was truly remarkable. Just a moment ago, he had been leering at women, and now he transformed into a venerable sage. One might think he genuinely was a wise elder. "Young man, it's clear you have an eye for treasures. Everything here is a gem, awaiting a fated buyer." The old man stroked his beard again, yet his countenance still bore that same lecherous expression. Yi Chen was unimpressed. He had passed numerous stalls, and nearly every vendor had made similar claims. He was no longer fazed. "I'll take the Xian iron and Xian steel," Yi Chen stated without hesitation, pointing at the items. 100,000. The old man immediately raised a finger. 50,000. Yi Chen shot back, unfazed. "What a joke. 100,000 spirit stones? I could just buy it from Zhou Dafu without trekking all the way to this underworld black market. Young lad, you're cutting me too deeply with that price." The old man huffed, bristling. It's what my master taught me. Always start by having the price when buying. Chen replied with an innocent expression. The old man nearly exploded with rage, but managed to restrain himself. 90,000, that's the lowest I can go. 60,000. Deal. Chen was prepared to bargain fiercely with the old man, yet he was taken aback when the old man agreed so readily. Quickly, give me the money. The old man seemed to be in a hurry, shoving the Xian iron and Xian steel into Chen and Amp. Oppos. S hands before hastily packing up his stall. His expression frantic, as if something urgent awaited him. Chen was bewildered but still reached into his storage bag. Zhuge you old scoundrel, you devil incarnate. Before he could withdraw the spirit stones, a loud curse echoed from a distance. Glancing over, Chen saw a corpulent elder storming toward him, fuming with rage. At this sight, Chen finally understood why the old man had been in such a rush. Someone was coming to settle a score. With this realization, Chen still retrieved the spirit stones, knowing that purchases must be paid for. However, before he could hand over the spirit stones, the lecherous old man hastily snatched up his belongings and fled with astonishing speed. By your grandmother. Following the departure of the lecherous old man, the corpulent elder rushed past like a howling tempest, transforming the already noisy street into a scene of chaotic commotion. Is this how it ends? Chen cleared his throat and, with the storage pouch containing the spirit stones still in hand, instinctively tucked it back into the pouch. Chapter 52. The unresponsive iron whip. After wandering around and finding nothing to purchase, Chen departed from the bustling street. No sooner had he stepped into the inn than Xiong Air rushed over, seizing Chen with an exclamation. I thought you had been assassinated. You had mentioned that during the auction, private duels are prohibited. Even Wu Chongqing Wu and Oppos. T dare seek vengeance here. As Chen spoke, he produced a storage bag from his robes and placed it into Xiong Air and Amp. Oppos. S hands. Here are your spirit stones. 300,000, neither more nor less. Upon receiving the bag, Xiong Air peered inside, his small eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Chen. How do you still have spirit stones? Pick them up. Pick them up? Where? I want to gather a basketful. From the heavenly, profound sect. Chen replied casually, stretching his limbs as he waved goodbye, making his way to his room. I'm quite exhausted today. I need to rest early. Xiong Air attempted to say something further, but Chen had already closed the door. From the heavenly profound sect? I'd be a fool to believe that. Xiong Air mumbled, clutching the heavy storage bag, and then grinned to himself. Once inside his room, Chen secured the door and retrieved the purple gold gourd. He vividly remembered that it was the elixir from the gourd last night that had ignited a fiery sensation throughout his body, with a headache that felt as if his skull might explode still lingering in his mind. The sensation of burning within and the near-explosive pain had propelled his cultivation to the 8th level of qi condensation, indicating that there must be something amiss with that elixir. Quietly pondering, Chen poured a drop of the elixir from the gourd. The liquid shimmered a vibrant purple, exuding a captivating fragrance. It was a fusion of jade essence and spiritual energy, intoxicatingly aromatic, which upon inhalation brought about a sense of tranquility. No issues here. After observing it for a while, Chen stroked his chin, concluding it appeared no different from usual. Without hesitation, he swallowed the drop. As expected, the elixir transformed into a dense essence upon entering his body, seamlessly integrating without the fiery discomfort he had experienced the previous night. Strange. Not sensing anything amiss, Chen scratched his head. He continued to consume several more drops of the elixir, with his body remaining free of the peculiar pain from the night prior. Instead, feeling pleasantly warm. He muttered, withdrawing his thoughts, and then took out the black iron rod he had acquired at the auction that day. 50,000 spirit stones to obtain you. Do not let me down. He murmured as he inserted the iron rod into the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Buzz! As soon as the iron rod was placed inside, the gourd emitted a resonant hum. Chen's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands in anticipation, hoping the gourd would unveil the mysteries of the iron rod. However, after the initial buzz, the gourd fell silent, standing quietly on the table, with only the occasional release of purple mist. Is that all? Chen exclaimed, bewildered, as he instinctively shook the gourd and peered inside. He discovered the iron rod was suspended within, unchanged, as if the surrounding purple mist bore no relation to it whatsoever. Time passed, and in frustration, Chen returned the gourd to its place. What a waste of 50,000 spirit stones for this worthless iron rod. Buzz. The purple gold gourd seemed to possess a spirit of its own, vibrating in response to Chen and Appo's, as complaints, as if to say, Don and Appo's, stuffed just anything into me. Ha! Following this, the gourd expelled the dark iron rod, which clattered to the floor with a thud. Quite temperamental, aren't you? Chen scoffed, disregarding the gourd as he picked up the black iron rod. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this rod was indeed an iron whip, entirely black. Not only rusty, but also pockmarked, lacking any remarkable features. Something that draws the attention of true fire cannot be an ordinary iron whip. He thought to himself, unwilling to concede defeat, and summoned true fire to envelop the black iron whip. The golden flames blazed fiercely, raising the room's temperature dramatically. Yet under the relentless heat, the black whip showed no signs of change, prompting Chen to furrow his brow. Let's try again. After a moment of contemplation, he intensified the flames. Still, the black whip remained unyielding. After 3 hours of fiery trials, Chen was left panting, the true fire having failed to melt the whip, leaving him utterly exhausted. I refuse to believe this. Cursing under his breath, he drew the Qishao sword and infused it with his entire essence, striking down upon the iron whip. Clang! The metallic clash rang out distinctly, sending the Qishao sword flying, while Chen staggered backward, his arm numbed, devoid of sensation. Remarkably hard. Upon inspecting the sword, he noted a small dent, while the iron whip remained firmly embedded in the ground, showing no signs of damage from the once sharp blade. What on earth is this made of? Chen contemplated, examining the iron whip from all angles. The fact that it withstood the true fire and the might of the Qishao sword led him to surmise that the materials used in its forging were extraordinary. This realization somewhat balanced his thoughts. Spending 50,000 spirit stones for an incredibly durable iron whip was not as trivial as he had initially perceived. It would serve well for smashing. He mused, stroking his chin as he stowed the whip away. Soon after, he retrieved black iron and black steel from his storage bag. The two materials presented a striking contrast. The black iron was dense and sturdy, while the black steel was bright and flexible, an excellent combination for weapon crafting. Summoning true fire once more, Chen wrapped the 3 elements in flames, refining the essences of the black iron and black steel into the Qishao sword. This was a lengthy endeavor. As dawn approached, he finally extinguished the flames, drenched in sweat. Clang! Clang! The room resonated with the sound of the sword's ringing. The Qishao sword had transformed into something extraordinary, still bearing its crimson hue. Without the need for infusing essence, it radiated a sword aura, occasionally revealing flashes of brilliance. Its imposing sharpness eliciting admiration from Chen. Splendid. Holding the Qishao sword with great affection, Chen felt immense joy, particularly because this sword was the product of his own craftsmanship. Chapter 53. The heavenly gangstaff formation in the early morning. Gentle sunlight bathed the entire nether black market. A new day of auctions commenced, with figures emerging from every loft and crowds converging from all directions towards the central Zonglong Pavilion. Do you need this? Just before stepping out, Xiong pulled out a voice-changing pill and a disguised pill from his trousers and offered them to Chen. Glancing at Xiong's trousers, Chen cleared his throat. You keep them. He then retrieved a wolf-headed mask from his storage pouch and concealed his face, finding it quite unappetizing to consume the pills that Xiong had produced from his pants. Suit yourself, Xiong shrugged, nonchalantly popping the 2 pills into his mouth. Soon, his appearance transformed drastically. He became a plump old man with a small tuft of beard, albeit somewhat short and not quite resembling an elderly gentleman. Following the throng, the two made their way back to Zonglong Pavilion. They settled in the same corner as before, indulging in food while keeping an eye on the entrance of the pavilion. Members of the prominent families of Dechu filed in, each vying for position, especially those with long-standing grudges. their faces stern as they prepared to fiercely contend at the auction. The three sects soon arrived, with the bloodthirsty hall making its grand entrance last. Yi Chun spotted Wu Changqing, whose face bore an ominous expression, dark as a storm cloud. Having suffered great humiliation the previous day, he had become the subject of ridicule. Returning in a fury, vowing to flay Yi Chun alive. "Don't be arrogant. I won't let you bleed today." A cold smile crept across Yi Chen's face as he glanced at Wu Changqing. "Watch your step. Wu Changqing is not to be trifled with," Xiong Er warned, stuffing food into his mouth. "Understood." Shadows shifted as everyone took their places, their gazes fixed on the high platform at the front. Yesterday's auction featured spiritual artifacts, while today was dedicated to arcane techniques, a long-standing tradition of the Nether Black Market. There was speculation if they might acquire a secret technique this time. Even before the auction formally began, whispers filled the air below. "I've heard this time's arcane techniques are extraordinary. Extraordinary or not, they're of no concern to us." As the chatter continued, the auctioneer, Elder Yang, ascended the platform, surveying the crowd before casually announcing, "The auction begins." With that, he produced an ancient scroll, instantly capturing the attention of all below. The One Sun Finger. This ancient scroll, which harnesses pure Yang true Qi, is known as the One Sun. Those with fire attributes may consider bidding. The starting price is 50,000. 60,000. A voice rang out before Elder Yang even finished speaking, as someone raised their bidding paddle. The Qi family bid 200,000, declared an elder clad in gray from the Qi family of Nanjing. He reclined leisurely in his chair, a mocking glint in his eyes, raising the price by a staggering 14,000 spiritual stones, causing others, including Xiong Er, to retreat in resignation. "Damn it, I wanted to participate." Xiong Er grumbled incessantly. "The cultivation families are indeed wealthy," Yi Chun remarked, his expression one of dismay. 21,000. Another voice chimed in, coming from a middle-aged beauty in a red robe from the Wang family of Beichuan. The Wang family, equally prestigious, perhaps even slightly superior to the Qi family, did not wish to relinquish the One Sun Finger easily. 25,000, she countered. Following the Wang family, the Sidu family of Shishu joined the fray, raising the stakes by 4,000. 30,000. The Shangwan family of Dongyue pushed the auction for the One Sun Finger to a climax, with bids rapidly escalating. 31,000. 35,000. Within less than a minute, the price for the One Sun Finger soared to 500,000, leaving the scattered cultivators with expressions of despair. "It's hopeless," Xiong Er lamented, slumping like a defeated pig on his seat. "What a bunch of beasts," Yi Chun echoed, feeling disheartened. His true Qi was perfectly suited to cultivate the One Sun Finger, yet his meager finances left him feeling despondent. 55,000. A voice rang out, sparking renewed hope in both Xiong Er and Yi Chun, for it was none other than Xiong Er's second uncle placing the bid. "There's a chance." Xiong Er rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he focused on a robust figure ahead. He hadn't expected that their Xiong family would participate in the bidding and do so generously, overshadowing all other families present. This meant that he could learn the One Sun Finger without having to spend a single stone. Yi Chun, too, felt optimistic, given the bond he shared with Xiong Er. Acquiring the One Sun Finger was not an impossible dream. In a private box on the second floor, the gray-clad elder from the Qi family wore a grim expression as he glared at Xiong Er's second uncle, coldly stating, "Xiong Dashin, you have quite the audacity. Care to raise the stakes?" Xiong Dashin responded assertively, silencing the Qi family elder with a single retort. "Do you have a grudge against the Qi family?" Yi Chun discerned from the exchange between Xiong Dashin and the Qi elder, glancing at Xiong Er beside him. "Of course. Our families have been at odds since my great-grandfather's time over a natural spiritual stone mine. We've had our fair share of skirmishes," Xiong Er fumed. "Ah, I see. 55,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Elder Yang surveyed the private box of the Qi family and then the crowd below. The three sects and the bloodthirsty hall refrained from participating, much to Yi Chun and Xiong Er's relief. Bang! With a decisive strike of his gavel, Elder Yang concluded the auction for the One Sun Finger and then produced a jade slip, clearly inscribed with 3 large characters. Lingyun step. A body technique, Lingyun step. Starting bid, 30,000. Elder yang casually anounjet. Compared to the one sun finger, the Lingyun step was evidently of a lower tier. Yet this did not deter the eager bidders, for it was an offering from the Tianxian sect. 50,000. I bid 70,000. 10,000. The auction for Lingyun's step was hotly contested, but still paled in comparison to the one sun finger. Ultimately, a figure cloaked in black secured it for 130,000. The auction continued with Elder Yang persistently revealing arcane techniques, each stirring a frenzy among the attendees. With fierce competition among the prominent families, the 3 sects, the bloodthirsty hall, and hidden powerhouses. During this time, Chen and Xiong Air attempted to place bids a few times, but each time they were met with exorbitant prices that left them feeling disheartened. I see now. They are nothing but a pack of beasts, Xiong Air lamented, resting his head on the table in exasperation. Just a bunch of big spenders, Chen agreed, feeling increasingly dejected. His storage pouch held so few spiritual stones that he felt embarrassed to speak up. Each attempt to bid was a mere pittance compared to the lavish amounts being tossed around. The Heavenly Gang Staff Formation. Those who specialize in staff techniques may want to consider this, Elder Yang announced, unveiling another ancient scroll. With a starting price of 30,000 and increments of no less than 1,000 spiritual stones. Staff techniques? Chen and Appo's head shot up, his eyes sparkling with interest. You don't practice staff techniques, so why are you so excited? Xiong Air shot him a glance. I have no use for it, but Hua does. Chapter 54. One more madness, I have no need for it, but Hua does. With that, Chen's gaze shifted downward. Compared to the several mystical techniques auctioned earlier, the Tian Gang Staff Formation was evidently neglected. Elder Yang had announced the item quite some time ago, yet no bids had emerged. On the stage, seeing the lack of bidders below, Elder Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The staff technique was difficult to cultivate and seemingly useless. Many had merely picked up their teacups, uninterested in interrupting the auction for the Tian Gang Staff Formation. If it were a sword technique, there might have been some consideration. This was an obscure technique. Surely no one would want it. Listening to the discussions below, Chen felt a sense of relief. At least there were far fewer competitors. No one wants it. Elder Yang surveyed the crowd below, ultimately unable to resist asking. Looking again, those drinking tea continued their leisure, while others flirted, treating Elder Yang's inquiry as inconsequential. It was clear they had no interest in the staff technique. Seeing this, Elder Yang, despite his mental preparation, felt a wave of embarrassment. Since no one wanted it, the technique would be unsold. I want it. Before Elder Yang could finish, Chen hurriedly raised his bidding paddle. Senior, 31,000 spirit stones. I will take the Tian Gang Staff Formation. Huh? Chen and Appo's voice drew some attention, revealing that there were indeed participants interested in the staff technique. Remarkably, after Chen made his bid, no one else raised a paddle to compete. Observing this, Elder Yang discreetly rubbed his forehead and raised his arm, ready to strike the gavel. However, before he could bring it down, a voice unexpectedly echoed from the second floor's private room. 40,000. We from Xinjiang sect will take it. In the corner, hearing Wu Changqing and Appo's condescending declaration, Chen cast a cold glance at the second floor private room. Wu Changqing. In an Appo's you again. When no one was bidding earlier, you didn't Appo's want it. Now that I Appo's placed a bid, you come out to snatch it. 40,000. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? If not, 100,000. Before Elder Yang could finish, Chen interrupted him again, raising the price to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones in one breath. Another contender against Wu Changqing? The crowd erupted in chatter. Could it be that brat from yesterday? I don an Appo's thinks so. The one from yesterday wore a ghost mask, while this one has a wolf mask. Looking back at the second floor private room, Wu Changqing's expression darkened further. Yesterday, he had arrogantly mocked the bidding for that iron rod, only to be outbid by 50,000, leaving his face, and that of Xinjiang's sect, humiliated. Today, someone dared to compete with him again, igniting his fury. Though he deemed the Tian Gang Staff Formation useless, He could not allow anyone to challenge his authority. 15,000. Wu Changqing snapped, unable to contain his anger. 20,000. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Chen responded from the corner. Kid, are you really that reckless? Xiong Er tugged at Yi Chen and Amp. Oppo's sleeve, the other hand protectively covering his pants. He could tell Yi Chen was about to borrow spirit stones from him again. Prepare 30,000 spirit stones. Yi Chen glanced at Xiong Er. You've got to be kidding. I haven't an Oppo's. T even warmed them up yet. Xiong Er grimaced. Do you know who you and Oppo's recompeting against? Wu Changqing and Oppo's voice from a second-floor private room dripped with cold disdain. It's a fair auction. The highest bidder wins. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Yi Chen replied, his tone steady, though a smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. He was determined to engage Wu Changqing in a fierce battle, even if it meant losing everything. He would secure the Tiangang staff formation for Hua. Rarely seen, the staff techniques were not something he could afford to overlook. Naturally, this was just one of the motivations. At that moment, Yi Chen and Amp, Oppo's mind was still troubled by the events of that day. He was driven from the mountain, a pain that would forever linger in his heart. He could hardly tolerate Wu Changqing and Amp, Oppo's this arrogant demeanor, all of which compelled him to undertake an act of madness. Ah, what a fair auction. Wu Changqing's laughter echoed coldly from the second-floor private room. We from Zhengyang's sect bid 25,000. 50,000. Before Wu Changqing could finish speaking, Yi Chen raised his paddle once more. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Suddenly, the sound of tea being spat out filled the room as Yi Chen raised the bid by 25,000, nearly choking everyone present. What on earth is happening? The atmosphere in the Canglong Pavilion erupted in chaos. Is the staff technique truly that precious? That kid has guts to bid against Zhengyang's sect. 50,000 spirit stones? Is he aiming for the heavens? Yesterday, it was a broken iron whip. Today, it was a broken staff technique. Why were these the least sought-after items, yet still commanding astronomical prices? What was wrong with this world? The crowd buzzed, and in the corner, Yi Chen became the center of attention. On the second floor, people continued to lift the beaded curtains to gaze down. Elders from various esteemed families, Feng Wuhan from Qingyun's sect, and the three formidable figures from the bloodthirsty palace all cast astonished looks his way. In stark contrast, Wu Changqing's expression shifted from dark to sinister, then from sinister to feral. Having lost face yesterday, today's scene mirrored that humiliation. The stakes were high. Failing to secure the staff technique would not only cost him his pride, but also that of the entire Zhengyang sect. Despite his claims of its uselessness, he could not bear to let anyone undermine his authority. Look at him trying to act tough. Someone jeered from below. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuge Yu, the one who had sold Yi Chen the mysterious iron and steel yesterday. His words were blunt and unreserved, revealing his profound cultivation and indifference to Zhengyang's sect's might. As soon as he spoke, Wu Changqing's face burned with humiliation. Bang! He smashed the table beside him. Just as he was about to bid, he was restrained by Hua Yun and Jining Shuang from behind. Elder, our goal is the Tianji pill. Please reconsider. Do not squander spirit stones on this useless staff technique. Their words jolted Wu Changqing back to reality. The anger that had clouded his judgment began to dissipate. Even so, Wu Changqing's hands remained clenched tightly, a chilling killing intent raging within him. If not for the prohibition against private disputes here, he would have descended to eliminate Yi Chen. Investigate. Find out who this daring individual is. I shall make him wish he were never born. Wu Changqing inhaled sharply, forcing his anger down, determined to exact vengeance. Thus, the thrilling auction came to a close. Elder Yang on stage couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. What kind of world is this? Yesterday, it was that wretched iron whip. Today, this broken staff technique, both the least valued by Tianxian's sect, yet both fetched 50,000 spirit stones. Even I, as an elder, could not have anticipated this. With a decisive strike, Yi Chen successfully acquired the Tiangang staff formation. Well, I've gone bankrupt again. Xiong Er slumped his hefty head onto the table. It seemed he would have to ask the second uncle for some money. Goodness, 30,000. I will return it with interest later. Yi Chen patik Xiong Er und Oppo's Schulda. Upon hearing this, Xiong Er and Oppo's eyes lit up, and he hastily pulled out paper and pen from his pants, scrawling a series of large characters. Wiping his nose before handing it to Yi Chen. I am afraid you might default. Come, sign here. Damn it. Chapter 55. The invitation from Tianxian, sect. The auction continued with fervor. The upcoming mystical techniques, although still generating excitement and fervent bidding, paled in comparison to the grand spectacle of the Tian gang staff formation. Unbeknownst to all, night had quietly descended, with the voice of Elder Yang echoing throughout the Songlong Pavilion. The auction of mystical techniques came to a close. The audience rose en masse, murmuring in astonishment, and as they departed, many cast a lingering glance at Yi Chen, who had donned a wolf-headed mask, having secured the Tian gang staff formation at the staggering price of 500,000, a move that delivered a stinging blow to the Zhenyang sect. Indeed, the most talked-about event of the day. Truly, talents emerge in every generation. The elder of the Situ family from Shishu stroked his white beard and regarded Yi Chen thoughtfully. Situ, this young lad surpasses you in prowess, teased an elderly figure from the Shangwan family. Two old geezers. Do show some mercy in tomorrow and Appo's auction. A middle-aged beauty clad in red from the Beichuan Wang family shot a disdainful glance at the two elders. As opinions swirled, many from the cultivation families stole glances at Yi Chen as they departed. Kid, you've certainly made a name for yourself, remarked Xiong Er, perceptively noting the attention Yi Chen was garnering from various factions. Such calamity. Yi Chen could not help but massage his temples. On the second floor, the Qinyan sect members had descended, and that elder in green and the old crone merely cast a casual glance at Yi Chen. However, the one who had crippled his Dantian, LG, toyed with a folding fan, his gaze lingering on Yi Chen, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. Interesting. LG smirked, his words laced with mockery. I will settle the score for the destruction of my Dantian. With a casual shift of his gaze, Yi Chen clenched his fists within his sleeves, recalling the day LG had taken such a smug delight in rendering him powerless. Next came Feng Wuhan from Hunyu's sect's Sword Summit. He exuded the aura of a seasoned elder, his dark hair cascading like a waterfall, a long sword strapped to his back, presenting a figure as steadfast as a mountain. His gaze upon Yi Chen was neither condescending nor aloof. Rather, it was gentle and kind. Members of the bloodthirsty hall also emerged, their brows furrowing as they regarded Yi Chen from a distance. Elder, do you sense a familiar aura emanating from that young man? Inquired a youth in white, glancing at the elder with gray hair beside him. The aura is concealed. I cannot decipher it, the elder mused, stepping out of the Songlong Pavilion first. Keep an eye on him. Perhaps we have crossed paths before. Following the bloodthirsty hall were the members of the Zhenyang sect. Upon entering, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Wu Changqing's exceedingly grim visage. Kid, you will meet a gruesome end. Wu Changqing's eyes glinted with murderous intent, even from afar. Avoiding Wu Changqing's piercing gaze, Yi Chen, albeit reluctantly, found himself locking eyes with Jining Shuang. In that brief moment of connection, the pang of nostalgia struck him, while Jining Shuang seemed to sense a familiar resonance in his eyes, a flicker of something unspoken passing through her beautiful gaze. Yi Chen averted his eyes, turning away. As the attendees of the auction gradually departed, he made his way to the back hall of the Songlong Pavilion. Little one, you truly shone today. Elder Yang Chuklet amiably. Despite Yi Chen's masked visage, it seemed Elder Yang could still see through him. Elder, you jest, Yi Chen replied, well aware that he could not fool Elder Yang. He removed the wolf mask and absent-mindedly touched his nose. After settling the transaction for the Tian gang staff formation, he was about to leave when Elder Yang called out to him. Child, would you care to join our Tianxian sect? Elder Yang's smile was warm as he stroked his graying beard. At this, Yi Chen was taken aback. The Tianxian sect, a mysterious and formidable entity, was a behemoth that even the three sects of Dazhou dared not provoke. That they would extend an invitation to him, a mere disciple at the Qi condensation stage, was truly beyond his expectations. Perhaps it was the unexpected nature of the offer that left his mind reeling. What merit did he possess to catch the attention of such a titan? Could it be his possession of true fire? Chen pondered it, struggling to conceive other reasons for the Tianqian sect's interest. What say you? Are you interested? Elder Yang continued, noticing Chen's momentary daze. Regaining his composure, Chen forced a chuckle. Elder, surely you jest. I am but a chi condensation junior. How could I possibly be worthy of your esteemed attention? Your cultivation is not the issue. What we value is your innate talent. Elder Yang's voice was gentle, akin to that of a benevolent grandfather. Indeed, we are interested in your true fire, but more importantly, we see your potential. With such an earnest proposition laid before him, Chen felt compelled to respond. Elder, if I were to join Tianqian sect, would that mean I must completely sever ties with Dazhou and refrain from engaging in its affairs? He endeavored to maintain a humble demeanor, adhering to the decorum expected of a junior. Members of Tianqian sect are prohibited from participating in disputes among the various factions of Dazhou. This has been a rule established by successive sect leaders. Is that so? Chen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. While the Tianqian sect was indeed powerful and enigmatic, its constraints were equally stringent. Having been born and raised in Dazhou, the notion of entirely detaching from it stirred a peculiar blend of emotions within him. Furthermore, he still sought to return to Xinjiang's sect to avenge the humiliation of being cast down the mountain. Do not feel rushed to respond. Take your time to ponder my words. I shall always honor my word. Elder Yang observed Chen's indecision and smiled gently. Then, I thank you, Elder. Allow me to consider this matter thoroughly. Chen bowed respectfully and turned to exit the back hall of Songlong Pavilion. As he departed, the elder clad in purple who had previously invited him to break the curse emerged. Elder, among the younger generation of Dazhou, there are countless individuals with far superior talent. Why invite him specifically? Elder Yang regarded the purple-clad elder with curiosity. Is it solely due to his possession of true fire? Not at all. The elder in purple stroked his beard thoughtfully, his words imbued with depth. This young man is not as simple as he appears. While his talent may not be the highest, it is indeed unique. Moreover, his true fire is extraordinarily formidable. Most importantly, it is his bloodline. Should we seek the approval of the Holy Master regarding this matter? Elder Yang glanced at the elder in purple. I would like to consult her. The purple-clad elder replied somewhat irritably. She has it easy, passing the responsibility of Tianqian sect onto me while she frolics about who knows where. As Chen stepped out of Songlong Pavilion, he immediately sensed two familiar auras. To the east was Huayun, and to the west was Jining Shuang. In that instant, he recognized who was watching him, but feigned ignorance, blending into the bustling streets. As he meandered through the thoroughfare, he paused intermittently, occasionally perusing the wares at roadside stalls. A cold smile creeping upon his lips. Do you think you can keep up with me? He mused, aware of the skillful stealth displayed by Huayun and Jining Shuang as they trailed him through numerous streets. Speaking of which, Chen's other identity must also be mentioned. Within the Xinjiang sect, he was not merely a disciple. He was also a member of the Intelligence Pavilion, trained from a young age to gather information and adept at the art of tracking. As a master of tracking, his perceptiveness was unparalleled, and evading pursuers was a skill he had honed over time. Although his cultivation was not as profound as that of Huayun and Jining Shuang, when it came to the art of tracking, they fell short in comparison. Following a former member of the Information Pavilion, their skills were somewhat lacking. Pretending to be oblivious, Chen continued to lead Huayun and Jining Shuang through numerous bustling streets. As night descended, Huayun and Jining Shuang converged from the east and west. Yet Chen had vanished without a trace. This fellow is rather exceptional, Huayun remarked icily, feeling a surge of frustration for having lost him. His cultivation may indeed surpass ours. Jining Shuang, usually taciturn, contemplated, though she also entertained the possibility that he was simply an adept member focused on intelligence gathering, someone whom ordinary individuals would struggle to keep pace with. Chapter 56. Enlightenment of the Sword. Upon returning to the inn, Chen found Xiong already in the room. The little fellow was seated on the bed, which was cluttered with luminous spirit stones. Ah, quite a collection of spirit stones you have there. Chen remarked it, instinctively taking a few and slipping them into his own pocket. Xiong and Amp Amp, Oppos. S chubby face immediately darkened at the sight. I see your family is quite affluent, Chen continued, reaching for a few more spirit stones, only to have Xiong Air swiftly stow them all into a storage bag. These are just acquired from my second uncle. Don't even think about it. Xiong Air grumbled as he tucked his storage bag into his trousers. Hearing this, Chen suppressed a cough, feeling a pang of gratitude for Xiong Air's assistance during the recent auctions. Without him, he would not have secured the iron whip and the Tiangang staff technique. Rest assured, I shall return the favor in due time. You certainly must repay it. We even have an IOU, Xiong Air retorted dismissively. With a shrug, Chen leaned closer to Xiong Air and teased, I've heard that your family extracts a considerable amount of spirit stones from the natural mines each year. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Xiong Air and Oppos' expression turned sour. Don't even mention those spirit stone mines. They've caused my family no small trouble. The stones we gather barely suffice for the medical needs of our clan. Surely not, Chen exclaimed, incredulous. Aside from a chief family, who would dare provoke your clan in the southern region of Dechu? Many, I assure you. Xiong Air scoffed. The chief family frequently stirs trouble, and those rogue cultivators are insatiable wolves. Just like that elder from Black Mountain who causes a ruckus every few days. If we give too much, they're never satisfied. If we give too little, they're restless. If it weren't for my grandfather still being alive, our family would have been devoured long ago. Every family has its own troubles, Chen mused, recognizing that despite the outward splendor of noble families, they often attract unwanted attention. Just endure it, Chen said with a resigned shake of his head as he exited Xiong Air's room. Returning to his own chamber, Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of deep concentration. He activated the barbaric body refining technique. Crack, crack. Soon, the sound of bone colliding echoed within him as the true fire enveloped his meridians and bones. The searing pain compelled him to stifle a roar, mindful not to disturb Xiong Air. After 3 hours of refining his body, followed by another 3 hours of nourishing his muscles and bones with spiritual liquid, he finally exhaled a cloud of turbid air. His cultivation at the 8th level of qi condensation was thoroughly solidified. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. In no time, he retrieved the Tiangang staff formation. 500,000 spirit stones. The thought of the price he paid for the Tiangang staff formation caused a slight ache in his heart. Yet he deemed it worthwhile for Hua to possess an excellent staff technique. The ancient scroll of the Tiangang staff formation, sealed with a binding, was gently unwrapped. With the flickering candlelight as his guide, he meticulously contemplated the intricacies of the formation. To his surprise, his understanding deepened significantly. The staff, akin to the spear, was among the most challenging of spiritual weapons to master. The Tiangang staff formation not only elaborated on the staff's mysteries, but also elucidated various techniques. Divided into offensive and defensive formations, the Tiangang staff formation represented a harmonious blend of attack and defense. When mastered, it could unleash phantom strikes, marking it as one of the rarest techniques within the realm of staff arts. Chen was captivated, silently affirming that his expenditure of 500,000 spirit stones was not in vain. After several hours of contemplation, he grasped a fragment of the staff's profound essence. Though challenging to cultivate, once perfected, it would rival any spiritual weapon and Oppos' techniques. Remarkable, he thought, invigorated, and leaped to his feet, retrieving a long staff from his storage bag. Buzz! Buzz! The room soon resonated with the sound of the staff slicing through the air, the wind generated by its movement echoing continuously. The methods of the Tiangang staff formation swirled in his mind as he became immersed in the staff's nuances. Unbeknownst to him, his speed in wielding the staff steadily increased. At that moment, phantoms of the staff began to materialize around him. Though chaotic at first, upon closer inspection, they clearly followed the trajectory of his movements. Time slipped by, and the phantoms multiplied until they coalesced into a fragile staff formation centered around him, resembling a protective barrier. Only then did he cease his practice, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Indeed, mastering the staff arts was no simple task. Chen realized that utilizing the staff to manifest divine abilities was far more challenging than he had anticipated, explaining why many cultivators shun the staff. Nonetheless, he did not emerge empty-handed. The Tiangang staff formation could generate a balanced formation of attack and defense through the phantoms of the staff. He pondered whether the same could be achieved with a sword, creating a similar formation with the sword and oppos as phantoms. Seated at the edge of his bed, he meticulously deliberated, hopeful to uncover the commonalities between the staff and sword within the Tiangang staff formation. If successful, he believed his defensive and offensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. After an hour of deep contemplation, he felt increasingly confident that this approach was viable. Without hesitation, he sprang back to his feet and unsheathed the sharp qishao sword with a ringing sound. Withdrawing and striking, spinning and slashing, he executed each movement according to the principles of the Tiangang staff formation, albeit at a slow and deliberate pace. Each sequence flowed into the next, his brow occasionally furrowing and relaxing. He discerned that while the staff and sword shared certain similarities, they also bore numerous differences. Relying solely on the staff techniques to master the sword was evidently impractical. He sought a harmonious connection between the two, striving to derive a sword formation akin to the Tiangang staff formation. Clang! Clang! The qishao sword sang with resonance, each swing conjuring a phantom of the blade. As time passed, his speed in wielding the sword increased, and the sword phantoms proliferated around him. However, they still appeared disordered, forming only a rudimentary sword formation that lacked sufficient strength to withstand an assault, rendering it vulnerable. As dawn approached, Chen finally sheathed the qishao sword. With a deep exhale, he leaped onto his bed, cradling his head in his hands and gently closing his eyes as the techniques of the staff and sword replayed in his mind. The realization that deriving the Tiangang sword formation from the Tiangang staff formation was not a matter of mere days was clear to him. He understood that the emergence of any profound technique required time and practical experience, akin to a blacksmith forging a sword through countless strikes. Every weapon possesses its unique merits, yet they ultimately converge toward a singular path. At an indeterminate moment, Chen opened his eyes, a look of enlightenment illuminating his gaze. Swords, spears, staves, hammers, axes, and bows all share commonalities, and if his ancestors could grasp the Tiangang staff formation, he too could forge the Tiangang sword formation. Time was not the constraint. What was needed was insight. Chapter 57. The Celestial Tranquility Pill as a new day dawned. The final day of the auction at the shadowy black market arrived. It appeared that the number of attendees today far exceeded that of the previous days. The venue was filled with solemn figures, each bearing a serious expression. The first day featured the auction of spiritual artifacts. The second day focused on arcane techniques, and the third day showcased spiritual pills. Given the atmosphere, it was evident that today's auction of pills would be extraordinary. Observing the throngs of people, Chen couldn't help but ponder. Of course, replied Xiong, brimming with excitement, as though he had been invigorated. The finale today could very well alter the future landscape of the Great Chu. Is it truly that significant? Chen inwuded, glancing at Xiong. Of course, you do know about the celestial realm, right? Xiong turned to face Chen. Need I even say it? Chen retorted. A cultivator at the 6th level is already at the pinnacle of power. Someone at the celestial realm can safeguard a sect for millennia. Precisely, Xiong said mysteriously, leaning closer and whispering, but do you know what the auction's grand finale pill is? At this, Chen gently shook his head. The Celestial Tranquility Pill. The Celestial Tranquility Pill? Chen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, realizing its potential to assist individuals in breaking through to the celestial realm. Rumor has it that this is indeed the case, Xiong replied vaguely. In the Great Chu, there are many cultivators at the Void Realm, and quite a number at its pinnacle. Numerous cultivators poised to reach the celestial realm are also present. If the Celestial Tranquility Pill is consumed by one of these individuals, it could very likely propel them into the celestial realm. Wouldn't you agree that's remarkable? Upon hearing this, Chen raised an eyebrow. If the Celestial Tranquility Pill indeed possessed such miraculous properties, then today's auction would be the highlight of the shadowy black market. It was easy to envision how a sect achieving a breakthrough to the celestial realm would undoubtedly influence the Great Chu's dynamics. Xiong Er's words were far from exaggerated, as those of the celestial realm wielded immense power. Look, Xiong Er continued, today and Amp. Oppo's auction will be extraordinarily fierce. The elders of various sects, including my own, have limited lifespans and are eager to leverage the celestial tranquility pill for a breakthrough. You see, those at the void realm can live for at most 500 years, while those at the celestial realm can reach a millennium. For those nearing the end of their lifespans, it is only natural they would act with desperation. At this juncture, Xiong Er gestured for Yi Chen to observe the numerous private rooms on the second floor, representing various sections. Notice anything? Today, those rooms are entirely empty. Everyone has disguised themselves and mingled among the crowd on the first floor of the Tsanglong Pavilion. What do you imply? Yi Chen asked. The stakes of the celestial tranquility pill are too high. Who will be foolish enough to let others know who secured it? Xiong Er explained. I would wager that if it becomes known that the bloodthirsty Hall won the celestial tranquility pill, its members would face relentless pursuit from numerous factions. Even if they survive, the various powers of the Great Chu would quickly unite and march north to attack the bloodthirsty Hall. The same fate would befall any sect or prominent family that secures the pill. Are you suggesting that after today's auction, there will inevitably be a bloody battle outside the shadowy black market? Yi Chen mused. Theoretically, yes, Xiong Er nodded. Thus, those attending the auction will go to great lengths to conceal their identities and auras, fearing recognition. Isn't the Tianxian sect's auctioning of the celestial tranquility pill an invitation for conflict among the factions of the Great Chu? Yi Chen began to question the motives behind the Tianxian sect's actions. They're already doing us a favor by auctioning the celestial tranquility pill. Whether one can secure it depends on one's skill. Whether one can safely return with it also depends on one's ability. They're not forcing anyone to buy, are they? Xiong Er replied. Given the circumstances, the powerful figures from various sects should have long since concealed themselves outside the shadowy black market. Yi Chen stroked his chin, reflecting on the fact that numerous strong individuals were undoubtedly present to provide support. It seems you're not as foolish as you appear. Then why linger? Shouldn't we leave? Yi Chen suggested. Once the auction concludes and the various factions engage in chaos, we will likely become mere cannon fodder. Everyone will be scrambling for the celestial tranquility pill. Who will pay us any mind? Xiong Er dismissed the notion. Noting Yi Chen's serious demeanor, he patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Don't worry. I've been here more than once. We'll be fine. As they spoke, the doors of the Tsanglong Pavilion swung shut. At this moment, those sipping tea and flirting were sitting upright, just as Xiong Er had stated. The private rooms on the second floor, representing the various factions, were now completely vacant. Yi Chen scanned the crowd, noting that most faces were unfamiliar, likely those who had undergone disguise. His thoughts drifted to the elderly man beside him, and he speculated that perhaps this individual was Wu Changqing from the Xinjiang sect, or even Feng Wuhan from Hung Yu's sect Sword Peak, having altered his appearance. I can't shake the feeling that there are traps everywhere. Yi Chen lamented. That's the business of the powerful. We are but small fish in this vast ocean. Xiong Er replied with a sense of acceptance. He then muttered, if only my Xiong family could secure it, that would be the best outcome. Soon, the elder of the Yang Pavilion stepped onto the stage. He first surveyed the audience below before clearing his throat. The auction begins. With that, he retrieved a jade box from his robe. Though sealed, the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the cracks, tantalizing the attendees. The bone-refining pill. I trust its efficacy requires no further elaboration, the elder announced. The starting bid is 50,000, with increments of no less than 1,000 spiritual stones. Let the bidding commence. 50,000. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a hand shot up from the crowd. 60,000. I bid 80,000. As the first pill was introduced, a fierce bidding war erupted, ensuring that today's auction of spiritual pills would be nothing short of exhilarating. After several rounds of bidding, the bone-refining pill was secured by an elderly man in a blue robe for a staggering price of 150,000. With a decisive strike of the gavel, the elder presented another sealed jade box. The cleansing marrow pill, starting at 50,000. Let the bidding begin. 60,000. To Yi Chun's astonishment, the first bidder was none other than Xiong Er, who raised his bidding paddle high, though his short stature limited his reach. Has her father not provided you with a cleansing marrow? Yi Chen asked incredulously. I'm bidding for my wife. Ha ha ha. Xiong Er replied with a grin. Wow, you actually have a wife? How come I never heard you mention this? Yi Chen scrutinized Xiong Er, astonished that the somewhat rotund fellow had managed to find a partner. 100,000. As they conversed, the price of the cleansing marrow pill soared to 100,000. 110,000. Xiong Er leaped up, his voice booming. 150,000. A voice from the crowd silenced Xiong Er immediately. You're impressive, I'm out. Xiong Er exclaimed in frustration, wanting to continue bidding. But his pockets were empty. Perhaps due to the Xiong family's focus on securing the celestial tranquility pill, his uncle had not provided him with ample spiritual stones. Seeing Xiong Er's dejected demeanor, Yi Chun felt a pang of guilt. If not for the 30,000 he had borrowed, Xiong Er would not have found himself in such a predicament. Naturally, Yi Chun intended to compensate Xiong Er for not securing the cleansing marrow pill. After all, refining marrow was not solely reliant on the cleansing marrow pill. He could also achieve it through true fire, which would yield far superior results for Xiong Er's wife. If you miss out, you miss out. Leave the matter of refining marrow for your wife to me, Yi Chen assured him with a smile. Are you capable of that? Xiong Er questioned. Absolutely, Yi Chen replied confidently, thumping his chest. The techniques of the wild can certainly be applied to others. As the two conversed, another pill was brought forth for bidding. It was a pill that promised eternal youth for women. Initially, one would assume that the bidders were solely women. However, to my surprise, a group of robust men and a considerable number of elderly gentlemen were also competing fervently, their faces flushed with exertion. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a significant portion of this crowd consisted of women in disguise. Yi Chen remarked with profound significance. The auction continued, with Elder Yang frequently presenting the pill, inciting a cacophony of excitement from the audience, as if the grand Zonglong Pavilion were swept by tumultuous waves. As time waned, the auction began to draw to a close. During this period, Xiong Er made another bid, purchasing a pill purported to enhance vitality. Meanwhile, Yi Chen spent most of his time in a state of slumber, for with empty pockets, sleep was his only refuge. Remarkably, one spiritual pill fetched an astronomical price of 800,000, ultimately claimed by an anonymous powerful figure. Chapter 58. The Rise of Heroes. As the night began to descend, Elder Yang finally extracted a translucent jade box from his storage pouch. This jade box was indeed quite precious, crafted from spiritual jade, radiating a spectrum of colors, and adorned with intricate runes, bearing 3 seals. Despite this, one could still glimpse a tranquil purple elixir nestled within. The Tianji Dan. It is the Tianji Dan. At long last it has arrived. The moment the jade box was revealed, the eyes of those present sparkled with excitement, their bodies straightened, and their gazes fixated fervently on the box. Many were already panting, for the elixir within could potentially alter the future landscape of the Great Chu. Hurry, it's the Tianji Dan. In a corner, Xiong Er nudged Yi Chun while staring at the jade box. Is it here? Yi Chun jolted awake, barely rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and gazed towards the jade box held by Elder Yang, clearly seeing the purple elixir inside. Is that the Tianji Dan? Yi Chun licked his lips. Impressive, isn't it? Yet it seems to bear no relation to us. Even if I sold you, I could not afford it. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Elder Yang levitated the jade box containing the Tianji Dan into the air. The Tianji Dan may assist those at the threshold of the celestial realm to break through into the celestial domain. However, this is merely a possibility. Whether one can ascend to the Tianji realm depends on one's own fortune. After a brief introduction, Elder Yang continued. The starting bid for the Tianji Dan is 500,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 10,000 spirit stones. Now, let the bidding commence. 500,000 spirit stones? Upon hearing this price, many attendees instinctively swallowed hard. Were it not for the sects or powerful clans who could possess such wealth, many realized that from the very beginning, the Tianji Dan was beyond their reach, as the starting bid alone was enough to crush a multitude of hopes. 550,000. However, There were still affluent individuals present, and a bid was immediately placed. No need to introduce the bidder, for they had disguised their identity. Undoubtedly a person of considerable means. 600,000. 800,000. 800,000 is insufficient to secure the Tianjidan? I bid 1 million. 110,000. 130,000. Once the first bid was called out, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire Songlong pavilion to erupt in fervor. Each time a price was announced, it sent shivers through the audience. In less than a minute, the price of the Tianjidan soared from the initial 500,000 to 2 million spirit stones. 2 million spirit stones could form a small mountain, someone remarked, glancing upward as if envisioning a mountain of spirit stones before them. Without at least 8 million spirit stones, one cannot hope to claim the Tianjidan. In the corner, Chen pondered it. Though all the bidders were masked, he sensed that the formidable powers of the great clans and sects had yet to enter the fray. They were, after all, the main competitors. As Xiong Er had said, the Tianjidan held immense significance. It could bolster a sect or lead to its downfall. 230,000. 250,000. The bidding for the Tianjidan continued with fervor, the price steadily climbing. After several rounds, many had been eliminated from the competition. Their once proud million spirit stones were woefully inadequate in this auction, indicating that the true contest for the Tianjidan had only just begun. 5 million. Indeed, a powerful force behind the scenes boldly raised the bid to 5 million, causing the previously fervent bidders to fall silent. The hidden power seemed to grasp the situation clearly. The value of the Tianjidan was too substantial to be won for 3 or 4 million spirit stones, thus hastening the decisive showdown. The identity of the bidding force remained shrouded in mystery. 5 million. That is a staggering sum. Xiong exclaimed, gripping Chen und Apos, estique in excitement. Perhaps the bid came from your family, he suggested. As he spoke, Chen instinctively placed his hand on Xiong Er's leg, pinching a chunk of flesh, twisting it hard. Xiong Er, caught up in his excitement, hardly seemed to notice the pain. The astronomical price of 5 million had nearly caused all other bidders to concede. What followed was the main spectacle of fierce competition among the elite. 550,000. Another bid was raised. 600,000. 650,000. As Chen had surmised, without at least 8 million spirit stones, it was exceedingly difficult to claim the Tianjidan. With the price now at 650,000, it had evidently surpassed the financial capabilities of the great clans, leading to their retreat. Well, it seems my family has no chance, Xiong Er sighed. 650,000. Surely your family can afford that. Chen tilted his head in curiosity. Of course we can afford it, Xiong Er replied candidly. But that would nearly deplete our family's resources. While the Tianjidan is precious, we must act within our means. Even if we secured it, there is no guarantee we could safely bring it back. And even if we did, it might not ensure that our ancestor could break through into the Tianji realm. As Elder Yang said, the Tianjidan does not guarantee success. Whether one can advance remains an unknown, relying upon fortune. As he spoke, Xiong Er shook his head helplessly, lamenting the prospect of risking everything for such an elixir. This was indeed a gamble his family could not afford. That much is true, Chen mused. One cannot truly appreciate the value of tea and rice until they bear the responsibility of providing for a household. Xiong Er's father has considered this matter thoroughly. This gamble is too risky for them. Should they lose, the consequences would be dire. 7 million. The bidding for the Tianjidan showed no signs of slowing. It appeared that the sects had joined the fray, with hints of the 3 sects and bloodthirsty hall evident. 750,000. 800,000. Yet, the price of the Tianjidan continued to rise, surpassing Chen's expectations. As the auction neared its conclusion, the price had escalated to nearly 10 million spirit stones. 950,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? In the Songlong pavilion, a long silence ensued until Elder Yang surveyed the crowd with keen eyes, seemingly able to pierce through the disguises. He disregarded the scattered cultivators and paused only on a few individuals. 10 million. Before long, a voice from the corner broke the quiet, causing both Chen and Xiong Er to turn their heads. For the bidder was none other than the black-haired elder seated beside them. The entire assembly turned their gaze towards him. To bid 10 million was a feat beyond the reach of mere scattered cultivators or families. Only the bloodthirsty Hall and the three sects could muster such wealth. Which of the sects does he represent? Chen wondered as he scrutinized the black-haired elder. With his discerning eye, he could not discern the man's origins, but was certain he belonged to one of the major factions. At that moment, both he and Xiong Er hoped the black-haired elder was Feng Wuhan from the Yujin Peak of Hun Yue's sect. If that were the case, and if the Tianji Dan could be safely returned without drawing attention, Hun Yue's sect might indeed produce a figure of the Tianji realm. In such a scenario, they would be sheltered beneath a mighty tree. However, both Xiong Er and Chen were acutely aware that the black-haired elder might also belong to Qingyun's sect, Jinyang's sect, or Bloodthirsty Hall. If so, it would bode ill for Hun Yue's sect. The black-haired elder's bid of 10 million spirit stones naturally attracted the attention of all present, and powerful figures began to take note of him. 10 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Elder Yang's voice shattered the silence in the Songlong Pavilion. Yet, a long time passed without a response. As the venerable Elder Yang made his decisive proclamation, the bidding for the Celestial Tranquility Pill came to an abrupt conclusion, marking the end of the triennial auction of the shadowy underworld. Below, the audience remained enthralled, reluctant to part with the lingering excitement. Gradually, clusters of figures began to rise and depart. It was not until the black-haired elder in the corner stood that the entire Songlong Pavilion was genuinely stirred. Several individuals discreetly cast their gazes toward this elder, eager to ascertain his identity, and even more so, to seize the Celestial Tranquility Pill from him. Observing the atmosphere, it appeared he intended to exit with the pill, a feat that seemed rather arduous. As he surveyed the departing shadows, Chen quietly pondered. Surely, there must be someone outside awaiting his arrival. I suspect he is likely a member of the Bloodthirsty Hall, murmured Xiong Er softly. In the grand realm of the Chu, only the Bloodthirsty Hall possesses such formidable influence over the three sects. Ultimately, who he was mattered little. Let us depart. Chapter 59. The four-way melee. Upon exiting the Songlong Pavilion, Chen and Xiong Er instinctively followed the throng of people toward the outside. Here, take this, Xiong Er said, handing Chen 2,000 line talismans. In case of danger, use the skyward spell first, then the 1,000-line talisman to make your escape. Those fierce individuals have all gone to seize the Tianji Dan, so ordinarily, it's rare for anyone to rob us. I can't shake the feeling that something ominous awaits, Chen remarked as he accepted the talismans. Don't worry, just stick close to me, and you'll be safe, Xiong Er assured him confidently, pulling Chen along toward the exit. Ahead lay the opening of the Netherworld black market, with the crowd surging forth like a tidal wave. Moreover, everyone who attended the auction at the Netherworld black market was well prepared, most wielding talismans akin to the 1,000-line talismans. As they emerged from the market, a multitude dashed away with remarkable speed. Indeed, it was true that these low-level cultivators faced little trouble escaping. After all, with the Tianji Dan being auctioned, all the strong contenders were eager to test their luck, leaving little time for petty theft. Let us go. Just outside the Netherworld black market, Chen and Xiong Er activated their 1,000-line talismans, racing toward the direction of Hun Yue's sect. In the span of a mere incense stick, they had sprinted over 10 miles. See? Trust me, Xiong Er shouted, not forgetting to pull a chicken leg from his pants while running. Let us hope we can return safely, Chen replied, ever vigilant as he closely monitored their surroundings. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted behind them. A hasty glance revealed a small hill collapsing under a powerful blow. It's begun, they both noted, adjusting their speed and direction while stealing glances behind. The sight left Chen astonished. In the distance, the direction of the Netherworld black market was alive with flickering shadows, dazzling mystical techniques, and a riot of colors, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Should we go see the commotion? Xiong Er suggested, glancing at Chen. Cut the nonsense, Chen retorted. Those are fierce fighters clashing. We'd just be cannon fodder if we went back. I was just suggesting, Xiong Er replied. Boom! Another hill crumbled in the distance, the sound even more thunderous than before. The two exchanged worried looks, realizing the gravity of the situation. A fierce battle was unfolding in the void, and as it escalated, it appeared to be heading in their direction, with numerous combatants advancing, the air resonating with thunderous clashes, mountains collapsing and blood splattering, casting a crimson veil over the bright, moonlit sky. Just when I thought we were safe, Xiong Air exclaimed, discarding the chicken leg and accelerating. Chen kept pace, knowing the thousand-line talisman granted them speed, but the combatants behind were Void Realm experts, significantly faster than they were. If they were targeted, it would spell disaster. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a bloodied figure streaked through the air, clearly injured. Run! Chen and Xiong Air pushed themselves to their limits, fleeing desperately. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice called from behind. A dozen figures pursued them, the foremost wielding a purple sword that cleaved the air, bisecting the previously injured individual. Blood stained the starry sky as a storage bag floated down from the void, snatched by the victor. Thinking of keeping it all for yourself? A mocking voice echoed. Just moments after slaying that individual, he became the target of relentless attacks from all directions, mystical artifacts raining down upon him. A frantic roar erupted, but even the powerful figures struggled to withstand the onslaught of a dozen Void Realm attackers. Boom! The ground was instantly left in ruins. Meanwhile, Chen and Xiong Air were thrown back by the shockwaves of the battle. Xiong Air tumbled eastward, his hefty body crashing through several large trees before hitting the ground. Chen fared worse, as he collided with a massive boulder, nearly meeting his end. Spitting blood, Chen staggered to his feet, his vision blurred from the chaos. And he couldn't T-spot Xiong Air in the distance. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, stumbling behind a large stone, his pale face watching the turmoil unfold. In the void, a fierce conflict erupted among several Void Realm cultivators over the storage bag. Moreover, the treasures contained within the bag must have been extraordinary, as radiant figures began converging from all directions, instantly joining the fray, escalating the battle to unprecedented heights. Truly a bunch of beasts. Chen coughed up more blood, but dared not reveal himself, focusing instead on recovering from his injuries. Boom, boom. The chaos continued, with two Void Realm cultivators falling in the melee. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the land, and from other directions, sounds of battle erupted. Not long ago, those who had sat in the Songlong Pavilion to bid were now embroiled in fierce confrontations, chaos reigning supreme across the realm. Kid, you alive? A voice crackled through the communication talisman at Chen's waist. It was Xiong Air. Hearing Xiong Air's voice brought a wave of relief, confirming he too was still alive. Damn you, you nearly got me killed. Chen scolded into the talisman. It was all an accident, Xiong Air replied, clearing his throat. We need to get out of here. This place is no longer safe. You head west, I'll go east. Let's rendezvous at Hengyu's sect. Be careful. Same to you. After a final glance at the chaos, Chen, battered and bruised, staggered westward. He affixed the second thousand-line talisman to his leg, feeling his speed surge. Yet, it seemed fate was unkind. After running barely 3 to 5 miles, a resonant hum filled the air. In the distance, an enormous 8 trigrams disc appeared, a formidable weapon radiating brilliant light, exerting an overwhelming pressure across the area. Chen, having just activated the thousand-line talisman, found himself forcibly halted. This is serious, he thought, forcing himself to stand before stumbling into a range of mountains. Boom! Just as he entered, a bloodied figure staggered through the air, identifiable as the black-haired elder who had bid on the Tianji Dan. Chen's expression turned grave. The black-haired elder, having secured the Tianji Dan, was undoubtedly being targeted by numerous powerful cultivators. This was far from good news, as it meant that these mountains would soon become a battlefield for many strong contenders. Sure enough, as the black-haired elder soared into the skies, he was pursued by a multitude of radiant figures. Roar! In the east, the cries of spirit beasts echoed as dozens rode them into battle. Clang! In the west, flying swords pierced the void, each carrying a figure, all evidently set on capturing the black-haired elder. Boom! In the south, clouds churned violently, echoing with the sounds of thousands upon thousands marching, an aura of murderous intent filling the air. Buzz! In the north, More radiant figures approached at incredible speed, each displaying impressive abilities, ominous weapons hovering above them. Indeed, from all four directions, numerous powerful cultivators were converging, all clearly aiming for the coveted Tianji Dan. Chapter 60, Fortitude Lukboom. Thunderous roars echoed as powerful figures surged into the mountains. Without uttering a word, they immediately engaged in battle. Two majestic mountains crumbled in an instant, and Yi Chun, caught amidst the chaos, found himself once again in peril. Damn it, is this intentional? Crawling out from the rubble, he cursed the old man with black hair who had sought refuge in these mountains, dragging him into this catastrophe. Hand over the Tianji Dan. A commanding voice resonated from the void, causing Yi Chun to instinctively retreat beneath a rock face. Come and take it if you dare. The black-haired elder bellowed, his formidable aura sweeping through the skies, the Baba disc above him radiating an intense divine light once more. This was a powerful individual, his cultivation nearing the threshold of the celestial realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would fear no one in this place. However, he was not facing just one opponent, and the consequences of this skirmish were all too predictable. Seeking death, assailants from all directions moved, swords gleaming, palm strikes unleashed, and spiritual weapons descended like a storm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black-haired elder commanded the Bagua disc to expand rapidly, shielding himself from the onslaught. Boom! Boom! The myriad attacks collided against the Bagua disc. Crack! Bang! Two sharp sounds erupted, the Bagua disc shattered, and the black-haired elder suffered a backlash, his form becoming a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. I will return, he roared, pointing towards the void. Instantly, a vortex appeared, swallowing him whole. Trying to escape? A brutish man scoffed, swinging his massive sword, unleashing a blade of light measuring 5 zhong that severed the black-haired elder's retreat. Injured, the elder was expelled from the vortex. Before he could regain his footing, a hail of attacks had already descended upon him. A furious roar pierced the heavens, filled with unwillingness. Yet he could not evade his impending doom. As he fell, his storage bag exploded, scattering its contents across the void, each item glimmering as they descended. The Tianji Dan. Someone spotted the jade box containing the Tianji Dan and immediately reached out. Buzz, just as the individual was about to grasp the jade box, a sword light from the side severed his arm. The jade box became a coveted treasure, filled with the Tianji Dan, inciting madness among the crowd. The chaos escalated into a brutal melee, blood raining from the skies, and celestial realm experts frequently fell from the void, transforming into bloody blossoms upon impact. Below, Yichen Yuchit in horror. These were ruthless celestial realm warriors. The scene of battle truly shattered mountains and cracked the earth. Just the slightest misstep could prove fatal. At that moment, a glimmer descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a large sword, which plunged into a boulder before Yi Chun with a resounding clang. Stained with blood, evidently another item from the black-haired elder's storage. In this fray for the Tianji Dan, the battle was fierce. No one paid heed to the scattered treasures. Yi Chun glanced around and approached, extracting the large sword. The quality of the sword was not low. It was a spiritual weapon collected by Celestial Realm Cultivator, exhibiting a formidable aura without needing to infuse it with true energy, radiating the power to cleave through anything. Undoubtedly an extraordinary weapon. Fortuitous surprise. Yi Chun chuckled, ready to stow the sword in his storage bag. Yet in that fleeting moment, he noticed a spirit jewel embedded in the sword, roughly the size of a human fingernail. Leaning closer, his expression froze as he recognized that within the jewel lay half of a purple spirit pill. Although sealed within the jewel, he could still faintly detect the fragrant aroma of the elixir. Tianji Dan, he instinctively murmured, his breath quickening as he realized he had encountered the Tianji Dan before in the Canlong Pavilion. Instantly, he grasped a few things. The black-haired elder had divided the Tianji Dan, sealing half within the spirit jewel embedded in the sword. As for the other half, perhaps only the elder knew its whereabouts, or it might have been safely taken away by his accomplices. Yi Chun couldn't help but admire the black-haired elder's caution. Little did he expect he would be targeted, cornered in this place, and drenched in blood amid the void. With half of the Tianji Dan in his possession, he pondered whether the other half resided within the jade box they fought over. Speaking softly, he cast his gaze towards the chaos above. The myriad powerful figures continued their bloody battle for the jade box, blood pouring down like rain, and celestial realm experts frequently plummeting from the void. The scene of carnage painting a gruesome tableau that rendered Yi Chen's face pale once more. Hastily, he stowed the sword and staggered towards the mountain's exit. Having acquired half of the Tianji Dan felt like a blessing from the heavens. He had no ambition to contend for the other half. His departure went unnoticed by the majority of powerful figures. A mere qi condensation cultivator appeared as insignificant as an ant in their eyes. Their target was the Tianji Dan, and even if Yi Chen possessed extraordinary treasures, they couldn't be bothered to seize them. Escaping the mountains, Yi Chen quickly retrieved the Tianqing talisman, affixing it to himself, and in an instant he shot forth. Boom! Thunderous roars reverberated as he departed. Shortly thereafter, the entire mountain range erupted with deafening crashes, dozens of peaks collapsing in an instant. Following this, numerous disheveled figures emerged, each dirted and battered. Damn it! How could the jade box contain the nine heavens thunder curse? A bloodied elder remarked coldly. That box contained no Tianji Dan at all. Some sharp-eyed individuals seemed to discern the truth. We've been played. The real Tianji Dan was likely taken away long ago. After battling through the night, they found themselves empty-handed. Now, who knows where the Tianji Dan has gone? Searching for it is like finding a needle in the sea. What a cunning scheme. The powerful figures ground their teeth in frustration, never having anticipated that the black-haired elder would employ such deceit, substituting the Tianji Dan for a nine heavens thunder curse that could explode. What? The other half of the Tianji Dan is missing? A cold voice echoed within a grand hall under the night sky. The intel states that the third elder was ambushed in the mountains, his spirit and form obliterated, and the half of the Tianji Dan he was escorting also vanished without a trace. Scoundrel! Investigate. I want a thorough search of the entire Great Chu. We must locate that half of the Tianji Dan, and I will ensure they learn the consequences of provoking my bloodthirsty haul. As the night deepened, Yi Chen, battered and bruised, crawled into a cave. He immediately retrieved the spirit liquid, consuming it vigorously, activating the savage refining body technique to mend his fractured bones and meridians. He remained in this state for a full day and night. When the second night fell and he expelled a mouthful of turbid air, he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, all his injuries had vanished, his pale complexion now flushed, his spirit invigorated and refreshingly restored. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he retrieved the large sword. Without hesitation, he extracted the spirit jewel embedded in it, but refrained from shattering it. This jewel sealed half of the Tianji Dan, and breaking it would inevitably lead to the loss of its medicinal efficacy over time. Truly a stroke of incredible fortune. Yi Chen and Appo's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the half of the Tianji Dan sealed within the spirit jewel, his breath quickening. The Tianji Dan was indeed genuine. At the auction, various major factions had fought tooth and nail for it, fetching a staggering price of 10 million. After the auction concluded, powerful figures clashed over it, resulting in numerous deaths. Now, holding half of the Tianji Dan in his hand, Yi Chen felt as if he were in a surreal dream. The value of the Tianji Dan could very well reshape the future of the Great Chu. Although he possessed merely half, it was enough to alter the destinies of countless individuals. Why do I feel that this half of the Tianji Dan holds the fate of the entire Great Chu in its grasp? He mused softly, stroking his chin. At that moment, a sound emanated from outside the cave, prompting him to hastily stow away the celestial silence pill and peer out toward the entrance. Upon doing so, he could not help but furrow his brow. In the distance, he vaguely discerned a graceful figure, her right hand clutching her left shoulder, staggering as she moved. She was gravely injured and, judging by her demeanor, was being pursued. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman was none other than Jining Xue of the Han sect. Chapter 61. Former lovers, former enemies, how did she end up here? Yi Chen's brow furrowed, his gaze flickering between uncertainty and intensity. Although he had severed ties with Ji Ning Shuang the moment he was expelled from the mountain, she had inexplicably reappeared in his life. First at Hung Yu sect, then in the underworld black market, and now, here again. Was this fate and oppose, as design? He pondered, yet a trace of derision crept upon his lips. Ning Shuang, why do you still struggle? A sinister laugh echoed from outside the cave as a young man in purple pursued Ji Ning Shuang. Upon sighting the purple-clad youth, Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp. It was none other than Lu Ji, the one who had crippled his cultivation previously. He had encountered Lu Ji more than once in the underworld black market, yet he never anticipated meeting him here. Was this a cruel twist of fate? A smirk of irony returned to Yi Chen's face. The former lover and the former enemy appeared together in this desolate mountain, with the latter pursuing the former. It was indeed a bitter irony, rendering him unable to escape no matter where he went. Ning Shuang, where else can you flee? Lu Ji taunted, leisurely trailing behind Ji Ning Shuang, a mocking smile on his lips, his eyes gleaming with lewd intent. Ahead, Ji Ning Shuang halted, staggering slightly, her icy gaze fixed on Lu Ji. Had you not schemed against me, do you think you would stand a chance to defeat me? Why such words, Ning Shuang? I cherish you dearly, Lu Ji replied with a sinister smile, slowly advancing. Clang! In an instant, Ji Ning Shuang drew her sword, its ethereal radiance swift and fierce, aimed directly at Lu Ji and Amp, Oppo's throat. A foolish endeavor, Lu Ji scoffed, deftly twirling his fan, creating a purple vortex before him. Clang! Ji Ning Shuang and Oppo's peak sword strike pierced into the purple vortex, yet it felt akin to wading through a quagmire, her fierce assault effortlessly neutralized. Her spiritual sword caught in the vortex and Oppo's swirling chaos. Puff! The backlash sent Ji Ning Shuang reeling, blood spilling from her lips. How much longer can you hold on? Lu Ji chuckled darkly, stepping forward like a wraith, unleashing a palm strike that left an imprint in the air. Ji Ning Shuang deftly pivoted, her toes barely grazing the ground as she retreated, dabbing her finger across her lips to wipe away the blood, then pressing her bloodied fingertip to her brow. Suddenly, a lotus mark manifested at her forehead, visibly transforming. Forbidding technique? Yi Chen observed from within the cave, his fists clenching tightly. As a former lover, he understood Ji Ning Shuang all too well. He instantly recognized the forbidden technique she employed, one that demanded a toll on her lifespan. Indeed, as the lotus mark appeared, her long hair transformed into a striking white, her aura instantly escalating to an even colder intensity. Lu Ji, witnessing her transformation, furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing the forbidden technique as well. Even if you resort to such a technique, do you really believe you can contend with me? He sneered, his own power surging, surpassing Ji Ning Shuang and Oppo's peak. After 2 months apart, he had unexpectedly advanced to the true Yang realm. Yi Chen and Oppo's brows knitted together in concern. Crack, crack. As he pondered, the battle outside raged on, ancient trees falling under the ferocity of their clash. Yi Chen could discern that although Ji Ning Shuang had invoked the forbidden technique, her previous injuries left her breath unstable, compounded by her inherent inferiority to Lu Ji, resulting in her being relentlessly pressured from the onset. In less than a minute, Ji Ning Shuang bore several wounds, continuously retreating against Lu Ji and Oppo's overwhelming assault. Ning Shuang, yield to me, Lu Ji declared with a lewd grin, his strikes unrelenting. Ji Ning Shuang remained expressionless, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Despite her disadvantage, her figure flowed gracefully like a dancing butterfly, the contrast of her white hair and icy demeanor adding a unique allure to her presence. Snowflower Ice Lotus, with a decisive utterance. Ji Ning Shuang formed a seal with her hands, directing her energy towards Lu Ji. Suddenly, it appeared as though snow began to fall from the heavens, swirling around her, coalescing into dangerous ice lotus flowers. Yi Chen had witnessed the formidable nature of this mystical art during their previous encounters. Whirlwind. Lu Ji too summoned a secret technique, forming a purple whirlwind centered around himself. The oncoming ice lotus flowers were obliterated by the storm, and as they fell, he altered his hand seals, condensing the whirlwind into a lethal sword aimed at Jining Shuang. Jining Shuang stepped back, her delicate hand shimmering with spiritual light, shattering the incoming sword. Patience, there's more. Lu Ji surged forward, unleashing a palm strike of purple light. In response, Jining Shuang advanced rather than retreating, the lotus mark manifesting on her palm as she retaliated. Their strikes clashed, but once again, Jining Shuang found herself at a disadvantage, forced to retreat and spitting blood. Will you continue to resist? Lu Ji mocked, pressing his advantage, unwilling to grant her a moment's respite. Jining Shuang was left to defend passively, lacking any opportunity for counterattack. Within the cave, Chen and Appo's eyes flickered. Ultimately, he retrieved a ghostly mask from his storage bag, concealing his face. He had no intention of entangling himself with Jining Shuang again. Yet witnessing his former lover suffer and face Lu Ji's torment ignited a sense of urgency within him. Moreover, Lu Ji was still his former adversary. I harbor no lingering feelings for you. I seek only to settle the score with Lu Ji. We have long since cleared our debts. After uttering this self-deceptive rationale, Chen stealthily exited the cave. Puff! Jining Shuang again coughed blood, stumbling backward, her breath weak and labored, the wounds on her shoulders surrounded by ominous dark energy, indicating a severe poison coursing through her veins. What's this? Do you still wish to fight? Lu Ji approached, a playful gleam in his eyes as he noted her cessation of movement. Jining Shuang remained silent, her delicate figure faltering yet refusing to collapse. Such a death would be unbearable, she murmured softly, raising her delicate finger to end her own life before Lu Ji could reach her. Seeing this, Lu Ji let out a cold laugh. Want to die? Not so easily. He conjured a massive hand of true energy, sweeping toward her. In that moment, as Lu Ji sought to thwart her, an unexpected hand reached from behind, clasping her waist and swiftly pulling her away. Such a scene caused Jining Shuang to instinctively glance back at her savior, catching only a glimpse of the ghostly mask. Yet she distinctly felt the warmth of the hand at her waist. In an instant, her eyes became misty, despite the mask obscuring her savior and Appo's visage. It provided her with a profound sense of security. This moment was indelibly etched in her mind. Across from them, Lu Ji and Appo's outstretched hand grasped at nothing, his expression darkening. A mere boy in the chi condensation realm thinks to be a hero? How laughable! He scoffed, launching a palm strike at Chen. In Jining Shuang's moment of astonishment, Chen surged forward, leaving a footprint on the earth, all his energy converging into a powerful punch. Boom! The clash of fists erupted with a resounding explosion, causing Chen to stagger backward, his entire arm tingling from the impact. Reflecting en elzi. His expression was one of astonishment. As a genuine, true Yang realm cultivator, he was taken aback that he could not subdue a mere chi condensation realm practitioner in a single strike, and instead found his palm stinging from the counterattack. I underestimated you, LG remarked with a sinister smile, his movements quickening, his body becoming ethereal as he lunged forward with lethal intent. Underestimate me, and you shall face dire consequences. To mask his voice from Jining Shuang, Chen deliberately altered his tone, while the air around his feet swirled, allowing him to employ the secret technique of rapid shadow and illusion. Observing Chen's enigmatic movements, LG was once again taken aback. He had prided himself on the subtlety of his own techniques, yet he had not anticipated that Chen's agility surpassed his own. With this realization, a fervent light ignited in LG's eyes as he pointed a ghostly beam directly at Chen's chest. Chen evaded, but still suffered a blow. A blood hole punctured in his shoulder by LG's attack. Yet, he did not remain idle. He retaliated with a powerful mountain-shaking fist that struck LG squarely. In this exchange, each had their victories and losses. Particularly for LG, enduring Chen's punch was an excruciating experience, the blood and energy within him roiling tumultuously, nearly forcing forth a mouthful of old blood. A chi condensation realm cultivator capable of injuring LG was indeed a shocking revelation. Not far away, Ji Ningxue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Qi practitioner who came to her rescue possessed such formidable strength. "You shall pay for this," LG uttered coldly, his countenance darkening as he unleashed a powerful seal that whistled through the air. Chapter 62. The Confrontation at the True Yang Realm. Who will meet their end? With a cold sneer, Yi Chun stepped forward, his arm sweeping as the Tianke sword materialized in his grasp. Buzz! The immense, weighty Tianke struck solidly against LG's palm imprint. Underestimating the ferocity and dominance of the Tianke, LG found himself at a disadvantage once more, and Yi Chun staggered back with a muffled groan from the impact. Yet before he could regain his footing, 3 violet sword beams shot towards him. In an instant, Yi Chun positioned the Tianke before him to block. Bang! 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 The sword's resilience did not disappoint him, but LG's subsequent icy palm strike compelled him to spit blood and retreat. LG's expression darkened as he advanced aggressively. In response, Yi Chun hurled the Tianke sword directly at LG. With a cold smile, LG effortlessly swatted the sword aside, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, only to be met by Yi Chun, who charged at him like a ferocious beast. He attacked with a wild ferocity, his techniques as unpredictable as they were relentless, at times resembling a fierce tiger, at others a savage ape, a mighty lion, or a cunning wolf. He clawed, struck, and tore, employing every limb, hands, feet, knees, and shoulders, as weapons, turning each joint into a formidable armament. The primal fury of his beastly heart propelled him into close combat. Combined with the unparalleled speed of his speed shadow, 1,000 transformations, leaving LG in disarray. It was astonishing that a mere condensing Qi realm practitioner could wield such a brutal close-quarters combat technique. Not far away, Ji Ningxiang displayed a look of astonishment once more. In contrast, LG was genuinely alarmed. Only through direct confrontation did he realize that Yi Chun was no ordinary practitioner of the 8th layer of the condensing Qi realm. The sheer ferocity of his close combat and the peculiarities of his movement techniques were far beyond what one would expect from the condensing Qi realm. After a fierce battle, LG was covered in bruises and marks, his true Yang realm cultivation making him appear exceptionally disheveled. However, being of the true Yang realm, Yi Chun still had a long way to go to defeat him. Quickly, LG turned the tide, delivering a palm strike that sent Yi Chun reeling and spitting blood. Thunderbolt Curse, activate. As he retreated, Yi Chun formed seals with his hands, triggering the Thunderbolt Curse affixed to LG. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, LG was thrown backward. The Thunderbolt Curse, he is from the Hung sect, Ji Ningxiang murmured, astonished that the one intending to kill her belonged to the Qinyan sect, while the one seeking to save her was from the Hung sect, both factions adversarial to the Zhengyang sect. The Thunderbolt Curse, splendid. With an enraged shout, LG rose from the rubble, his body bloodied and hair disheveled, his expression monstrous, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. To withstand the Thunderbolt Curse and still stand was a testament to the strength of the true Yang realm. Yi Chun thought in shock. Kill him. Ezi, now seething with fury, summoned a spiritual artifact, a magnificent pagoda soaring from his brow, expanding to a height of 10 feet, glimmering with golden radiance, overwhelming Yi Chun and causing him to stagger. This was the chasm between the condensing Qi realm and the true Yang realm. Only those who reached the true Yang realm could truly control spiritual artifacts. The condensing Qi realm could only manipulate true energy, while the true Yang realm wielded spiritual power, which was the only means to command a spiritual artifact. True energy and spiritual power were not on the same level. Only upon reaching the true Yang realm could one refine true energy into spiritual power. This distinction left Yi Chun at a significant disadvantage. Standing firm, Yi Chun felt the immense pressure of LG's pagoda, as though he bore the weight of thousands of pounds. Open! With a roar, Yi Chun broke free from the pagoda's oppressive force. He had defied the suppression of a spiritual artifact. Not only LG, but even Ji Ningxiang, watching from afar, showed signs of astonishment. True fire manifest! With a powerful cry, Yi Chun summoned true fire, which instantly coalesced into a blazing whip that struck LG's face with force. True fire? Ji Ningxiang gasped in disbelief as Yi Chen, still in the condensing chi realm, delivered yet another unexpected turn of events. True fire. After being lashed, LG did not respond with anger, but instead grinned wickedly. You think the Hun US sect pup can escape? Once I slay you, your true fire will belong to me. That depends on whether you have the capability. Yi Chen retorted coldly, his feet executing the speed shadow, 1,000 transformations as he rapidly closed the distance to LG. His speed was so swift that LG could not activate his spiritual artifact in time. Clang! Yi Chen drew the Qi Shao sword, unleashing a streak of crimson sword light. Break! LG bellowed, shattering the sword light with a palm strike. Yi Chen pressed the attack. Without the weight of the Tianke, his speed became blindingly fast, leaving countless afterimages, and with the Qi Shao sword's lethal edge, he left gashes on LG's body, nearly cleaving him in two on several occasions. Ah! LG roared, his aura surging. As a true Yang realm practitioner, he had never before been so thoroughly bested by a mere condensing Qi realm fighter. Buzz! The spiritual mirror pagoda once again unleashed its formidable power, forcing Yi Chen to stagger back. And LG seized the opportunity to strike repeatedly with palm prints and fist shadows, causing Yi Chen to stagger, his internal energy roiling as he coughed up blood multiple times. The battle reached a fever pitch as they clashed deeper into the forest. Puff! Puff! Blood marks continuously appeared on Yi Chen and Appo's body. Despite his possession of true fire and a Dan Si, the disparity between true energy and spiritual power was too great, coupled with the overwhelming suppression of his cultivation. He soon found himself on the verge of defeat. LG, like a rabid dog, summoned spiritual power at his fingertips, unleashing a violet palm imprint that sent Yi Chen flying. Heavenly Spirit Curse, activate. In desperation, Yi Chen employed the Heavenly Spirit Curse affixed to LG once more. Do you think I would fall for that trick again? LG sneered, having already dispelled the Heavenly Spirit Curse talisman a second before it activated. Yi Chen lamented the wasted opportunity. Capturing someone of LG and Appo's caliber would require at least 3 simultaneous activations of the Heavenly Spirit Curse, and even then, the confinement would not last long. LG, a prominent figure of the Qingyan sect, was no comparison to the true Yang realm man he had slain that day. Retreating once more, Yi Chen felt his Dan Si true energy dwindling, gradually becoming insufficient. The difference in their levels was insurmountable. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen resorted to the speed shadow, 1,000 transformations to evade, with LG relentlessly pursuing him deeper into the forest. Can you escape? As he chased, LG funneled all his spiritual power into the spiritual artifact pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda emanated a brilliant light, rendering Yi Chen utterly powerless to move. Run! Go ahead and run! LG emerged, his face contorted with rage, drawing a killing sword, intent on carving Yi Chen into pieces to feed to the dogs. Seeing LG approach, Yi Chen clenched his jaw, channeling all his true energy in a desperate attempt to break free from the pagoda and Appo's suppression, but to no avail. LG had summoned the full might of the pagoda to crush him. Damn it! Yi Chen bit down, so hard his gums bled. Before him stood the very man who had once crippled his Dantian, and his situation mirrored that fateful day. Was he destined to be crippled once more? Yi Chen's unwillingness surged within him, a primal scream echoing in his heart. If he were to be disabled again, the chance for revival would be nearly impossible. In this dire moment, a surge of inexplicable, violent power erupted within him. Chapter 63. The Demon Path. This is. Yi Chen introspected his own body, astonished to discover a hidden force within him. Upon closer inspection, he was bewildered to find strange runes crawling upon his bones, akin to incantations. Accompanying this was a sensation of searing heat coursing through his body, and a sudden throbbing pain surged through his head. That familiar feeling returned. A wave of dizziness swept over him, reminiscent of an episode at the Dark Market Inn. Soon, the ferocious, bloodthirsty power flooded his entire being. The intense pain forced a low growl from between his clenched teeth. Lu Ji, approaching, squinted his eyes, seemingly sensing the violent, bloodthirsty force emanating from Yi Chen. "Open for me." With a furious shout, Yi Chen harnessed that savage power, breaking free from Lu Ji and Appo's spiritual pressure. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed. As demonic energy surged from within Yi Chen, its icy, bloodthirsty aura sweeping away debris around him. At this moment, his form transformed dramatically. His once jet-black hair turned crimson at an observable rate. His deep-set eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and a demonic rune appeared on his forehead, causing his aura to rise sharply. Demon, Lu Ji and Appo's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively taking a step back. The excruciating agony compelled Yi Chen to clutch his head, his lucid mind gradually succumbing to the frenzy of violence and slaughter. He was akin to a great demon. Noticing Yi Chen's transformation into a state of madness, Lu Ji's eyes hardened as he approached with his sword drawn. Yi Chen's bizarre metamorphosis instilled fear in him. He longed to eliminate Yi Chen swiftly to prevent future repercussions. Clang! With no mercy, he unleashed a sword strike that sliced through the air. Puff! Blood splattered as Lu Ji's sword pierced through Yi Chen's body. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chen abruptly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Ji, licking his lips with an eerie smile. Lu Ji's heart trembled. Under Yi Chen's gaze, he felt as though a demon was staring back at him, a chill running from his head to his toes. "You wish to kill me?" Yi Chen's smile grew more sinister, the savage thoughts of slaughter overwhelming his mind. However, the instinct of a human remained. If Lu Ji sought to kill him, he would not sit idly by. Before Lu Ji could react, Yi Chen raised his fist, sending Lu Ji flying. Puff! As he was sent careening through the air, Lu Ji coughed up blood. Yi Chen and Appo's blow was evidently more forceful than before, likely augmented by the ferocious power within him, shattering 3 of Lu Ji and Appo's ribs with a single punch. As Lu Ji crashed to the ground, he shattered a stone beneath him, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You will die," he roared, as Yi Chen, enveloped in demonic energy, charged at him like a great demon. In a critical moment, Lu Ji summoned his spiritual artifact, a towering pagoda, to suppress Yi Chen. However, this time, he was unable to achieve his goal, for Yi Chen's speed had escalated to another level post-transformation, rendering Lu Ji's artifact incapable of keeping pace with Yi Chen's ghostly movements. Seeing this, Lu Ji regained his footing, quickly forming hand seals as dozens of sword lights erupted forth, hurtling towards Yi Chen. Puff! 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 Yet, Yi Chen made no attempt to evade, allowing the sword lights to carve deep gashes into his flesh. Lu Ji instinctively retreated a step, feeling the tidal wave of demonic energy crashing over him, sensing that he was not facing a mere man, but a frenzied great demon. "Kill!" With a fierce roar, Yi Chen struck with his palm. Lu Ji, witnessing this, crossed his sword defensively in front of him. Crack! His long sword shattered under Yi Chen's forceful blow, sending him staggering back, blood spilling from his mouth. Though pushed back, Lu Ji swiftly executed a secret technique. Puff! As before, Yi Chen did not defend himself, and a gaping wound was torn into his body. In that instant, he swung his arm once more, delivering a thunderous palm strike that sent Lu Ji reeling, blood spraying wildly. The battle reignited. This time, it was Lu Ji who was on the receiving end. Yi Chen, having transformed, surpassed him in both speed and strength. Most importantly, Yi Chen offered no defense, only a relentless onslaught, while Lu Ji, gripped by fear of Yi Chen and Appo's demonic form, lost the fighting spirit befitting a true Yang realm cultivator. Puff! As Yi Chen and Appo's sword pierced through Lu Ji and Appo's chest, the fierce clash drew to a close. Before Yi Chen, Lu Ji and Appo's eyes bulged with terror, blood gushing from his mouth. Perhaps it was only at that moment that he truly regretted pursuing Jining Xuan, leading to his demise in this desolate mountain. "Do you wish to see who I am?" Facing Lu Ji, Yi Chen smiled eerily, gradually acclimating to this demonic form. His mind beginning to awaken as he recalled the grudge of that day when Lu Ji had crippled his Dantian. Saying this, he slowly removed the ghostly mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. "You, how can this be? I clearly crippled you, your Dantian." Lu Ji's pupils widened. Disbelief etched across his features. How could he have anticipated that the Qi condensation realm cultivator battling him was the same disciple of Zhengyang's sect he had previously crippled? How could he fathom that someone whose Dantian was destroyed could not only cultivate again, but also transform into a demonic form? All of this was beyond his comprehension. Yi Chen donned the ghostly mask once more, appearing like a demon from the depths of hell. In your next life, do not provoke those you should not. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as he infused his true energy, mingled with demonic energy, into the Qi Shao sword, shattering Lu Ji's heart meridian. A chilling wind swept through, and Lu Ji and Appo's body collapsed, his eyes still filled with disbelief and death. Having vanquished Lu Ji, Yi Chen staggered slightly. Soaked in blood from their battle, he bore significant injuries. Had he not awakened a certain demonic bloodline within him at a critical moment, he would have undoubtedly been slain on the spot. Puff! The biting wind howled once more, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, the world fell silent. As Yi Chen lost consciousness, his demonic form gradually dissipated, his crimson hair reverting to its original black, the demonic energy fading into nothingness, and the rune on his forehead slowly vanishing as he returned to his original state. Unbeknownst to him, rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, Jining Xuan appeared, clutching her shoulder, staggering towards him. Upon seeing the fallen Yi Chen and Lu Ji, she hurried over. Upon witnessing Lu Ji's lifeless body, Jining Xuan was taken aback. A true Yang realm cultivator had been slain by a Qi condensation realm cultivator. With her experience, she found it difficult to comprehend this occurrence. Shifting her gaze from Lu Ji, Jining Xuan approached Yi Chen. He still breathes. Observing the rise and fall of Yi Chen's chest, she gradually exhaled in relief. "If it were not for your timely rescue today, I would surely have perished." Grateful words escaped her lips, and as she looked at Yi Chen lying on the ground, still adorned with the ghostly mask, a sense of curiosity blossomed within her. Driven by her curiosity, she reached out her delicate hand, slowly moving towards the ghostly mask Yi Chen wore, eager to uncover the visage of her savior. What does the one who saved me look like? Chapter 64. The departed affection, however, just as Jining Xuan was about to remove Yi Chen's mask, he awakened, firmly grasping her wrist. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen exclaimed as he sat up abruptly. I merely wish to see your visage." Caught in the act, Jining Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment. "There's no need." Yi Chen's indifference inexplicably stirred a sense of disappointment within Jining Xuan. Staggering to her feet, Yi Chen approached Lu Ji, confiscating his storage bag, along with all the spiritual jade and adornments he carried. After ensuring everything was thoroughly taken, he summoned true fire to incinerate Lu Ji's remains into ashes. Once the battlefield was cleansed and no trace of the Hanyu sect remained, he turned his gaze towards Jining Xuan. "I do not require your gratitude. I only ask that you keep today's events to yourself. Can you comply?" Jining Xuan remained silent, merely nodding gently. She understood Yi Chen's actions well. Having invoked the heavenly thunder curse, it was easy for her to deduce that he was a disciple of the Hanyu sect. To avoid causing trouble for his sect, it was wise for him to act cautiously. With that, Yi Chen uttered a parting remark and began to walk away. Watching him depart, Jining Xuan felt a desire to speak, yet her lips remained sealed. Unexpectedly, after taking just a few steps, Yi Chen halted, glancing back at Jining Xuan, only to find her collapsed on the ground, her delicate face pale, her breath weak, and the wound on her shoulder glimmering with a toxic dark light. He slowly turned back. He could not bear the thought of his former lover dying from the poison in this desolate mountain or becoming prey for a ferocious beast. "This is the only time. I shall not involve myself with her again," Yi Chen admonished himself inwardly. As night enveloped the forest, a campfire flickered to life. Yi Chen employed true fire to purge the deadly toxin from Jining Xuan's body before sitting cross-legged by the fire to recuperate from his injuries. Meanwhile, Ji Ningshuang stole glances at him multiple times, yet Yi Chun remained unresponsive, which deepened her sense of despondency. How could he not be stirred by the presence of such an extraordinary beauty beside him? Eventually, she could not restrain herself any longer. "Are you a disciple of the Hanyu sect?" Yi Chun, resembling a tranquil monk, remained silent despite hearing her inquiry. Seeing his lack of response, Ji Ningshuang softly added, "I mean no offense. I only wish to repay your life-saving grace. I told you, it is unnecessary." Yi Chun finally spoke, his expression behind the mask betraying no emotions. "Then, what is your name?" "Chen Yi." He coldly revealed 2 words, ultimately opting for a false name to conceal his identity. His indifference caused Ji Ningshuang to wrap her arms around her knees, feeling a pang of disappointment that left her with little to say. Deep within, she sensed an inexplicable feeling. Her savior seemed peculiarly detached from her. Little did she know, when she discovered that the man before her was her former lover, her reaction would be entirely different. "I sit right before you. Can you not recognize me? Can a mere mask sever all ties?" Yi Chun mused, feeling a mix of sarcasm and sorrow. All of this served to affirm one truth. Whether in the past or present, Ji Ningshuang did not love him enough. Otherwise, how could they be so close yet fail to recognize one another? What more could he hope for? "The one I love, regardless of how the world transforms. I would recognize her at a glance, not with the eyes but with the heart." Ji Ningshuang, our fate has irrevocably become a thing of the past. Beneath the mask, Yi Chun smiled bitterly, closing his eyes once more. The world fell into silence again. The campfire continued to burn, while Ji Ningshuang entered a meditative state. At that moment, Yi Chun was inwardly contemplating his own body. The demonic transformation he experienced during his battle with Lu Ji had been exceedingly strange, indicating that the changes he underwent at the inn in the Netherworld black market were far from simple. "How could I possess the bloodline of a demon?" he murmured to himself, puzzled. He recalled the spiritual liquid from the purple gold gourd. It was that night, when he consumed the liquid, that he experienced those bizarre transformations, whereas previous consumptions had posed no issues. The trouble began that fateful night. Yi Chun appeared to have pinpointed the problem and directed his suspicions towards that small cauldron. For it was that night he had stuffed the cauldron into the purple gold gourd, which had caused the spiritual liquid to become problematic. Could it be that the purple gold gourd refined something from the small cauldron, which then mingled with the spiritual liquid, resulting in the aberration? If that were the case, the substance refined from the small cauldron must be connected to the demon. Long ago, while gathering intelligence for the Zhengyang sect, he had heard tales of demons. Speaking of demons inevitably led to mention of a mysterious and powerful race, the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan, an ancient race, was known for its bloodthirsty cruelty, classified by righteous cultivators as part of the demonic path. This very race had unleashed bloodshed upon this land more than once, yet for reasons unknown, had vanished into obscurity over the ages. I possess the bloodline of a demon. The substance refined from that small cauldron must indeed be demonic blood, which has awakened the demonic path within me. The pressure from Lu Ji's spiritual artifact, the pagoda, compelled my demonic essence to awaken. Yi Chun pondered deeply, seemingly grasping everything. However, when he recalled the savage and murderous thoughts that engulfed him during his transformation, he felt a sense of trepidation. Should his mind be consumed, he would undoubtedly become a ruthless demon, and he did not wish for his family and brothers to suffer because of it. Yet, when he thought of the overwhelming power that surged within him post-transformation, he felt an inexplicable craving. The demonic path could indeed serve as a trump card. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Chun unconsciously stroked his chin. The night passed without incident, and dawn approached. In the early morning, Yi Chun was stirred from his reverie by 3 distant auras, gradually opening his eyes. Gazing into the sky, he spotted 3 figures traversing the void on radiant arcs, all of whom were elders of the Zhengyang sect, among them Wu Changqing. It seems the Zhengyang sect truly intends to cultivate Ji Ningshuang as a priority. Otherwise, they would not be seeking her out in this manner. Yi Chun murmured to himself. "They're here." Yi Chun realized he must depart. If Wu Changqing detected anything amiss, it would lead to an absurd situation. Suddenly rising, he collected his belongings, uttering not a word, ready to vanish into the depths of the forest. Unexpectedly, Jining Shuang also sprang to her feet, gazing at Yi Chen's retreating figure. She bit her lip and softly asked, "Will I see you again at the 3-sect competition in 2 months?" "Yes." With a faint reply, Yi Chen swiftly disappeared into the lush foliage. Watching Yi Chen and Appo's distant silhouette, Jining Shuang felt an inexplicable sense of loss, her only regret being the inability to behold his visage. At the 3-sect competition in 2 months, she would need to identify him one by one. Until we meet again in 2 months. As thoughts of the competition filled her mind, a charming smile graced Jining Shuang's lips. Behind her, Wu Changqing and the others had already landed. "Ning Shuang, what brings you here?" Upon confirming Jining Shuang was unharmed, Wu Changqing sighed in relief. "You are the Xianling body, the future of our Zhengyang sect. You must not encounter any mishap." "All is well," another elder said, stroking his beard. "The sect leader has established the Xianling pool. After you return and soak in it, you will undoubtedly awaken your Xianling body completely, and your cultivation will surely soar. The Xianling body is a rare treasure, and in 2 months at the 3-sects competition, you will undoubtedly surpass the true disciples of both the Hengyue and Qingyan sections." Chapter 65. Fury Yi Chen took a long detour, spending an entire day traveling before finally returning to Hengyue sect. Upon pushing open the door to the little spirit garden, he was about to speak when he was met with a scene of devastation. The garden was in disarray, and even the spirit fruit tree had been felled. What had happened here? In a state of panic, Yi Chen rushed into the house only to find that both Hua and Zhang Fengyan were missing, and even the little spirit bird was nowhere to be seen. What transpired during my absence? A sense of foreboding gripped his heart as he swiftly exited the little spirit garden and climbed up Hengyue spiritual mountain. As he ascended the mountain, some Hengyue disciples cast their gazes upon him. "Oh, Yi Chen has returned?" they murmured. Indeed, he had returned, and during his absence, that lad Hua had endured unimaginable torment. Zhang Fengyan and the spirit bird had also been beaten nearly to death. The disciples' whispers echoed in Yi Chen's mind like a thunderclap. From their words, he discerned that during his participation in the underworld black market auction, calamity had befallen the little spirit garden. Without hesitation, Yi Chen approached one of the disciples, grabbing him by the collar with blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. "What happened to Hua and Senior Zhang Fengyan while I was gone?" Under Yi Chen and Appo's piercing gaze, the disciple trembled and stammered. It's Chi Hao from Rinyang Peak who called you to Fengyan platform. Since you were absent, he vented his frustration on Hua and Zhang Fengyan." "And where are they?" Yi Chen demanded fiercely. "Fengyan platform," the disciple replied, his finger trembling as he pointed in that direction. "Today, Chi Yin from Rinyang Peak is set to duel with Hua." Seeking death, Yi Chen scoffed, his fury boiling over as he released the disciple and turned to make his way towards Fengyan platform as swiftly as possible. The disciple, finally able to breathe again, hurried after him, exclaiming, "Quick, quick! Yi Chen is heading to Fengyan platform. Something exciting is about to unfold." Fengyan platform had always been the liveliest spot in Hengyue sect, and today was no exception. At this moment, a throng of onlookers gathered beneath the platform, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they watched the fierce clash between two figures above. On one side stood Hua, while on the opposite side was the young man known as Qi Yun. The battle raged fiercely. Hua wielded an iron staff, attacking relentlessly. Yet he was a novice in cultivation and had never practiced any mystical arts, leaving him covered in wounds. In stark contrast, Qi Yun moved with ease, sidestepping with skillful footwork and delivering heavy blows to Hua, as if he were merely toying with him. "You are truly pitifully weak." Qi Yun mocked with a sneering smile. With a single palm strike, he sent Hua crashing to the ground, where he landed in a pool of blood. After toppling Hua, Qi Yun lazily waved his folding fan and sauntered over, taunting, "You are a worthless fool, and so is Yi Chen. Too cowardly to accept my challenge from Rinyang Peak, hiding like a turtle. Do not insult my big brother." Hua gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, swaying unsteadily as he swung his iron staff once more. "With such meager skills, do you think you can harm me?" Qi Yun scoffed. effortlessly grasping the incoming staff with one hand, rendering Hua's efforts futile. Begone! With a fierce shout, Qi Yun kicked Hua down once more. Before Hua could stand, Qi Yun struck again, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered Hua's knee and then severed the bones of his legs, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Worthless, Qi Yun sneered, stepping on Hua and Appo's face, his laughter both mocking and cruel. You're all worthless. Do not insult my big brother. Hua desperately clung to Qi Yun's leg, fighting against the pain. Yet, 2 more waves of sword energy sliced through Hua's arms, severing his tendons. After inflicting these injuries, Qi Yun turned his gaze toward the side of the platform where a jade table was set up. And seated there was Qi Hao from Runyang Peak, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he watched Hua and Appo's suffering. Yi Chun, this is the price you pay for provoking me. Qi Hao grinned wickedly. I shall see how long you can hide, while I make you watch as those you care for suffer. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. Upon closer inspection, a massive iron sword soared from the distance, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. It's Tianke, someone exclaimed. Yi Chun has arrived. Wherever Tianke leads, its master must follow. With a resounding clang, the sword embedded itself firmly into Feng Yun platform, and Yi Chun and Appo's frantic figure appeared before everyone in Appo's eyes. He surged forward, leaping onto the platform from several yards away. Hua! Without hesitation, he dashed to Hua and Appo's side, and upon seeing the boy bloodied and battered, his heart ached as if pierced by a knife. Big brother, you're back, Hua stammered, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a gruesome mess, eyes dulled and unfocused. Why are you so foolish? Yi Chun cradled Hua in his arms, placing his palm on the boy and Appo's back, pouring his life force into him to mend his shattered spirit and protect his feeble heartbeat. They captured the little eagle and grandfather and called you a coward. I will not allow anyone to harm them, nor permit anyone to insult my big brother. At those words, Yi Chun felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was his fault. Had it not been for him, Hua and Zhang Fengyin would not have endured such torment. Yi Chun, a ferocious roar erupted from below, as Qi Hao lunged onto the platform like a ravenous wolf. I've been waiting for you. Yi Chun remained unmoved, focused solely on healing Hua. Though his urge to annihilate Qi Hao surged within him, Hua was his priority. Seeing Yi Chun ignore him, Qi Hao erupted in fury, launching an attack with a powerful palm strike from afar. Yi Chun stood his ground, enduring the blow, blood instantly trickling from the corner of his mouth. He refused to let any unnecessary action delay his healing of Hua. I'll see how long you can withstand this. Qi Hao raged, swinging his arms wildly, unleashing powerful gusts that sent Yi Chun staggering back, forcing him to cough up blood. As Qi Hao's eyes glinted with malice, he drew his sword, aiming a deadly strike at Yi Chun's crown. Should that blade descend, it would spell certain doom for Yi Chun. However, just then, an arrow shot forth from the crowd below. It flew swiftly, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the incoming arrow struck Qi Hao and Appo's sword, deflecting it away. You damned lunatic! A furious voice rang out, and Bear 2, bow in hand, emerged from an unknown location, his usually carefree face now twisted in anger. Are you seeking death? Qi Hao bellowed, his voice filled with rage. I'll settle the score with you later. Bear 2 shot back coldly. The Bear and Qi families had long-standing enmity, and seeing the enemy only fueled his anger. Yet, he rushed to Yi Chun's side, unceremoniously shoving a medicinal pill into Hua and Appo's mouth. Apologies, I just returned to the sect, Bear 2 said, infusing Hua with his life force while expressing regret to Yi Chun. Had it not been for him bringing Yi Chun to the underworld black market, Hua and the others would not have suffered. We are brothers. There's no need for such formalities, Yi Chun replied, withdrawing his hand from Hua's back. Take care of him. I will deal with that scoundrel. Bear 2 nodded, conjuring a cloud of life force to carry Hua down from the platform. Chapter 66. Defying the thunder curse on the platform. Yi Chun had already turned around, and a chilling aura emanated from him, sending shivers down the spines of those present. as if a cold wind was howling around them. Where are Xiao Ying and Elder Zhang Fengyan? Without immediately engaging in battle, Yi Chun first inquired about the whereabouts of Zhang Fengyan and Xiao Ying. I killed them. Since you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to do so. With a sudden roar, Yi Chun's aura, now at the 8th level of qi condensation, erupted with a force that tousled his raven hair. Such formidable power. Those watching from below were taken aback. Bang! Yi Chen's foot shattered the stone slab beneath him, charging towards Qi Hao like a ferocious beast. Qi Hao roared, a ghostly glow gathering at his fingertip as he thrust it forward. What he did not anticipate was that Yi Chen would not dodge in the slightest. Puff! Qi Hao's finger pierced Yi Chen's shoulder, drawing blood, yet Yi Chen, like a lion, lunged at Qi Hao, delivering a solid punch to his face. Puff! Qi Hao spewed a mouthful of blood, losing more than half of his teeth, his face grotesquely contorted from the impact. Staggering backward, Qi Hao screamed in a frenzy. Unable to fathom how, after advancing to a higher cultivation level, he could still be so brutally defeated by Yi Chen. He considered himself a prodigy. Yet this moment filled him with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. I refused to believe it. Qi Hao's disheveled hair framed his face as his true energy surged violently, condensing into a domineering palm print aimed squarely at Yi Chen. Thunderstrike. Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating, meeting the attack with his own powerful counter. Boom! The sound of air exploding rang out as their palms clashed, and Qi Hao was once again forced to cough up blood and retreat, his peak strike failing to achieve its intended effect. Each step, he took left cracks in the stone slab beneath him. What has made him so strong? A murmur of astonishment spread among the spectators. To face off directly, Qi Hao, at the human origin realm, was so decisively defeated. Could Yi Chen truly be a monster? It had only been a few days since they last saw him, and the transformation was astonishing. Unbeknownst to them, after breaking through to the 8th level of qi condensation, Yi Chen possessed the strength to confront those at the true Yang realm directly, and even without resorting to his demonic state. He was not easily subdued by ordinary opponents at the human origin realm. Bang! In the midst of their discussions, Yi Chen sent Qi Hao crashing to the ground with another kick. Speak! Where are they? Yi Chen's murderous intent soared as he approached Qi Hao, his hair billowing. I killed them. Qi Hao's face was a bloody mess, resembling a malevolent spirit, yet he refused to divulge the information Yi Chen sought. Very well. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Employing the mysterious steps of swift shadow thousand illusions, he swiftly closed the distance and unleashed another thunderstrike. Puff! Qi Hao once again spewed blood as he was sent flying, his falling body cracking the wind and cloud battle platform. Ha ha ha! To Yi Chen's surprise, as Qi Hao staggered to his feet, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. Yi Chen, today, you shall die. At these words, Yi Chen and Appo's gaze sharpened, a chill running down his spine as a powerful force surged rapidly back to life. Kid, it's the Thunder Curse. Bear 2 urgently warned from below. The Thunder Curse? Isn't it forbidden to use the Thunder Curse in the wind and cloud duel? Qi Hao is incredibly bold to attempt this. Does he not fear retribution from his sect? You know nothing. His master is the chief of the human Yang Peak and a scion of the Qi family in the southern wilderness. With such powerful backing, even if the sect were to reprimand him, they would have to consider his master and the Qi family and Appo's influence. Yi Chen is in grave danger this time. Boom! A tremendous roar interrupted the discussions below. The Thunder Curse unleashed its formidable power, capable of shattering mountains, engulfing the entire wind and cloud battle platform in swirling dust. Yi Chen, Bear 2 and Appo's expression changed, about to rush on a platform, but he halted after taking a single step. Amidst the billowing dust, a vague figure staggered to its feet, gradually emerging with steady steps. This! Gasps of astonishment filled the air below. That was the Thunder Curse. How could he possibly survive? Had he truly withstood the Thunder Curse? Was he truly a prodigy? This is impossible. Qi Hao on the platform stared in disbelief at Yi Chen, who was slowly walking out of the haze. He understood the power of the Thunder Curse, and even he could not withstand its explosive force. Yet Yi Chen, at the Qi condensation realm, had endured it. Kid, you are incredibly domineering. Bear Two's chubby fists clenched tightly, his excitement palpable. Under the watchful eyes of all, as the dust began to settle, Yi Chun, bloodied and battered, emerged, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him. When the spectators beheld his wretched state, they collectively gasped in horror. He had lost all semblance of humanity. His robes were tattered and soaked in blood, presenting a truly ghastly sight, especially his back, which was mangled and shredded from the Thunder Curse's explosion, exposing bloodied bones. In that moment, he resembled Ashura risen from the depths of hell, a terrifying figure indeed. Impossible, this cannot be. Chi Hao and Amp, Appo's voice shattered the stunned silence, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing out echoed as Yi Chun, now wielding the Red Sky sword, charged forward. He had indeed refrained from using any other means, relying solely on his formidable physique to withstand the Thunder Curse, for otherwise, a single strike would have pulverized him to oblivion. Puff! Puff! Despite his injuries, Yi Chun and Appo's speed remained uncanny and elusive, and the Red Sky sword was relentless, leaving deep gashes on Chi Hao's body. Chi Hao roared in fury, unable to accept that Yi Chun could endure the Thunder Curse. Nor could he reconcile the fact that even a severely wounded Yi Chun was still beyond his grasp. Yet, no matter how unwilling or furious he was, he could not halt Yi Chun's overwhelming onslaught. Boom! With another resounding crash, Yi Chun seized one of Chi Hao's legs and slammed him down onto the platform, creating a human-shaped crater in the hard surface, jolting his internal organs. Puff! Another mouthful of blood erupted, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. This time, Chi Hao was utterly defeated, even more so than before. Where have you hidden them? Yi Chun gripped Chi Hao by the collar, lifting the nearly incapacitated figure. I will never tell you. Chi Hao's face twisted in a ghastly grin, a testament to his unwavering spirit as a disciple of the Chi family in the southern wilderness. Very well, Yi Chun sneered. Puff! As blood sprayed, the cold-hearted Yi Chun brutally tore off one of Chi Hao and Amp, Appo's arms. Hiss! The audience collectively inhaled sharply. Even Bear 2 below swallowed hard, secretly admiring Yi Chun and Amp, Appo's ruthlessness. Today and Appo's wind and cloud duel was perhaps the bloodiest spectacle they had ever witnessed. Perhaps not expecting Yi Chun to rip off his arm, Chi Hao momentarily froze before unleashing a pained howl. Speak! Were they? Yi Chun and Appo's blood-red eyes bore into Chi Hao, prepared to rip off the other arm if needed. And if Chi Hao remained silent, he might very well extinguish his life right there. A dragon's reverse scales are not to be touched. Chi Hao had truly crossed the line, and in his fury, Yi Chun was ready to accompany him to the grave. However, at that moment, a powerful pressure swept in from afar, enveloping the entire wind and cloud battle platform, causing even Yi Chun to stagger. You dare! A chilling voice echoed from a distance, followed by an icy killing intent. A shadow flickered across the platform, and a figure rapidly materialized. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the esteemed Qingyang Junren, the chief of the Human Yang Peak. Chapter 67. The lion's demand. With a sudden burst, Yi Chun expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, likely overwhelmed by the formidable pressure of Qingyang Daoist. Release Howler. Qingyang Daoist commanded fiercely, his powerful aura locking onto Yi Chun. Esteemed elder, the duel forbids third-party intervention. Are you truly willing to disregard the sect's regulations? Yi Chun met Qingyang Daoist's gaze with unwavering composure. Having already provoked one Gohong, he was unperturbed by the prospect of incurring the ire of another. A flicker of cold light flashed in Qingyang Daoist's eyes at Yi Chun's admonishment. He dared not act rashly. The life of Chi Hao was of immense significance, being a descendant of the Chi family from the southern wilderness. Should anything happen to him under his watch, the ensuing troubles would be monumental. Assessing the situation, he produced a storage pouch from his robes and tossed it onto the ground, declaring, "You seek spirit stones? Here, take them and release him." Yi Chun glanced at the storage pouch on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Elder, do you comprehend the grave sins your disciple has committed? To think that a mere 1,000 spirit stones could buy his life, Such a life must be exceedingly worthless. Grave sins? Qingyang Taoist retorted coldly. Pray tell, what heinous crimes has my disciple committed? The duel forbids the use of the thunder curse, which is a capital offense. The sect prohibits disciples from harming its spirit beasts, a transgression punishable by death, and the sect forbids the harm of elders, with violators facing the same fate. Qihao has grievously injured Elder Zhang Fengyan, incurring 3 offenses. Yi Chun enumerated, then directed a mocking gaze at Qingyang Taoist. Any one of these charges is sufficient to condemn Qihao to death. Do you believe that the 1,000 spirit stones you offer is an adequate price? Qingyang Taoist was on the verge of exploding, yet he inhaled deeply to suppress his ire, responding icily, Yi Chun, do you know Qihao's identity? He hails from the southern wilderness Qi family. Yi Chun regarded him with a smile, saying, and what of it? Once one enters Hengyue, they must abide by its regulations. Even the mightiest of beings must face the consequences for transgressions against the sect. Qingyang Taoist was thoroughly enraged, unprepared for Yi Chen's obstinacy. Yet, for the sake of Qihao's safety, he forcibly restrained his fury. Then what do you propose? Let your precious disciple divulge the whereabouts of Elder Zhang Fengyan. Furthermore, if you wish to ransom his life, bring forth 100,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, you may notify the southern wilderness Qi family to collect his corpse. Yi Chen, am not one to speak lightly of my words, he declared resolutely. 100,000 spirit stones? Yi Chen's audacious demand shocked those present, for such an astronomical sum was beyond their wildest dreams. ISN and Oppos. That rather excessive? Excessive? Xiong Er chuckled derisively. 100,000 spirit stones for a life? It feels rather insufficient, if anything. Elder, what do you think? Yi Chen directed an amused look toward Qingyang Taoist. Yi Chun, do you not understand the consequences of your actions today? Qingyang Taoist's voice grew increasingly frigid, his eyes flashing with unrestrained malice. My life is of little worth. If you wish to take it, do so at your leisure. Then I shall extinguish you first. Qingyang Taoist bellowed, conjuring a colossal hand to crush Yi Chun in midair. However, at that moment, a powerful presence surged from a distance, accompanied by a chilling voice echoing through the skies. Qingyang, are you prepared to disregard Hengyue's regulations as well? Dao Jia, will you also shield this wayward disciple? Qingyang Taoist glared at a figure in the distance. One may consume food indiscriminately, but words must be chosen wisely. Dao Yasmilet Sirenedi. Your disciple Qihao indeed invoked the thunder curse on the wind and cloud platform, and he has harmed the sect's spirit beasts. Though Zhang Fengyan was rendered powerless and cast down the mountain, he remains of your generation, and thus an elder of Hengyue. Your disciple has nearly killed him. This crime cannot be denied. Given these 3 grave offenses, do you truly believe Qihao has any hope of survival? Much like the day Gu Hong was silenced, Qingyang Taoist found himself at a loss for words. To claim your disciple and Oppo's audacity, can you assert that as his master, you bear no responsibility? Dao Jie's words resonated with a moral undertone, emphasizing that a true mentor should embody exemplary conduct rather than arrogance. Bravo, bravo! Xiong Er clapped enthusiastically, his chubby hands producing a crisp sound that echoed in the hall. As Qingyang Taoist absorbed Dao Jie's lecture, his face flushed with shame. Despite being peers, this admonishment was a profound humiliation for him. Yet, the truth remained. Qihao's hubris had led to today's calamity, and as his mentor, had he not played a part in this? Drawing a deep breath, Qingyang Taoist suppressed his rage once more and cast a purple storage pouch onto the ground. Release him. Yi Chen did not immediately comply, but instead signaled to Xiong Er below. Understanding, Xiong Er nimbly leaped onto the stage, retrieved the storage pouch, and opened it to inspect its contents. He then nodded at Yi Chen, confirming 100,000 spirit stones, no more, no less. Indeed, he truly delivered. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. To them, 100,000 spirit stones was an unimaginable sum. Will you not release him? Qingyang Taoist thundered. Your disciple has yet to reveal the whereabouts of Elder Zhang Fengyan. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Qingyang Daoist's fury reached a boiling point as he unleashed a surge of spiritual light onto the unconscious Qi Hao. Awakening slowly, Qi Hao's eyes found Qingyang Daoist, and he cried out desperately, "Master, save me!" Slap! In a fit of rage, Qingyang Daoist struck Qi Hao across the face, demanding, "Where is Zhang Fengnian hidden?" Dazed from the blow, Qi Hao stammered, He is on the back mountain." With that, he fell unconscious once more. "Can we release him now?" Qingyang Daoist's icy glare bore into Yi Chen. Having witnessed Gu Hong's humiliation on the wind and cloud platform, Qingyang Daoist had endured countless jests. Now, he found himself in an even more disgraceful position, having lost face and compensated with over 100 times more spirit stones than Gu Hong had. The impending ridicule from the other two peaks was inevitable. "Let us discuss this further," Yi Chen replied, still unyielding, signaling Xiong Air once more. Cautious by nature, he reasoned that Qi Hao and Appo's claim of Zhang Fengnian being on the back mountain could be a ruse. It was prudent to send someone to verify before proceeding. Xiong Air, understanding the unspoken agreement, swiftly scurried off toward the back mountain. "Elder, do not take offense. Caution is always prudent." Yi Chen smiled at Qingyang Daoist. "You would do well to hope that Elder Zhang Fengnian is alive. Otherwise, not even 1,000,000 spirit stones could save your disciple and Appo's life. You should also remember today's events. One day, someone will hold you accountable." Qingyang Daoist's words were devoid of pretense. "My life is of little worth. Take it whenever you wish." Soon, Xiong Air returned, transformed into a cloud, dragging the unconscious Zhang Fengnian and the little eagle with him. Seeing their breaths still lingering, Yi Chen exhaled a profound sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the numerous wounds on Zhang Fengnian and the little eagle, his eyes glimmered with icy resolve. "Take your disciple away." In a fit of rage, Yi Chen slammed Qi Hao to the ground, causing him to cough up yet another mouthful of blood. Even if he were to be taken back, it was certain he would spend a considerable time in recovery. "You have truly provoked my ire." The Qingyang Daoist cast a final, cold glance at Yi Chen before sweeping his sleeve and taking Qi Hao away, not forgetting to collect the severed arm of Qi Hao into his robe. After the departure of the Qingyang Daoist, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. To withstand the heavenly thunder curse and survive was already a stroke of fortune. The fact that he could endure for such a duration against the Qingyang Daoist was solely due to his sheer willpower. Xiong Air had long since leaped onto the arena, managing to catch the fallen Yi Chen. The events of today and Appo's battle at the Fengyun platform reverberated throughout the Hengyu sect once more. Yi Chen and Appo's audacity became a topic of conversation among the disciples during their leisure, and this apprentice-disciple had undoubtedly gained notoriety. Moreover, as the numerous disciples chattered, they would occasionally cast glances towards Tianyang Peak. It is said that Yi Chen has already stirred the ire of the 3 principal peaks of the outer sect. Would Tianyang Peak be next? Surely not. While Yi Chen is indeed bold, he never initiates conflict. I concur, by the heavens, to withstand the heavenly thunder curse? When the esteemed Elder Zhong of Tianyang Peak received the report from his disciples, even he, despite his status, could not help but utter a curse. "Master, please, do not speak, it pains the heart." Elder Zhong clutched his chest tightly, lamenting the loss of a prodigy capable of withstanding the heavenly thunder curse and emerging unscathed. It was only natural that he would feel the sting of regret. Chapter 68. The one-yang finger under the cover of night. Yi Chen sat cross-legged in his chamber. The secret art of the wild body refinement had long been set into motion, and suddenly, azure smoke wafted from his back. This method of refining the body, strengthening bones, refining marrow, forging tendons and channels, purifying the heart and blood, and honing flesh, allowed the decayed flesh on his back to be discarded, replaced by fresh, regenerating tissue. This indeed proved to be an excellent means of recovery, and Yi Chen and Appo's comprehension of the wild body refinement deepened significantly. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew tense. The usually discordant figures of Qingyang Daoist, the leader of Yang Peak, and Gu Hong, the leader of Earth Yang Peak, convened atop a spiritual mountain. "What? You don't intend to assassinate Yi Chen, do you?" Gu Hong observed with a knowing glint in his eyes, relishing the irony of the situation. Once, he had been the object of Qingyang Daoist derision, but now, the tables had turned, and he found a sense of satisfaction in the reversal of fortune. Such matters should be resolved by the younger generation. Qingyang Daoist replied coldly. Are you suggesting we join forces? If we summon our secluded disciples? Even if Yi Chun is formidable, he cannot withstand the unrelenting challenges from both our peaks. Yi Chun remained in his meditative state for 3 days. During this time, Xiong Air visited several times, finding him still in recovery. Respecting his need for rest, Xiong Air merely delivered spiritual herbs for Zhang Fengyan and the others, even using secret methods to mend Hua and Appo's severed meridians. On the 4th night, Yi Chun exhaled a deep breath of murky air and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the injuries on his back had completely healed under the overwhelming efficacy of the wild body refinement, and the newly formed tendons, skin, and bones exhibited greater flexibility than before. Truly, the wild body refinement was a powerful technique. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he pushed open the door and stepped out. In the garden, Hua was vigorously practicing with his black iron staff, sweat pouring from him, utterly oblivious to fatigue. Oh, big brother, you and Appo's, reawake. Your injuries, Hua exclaimed, hastily putting away the staff. All healed, Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, retrieving the ancient scroll of the celestial staff array from his robe and handing it to Hua. Upon receiving the scroll, Hua and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The mystique of the staff. The staff technique is difficult to master, and the mystique even harder to find. Use it for now, I and Appo's, I'll find more for you later. Yi Chun affectionately ruffled Hua's hair and reiterated, remember, diligence can make up for shortcomings. Yes, big brother, I remember every word. I'll work hard and won't bring shame upon you. Hua eagerly nodded, then hurried off, clutching the ancient scroll and staff, likely overjoyed enough to lose sleep that night. After Hua departed, Yi Chun retrieved Lu Ji and Appo's storage bag. Having returned for a while, he had yet to examine its contents thoroughly. Appending the bag, its treasures spilled forth with a clatter. What wealth! Even Yi Chun, known for his composure, couldn't and Appo's, helped but gasp in astonishment. The storage bag contained an abundance of spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, and spiritual artifacts, with the spiritual stones alone numbering nearly 200,000. Altogether, the worth exceeded 300,000 spiritual stones. However, disappointment lingered as he failed to uncover any profound arts or techniques. Even when he extracted the purple gold gourd, no extraordinary treasures were revealed. Perhaps it's best to withdraw for now, Yi Chun sighed, gathering the spiritual stones, liquids, and miscellaneous items, leaving only the spiritual artifacts. With a clang, he took out the red sky sword, placing it alongside the other artifacts. Utilizing true fire, he enveloped them, aiming to infuse their essence into the red sky sword. After 3 hours, he extinguished the flames. With the essence refined, the red sky sword became even more formidable, emitting a resonant hum when grasped. A fine sword, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle, stepping out and beginning to wield the red sky sword. The principles of the celestial staff array manifested in his mind, merging the staff technique with swordplay. A night passed in silence, and dawn approached. After nearly 9 hours of contemplation, Yi Chun's understanding of both the staff and sword formations deepened. Although his sword formation remained in its nascent stage, he had indeed taken the first step, with much refinement yet to follow. As the sun broke the horizon, a sprightly figure entered the small spiritual garden. By heavens! Xiong Air exclaimed upon seeing the vibrant Yi Chun. Just 4 days prior, Yi Chun had been nearly lifeless from the thunderous curse, yet now, not only had he fully recovered, but he also appeared full of vitality. Xiong Air felt an overwhelming urge to dissect a piece of Yi Chun to study his resilience. You truly are a beast. Xiong Air scrutinized Yi Chun with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Don and Appo's, say it like that. I might take pride in it. Yi Chun quipped, retrieving a storage bag from his robe and handing it to Xiong Air. Here, I've returned your spiritual stones. No need to ask for more. Only 300,000? What about the interest? Xiong feignet indignation. Is that a thing? Ye Chen retorted. Xiong however, hadn't amp, oppose, to come merely for idle chatter. He cryptically revealed an ancient scroll nestled in his possession. The One-Yang finger? Despite a fleeting glance, Yi Chun recognized those three bold characters. These were the profound arts that the Xiong family had acquired at the underworld black market. Instantly, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Do you wish to learn? Xiong teased, his expression challenging. Of course. And about my wife refining her marrow. That falls on me, Yi Chun declared, boldly reaching into Xiong and Appo's grasp and extracting the One-Yang finger scroll before dashing back to his chamber. Once inside, Yi Chen eagerly unfolded the scroll. Refined to the true Yang Qi, gather it into a single finger. This is the essence of the One-Yang. The words leapt before his eyes. Next came the comprehension phase. The technique was straightforward, emphasizing the utmost refinement of the true Yang Qi, concentrating it at a single fingertip. Mastery of this technique promised unparalleled penetrative power. Once absorbed in the process, time slipped away unnoticed. Night fell once more. Under the flickering candlelight, Yi Chun slowly closed the ancient scroll. The finger technique demanded instantaneous concentration and explosive release, compressing power to an extreme before unleashing it with unmatched force. Reflecting on past battles, he recalled how easy it had been for those proficient in finger techniques to pierce through his defenses, fueling his curiosity about this profound art. Now, having studied the One-Yang finger, he felt significantly enriched. With focused intent, he steadied his mind, channeling the true energy of his dantian, allowing the true fire to refine it into true Yang Qi. Following the One-Yang finger's principles, he hastily concentrated this energy at the tip of his finger. As he observed, his finger gleamed with brilliance, a flicker of spiritual light dancing upon it, accompanied by wisps of flame. Excellent, Yi Chun mused, a smile gracing his lips. With a single strike, piercing a target would not be a challenge. With a thought, he released the true Yang Qi and leaped from his room. With a buzz, he wielded the Tian Ke, swinging it with great force, the massive blade creating a thunderous resonance as it disturbed the air. With a clash, he drove the Tian Ke into the ground, summoning his true energy into his palm. Amidst the crackling sounds of thunder's fists, the palm strike was fiercely powerful, causing the air to roar as he spun, delivering a mountain-shaking punch, followed by the piercing sword aura of the purple sky sword, which shattered the wall. The One-Yang finger. At last, a thought flickered in his mind, and he swiftly refined the pure Yang energy, gathering it at his fingertips. With a single, decisive jab, he directed it toward a nearby solid stone. With a resounding clang, the stone stood resolute, yet like tofu, it was effortlessly punctured by Yi Chun, creating a small hole the width of a finger. No matter the tempest that may howl around me, I shall conquer the universe with but a single ray of Yang. Chapter 69. The Challenge of the Two Peaks. Yi Chun, I await you at the Fengyan platform. This call echoed from the direction of Hongyue's sect as dawn broke the following day. Another grand battle at the Fengyan platform? The atmosphere on Hongyue Mountain became instantly bustling. With Yi Chun and Appo's arrival, there had not been a moment of peace since this apprentice began his journey here. Surely, it must be Tang Chao from Rinyang Peak challenging him. At that moment, the challenged Yi Chun had just set down his bowl and chopsticks at the dining table. Big brother, please don't go, Huang murmured, his head lowered, lips pressed tightly together. They are targeting you. Young man, sometimes one must endure for peace to prevail, Zhang Fengyan remarked, concern evident in his gaze. Senior, a tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease, Yi Chun replied gently, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. He then rose slowly, contemplating the chaotic world around him. Once one embarks on this path, it is destined to be fraught with thorns. Even if I refuse to fight today, they will find other means to coerce me. Indapos. That's all my fault, Hua said, burying his sturdy little head deeper, his small fists clenched tightly. This is not your doing. Do not bear the blame. Yi Chun comforted, patting Hua and Appos' head before turning resolutely towards the Tian Ke. striding confidently outside. At this moment, the Fengyan platform, already known for its lively atmosphere, was teeming with spectators from all directions. On the battle stage stood a youth clad in white robes, arms crossed, his long black hair cascading down, and a formidable ghost-headed blade floating before him. His presence was commanding, and his aura palpable, drawing the gazes of those below. This must be Tang Chao. The true disciple of Renyang Peak has emerged from seclusion. He is indeed a formidable being at the 5th level of the human origin realm. I fear for Yi Chen this time. As murmurs of astonishment filled the air, the youth named Tang Chao inhaled deeply, lifting his chin in pride, seemingly relishing the flattery from the gathered disciples. Truly, a disciple molded by a reputable master, he appeared even more arrogant than Shi Hao. Yi Chen has arrived. With this announcement, all eyes turned to one side. There, bearing the Tianke sword, Yi Chen was seen walking in with deliberate, steady steps, his expression calm and unwavering, as if the tumultuous world around him could not disrupt his resolute stance. Just as he was moving forward, a stout figure rushed out from the side. It was Xiong Er. "Follow me," Xiong Er shouted, grabbing Yi Chen insistently, attempting to pull him away. "Do you lack faith in me?" Yi Chen idiot. "You know nothing." Xiong Er retorted, leaning closer to Yi Chen and signaling him to observe the 2 directions beneath the Fengyan platform. Following his gesture, Yi Chen glanced over and noticed several jade stone tables arranged on both the eastern and western sides, each occupied by disciples leisurely drinking. As Yi Chen surveyed them, he was met with mocking, playful looks. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. "Why are there so many at the human origin realm?" "You figured it out." Xiong Er vispiret. "The disciples on the eastern side are from the Dian Peak, while those on the western side are from the Renyang Peak. Each of them is not someone Shi Hao can compare to. They are all unfamiliar faces, yet their cultivation levels are utterly terrifying." Yi Chen's gaze flickered, particularly drawn to a few whose auras were subtle yet ominously close to the true Yang realm. "They have been in seclusion until now," Xiong Er explained. "These disciples are the most outstanding from Dian and Renyang peaks, kept in seclusion to shine during the outer sect competition. This is excessive for just dealing with me, a mere condensation realm disciple. Isn't it because you are too powerful? Can ordinary disciples contend with you?" Xiong Er replied, exasperated. As he spoke, Xiong Er again attempted to lead Yi Chen away. "Come on, it's nothing to retreat once or twice. You cannot defeat this group." However, before Yi Chen could respond, Tang Chao's mocking voice rang out from the stage. "What is this? Have you surrendered so soon? Yi Chen, can you evade today and forever? If you do not come onto the stage, we have countless ways to deal with you." Buzz. At this declaration, Yi Chen's mind buzzed. They were not only targeting him, but also Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan. Tang Chao's words were clear. If Yi Chen did not engage today, they would devise sinister plots against Zhang Fengyan and the others. A Dragoness reverse scale is not to be touched. Tang Chao and Oppo's words had truly enraged him. "Fight!" With a resolute voice, Yi Chen broke free from Xiong Er and Oppo's grasp and leaped onto the battle stage. "Now, that's more like it." Tang Chao smirked, enjoying the moment. Buzz. Yi Chen drew the Tianke sword without a word. He stepped forward, cracking the stone platform beneath him as he executed a mysterious movement, swiftly approaching Tang Chao, leaping into the air with a powerful downward strike. Tang Chao snorted, gripping his large blade, executing an upward strike in response. Clang! The clash of blade and sword rang out, sharp and jarring. As the duel unfolded, Tang Chao staggered back from Yi Chen's fierce strike, shocking the audience. Could a condensation realm disciple possess such overwhelming combat prowess? Not only the spectators, but even the true disciples of Renyang and Dian Peaks expressed their astonishment. Among them, Tang Chao felt the deepest shock, his arm aching from the impact. He had believed his strength to far surpass Yi Chen's, yet this blow shattered his expectations, revealing the true power of this condensation realm disciple. He had been in seclusion, unaware of recent events. Only a day prior did his master, the Qingyang real person, summon him and inform him of the happenings at Hengyue. In his arrogance, he had dismissed Yi Chen, thinking him merely slightly stronger than an ordinary condensation realm disciple. Yet now, he genuinely felt the exceptional nature of Yi Chen, who indeed possessed the capability to battle beyond his level. Buzz. Amidst the astonishment, Yi Chen swung the Tianke sword again, his speed astonishingly quick. Seeing this, Tang Chao pivoted, retreating swiftly. Stay! Yi Chen's voice echoed as he cast the Tianke through the air, its tip aimed directly at Tang Chao. Tang Chao, reacting swiftly, swung his blade, deflecting the approaching Tianke sword. However, just as he prepared for his next move, Yi Chen lunged at him like a ferocious lion, unleashing a torrent of beastly wrath. At times he resembled a ferocious tiger, at others a fierce ape, a proud lion, or a cunning wolf, employing every limb and joint as a weapon. Roar! Roar! Each of his strikes was accompanied by the roar of a beast. It was said that Chihao had once been rendered powerless against Yi Chen's fighting style. The true disciples at the Jade Stone tables exchanged glances in disbelief. To think such basic close combat techniques could be so formidable. No wonder the junior disciples had suffered defeat. On stage, Tang Chao's furious roars echoed as he was forced back repeatedly, his body marked with imprints of fists, palms, and feet. Though he was genuinely at the 5th level of the human origin realm, his true energy was rendered ineffective, as Yi Chen never afforded him a moment and Appo's respite. Every time Tang Chao attempted to use a secret technique, Yi Chen interrupted him with overwhelming force. Boom! With a resounding crash, Yi Chen seized Tang Chao and Appo's arm and slammed him onto the battle stage, creating a human-shaped dent in the solid surface. This was his signature style, to throw down those who considered themselves superior in the most savage manner, a sensation of unprecedented exhilaration. Tang Chao screamed in despair, but in the next instant, Yi Chen lifted him once more. Bang! With another resounding crash, Tang Chao was violently hurled onto the arena, his entire being feeling as though it had been dislocated, a mouthful of blood spewing forth to a height of over 10 feet. No matter how formidable his cultivation might be, at this moment he was left half dead. How utterly ferocious! The disciples watching from below couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. I have yet to see Tang Chao employ any profound techniques, and he is already rendered incapacitated by Yi Chen. Truly a beast. You wretched child, cease this at once. The authoritative shout rang out as a true disciple from Renyang Peak could no longer remain seated. A disciple wielding a golden spirit sword charged onto the arena. How shameless! Below, Xiong Air shouted at the top of his lungs. This is a duel of winds and clouds. Third-party intervention is forbidden. Are you disregarding Hung Yu's regulations? Yet, his furious cry did not halt the advancing disciple. Rather, his attacks became even more swift and fierce, as he launched a strike that aimed directly at Yi Chen and Appo's spine. Sensing a chilling gust approaching from behind, Yi Chen deftly tossed Tang Chao aside and leaped a distance of 3 zhong, using the ground rebound to pounce forward like a mighty lion. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth as the disciple and Appo's sword strike failed to hit Yi Chen, instead piercing through Tang Chao, creating a gaping wound. Damn it, the disciple muttered coldly. You deserve to die even more. The chilling voice swept through the air as Yi Chen closed in, his true energy surging within, meticulously refined into the purest yang energy, which he then channeled into his fingertips. One yang finger. Yi Chen thrust his finger forward. Perhaps Yi Chen and Appo's strike was too swift, and the disciple, still reeling from inadvertently injuring Tang Chao, had no time to react as Yi Chen punctured a bloody hole through his shoulder. Thunderous fury. Yi Chen had no intention of granting him even a moment to breathe. With a palm strike accompanied by the sound of thunder, he forcefully struck the disciple's chest. Splurt! The disciple coughed up blood and staggered backward. Mountain shatter. With his feet executing the intricate steps of swift shadow and 1,000 transformations, Yi Chen pursued relentlessly, unleashing the formidable and domineering Mountain Shatter Fist. The disciple from Renyang Peak, still struggling to regain his footing, was struck solidly once more. Chapter 70. Alternating assaults with a sudden expulsion of blood, a disciple was sent hurtling away, akin to a sandbag, crashing out of the arena and creating a substantial crater in the earth. This is defeat? How exceedingly swift! The onlooking disciples below were evidently still processing the events. The dazzling arcane arts and secret techniques they had anticipated were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they had not even had the chance to be deployed, as Yi Chun had swiftly vanquished two prominent disciples of Rinyang Peak in succession. Yi Chen, you truly deserve to die. From Rinyang Peak, yet another disciple charged forward. Huang Hansel. This disciple exhibited wisdom, recognizing that engaging in close combat was unwise against Yi Chun, opting instead for a powerful technique. I have obliterated those in the true Yang realm. Why should I fear a mere child? Yi Chun was utterly formidable, advancing rather than retreating. With his left hand, he unleashed a thunderous palm strike that shattered the Huangshan seal, while his right fist, imbued with the might of the mountains, sent the disciple staggering backward with a muffled grunt. Binding vines technique. As he retreated, the disciple swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, numerous vines erupted from the ground, slithering toward Yi Chun like serpents. It was evident that this disciple practiced wood-based cultivation, for without such affinity, he could not wield the binding vines technique. With a swift motion, Yi Chun drew forth the Qi Shao sword and, employing the mystifying steps of a swift shadow, severed the encroaching vines. In just a few strides, he was before the disciple, delivering a downward strike with his sword. Earth escape. Observing the situation, the disciple swiftly burrowed underground. Come out. Yi Chen bellowed, swinging his arm as a mighty fist crashed down upon the arena. Boom! The arena trembled, and the disciple who had just vanished into the earth was violently ejected from the ground. Yi Chun was as swift as the wind, seizing the disciple and Appo's leg before he even touched the ground. What followed was a performance Yi Chun was all too familiar with. Boom! With a resounding crash, the disciple was slammed into the ground, his innards nearly expelled from his body, just like those who had been thrown before him. Another one down. The crowd below sighed with a mix of awe and resignation. Yi Chun and Appo's ferocity in tossing opponents had become a spectacle they had grown accustomed to. Clang! Clang! Two beams of sword light surged onto the stage as disciples from Diyang Peak launched their assault. With rapid strikes, Yi Chun shattered the two beams of light and swiftly retreated, for the disciple had exhaled a cloud of smoke, enveloping the arena in a thick mist that obscured the view of the spectators below. Bang! Clang! Buzz! Sounds of battle echoed from within the smoke, indicating a fierce clash between Yi Chun and the disciple. This was illusory smoke mist. It was uncertain whether Yi Chun could penetrate it. I have heard tales of many formidable disciples who have suffered greatly because of it. Is that true? Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the arena, silencing the spectators and Appo's chatter. Soon after, a bloodied figure was hurled from the mist, collapsing upon landing, unconscious. No need to look. He's been nearly beaten to death by Yi Chun. Before long, the fog dissipated, revealing Yi Chun's silhouette. He was injured. Xiong'er immediately noticed a deep gash on Yi Chun's back and a sword mark on his shoulder. Exhaust him. Disciples from Diyang Peak surged forward, unwilling to grant Yi Chun a moment's respite. The battle reignited. This disciple from Diyang Peak was stronger than Yi Chun had anticipated, primarily due to his mastery of multiple secret techniques, rendering him nearly invulnerable. After throwing the disciple to the ground, Yi Chun bore numerous injuries himself. Kill! A disciple from Rinyang Peak lunged at him, unleashing a powerful technique. Subsequently, disciples from both Rinyang Peak and Diyang Peak continued to swarm the arena. Each one was ruthless, leaving no room for mercy, employing lethal techniques. And with each wave, their strength increased, unleashing a plethora of secret arts. Though Yi Chun possessed the strength to battle beyond his level, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of so many opponents. With each victory over a disciple, his body became increasingly marred with wounds, his robe stained crimson. If this continued, he would surely be exhausted. Xiong'er clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Battle. The arena resonated with Yi Chun's resounding voice. He fought with indomitable spirit, resembling an unyielding cockroach, his vitality remarkably robust, having incapacitated several disciples while remaining vibrantly alive. In stark contrast, the disciples from Deyong Peak and Rinyong Peak wore grim expressions. They were all esteemed prodigies of their respective peaks, each expected to excel. Yet they found themselves thoroughly bested by Yi Chen, who was merely at the Qi gathering stage. News of the battle had long since reached Rinyong Peak and Deyong Peak. Useless all of them. Yi Hong Fu mid. Enraged that his personally trained disciples were being defeated by a mere Qi gathering stage cultivator. How could he not be furious? Qin Yongzhenren was no better off. Upon receiving reports of the disciples and Appo's failures, he was thunderstruck with rage. Yi Chen and Appo's strength far surpassed his expectations, leading him to question whether allowing the disciples to emerge early from seclusion had been a wise decision. In contrast to Gu Hong and Qin Yongzhenren, the expression of the elder from Tianyang Peak, Zhong Laodao, was remarkably animated. Sitting beneath a crooked tree, he grumbled incessantly, lamenting, after a century of cultivation, "I must be blind. A mere Qi gathering stage. What astonishing talent." It must be said, he had a rather humorous perspective. Though his disciples had some entanglements with Yi Chen, he had taught them well. At least he had not resorted to schemes, unlike Qin Yongzhenren and Gu Hong, who were petty and vindictive. It now appeared that his decision had been astute. Had he allowed his disciples to confront Yi Chen, who knew how many would return standing? Such folly. Zhong Laodao covered his face with his hand, feeling a deep pang of regret. Boom! On the wind cloud platform, yet another disciple from Deyong Peak was thrown by Yi Chen, utterly unrecognizable. How many is that now? A disciple below instinctively inquired. The 15th. Someone sighed. More than half of the disciples from Rinyong Peak and Deyong Peak had been incapacitated by Yi Chen. Yet, it seemed Yi Chen was not in much better shape. Many turned their gazes to the arena, where Yi Chen was visibly bloodied, his injuries numerous and distressing to behold. He staggered, nearly collapsing several times, and with the continuous waves of opponents, even with the Danci within him, he was beginning to feel depleted. "Kid, retreat. If you continue, you'll end up in serious trouble," Xiong'er urgently warned from below. Yi Chen nodded. He was well aware of his own condition. Continuing to fight would likely lead to his demise on this stage. Moreover, the remaining disciples were predominantly at the 8th to 9th levels of the human element realm, with two having 1 foot already in the true Yang realm. Though he believed he could still take down an 8th level disciple, the price would be steep, and he could not afford that. With these thoughts in mind, he turned to leave. However, from Deyong Peak, another disciple approached. This disciple had a delicate appearance, wielding a jade fan, appearing quite courteous, though his thin lips and the makeup typically worn by women suggested otherwise. One might mistake him for a woman. "I am Su Kong, and I extend my greetings." The purple-clad disciple did not immediately attack, but instead introduced himself, bowing politely to Yi Chen. However, it seems that no one has noticed that at the very moment he bowed, a silver needle, no thicker than a strand of hair, was stealthily unleashed. Despite Yi Chen's heightened vigilance, he still fell victim to it. Soon, the lethal poison carried by the needle spread rapidly throughout his body. Consequently, his physique began to darken, with the pace of this affliction catching him utterly unprepared. With a sudden spurt of blood, Yi Chen staggered, nearly collapsing. In this confrontation of titans, "You dare to employ poison?" Coldly fixing his gaze on Su Kong, a glint of icy fury flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Chapter 71. Poison? What poison? Su Kong feigned panic, pretending to be deaf and foolish. "Yi Chen, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Indeed, are you afraid you cannot defeat senior brother Su, and are thus deliberately slandering him?" Someone whispered from below. This remark quickly found support among the crowd. "I did not see senior brother Su use poison. You are judging a gentleman with the mind of a villain, claiming he used poison simply because you cannot win. Yi Chen, how insidious of you." The jeers from the audience rose and fell like waves, clearly distorting the truth, yet each face displayed righteous indignation. "Are you not dead yet? This is the price for provoking the disciples of the Sun and Earth peaks. Today, you are destined to spill blood on the Fengyan platform." In contrast to the disciples below, the true disciples of the Sun and Earth peaks wore cold smiles. On stage, Yi Chen silently listened to the cacophony of insults, his gaze growing ever colder. He realized that the Sun and Earth peaks had gone to great lengths in their revenge. They had sent forth their elite disciples and orchestrated an elaborate scheme, even secretly planting numerous supporters to amplify their clamor. The power of public opinion was indeed fearsome, and he witnessed its meaning once more. A lone fist could not fend off a multitude. How could his solitary voice stand against such a tidal wave of abuse? However, who was he? He was Yi Chen, and he would not suffer in silence. With true fire protecting him, the poison was ineffective against him. Therefore, he would return the favor in kind. Amidst the insults, he had already discreetly summoned the true fire within him, incinerating all the poison that had coursed through his body. Yet on the surface, he continued to feign being poisoned, staggering on the platform to create a false impression, thereby lulling Su Kong into a false sense of security before striking with utmost ferocity. Yi Chen, below, Xiong, seeing Yi Chen in apparent distress, was about to rush up, but he subtly noticed Yi Chen wink at him. Their understanding had reached an extraordinary level. A mere glance conveyed everything, and Xiong instinctively withdrew his foot. "Oh dear, junior brother Yi, what has happened to you? You look quite unwell." On stage, seeing Yi Chen's figure shrouded in darkness, Su Kong pretended to express concern. "Using poison against a half-dead opponent? You truly have no shame. You have wronged me. Junior brother Yi, enough nonsense, come." Yi Chen coldly glared at Su Kong. In response, Su Kong smirked playfully, no longer concealing his sinister nature. "Since you are so eager, I shall indulge you." With that, he stepped forward like the wind, a finger of ethereal light aimed at Yi Chen. As Su Kong's finger approached, Yi Chen remained steadfast, appearing to be incapacitated by the poison. In truth, he was biding his time, for Su Kong had already reached the 8th level of the human origin realm. At that moment, Su Kong revealed a vicious, malevolent grin. Just as his finger was about to strike Yi Chen, he caught sight of a mocking smile at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. A sense of foreboding surged within him. In a swift motion, Yi Chen sidestepped Su Kang's ethereal light and seized his arm, hurling him away with great force. Bang! Su Kong crashed heavily onto the battlefield several paces away. As he regained his footing, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yi Chen. "This is impossible. You clearly... What is it that I clearly am?" Yi Chen retorted with a cold laugh, the darkened skin on his body visibly regaining its natural hue. Wasn't he poisoned? I clearly saw Su Kang's poison needle pierce Yi Chen's body. Not only the true disciples from Earth Peak, but even those from Sun Peak wore expressions of extreme confusion. Looking at the stage, Su Kong and Appo's playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by an expression of fierce rage. He realized he had been outwitted by Yi Chen, who had never been poisoned. But what could he say? Claiming he had seen the poison needle pierce, Yi Chen would only serve to incriminate himself. "Senior brother Su, weren't you going to play with me?" Yi Chen beckoned with a finger. "I will annihilate you." Su Kong shouted fiercely, purple light swirling around his fingertips. However, as he took a step forward, he froze. What? He instinctively glanced at his palm, which had turned dark and was swiftly spreading towards his arm and body. Poison. Su Kong instantly recognized the anomaly within his own body. As someone who was skilled in poison, he knew all too well when he was poisoned. It was that brief moment when Yi Chen. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, leaving the spectators bewildered. "Yi Chen, how dare you use poison against me?" Su Kang's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth clenched as he glared at Yi Chen. "Poison? What poison?" Yi Chen, fine alarm, echoing Su Kang's earlier act of foolishness. "Senior brother Su, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly." Indeed. Are you afraid you cannot defeat Yi Chen and are thus deliberately slandering him?" Voices rose from below, undoubtedly Xiong's. This was camaraderie. This was true understanding. Xiong was clever. If the disciples of Sun and Earth Peaks could distort the truth, he would naturally assist Yi Chen in reclaiming the narrative. "I did not see Yi Chen use poison. Rather, Su Kong, you are judging a gentleman with the mind of a villain." The lengthy diatribe was entirely Xiong's voice, and his words mirrored those of the earlier spectators. Claiming Yi Chen used poison simply because you cannot win. Su Kong. How insidious of you. You. Su Kong. enraged, spewed forth a mouthful of old blood. Yi Chen is clearly using poison. At that moment, the supporters of Sun and Earth peaks began to stir once more. In the Battle of Fengyun, the use of poison is forbidden. Yi Chen has disregarded the rules and must be punished. Yi Chen, you are truly malicious. Have they all lost their minds? A particularly loud voice rang out, as Xiong Er struggled to voice his thoughts after holding back for a full minute. His shout resonated powerfully, drowning out the cacophony of insults from the audience, likely due to the sheer volume of his voice, causing many to cover their ears. After Xiong Er and Oppo's roar, the crowd fell into a brief silence. Yi Chen is indeed using poison. No amount of argument will change that. Following the silence, a disciple clad in blue leaped forward. Yi Chen and Oppo's heart is filled with malice. He must be punished. Get lost. Xiong Er unleashed his voice once more, his sound waves so powerful that many were compelled to shield their ears again. Is that the secret technique of the Xiong family? A true disciple from Sun Peak squinted, realizing why it could drown out so many voices. Little fatty even possesses such a skill. Yi Chen mused, contemplating a future conversation with Xiong Er. Just as the brief silence ended, before the supporters of Sun and Earth peaks could respond, Xiong Er bellowed again. His posture suggested he was gearing up to assist Yi Chen against the rising tide of dissent from below. Eat, sleep, and flirt. Xiong Er's voice, empowered by his secret technique, erupted forth, shaking the very heavens. And as he continued, his bizarre phrases drowned out anyone who dared to speak against him. Was this fellow even human? The legion of hired commoners, with their ears covered, found themselves so overwhelmed that they could scarcely lift their heads. Truly impressive. On stage, Yi Chen could not suppress a chuckle. Perhaps such a scene and circumstance truly necessitated the presence of a whimsical character like Xiong Er, especially his audacious spirit. For the sake of freedom, Xiong Er unleashed a soul-stirring howl. After this resonant cry, he tousled his hair, surveying the hidden hired commenters in the crowd with a glint of provocation in his small eyes, as if to challenge. Curse me again. Go on, I dare you. Keep it up, and I'll render you half paralyzed. Looking at the hired commenters, their faces flushed. It was unclear whether it was from restraint or indignation. Withdraw. Xiong Er had already exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chen. Without needing further prompting, Yi Chen leaped down from the stage, his mind set on exiting the scene with utmost swiftness. However, as he sought to depart, certain individuals were not inclined to let him go. Just as he descended from the stage, a core disciple of Yang Feng positioned himself in front of him, blocking his path. What is the rush? Why the urgency to leave? Chapter 72. Inverted black and white. The confrontation between the factions is entirely voluntary. Today, I wish to refrain from fighting. Is that not permissible? Yi Chen spoke calmly. You have reduced my junior brothers to a state of near disability, and you think you can simply leave? How utterly naive. A disciple clad in white robes approached with a cold laugh. Upon casting a glance at the newcomer, Yi Chen and Oppo's eyes narrowed. The subtle aura emanating from this disciple instilled a sense of wariness within him. He recognized him as Jiang Hao, the foremost disciple of the Sun Peak. Beside him, Xiong Er quietly warned Yi Chen, and the apprehension reflected in his small eyes revealed his unease regarding Jiang Hao. Yi Chen, you think you can leave after injuring others? Do you take us for invisible? Another voice chimed in, as a disciple in purple robes gracefully approached, exuding an aura that rivaled Jiang Hao and Oppo's. This was Zishan, the foremost disciple of the Earth Peak. Xiong Er once again conveyed a warning to Yi Chen. One foot has already stepped into the true Yang realm. Even Yi Chen, in this moment, furrowed his brow. He believed that even at his peak condition, he would struggle to contend against the two of them. Moreover, the surroundings were not merely occupied by these two. The true disciples of both the Sun and Earth peaks had gathered. No matter how arrogant he was, 2 fists could hardly match 4 hands, unless he were to once again awaken the bloodline of the demonic path and surge in power. He would find it difficult to overwhelm them. Yet, the demonic path was the sworn enemy of the righteous. Revealing such powers would surely invite the wrath of the powerful from Hunyua's sect. Climb onto the battle stage obediently, or you shall not leave here today." Jiang Hao sneered at Yi Chen. "Brother Jiang, are you forcibly compelling me to fight?" Yi Chen shot a cold glance at Jiang Hao. In the realm of stormy confrontations, both parties must engage voluntarily. Your coercion disregards the regulations of Hunyue. And what of it? Zishan smirked playfully. We could always face the wall in reflection. To bully the weak with numbers, do you not feel any shame? Xiong Air glared at the multitude of true disciples encircling them. To gang up on a mere chi condensation realm disciple, you disgrace the title of true disciples. As he spoke, he attempted to pull Yi Chen away. What do you think you an amp? Amp? Oppos. Regoing. Unexpectedly, the true disciples of the sun peak immediately struck, a palm aiming from behind. Yi Chen and Amp, Oppos. S gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated such an open ambush from the Sun Peak disciples. In an instant, he turned around, meeting the attack with a thunder palm. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Yi Chen, not in peak condition, was sent reeling back, spitting blood. Clang! Before he could stabilize himself, a true disciple from the Earth Peak brandished a lethal sword, aiming directly at Yi Chen's back. Despicable! Xiongye shouted, swiftly wielding his wolf-toothed club to intercept the lethal strike. Seeing this, another disciple from the Earth Peak launched an attack, throwing a punch. Yi Chen, caught off guard, was forced to retaliate, once again spitting blood and retreating. A disciple from the Sun Peak, clad in blue, suddenly attacked, piercing Yi Chen and Amp, Oppos, S back with a finger, swiftly following up with a palm strike that sent him staggering. Puff! As blood flickered, just as Yi Chen regained his footing, a sword pierced through his shoulder. Give me your life. The voices of both Peaks and Oppos, true disciples, arose, surrounding Yi Chen and unleashing deadly moves. This scene left the observing disciples around them in shock. Who would have imagined that the true disciples of both the Sun and Earth Peaks would dare to attack openly and in unison against a mere chi condensation realm apprentice? This was a violation of sect regulations. Were they not afraid of facing retribution from the sect? Indeed, why isn't Elder Daojia intervening? Can't you see? The disciples of the Sun and Earth Peaks dare to act so brazenly because they must have formidable backing, which makes even Elder Daojia hesitate to act recklessly. Furthermore, I have heard that Elder Daojia is not even present in the sect today. So does this mean Yi Chen is doomed? Boom! Just as the discussion ensued, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the stormy confrontation stage. Looking towards the chaos, someone had indeed unleashed the heavenly thunder spell, causing a group of true disciples to be thrown into disarray. In the midst of the turmoil, through the billowing smoke, Yi Chen's staggering and bloodied figure emerged. Kulme. Yi Chen strode forth, his once handsome face now appearing somewhat twisted. In his hand, he grasped 4 heavenly thunder spell talismans, indicating that it was he who had previously invoked the spell. Perhaps, in his desperate state, unable to resist the overwhelming onslaught of true disciples, he resorted to this drastic measure, risking a breach of sect rules to deter his attackers. Yi Chen, you dare to disregard the sect's regulations by using the heavenly thunder spell? Instantly, a chorus of accusations erupted from all directions. You all dare to openly besiege me beneath the stormy confrontation stage. Why can't I use the heavenly thunder spell? Death is inevitable. You shall not escape the path to the underworld. Yi Chen's face twisted with madness as he coldly regarded the throng of true disciples. He was resolved. If he was to perish, he would take them down with him. He is truly mad. Many of the true disciples gritted their teeth in fury. I am mad. Yi Chen licked the blood from his lips defiantly. Come if you dare. Under the heavenly thunder spell, let us all be shattered to pieces. Yi Chen. A commanding voice suddenly rang out as a group approached from the fringes, led by the chief disciple of the discipline hall, In Jiping. You have immense audacity, openly using the heavenly thunder spell within the sect. In Jiping thundered, his stance unmistakably clear. He was not aligned with Yi Chen. Brother In, you only see me using the heavenly thunder spell. Did you not witness them besieging me? Yi Chen shot a cold glance at In Jiping. Yet he did not lower the heavenly thunder spell in his grasp. That does not justify your use of the heavenly thunder spell. What a joke. If a blade were at your throat, would you simply allow yourself to be slain? I invoked the heavenly thunder spell purely for self-preservation. Then let us see the truth in the discipline hall. Yin Jiping retorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a flash of electric light surged forth, revealing a glowing rope that slithered like a serpent, moving with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by Yin Jiping and Amp, Oppo's sudden attack and the rope's uncanny swiftness, Yi Chen was ensnared before he could react. Yi Chen struggled, but the rope's intricacies far exceeded his expectations. It not only suppressed his true energy, but also bound his movements, rendering him immobile. Take him away, Yin Jiping commanded. Immediately, disciples from the discipline hall rushed forward. Seizing Yi Chen. To ensure fairness, Yin Jiping also ordered the true disciples of both peaks to be removed from the fray. However, just as they exited the crowd, Yin Jiping and the true disciples of the two peaks exchanged knowing smiles, as if this scene had been premeditated. Xiong Er, perceptive as he was, caught on to their covert actions. Though he may have been unreliable, he possessed intelligence. It was evident that this was a conspiracy between the two peaks and the discipline hall. They had colluded, and it would be difficult for Yi Chen to emerge alive from this ordeal. Xiong Er, take Hua and the others away from Hengyue. Yi Chen shouted desperately as he was dragged away. Perhaps he realized that once he entered the discipline hall, survival would be nearly impossible. He did not wish for those he cared for to continue suffering in his absence, so all he could do was entrust Hua and the others to Xiong Er. Seeing Yi Chen being taken away, Xiong Er gritted his teeth, filled with resentment towards the formidable backing of the two peaks. Even as a member of the Xiong family, it would be challenging to protect Yi Chen and Oppo's life. Backing? As his thought crossed his mind, Xiong Er and Oppo's eyes brightened. Stronger than their backing? Then I shall find Yi Chen a backing that they cannot provoke. Chapter 73. Capital punishment. Yi Chen was dragged into the austere and cold discipline hall, followed by a throng of onlookers. Upon his arrival, he was immediately shackled to a bronze pillar. In stark contrast, two disciples from the Twin Peaks, who had also violated the sect and Oppo's rules, stood leisurely in the hall, adorned with mere shackles, their treatment a glaring juxtaposition to Yi Chen and Oppo's dire predicament. Yi Chen, do you acknowledge your crime of employing the heavenly thunder curse within the sect? Yin Jiping stood before him, arms crossed and a mocking smile on his lips. They intend to kill me. I acted solely in self-defense. Yi Chen retorted, kill you? Where does that notion arise? The disciples from the Twin Peaks chimed in, their voices dripping with scorn. Yi Chen, you speak with venom. What was clearly a sparring match has somehow transformed into your claim of being hunted. Brother Yin is wise. Do not heed Yi Chen's fabrications. He seeks merely to absolve himself of guilt by laying blame on us. At that moment, the disciples from the Twin Peaks began to jeer, chanting in unison, Yi Chen's use of the heavenly thunder curse is indeed deserving of death. Punish him. Such a ruthless heart at such a young age. What will become of him as he matures? The hall echoed with shouts and curses from the Twin Peaks disciples, their indignation palpable as they twisted the truth and thrust a heavy accusation upon Yi Chen. Currently bound to the pillar, Yi Chen resembled a notorious criminal, subjected to relentless scorn. Among the assembly were also disciples from Hengyue. Despite their knowledge of the truth being far removed from the claims made by the Twin Peaks disciples, dared not speak up for fear of retribution. Yi Chen's current plight served as a stark reminder of the dangers of standing against the Twin Peaks. Yin Jiping, having absorbed the uproar, turned his icy gaze upon Yi Chen once more. Have you nothing to say? Yi Chen fell silent. What more was there to say? From the moment he was dragged into the discipline hall, he had foreseen his fate. The Twin Peaks and the discipline hall had conspired against him. As a mere intern disciple at the Qi gathering stage, he had no backing, no allies. Any words he spoke would be futile. Perhaps he had underestimated the cunning of the Twin Peaks, where every step was laden with traps meant to ensnare him. Yet in this moment, he felt no regret for his actions in defense of Hua and the others. Suddenly, the harsh reality of the cultivation path unfolded before him, revealing its inherent cruelty and sorrow. Yin Jiping, noticing Yi Chen's silence, sneered, your silence implies acquiescence, does it not? Enough of this banter, let it begin. Yi Chen and Amp, Oppos. S voice turned hoarse, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, rendering his gaze hazy. Very well. In Jeeping laughed heartily, producing an ancient scroll which he unfurled with the gravitas of one declaring a royal decree. According to the 9th article of the Hung U.S. sect's regulations, using the heavenly thunder curse within the sect is punishable by death. Upon concluding his statement, In Jeeping closed the scroll with finality and signaled to the disciples flanking him. Just then, an elderly figure emerged from the crowd, desperately pushing through. It was Zhang Fengyan. Do not kill him. Please do not kill him, Zhang Fengyan implored, his face a mask of desperation as he looked up at In Jeeping. Spare him. Take my life instead. Old man, do not plead on his behalf. Yichun and Oppos. S blurred vision suddenly cleared as he struggled to speak. Foolish child, do not speak. Zhang Fengyan shot a glance at Yichun before turning back to In Jeeping. He is but a child. I beg you, let him go. Let him go. In Jeeping chuckled mockingly. Zhang Fengyan, have you lost your wits? He has committed a capital offense by using the heavenly thunder curse within the sect. To Yichun and Amp, Oppos, S horror, Zhang Fengyan suddenly knelt before In Jeeping with a thud. At that moment, Yichun and Oppos, S eyes bulged, bloodshot and brimming with tears of anguish as he beheld the sight of the frail, venerable figure kneeling in supplication. Grandfather, how can you kneel before him? After a brief silence, Yichun's voice erupted with a roar. Ah! Zhang Fengyan's body trembled, yet he remained on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Zhang Fengyan and Oppos' forehead meeting the floor reverberated throughout the hall. Please, spare him. I beg you. Each time he struck his forehead against the ground, tears of humiliation streamed down his aged face. He was Zhang Fengyan, of equal standing with the Hung U.S. sect's leader. Yet now he found himself in such a pitiful position, stripped of dignity. He has committed a capital crime. None can save him, In Jeeping remarked dismissively, raising his chin high. Then take my life. Trade my life for his. Zhang Fengyan clutched In Jeeping's legs, desperation etched across his features. The unexpected embrace startled In Jeeping, who grimaced in contempt and kicked Zhang Fengyan away, barking, You a worthless fool, have no right to negotiate with me. Yet, undeterred, Zhang Fengyan lunged once more, grasping In Jeeping and Amp, Oppos' legs. He is just a child. I implore you, spare him. Get lost. In Jeeping, losing patience, kicked Zhang Fengyan, sending him sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. This entire scene unfolded before Yichen's helpless eyes. Unable to contain his fury, he bellowed, In Jeeping, if I do not perish today, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. Even in death, I shall haunt you. Suddenly, a dormant power surged within him. Rage ignited, awakening the demonic forces that lay hidden within his bloodline, engulfing his mind in a tempest of fury and bloodlust. In response to Yichun and Oppos' roar, In Jeeping's anger flared. Kill him. I command you. Instantly, the disciples at his sides brandished their swords, grinning maliciously. However, at that moment, a beam of spiritual light shot into the hall, deftly disarming the raised swords with a flick of its energy. Following this, a voice, serene yet commanding, echoed throughout the chamber. How lively the discipline hall is today. Before the words had settled, a spectral figure appeared within the hall, tall and ethereal. With an air of tranquility, his robes billowed as if stirred by an invisible breeze, radiating a luminescent glow. His eyes, filled with the weight of experience, sparkled with profound wisdom. He is, instantaneously, all present, including the Twin Peaks disciples and In Jeeping, bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with reverence. Chapter 74. Su Fu. The atmosphere in the hall turned apprehensive with the arrival of the person wielding a whisk. The disciples collectively bowed and greeted Elder Su Fu, their voices resonating with unusual clarity and uniformity, each displaying utmost respect and not daring to show the slightest negligence. It was no wonder these disciples acted thus. The identity of the visitor was exceedingly noble. Su Fu, the foremost alchemist of Hung U.S. sect. In terms of seniority within Hung U.S. sect, he was the elder brother of the current sect master, and the only alchemist within the sect. Alchemists held an extraordinarily esteemed status, being a rare breed. And Su Fu was one of them, supplying the spiritual pills and elixirs for Heng sect, making it rare for anyone within the sect to dare provoke him. Zhang Fengyan acknowledged, "I have met Senior Brother Su." The tranquil atmosphere of the discipline hall was shattered by this faint voice. Zhang Fengyan, having been kicked and spitting blood by Yin Jiping, lay prostrate on the ground, utterly weakened. "You are Zhang Fengyan?" Su Fu's incredulous words emerged as he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the kneeling Zhang Fengyan. His astonishment was warranted. Zhang Fengyan appeared far too aged, rendering even Su Fu unable to recognize him. Upon reflection, it made sense. Zhang Fengyan had been rendered a cripple, unlike cultivators such as themselves who could alter their appearances. "Why, yes, it is I." Zhang Fengyan continued to lie on the ground. Su Fu furrowed his brow once more. With his keen perception, he could naturally discern that Zhang Fengyan had been severely beaten. And not lightly at that. "Who did this to you?" Su Fu waved his hand, infusing a stream of spiritual energy into Zhang Fengyan and Amp, Oppo's body. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiping, standing respectfully to the side, trembled, too frightened to utter a word. "Who was it?" Su Fu and Amp, Oppo's voice boomed as he surveyed everyone in the hall, his commanding presence causing the entire discipline hall to reverberate. It was me." Despite his fear, Yin Jiping steeled himself and took a step forward. Upon hearing this, Su Fu fixed his piercing gaze upon Yin Jiping, making him tremble uncontrollably. "Elder, I was mistaken, Before Yin Jiping could finish a sentence, Su Fu struck him with a palm, sending him flying. Such audacity! Su Fu's voice was frigid. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, how dare he lay hands on an elder? Was he seeking death? Yin Jiping, having been struck and spitting blood, turned pale. Yet upon rising, he immediately knelt, hastily pleading for mercy. "Elder, I realize my mistake. Senior Brother Su, what has provoked your wrath so?" An elder donned in a purple robe stepped forth from the discipline hall, clearly Yin Jiping's reclusive master, Zhao Zhijing. "Junior Brother Zhao, you truly have raised a fine disciple," Su Fu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhijing. Hearing this, Zhao Zhijing frowned and looked at his disciple. "Yin Jiping, what have you done?" I accidentally harmed Uncle Zhang Fengyan." "Zhang Fengyan?" Zhao Zhijing's eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at Zhang Fengyan. "Senior Brother Su, Zhang Fengyan has long been expelled from the mountain by the master. Even if he has been expelled, he remains a member of Heng sect." Su Fu and Amp, Oppo's voice grew even colder. "You must properly discipline your disciple. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, how can he so brazenly offend an elder and expect to command respect?" Zhao Zhijing inhaled deeply at Su Fu and Amp, Oppo's reprimand but chose not to retaliate. Provoking Su Fu was certainly unwise. Meanwhile, Su Fu and Amp, Oppo's gaze shifted to Yi Chun, who was shackled to a copper pillar. Examining Yi Chun from head to toe, his eyes turned sharp and profound before he finally spoke. "I shall take this disciple with me." "Elder, this..." The disciples from the two peaks were momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you have any objections?" Su Fu shot a glance at the disciples of the two peaks, and the hall fell into an eerie silence. "Elder," he invoked the thunder curse within the sect. "That is a capital offense," Yin Jiping interjected, emboldened by the presence of his master. Moreover, Yi Chun had previously declared his intent to retaliate against him, and he did not wish for Yi Chun to be taken away so easily, for that would surely lead to future troubles. Upon hearing Yin Jiping's words, Zhao Zhijing, as the head of the discipline hall, chimed in mockingly, "Senior Brother Su, he has committed a capital offense. If you wish to take him away, that might be." Yi Chun acted in self-defense when invoking the thunder curse. A voice interrupted as Xiong Er barged in from outside the hall. "Oh!" Su Fu raised an eyebrow, focusing on the chubby Xiong Er. Immediately, Xiong Er glared at the disciples from the two peaks, recalling how they had relentlessly assaulted Yi Chun at the wind and cloud platform. Hearing Xiong Er's accusation, Su Fu cast another glance at the disciples from the two peaks, sneering, "So many of you attacking a single disciple at the Qi condensation stage. Is that truly what you are capable of?" Under Su Fu and Amp, oppose, scrutiny. The disciples from the two peaks lowered their heads, their faces ablaze with shame, not daring to utter a word. Su Fu resumed his gaze toward Xiong'er. Yi Chun was beaten almost to death and, unable to continue, jumped off the platform. Yet, these scoundrels forced him back on stage to fight. When he refused, they surrounded and attacked him. Elder, their actions were life-threatening. You must see clearly, Xiong'er exclaimed. Yi Chun was compelled to invoke the thunder curse for self-preservation. After listening to Xiong'er and Appo's account, Su Fu raised an eyebrow and turned to Zhao Zhijing, smiling as he inquired, Junior Brother Zhao, in Hing sect, what penalty does one face for recklessly injuring disciples with murderous intent? A severe death penalty, Zhao Zhijing replied. And what of wantonly harming an elder? Su Fu pressed further. Zhao Zhijing narrowed his eyes. He was not foolish, recognizing that Su Fu's inquiry was directed at his disciple Yin Jiping. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and stated, that too is a death penalty. Since both crimes warrant the death penalty, then let us execute them swiftly. Let us slay these rascals. Su Fu declared with an astonishing nonchalance, causing the disciples from the two peaks and Yin Jiping to kneel in terror. Senior Brother Su, do you understand what killing them would signify? Zhao Zhijing's expression darkened. It signifies the unwavering justice of the discipline hall of Hung sect. Su Fu shrugged. Since all are guilty of capital offenses, why should only this disciple named Yi Chun face death? If they must die, let them all die. If they are to live, let them all live. Senior Brother Su, must you escalate matters to such a degree? Escalate? Then let us pursue a path of peace, Su Fu laughed, pointing at the shackled Yi Chun. This lad shall be taken back for punishment. And as for the disciples from the two peaks and Yin Jiping, you may handle them as you see fit. Very well. At this moment, Zhao Zhijing realized Su Fu and Appo's elaborate ruse was merely to protect Yi Chun. In that instant, Zhao Zhijing contemplated numerous scenarios. Su Fu was correct. All were guilty of capital offenses, and it was clear they could not simply execute Yi Chun. However, should he decide to kill them all, not only would the two peaks retaliate, but their respective families would also seek retribution against him. Furthermore, he truly did not wish to strain relations with Su Fu. Provoking an alchemist was unwise. A mere novice disciple was not worth his concern. Allowing Yi Chun to leave was not a significant loss, and in doing so, he could earn Su Fu a favor, an advantageous trade indeed. Zhao Zhijing, having thought it through, smiled. If that is the case, Senior Brother Su is welcome to take him. Master, Yin Jiping and Appo's expression tightened. Silence. Zhao Zhijing snapped, interrupting him. From this day forth, you shall remain in the ice prison. Thus, Su Fu cast a glance at Yin Jiping before waving his hand to shatter Yi Chun's shackles with a burst of spiritual energy. Young man, Xiong'er quickly stepped forward to support Yi Chun. Thank you, Yi Chun whispered as he clung to Xiong'er and Appo's back, never expecting that Xiong'er would bring him such a formidable ally as Su Fu. Chapter 75, The Elixir Pavilion. What? Su Fu, upon hearing the report from his disciples, both Gahong and the Taoist Qin Yang were taken aback. The elder Su Fu had nearly clashed with elder Zhao Zhijian over this matter. Exchanging glances, Gu Hong and the Taoist Qin Yang were engulfed in profound bewilderment. This was entirely unexpected. After all their meticulous planning, they had not anticipated Su Fu's involvement. Furrowing their brows, their gazes became uncertain, struggling to comprehend why Su Fu would intervene to save an interned disciple in the Qi condensation realm. This alone indicated that Yi Chun was far from ordinary. Was it due to Yi Chun and Appo's innate talent? Yi Hong pondered. With Su Fu and Appo's as protection, any attempt to harm Yi Chun would be considerably more challenging. The Taoist Qin Yang's expression also darkened significantly. They understood that, in Hung sect, provoking Su Fu was a grave mistake. If angered, he could easily withhold the supply of elixirs and spiritual liquids, rendering their cultivation endeavors futile. In stark contrast to their reactions, Elder Zhong of Tianyang Peak stood frozen upon hearing the news. Su Fu saved Yi Chun? What in the world is happening? On a comfortable bed, the slumbering Yi Chun stirred, greedily inhaling the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. The next moment, he opened his eyes to find himself face to face with the rotund visage of Xiong. "You finally woke up," Xiong sighed in relief. "Where is this?" Sitting up, Yichun rubbed his brow, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. "The elixir pavilion," Xiong chuckled. Only then did Yichun recall the events of the day. He had fought on the Fengyun platform, besieged by disciples from two peaks, and dragged into the discipline hall. The scenes replayed vividly in his mind. Yet he had not anticipated that Su Fu would be his savior. "My apologies. To save you, I had to break our agreement," Xiong murmured. Yichun remained silent, aware of what Xiong referred to. They had made a pact concerning his true fire, wherein Xiong promised to keep it secret. The true fire was of great significance. Aside from aiding in cultivation, it could assist alchemists in refining elixirs. Hengyu's sect possessed only one source of earth fire, controlled by Su Fu of the elixir pavilion. This very earth fire enabled Su Fu to concoct elixirs and spiritual liquids to meet the sect and Appo's demands. This was also the reason behind Su Fu and Appo's timely rescue. The distinction between earth fire and true fire was evident. True fire was of a much higher echelon, and one could only imagine how superior the elixirs refined with true fire would be compared to those made with earth fire. The importance of true fire to an alchemist was self-evident. Xiong had recognized this and sought help from the elixir pavilion. His decision proved astute. Regardless of whether Su Fu sought to seize Yichun and Appo's true fire, at least Yichun was alive, a far better outcome than perishing in the discipline hall. Was Su Fu like? After a moment of contemplation, Yichun inquired. "How should I put it?" Xiong scratched his ear. "He seems upright, but in truth, he's rather lecherous." "What kind of answer is that? Are you afraid he might take your true fire?" Xiong, not one to be easily fooled, discerned Yichun's true concern. Yichun did not deny it, nodding gently. "He saved my life. Even if he were to take my true fire now, I would have no objections. Then, you must be prepared for the consequences." Xiong shook his head helplessly. The true fire was too vital for an alchemist. Even if Su Fu appeared honorable, there was still the possibility he could usurp Yichun's true fire. "Little fatty, what do you take my elder Su for?" A gruff voice interrupted as someone entered the room. Upon seeing this, Xiong cleared his throat and fell silent. Yichun had already leapt from the bed, bowing respectfully to Su Fu. "Disciple Yichun, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance." "Is that all? Just mere words?" Su Fu remarked, hesitating. Yichun bit his lip and replied, "If the elder desires my true fire, he may take it whenever he wishes. That will depend on whether I can tame it." Su Fu chuckled, gazing at Yichun. "Show me your true fire. It has been many years since I have seen true fire." Taking a deep breath, Yichun summoned his golden true fire, which flared into existence in his palm. "Golden true fire," Su Fu exclaimed, astonished. He promptly retrieved an ancient scroll from his robe, flipping through it with keen interest. Yichun stole a glance and noticed each page depicted various forms of true fire: purple, yellow, blue, each annotated with markings. None? After a thorough examination, Su Fu turned his gaze back to the golden flame in Yichun's palm, squinting as he murmured, "This golden true fire is a first for me. It is not even recorded in the flame compendium. Indeed, the world harbors countless flames, and the compendium cannot encompass them all. Nevertheless, this golden flame appears truly extraordinary." Su Fu scrutinized Yichun and Appo's true fire, muttering to himself for quite some time. Finally, he extended his hand to grasp the flame, hoping to gain deeper insight. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Yichun and Appo's true fire seemed to possess a will of its own. As soon as Su Fu grasped it, it erupted in fierce resistance, blazing wildly. Su Fu yelped in pain, hastily releasing his grip, his palms scorched black. The true fire, resembling a streak of golden light, darted back into Yichun's body, leaving Xiong utterly astonished. "Your true fire possesses sentience." Ignoring the pain in his hand, Su Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Elder, isn't it said that flames born of heaven and earth all possess sentience?" Xiong queried, puzzled. "Who said that all flames born of heaven and earth have sentience?" Su Fu shot Xiong Air a glance, stroking his beard as he explained. While all such flames possess a degree of spirituality, the concepts of spirituality and sentience are not synonymous. If we classify by rank, sentience surpasses mere spirituality. Though the difference is but a single character, it represents an immeasurable divide. This is what you mean? Xiong Air scratched his head in confusion. Elder, how is the rank of true fire determined? Yi Chun inquired, recalling his previous encounter with the purple-clad elder in the Netherworld black market, where he learned that true fire had classifications, yet the elder had not elucidated further. That is difficult to define. Su Fu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Some are classified by the level of spirituality, others by the intensity of the flame, and some by their era of emergence. As for specific ranks, based on my years of cultivation, I am yet to ascertain them. Alas, Su Fu sighed, continuing, I had intended to borrow your true fire to integrate it into my being, with the promise of returning it upon my death. Now it seems that plan is unfeasible. Why? Both Yi Chun and Xiong Air inquired simultaneously. Because your true fire inherently possesses sentience, it recognizes you as its master. Forcing it into my body would result in a powerful backlash. This is a matter of destiny. Since it has chosen you, it cannot be coerced. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt an immense relief wash over him. Su Fu and Appo's words were clear. He did not intend to take his true fire, implying it could remain with him. However, I cannot save you without recompense. Su Fu coughed lightly. What do you require of me, Elder? Assist me in alchemy. Alchemy? Yi Chun was taken aback, then managed an awkward smile. Elder, I can refine spiritual liquid, but I am utterly ignorant of alchemy. I hear? That night, Yi Chun exited the elixir pavilion, agreeing to return in 3 days to assist Su Fu with alchemy. Throughout the journey, Yi Chun maintained a profound silence. His survival from this calamity was merely a stroke of fortune, reflecting on the conspiracies devised against him by Ren Yongfeng, Di Yongfeng, and the discipline hall instills a sense of dread in him. Had it not been for Su Fu's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. While one can evade an open blade, a hidden arrow is far more treacherous. He is acutely aware that even with Su Fu's protection, the threat of annihilation looms perpetually. The facade of righteousness among the esteemed sects belies the treachery that lurks within, a reality he perceives with clarity. I am too weak, he murmured to himself. Clenching his fists tightly, a growl escaping between his gritted teeth, I must grow stronger to safeguard those I hold dear. Upon returning to the Shaolin Garden, he knelt before Zhang Fingyin's door for an extended period. It was this venerable elder who, casting aside dignity and risking his life, had come to his rescue. Overwhelmed by guilt, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Senior, it is I who have brought you shame, Yi Chun vowed. I swear here that those who have bullied you shall pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for their transgressions. Chapter 76. Xiong Air's bride. The night sky was deep and vast, with scattered stars like dust. It was only late into the night that Yi Chun returned to his chamber. The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow as he sat cross-legged on his bed, introspecting his own body. Earlier at the Hall of Discipline, he had nearly fallen into the path of darkness. Had that occurred, even Su Fu might not have been able to save him. This trump card, he vowed, must never be used unless absolutely necessary. Yi Chun murmured to himself. This world was indeed ruthless. The so-called righteous path allowed no room for the demonic. At some point, he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a peculiar state, his consciousness drifting between the ethereal and the tangible. In this dreamscape, he caught a glimpse of a pitch-black world, where a colossal cauldron loomed like a mountain, suffocating him with its weight. Faintly, he could hear the sinister whispers emanating from within. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was but a dream. As he regained his composure and surveyed his familiar surroundings, the image of that towering cauldron lingered in his mind, too vivid to shake off. After dinner, Xiong Air arrived, accompanied by a plump young girl, undoubtedly the bride he had mentioned. Yi Chun couldn't help but scrutinize the girl. Although not exceptionally striking, her chubby cheeks gave her a charming air, particularly accentuated by her bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with allure. "This is my wife, Tang Rushuan," Xiong Er introduced, pulling the girl into a warm embrace, his expression delightfully comical. However, the sight of the two together struck Yi Chun as somewhat odd. Xiong Er and Amp, Oppo's robust figure beside the dainty Tang Rushuan evoked a sense of playful absurdity, prompting Yi Chun to feel an overwhelming urge to inquire. "What do you see in him?" "Oh, don't tease." Tang Rushuan seemed accustomed to Xiong Er's antics, yet her shyness led her to gently push him away. Turning to Yi Chun, she smiled, revealing two adorable dimples and tiny canines. "I am Tang Rushuan, a disciple of Elder Du from the Outer Sect's Spirit Fruit Orchard. Just call me Yi Chun," he replied with a smile. "I truly appreciate your help today. Is there anything I should prepare?" "Nothing much, except that the cleansing process will be quite painful," Yi Chun candidly admitted. He recalled the excruciating agony he had endured during his first body refinement, a torment that had nearly caused him to faint. Such inhuman suffering was no trifling matter. "It and Oppos. That's all right. I can handle it," Tang Rushuan affirmed with determination. Yi Chun nodded, his resolve solidifying as he summoned the genuine fire, enveloping her in its warmth before channeling it into her meridians with utmost care, ensuring not to harm her. Despite his caution, a pained expression soon crossed Tang Rushuan's delicate features, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow. "Are you sure you can manage?" Xiong Er shot Yi Chun a concerned glance. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing," Yi Chun replied with a hint of irritation. As time passed, Tang Rushuan gradually acclimated to the discomfort, prompting Yi Chun to intensify the cleansing process. To divert her attention and alleviate her pain, he initiated a conversation. "You and this hefty fellow aren't betrothed by any chance, are you?" Glancing at Xiong Er, Tang Rushuan chuckled. "Actually, he wasn't always like this. A mishap with his cultivation technique led to his current appearance." "Is that so?" Yi Chun heiset on Ayabol, I ein Xiong Er curiously. "Bringing this up infuriates me." Xiong Er plopped down on the ground, frustration evident in his tone. "That old fool is to blame. I was once quite dashing until that ridiculous technique ruined me." "It and Amp, Oppos. That's all right. Adon and Amp, Oppos. T-mind." Tang Rushuan laughed, revealing her tiny canines once more and affectionately patted Xiong Er's round head. "You and Amp, Oppos. LL returned to your former self one day." The trio shared laughter, successfully diverting Tang Rushuan and Oppos as focus. Throughout the process, Yi Chun diligently intensified the genuine fire, refining her essence repeatedly, even fortifying her meridians and bones in the process. After 3 hours, he finally exhaled a long breath, withdrawing the genuine fire. As the flames receded, Tang Rushuan swayed slightly. "How do you feel?" Xiong asked anxiously. "I feel warm inside." Tang Rushuan stretched her somewhat stiff limbs, noticing a newfound lightness in her body, her meridians feeling significantly more unobstructed. Overall, she felt splendid. "Really?" Xiong Er's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together, casting an eager glance at Yi Chun. "Can you refine me too?" "Of course." Yi Chun responded surprisingly readily, unleashing the genuine fire once more, enveloping Xiong Er entirely. Soon, the small spirit garden echoed with Xiong Er's wails of agony. Unlike the gentle approach he had taken with Tang Rushuan, Yi Chun showed no mercy in refining Xiong Er's body. The following 2 days unfolded similarly, with Xiong Er bringing Tang Rushuan each morning. Remarkably, after 3 days of refinement, Tang Rushuan experienced an unexpected breakthrough, advancing from the 4th layer of human origin to the 5th layer. 3 days passed quietly. One morning, after a hasty breakfast, Yi Chun ascended the mountain with his divine sword. For today, he was to assist Su Fu in alchemy. As usual, upon reaching Ling Mountain, he attracted the attention of disciples meditating on the stone, who whispered amongst themselves, occasionally glancing and pointing at him. Elder Su had nearly clashed with Elder Zhao on his behalf. Truly, he was destined for great fortune after such adversity. With Elder Su and Oppos as protection, a bright future awaited him. Indeed, as Yi Chun walked, many disciples greeted him, a stark contrast to the previous indifference he had faced as an intern disciple. Su Fu's intervention had significantly altered his standing. However, he encountered disciples from both the sun and earth peaks. Whether out of jealousy or resentment, they glared at him with gritted teeth, leading one to believe they bore a grudge against him. Yi Chun paid them no mind, proceeding directly to the Ling Dan Pavilion. Inside, he found a visiting inter-sect elder, a striking woman whose beauty resembled that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was none other than Chu Xianyuan, the very same he had encountered on the back mountain. "Sister, are you truly considering selecting a disciple from the outer sect?" Su Fu asked, a note of surprise in his voice. "Alas, I have no choice. It is the master's insistence." Chu Xianyuan sighed, her delicate shoulders shrugging in resignation. "He wants me to choose someone with exceptional talent, preferably of the qi condensation realm, for future contingencies. Indeed, sister, you ought to take on a disciple. There are plenty of talented outer sect disciples to choose from," Su Fu replied. Choose. Why do you also say the same?" Chu Xianyuan pressed her temples, exasperated. Su Fu chuckled softly, then shifted the topic. "What are your thoughts on the Tianji Dan being auctioned at the underworld black market?" At the mention of Tianji Dan, Chu Xianyuan and Appo's brows furrowed as she pondered for a moment before responding. "There are many rumors circulating, but ultimately it boils down to 3 factions. In my view, the bloodthirsty hall has the highest likelihood of acquiring it. I heard that only half a Tianji Dan was brought back," Su Fu remarked. "This matter requires further verification." On that day, Master Zhang and his senior brothers also participated in the contest for the Tianji pill, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule in the end. As for whether the Tianji pill was taken away intact, perhaps only the individual who ultimately acquired it is privy to that information. "Elder Su, I have arrived." As the two were conversing, Yi Chun had already stepped into the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Chapter 77. Why Are You Running? As Yi Chun stepped inside, he immediately spotted Chu Xian seated beside Su Fu. What a surprise to see her. Yi Chun was taken aback and instinctively turned to flee. However, just as he managed to take a couple of steps, he felt an overwhelming, irresistible force pulling him back. The one responsible was, of course, Chu Xian. With a playful smile, she gazed at him and asked, "Little one, do I appear frightening?" "And no, not at all," Yi Chun stammered, forcing a smile. "Then why do you run away upon seeing me?" "You did the same last time," Chu Xian remarked, her luminous eyes sparkling with curiosity about Yi Chen's behavior. "Is it true that the junior sister has encountered him before?" Su Fu inquired, slightly puzzled. "I saw him once on the back mountain, and he ran away upon seeing me," Chu Xian replied. Su Fu raised an eyebrow and turned to Yi Chun. "You haven't done anything wrong, have you?" "Absolutely not." Yi Chun shook his head vigorously. "Then why do you run?" Chu Xian continued, her interest piqued. "You are Yi Chun, aren't you?" Before Yi Chun could respond, she spoke again, evidently unaware that he was the very person she was questioning. "Does the junior sister know him?" Su Fu asked, astonished once more. "How could she not know? The incident at Fengyun platform, where several of our true disciples were defeated, has already spread to the inner sect." Chu Xian stretched languidly, her words resonating with a sense of importance. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seemed he had unwittingly gained notoriety within Hengyua's sect as an intern disciple due to his remarkable feats since his arrival. "Little one, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" Chu Xian proposed with a gentle smile, directing her gaze toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an offer. Whether to accept was indeed a dilemma. Though he was certain that this woman was not the same as the one he had encountered in the beast forest, the idea of becoming her disciple made him uneasy, as he couldn't shake the feeling that he might face some inexplicable misfortune at night. "Is there even need to think about it?" Su Fu, unable to contain himself, nudged Yi Chun with his foot. "Have you made up your mind?" Chu Xian observed him with keen interest. "Elder, does this mean I must go to the inner sect right now?" Yi Chun tentatively inquired, looking at Chu Xian. "Of course there will be trials. Only if you qualify can you enter the inner sect," she replied. "Understood. Then and Appo's, as settled." Chu Xian and Appo's arose gracefully, gliding toward the exit. As she stepped out of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, she turned back with a radiant smile. "If you manage to enter the inner sect, I might consider imparting a secret technique to you. That enchanting smile left Yi Chun momentarily entranced. Since that fateful night, Chu Linger had lingered in his thoughts. Her image etched into his heart, as pure and ethereal as a celestial being. Now, before him stood a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, casting a dreamlike spell over him. Perhaps too captivated, he remained oblivious to the fact that everyone else had departed. Still staring? Su Fu approached and gave Yi Chen another nudge, jolting him back to reality. Yi Chen cleared his throat and absent-mindedly touched his nose. Time to get to work, Su Fu said, pulling Yi Chen toward the inner hall. Upon entering, Yi Chen was struck by the sight of an imposing alchemical furnace, towering at nearly 3 meters high. The furnace was intricately adorned with carvings of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, along with numerous complex patterns. Although he had seen alchemical furnaces before, none had been this grand, and its sheer presence was suffused with a weighty aura. Additionally, he could feel waves of heat surging from the ground, undoubtedly from the earth fire below. Buzz! At that moment, the true fire within him seemed to sense the earth fire, causing a slight tremor. This tremor, however, was sufficient to send the roiling earth fire retreating in fright. Control your true fire. We wouldn't want it to consume the earth fire, Su Fu admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Chen. Can true fire really devour earth fire? Yi Chen asked, astonished. Both are flames, and as kin, they certainly can, Su Fu explained. This was the first time Yi Chen had heard such a thing. He muttered under his breath, already warning the true fire in his dantian to restrain itself. Otherwise, Su Fu would surely take his life if it were to consume the earth fire. Place your hand on the furnace. I need to test your soul power level, Su Fu instructed. Soul power level? Yi Chen was bewildered. Even during his previous intelligence work, he had never heard of such a classification for the soul. Although curious, he gently placed his hand on the furnace, realizing that it served not only for alchemy, but also for assessing one's soul power level. Buzz! As soon as he touched the furnace, it vibrated and emitted a resonant hum. A stream of spiritual light surged from the top of the furnace, coalescing in midair to form a mystical character representing spirit. It was indeed at the spirit level. Su Fu stroked his beard, his tone laced with surprise as he remarked, "Your soul power is at the spirit class." Yi Chen withdrew his hand, his curiosity piqued as he asked Su Fu, "Elder, what are the classifications of soul power?" Soul power is categorized into 5 levels: human, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven. Understanding that Yi Chen was unfamiliar with this, Su Fu patiently explained. The 5 levels correspond to the 5 major realms of cultivation. Human corresponds to the Qi condensation realm, spirit to the human origin realm, profound to the true yang realm, earth to the spirit void realm, and heaven to the void realm. Generally speaking, one and oppos, as soul power level aligns with their cultivation level. But your soul power surpasses your cultivation by 1 level. At this point, Su Fu glanced at Yi Chen and inquired, "Have you consumed any soul-nourishing elixirs?" Yi Chen shook his head gently in response. "Then this is quite peculiar," Su Fu mused, stroking his beard with a look of confusion. "Elder, is there truly a difference?" Yi Chen pidesit. "Certainly, the soul is enigmatic and filled with countless possibilities. Those with heightened soul power possess extraordinary comprehension abilities and enjoy unique advantages when condensing their primordial spirit," Su Fu elucidated. "What is the primordial spirit?" Yi Chen asked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Taking a deep breath, Su Fu's gaze was filled with reverence and aspiration as he explained. The primordial spirit is a level above the soul, akin to the distinction between spiritual energy and true qi. Generally, only those who reach the heaven and oppos, as tranquility realm qualify to condense their primordial spirit. Once one possesses a primordial spirit, they can separate from their physical body, and as long as the primordial spirit remains, the body cannot perish. That is the principle. Yi Chen stroked his chin, pondering. So, does this mean cultivators below the heaven and oppos, as tranquility realm, cannot condense their primordial spirits? Not necessarily, Su Fu replied. In this vast world, there are countless anomalies. There are indeed cases of individuals condensing their primordial spirit while still in the spirit void realm, although such occurrences are exceedingly rare. After pausing for a moment, Su Fu continued, "Moreover, the world is not devoid of extraordinary beings. I once read in an ancient book about a mysterious and ancient race that inherently possessed primordial spirits." "What race is that? They sound extraordinary," Chen asked, astonished. "The spirit race," Su Fu revealed. "The spirit race." Chen was taken aback, realizing he had encountered yet another remarkable ancient lineage. Today had truly broadened his horizons, and Su Fu and Appo's wealth of experience far exceeded his expectations. "Your soul power exceeds your cultivation by one level. Perhaps you could indeed condense your primordial spirit before reaching the heaven and Appo's tranquility realm," Su Fu mused, scrutinizing Chen with a knowing expression. "That would be splendid," Chen replied with a grin. Chapter 78. Alchemy in the inner hall of the Lingdan Pavilion. Su Fu had begun to prepare the materials for alchemy. He had taken out over 30 kinds of spiritual herbs, many of which he had never even seen before. Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just by observing these 30-plus varieties of spiritual herbs, he could imagine how intricate the alchemical process was. Compared to alchemy, the crafting of the jade spirit liquid seemed trivial indeed. The essence of alchemy lies primarily in the power of the soul, followed closely by the mastery of flame control. As Su Fu organized the spiritual herbs, he shared fundamental knowledge about alchemy with Chen. "You possess exceptional conditions for alchemy, as your soul power exceeds your cultivation level. Moreover, your innate true fire possesses wisdom and is in harmony with your thoughts, allowing for meticulous control of the flames, which is crucial for alchemy." At this point, Su Fu cast a meaningful glance at Chen. "Thus, you are quite suitable to be an alchemist." "An alchemist? Me?" Chen was taken aback. "You have extraordinary qualifications. If you do not pursue the path of an alchemist, it would be a disservice to the heavens for their favor upon you." Su Fu continued, retrieving a dozen more spiritual herbs. "Given your aptitude, it is indeed possible that you could surpass Dan Chen, that old fellow." "Dan Chen?" Chen exclaimed in surprise. As someone who worked primarily in intelligence, he was well aware of Dan Chen's reputation. He was the most esteemed alchemist in the Great Shu, unaffiliated with any faction, yet a figure that none dared to provoke. He could hardly fathom Su Fu suggesting that he might one day exceed Dan Chen. "What do you think, young man? Are you interested in becoming an alchemist?" Su Fu looked at Chen with keen interest. "Of course I am," Chen replied without hesitation. The profession of an alchemist was too noble. In the vast expanse of the Great Shu, it was exceedingly rare and revered by all factions. Becoming an alchemist would undoubtedly illuminate his path ahead. Having received the desired answer, Su Fu approached the alchemical furnace. "I will teach you how to refine the first type of elixir. Watch closely, for I will demonstrate only once," Su Fu stated as he activated the ground fire beneath the furnace. Boom! Suddenly, a violet flame blazed within the alchemical furnace, illuminating the 4 divine beast engravings atop it. Then, with a flourish of his robe, Su Fu skillfully tossed a few spiritual herbs into the furnace, expertly controlling the ground fire to extract their essence, adding more herbs in the process. Chen stood quietly to the side, etching Su Fu's every movement into his memory. It was a lengthy process. Before long, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the inner hall of the Lingdan Pavilion. "Out comes the elixir." With these words, Su Fu struck the alchemical furnace, and a violet spirit elixir flew out, landing in his hand. Seeing this, Chen hurried forward, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the elixir in Su Fu and Appo's grasp. "Behold!" Su Fu extended the spirit elixir to Chen. Chen reached out to take it. The elixir was still warm from its recent creation, crystal clear, with violet energy swirling around it. A rich medicinal fragrance enveloped him, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Moreover, the elixir bore a faintly visible pattern. This is the Hui Xian Dan, which quickly replenishes the body and Appo's depleted true qi and spiritual energy. Su Fu had settled into a comfortable spot, explaining that this elixir was among the most basic types. "You should note that single line on it. It signifies the level of the elixir." "Are there levels to elixirs as well?" Chen inquired, looking at Su Fu. "Indeed, Su Fu replied. The elixir in your hand has a single line, indicating it is a first-level elixir. If it had 2 lines, it would be a second-level elixir, and so forth. The more lines, the higher the elixir's level. Elder, what is the highest level of elixir you have refined? Chen asked curiously. The highest I have refined on my own is a 4-line elixir, Su Fu replied candidly. Stroking his beard, I collaborated with that old fellow Dan Chen once and managed to produce a 5-line elixir. What about the Tianji Dan? Chen asked directly, perhaps too eagerly. Su Fu frowned, casting a significant glance at Chen. You know of the Tianji Dan? Chen cleared his throat, scratching his nose. Not long ago, I accompanied Xiong Heir to the Netherworld black market, and I overheard someone mention it. Su Fu subtly averted his gaze, but still answered Chen and Appos as question. The Tianji Dan is the highest level of elixir I am aware of. It is classified as a 6-line elixir. Is the Tianji Dan difficult to refine? Chen asked, puzzled. If Senior Dan Chen is so formidable, how could he not produce it? Su Fu shot Chen an annoyed glance. Every elixir has a corresponding recipe. Without the recipe for the Tianji Dan, even that old man Dan Chen would not know how to refine it. And even if he did possess the recipe, I doubt he could gather the necessary herbs to refine the Tianji Dan. Who knows which faction snatched away that empty void enough of your idle chatter? Su Fu interrupted, kicking Chen back towards the alchemical furnace. Is that what you should be concerning yourself with? With that, Su Fu tossed a scroll at Chen, scolding him. This is the recipe for the Hui Xian Dan. Study it well. Once you comprehend it, I expect you to refine it properly. No slacking off. Chen touched his nose, gently opening the recipe for the Hui Xian Dan. To his astonishment, he realized that alchemy was far more intricate than crafting the jade spirit liquid. The requirements for flame control were exceedingly high. Even the slightest misstep could lead to failure in the alchemical process. And this was merely a first-level elixir. Chen gasped in disbelief. However, he was undeterred. For the sake of becoming an alchemist, he would not be dissuaded by such difficulties. As he pondered over the recipe, he also recalled Su Fu's earlier alchemical demonstration, which allowed him to grasp a fragment of the process. Not far away, Su Fu reclined leisurely in a chair, occasionally peeking at Chen with half-closed eyes. As night fell, Chen finally set aside the recipe. Like Su Fu, he drifted into a light sleep, replaying the scene of Su Fu refining the Hui Xian Dan in his mind. After an indeterminate time, he slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused his thoughts to channel his true fire into the alchemical furnace. He then sequentially added several spiritual herbs into the furnace. Thanks to his previous experience with crafting the jade spirit liquid, he had a decent command of flame control. Before long, he successfully extracted the essence from the herbs he had added, and more were added in succession. Yet, he had underestimated the complexity of alchemy. During his first attempt, he fumbled and lost precision in controlling the flames. The first attempt at alchemy ended in failure. Chen paused to identify his mistakes, reinvigorated his true fire, and began the second attempt. What followed was a relentless series of setbacks. The ground was littered with charred remnants of spiritual herbs, a testament to the numerous failures. Su Fu had prepared hundreds of sets of herbs for the Hui Xian Dan, intending for Chen to learn from his failures and ultimately discover the essence of alchemy. As dawn approached, Chen still had not succeeded in refining the Hui Xian Dan. Instead, his complexion had grown pale. The process of alchemy drained his soul power, and a night of relentless effort left his mind buzzing. Ultimately, he staggered and half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. Being overly eager for success can lead to failure. Su Fu and Appos' voice echoed, breaking the silence of the early morning. I underestimated the complexity of alchemy, Chen admitted. Chen shook his head in resignation. Alchemy, much like the path of cultivation, demands a tranquil mind. Su Fu cast a sharp glance at Chen, admonishing him sternly. Your heart is far from serene. Distractions cloud your thoughts, which is a grave transgression for an alchemist. I understand, Chen responded, attentively absorbing Su Fu and Appos' teachings. He truly struggled to attain inner peace, as the myriad events of the past had instilled in him a fervent desire to become a formidable individual. Accustomed to the fervor of battle, He found it challenging to embrace the calmness essential for alchemy. Consume this and continue your practice, Su Fu said, sending a pill through the air towards Yi Chen. If you cannot even concoct a basic returning Xian pill, I would genuinely question your capabilities as an alchemist. Yi Chen caught the pill and promptly placed it in his mouth. Chapter 79. The completion of the returning Xian pill. As the pill entered his mouth, it immediately dissolved. Soon, the medicinal power surged into his body like a refreshing spring, washing away his fatigue. Furthermore, the effects of the pill soothed the sharp pain in his mind, gradually restoring the weakened spiritual energy caused by alchemy. After 2 hours, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, turned over, and with a flicker of thought, summoned the true fire into the alchemical furnace. Calm and composed, Yi Chen reminded himself. Soon, the first batch of spiritual herbs was placed inside. Due to previous failures, he was particularly cautious this time, meticulously following each step. The process of refining the returning Xian pill progressed well until he suffered another setback. Undeterred, he pressed on. Yi Chen exerted all his strength, proceeding with each step at an exceptionally slow pace, gradually losing track of time. Although he still faced failure, his technique had noticeably improved from his earlier struggles. Not far away, Su Fu opened his eyes again, glancing at the ashes of the spiritual herbs beneath the furnace. It took me 93 portions of spiritual herbs to refine the returning Xian pill. What about you, Yi Chen? He murmured, slipping back into a feigned slumber. Buzz! The alchemical furnace trembled once more. It marked Yi Chen's 20th failure. I refused to believe this. He gritted his teeth, without taking a moment's rest, and summoned the true fire again. This was a spiritual mountain enveloped in ethereal energy, known as the Jade Maiden Peak. At its summit, Chu Xian and Apos, sat in meditation, quietly cultivating her breath. Behind her, a graceful figure approached, bringing with her an enchanting fragrance. Linger, why have you come out again? Sensing Chu Linger's presence, Chu Xianer stood up, playfully flicking her finger on Chu Linger's forehead. You're being lazy again. I'm not. Chu Linger chuckled, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Sister, I heard you took on a disciple in the outer sect. Where is he? Bring him out for me to see. I want to know what kind of talent has caught your eye. He is still in the outer sect. Chu Xianer replied with a gentle smile. He is quite an interesting little fellow. My test for him is to enter the inner sect. If he can't even pass this, then there's no need to discuss further. With that, Chu Xianer nudged Chu Linger, urging her, hurry back to your seclusion. Don't sneak out again. Understood, understood. Chu Linger murmured under her breath, but obediently left the area. Pill completion. In the deep of night, a hoarse voice echoed in the spirit pill pavilion. Has it been refined so quickly? The slumbering Su Fu was awakened, leaping to Yi Chen's side. Looking at Yi Chen, he found him grasping a pill that had just flown out of the furnace. Perhaps too exhausted, Yi Chen stumbled slightly upon catching the spiritual pill, nearly collapsing to the ground. His complexion was pale as paper, with sunken eye sockets and bloodshot eyes, his face unkempt and weary. Su Fu reached out, injecting a stream of spiritual light into Yi Chen's body, stabilizing his stance. I did it. I really did it. Ignoring his fatigue, Yi Chen beamed at the returning Xian pill in his hand. This pill, unlike the smooth and flawless ones crafted by Su Fu, was somewhat lumpy, and the purple aura surrounding it flickered in and out. The markings on its surface were also indistinct. Yet, despite its imperfections, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing it was his first attempt at alchemy, and that some flaws were to be expected. Su Fu took the returning Xian pill, glancing at the remaining spiritual herbs. Remarkably, only 40 portions had been used to refine the pill. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was genuinely astonished. Even that old man Danshan had used nearly 70 portions during his first attempt. This young man, though Yi Chen's achievement exceeded Su Fu's expectations, he maintained a serious demeanor and stated, "You barely passed, but the quality of this returning Xian pill is too crude. It requires further refinement." Understood, understood. Yi Chen chocolate shipipish. This is your first spiritual pill. Go ahead and consume it. Su Fu handed the returning Xian pill back to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded earnestly, holding his first pill crafted by his own hands, and swallowed it whole. Soon, the medicinal power of the returning Xian pill dispersed within him, rapidly replenishing his consumed true energy. The richness of this essence far surpassed that of the jade spirit liquid, highlighting the vast difference between the two. Go rest now. We'll continue tomorrow, Su Fu said, leaving behind a final instruction before vanishing. A distant voice echoed back. Make sure to clean the alchemical furnace thoroughly, especially the residue. Understood. Yi Chen felt elated, moving aside the lid of the alchemical furnace before leaping inside. The night sky was profound, speckled with stars like dust. The spirit pill pavilion remained tranquil until the silence was broken by faint footsteps. A woman emerged from the side hall of the pavilion. Her robes fluttered gracefully as she approached, her long hair flowing without wind. She possessed an exquisitely beautiful face, yet it bore an air of aloofness, reminiscent of an icy lotus. This female disciple was Chi Yu, the foremost apprentice of the Spirit Pill Pavilion. I still haven't broken through to the true sun realm during this seclusion, she murmured, a flicker of frustration passing through her enchanting eyes. As she passed by the alchemical furnace, her brows furrowed slightly upon hearing a rustling sound from within. Who is there? Come out, Chi Yu commanded coldly. Quickly, a grimy black hand emerged, followed by the disheveled figure of Yi Chen. Seeing this, Chi Yu narrowed her beautiful eyes. Who are you, and why are you in the Spirit Pill Pavilion? What are you doing in the alchemical furnace? At this, Yi Chen jumped out, chuckling. I'm here to assist Elder Su. Taking in the sight of the soot-covered Yi Chen, especially sensing his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Chi Yu's brows knitted again. If you're just assisting, then don't mess with the things in the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Observing Chi Yu's frosty demeanor and the subtle disdain in her tone, Yi Chen merely offered a nonchalant response. With one last glance at Yi Chen, Chi Yu stepped outside. What with that expression? I don't owe you anything, Yi Chen muttered dismissively, climbing back into the furnace. Buzz. Soon, the true fire within his sea of alchemy trembled, sensing the ground fire beneath the furnace, becoming quite restless. If not for Yi Chen's restraint, it might have attempted to devour the ground fire. Settle down. You're scaring the child, Yi Chen scolded lightly. Indeed, since his first leap into the alchemical furnace, the ground fire had remained obedient, not daring to rise. Though it lacked intelligence, it possessed a certain awareness, fearful of the stronger, true fire. As he brushed aside the ashes in the furnace, Yi Chen noticed that numerous inscriptions were engraved within. Perhaps due to the darkness inside, he instinctively summoned the true fire, illuminating the furnace with a golden glow. Only then did he see that each inscription was no larger than an infant and amp. Appo's fingernail, densely covering the entire furnace. Many of these ancient characters were unfamiliar to him. Roar, roar. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a deep dragon's roar, faint and elusive, leading him to question whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Furrowing his brows slightly, he reached out to gently touch the intricate inscriptions. This mold was of no concern. Those densely packed characters unexpectedly came to life, swirling upon the inner wall of the alchemical furnace, each radiating brilliance and shimmering with resplendence. So much so that he instinctively shielded his eyes. In no time, the multitude of characters leaped forth from the wall, encircling Yi Chen in a rapid dance. Ultimately, they surged into the center of his brow all at once. With a low growl, Yi Chen clutched his head and fainted on the spot. Chapter 80. The Ascendant Dragon Knight fell once more, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Chi Yu returned from outside and merely cast a fleeting glance at the alchemical furnace before entering the side hall. Within the furnace, Yi Chen lay in stillness. Yet his consciousness was ensnared in a wondrous realm. What is this place? He gazed in astonishment at the world before him. It appeared to be a vast and desolate expanse, with towering mountains and steep peaks. The boundless land, though illusory, exuded an aura of primal wilderness. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the ethereal world seemed to tremble. In the distance, he beheld a magnificent figure approaching, and the booming sound was the noise of his footsteps. The figure resembled an ancient barbarian, his bare arms exposed, clad in tiger skin below, with a robust build, eyes ablaze, and disheveled black hair billowing in the wind. His muscles rippled like coiling dragons, brimming with explosive power. Is this a being of the ancient barbarian tribes? Yi Chun murmured, feeling an immense pressure despite the illusion. Each step the imposing figure took sent ripples through his soul. Bang! In a moment of surprise, Yi Chun watched as the barbarian took his final step. Coming to a halt, his silhouette loomed like a mountain, steadfast and unyielding, resembling an eternal monument impervious to any external force. He stood there, reminiscent of a statue. As the cycles of day and night passed, seasons changed, and time left its marks upon him. Eventually, he moved, his eyes abruptly opening, and two vivid arcs of lightning shot forth from him. Then, dragon patterns began to manifest on his body at a visible speed, while electric currents danced along his arms. The ascendant dragon, with a thunderous roar, he stepped forward and swung his arm, unleashing a palm strike into the void. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's cry reverberated through the heavens, as the barbarian's palm conjured a colossal shadow of a thunder dragon, which roared and surged skyward. Boom! The heavens trembled, dark clouds gathered, and the massive dragon's shadow broke through the firmament, causing the very earth to shudder. What an overwhelmingly domineering technique! Yi Chun and Appo's mouth hung agape, unable to close as he witnessed the spectacle. At that moment, the illusory world began to dissolve, and a torrent of immense information surged into his mind, a secret technique known as the Ascendant Dragon. The image of the barbarian wielding this technique replayed ceaselessly in his consciousness. At an indeterminate moment, Yi Chun abruptly sat up within the furnace. After a brief moment of daze, clarity returned to him. The Ascendant Dragon, he murmured, realizing he had been immersed in a marvelous realm, where the memories of the barbarian and Appo's life unfolded, elucidating the essence of the Ascendant Dragon technique. As he pondered, he hastily rose and glanced at the inner walls of the furnace, only to find the myriad inscriptions had vanished. It appeared that the Ascendant Dragon's secret was indeed inscribed within the furnace long ago, he mused. If that is true, did Sufu not know? Or perhaps Yi Chen's gaze flickered as he looked at the true fire in his danci. Could it be that the Ascendant Dragon technique only manifests in the presence of true fire, while the earthly fire lacks the requisite intensity for its revelation? If Sufu remained unaware of this, it would explain much. With this speculation in mind, he leapt out of the alchemical furnace. He dashed out of the spirit medicine pavilion and made his way to the rear mountain of Hangyue's sect. This is the place. Finding a secluded spot, Yi Chen hurriedly sat down, focusing intently on comprehending the Ascendant Dragon technique. The method of the Ascendant Dragon flowed through his mind once more. In contemplation, he could not help but marvel. The name itself suggested a technique of overwhelming offensive prowess. The introduction to the Ascendant Dragon technique emphasized that it demands exceptional physical strength from the practitioner. Its ferocity means that those whose bodies do not meet the standards are bound to suffer injury. The barbarian in the vision must belong to an ancient tribe, renowned for their formidable physiques and equally formidable techniques. I wonder if my physical strength can measure up to the requirements for wielding the Ascendant Dragon. With this thought, Yi Chen suddenly sprang to his feet, inhaling deeply as he activated the method of the Ascendant Dragon. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, lightning seemed to tear through his body, inflicting pain upon him. He could distinctly feel his blood surging rapidly, akin to a raging fire, as a domineering force surged through his meridians. The very flexibility of his veins causing him to involuntarily roar in agony. The Ascendant Dragon, he bellowed, taking a step forward and unleashing a palm strike. Roar! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and a shadow of a thunder dragon surged forth, sweeping away the surrounding ancient trees and debris. Boom! Boom! The sound of collapse echoed, as several zhang away, a solid rock wall crumbled under the force of his strike. At this moment, having just executed the Ascendant Dragon, Yi Chun nearly collapsed to the ground. What immense consumption! His eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly gulped down several mouthfuls of spiritual liquid. A single execution of the Ascendant Dragon had nearly drained his entire Dan sea of true energy. Indeed, such a domineering attack necessitates a formidable foundation for support. While the Ascendant Dragon technique is powerful in its current state, executing it once was already his limit. He could not possibly unleash a second strike. As the spiritual liquid coursed through him, replenishing the true energy expended by the Ascendant Dragon, the pain in his body persisted. I have indeed sustained injury, Yi Chen lamented, realizing that with his current physical strength, he could only barely manage to wield the Ascendant Dragon technique. As dawn approached, Yi Chen once more swallowed a mouthful of spiritual liquid before swiftly exiting the rear mountain. Upon returning to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, the day had already brightened. Inside the inner hall, Su Fu sat cross-legged waiting. "Good morning, Elder," Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Come here," Su Fu beckoned, then quietly inquired. "Did you see Yuan Appos, or last night?" Yi Chen nodded, aware Su Fu referred to his disciple, Chiyu. "How do you find my Yuan Appos, Su Fu asked with a smile. Yi Chen was taken aback, but he replied, "She is quite beautiful, resembling a celestial maiden. Do you like her?" Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Realizing Su Fu was trying to play matchmaker between him and Chiyu, a sharp female voice emerged from the side hall. In the next moment, Chiyu, clad in a white dress, strode into the inner hall, her face adorned with anger. You have emerged from seclusion." Su Fu chuckled awkwardly, pretending to be oblivious. Chiyu shot Su Fu a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yi Chen, filled with cold disdain. A disciple devoted to cultivation has no time for romantic entanglements. Moreover, if you must seek someone, at least find someone stronger than me. What is he? Just a mere chi condensation realm cultivator. Can my disciple not find a suitable partner? Chiyu launched into a tirade, berating not just Su Fu but also Yi Chen, who found himself unable to lift his head in shame. "You and Appos, or let me explain. I do not wish to hear it." Chiyu interrupted Su Fu, casting one last cold glance at Yi Chen before sweeping out of the inner hall. After Chiyu departed, Yi Chen smirked, turning to Su Fu. "Elder, your disciple certainly has a temper, She's been spoiled by me," Su Fu sighed. "By the way, Elder Su, who usually cleans the alchemical furnace?" Yi Chen shifted the topic to ascertain whether Su Fu was aware of the Ascendant Dragon's secret hidden within. "That treasure of mine, aside from you, is usually cleaned by myself and you and Appos, Have you not discovered anything unusual within the alchemical furnace?" Yi Chen invited tentatively. "Something? What kind of thing?" Su Fu stared at Yi Chen in astonishment. Observing Su Fu and Appos' expression, Yi Chen gleaned the answer he sought. Both Su Fu and you were utterly unaware that the alchemical furnace concealed the secret method of the Azure Dragon, which likely only manifested in the presence of true fire. "I am asking you, what is it? What thing?" Su Fu continued to gaze intently at Yi Chen. "Oh, nothing. Merely the remnants of some spiritual herbs," Yi Chen casually remarked before exiting the inner hall. "Such an overreaction," Su Fu retorted with irritation. Chapter 81. Mysteries in the Herb Garden. Approaching the alchemical furnace, Yi Chen inhaled deeply and summoned the true fire to pour into the cauldron. Su Fu followed suit, reclining in a chair, feigning sleep, while keeping a watchful eye on Yi Chen. Buzz. Soon, Yi Chen and Appos' alchemical process faced a setback. The herbs he had were incinerated to ash. He shook his head in resignation and persevered. After an entire day of alchemy, he had consumed all remaining herbs, yielding only 3 returning Xian pills. "That lad is progressing far too swiftly," Su Fu mused silently from his seat, marveling at Yi Chen and Appos' innate talent. In his own youth, he had required over 90 herbs for his first attempt at crafting a returning Xian pill, more than double what Yi Chen needed. On his second attempt, he utilized over 80 herbs, while Yi Chen managed with merely a handful. Such a terrifying aptitude for alchemy. One day, Dan Chen, you shall be astonished. Su Fu chuckled softly to himself. Fatigue enveloped Yi Chen, leaving him sprawled beneath the furnace, gasping for breath. Holding the 3 returning Xian pills, he felt elated. He did not aspire to instant success, but sought daily improvement. "Have you sensed a change in your soul's power?" A voice inquired, as Su Fu approached leisurely. Chen nodded enthusiastically. I've noticed that my soul's power has subtly strengthened with each alchemical endeavor, and my mental clarity has significantly improved. It seems you are not foolish after all, Su Fu remarked. By the way, do you have any pills that nourish the soul? Chen asked, rubbing his hands together with a grin. I possess such a formulation, but it belongs to me. If you desire it, you must craft it yourself. But I lack the recipe, Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Su Fu shot him an exasperated glance, retrieving an ancient scroll from his robe and handing it to Chen. Chen hurriedly accepted it. Upon opening and perusing the contents, he discovered it detailed the soul pill, which also belonged to the first-tier category. However, it appeared to be of a higher grade than the returning Xian pill, and the crafting method was exceedingly intricate. Do not disclose this recipe to others, Su Fu cautioned. For us alchemists, recipes hold great importance. Do not take it lightly. Understood, Chen replied casually, engrossed in examining the recipe. Take your time, Su Fu said as he rose to leave for the inner hall, before leaving behind a token. If you require any herbs, use my token to harvest in the herb garden. Such a fortunate opportunity. Clutching Su Fu's token, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a veritable pass. That night, he ventured into the herb garden, feeling a renewed confidence. With the token in hand, he was determined not to be modest. As he stepped into the herb garden, he soon heard the soft moans of a woman emanating from a small loft. Chen cleared his throat, touching his nose as he recalled the enchanting sounds from that night in the beast forest. The echoes of those sounds lingered in his mind, stirring his emotions. Regaining his composure, he coughed once more. Instantly, a flurry of commotion arose from the loft. Quickly, put on your clothes. Moments later, a male disciple named Li San emerged, his clothing hastily arranged. Is there something you need? Li San asked, feigning nonchalance. I was sent by Elder Su to collect herbs, Chen replied, revealing Su Fu's token. Ah, I see. Li San's demeanor shifted instantly, his face morphing into a sycophantic grin, as though he were gazing upon Su Fu himself. Continue your business, Chen said, uninterested in wasting time with him, and strode directly into the garden. Before him lay rows upon rows of herbs, each exuding spiritual energy, competing for vibrancy. Wasting no time, he extracted the recipes for the returning Xian pill and soul pill, beginning to harvest the required ingredients. Unlike last time, he felt emboldened this time. He opened his storage bag and began to collect the herbs as if he were reaping a bountiful harvest, leaving a trail of stripped plants in his wake, an act akin to that of a brigand. Buzz. As he walked, the true fire in his Dan quivered slightly. I almost forgot about that, Chen thought, hastily turning his gaze in a certain direction. The first time he had come, the true fire had trembled, indicating the presence of treasures in the herb garden. However, due to time constraints, he and T had the chance to investigate. Now, with the token in hand, he was determined to explore. Temporarily abandoning the herb gathering, he followed the sensation to a secluded corner deep within the garden. Here he halted, for he had reached a dead end. A bottomless chasm loomed before him. Furrowing his brow, he peered over the edge. Upon glancing down, he quickly withdrew his gaze. The chasm was unfathomably deep, and even a fleeting glance left him feeling as though his very spirit was being consumed. Unable to fly, he knew he could not descend. It must be down there, he murmured, surveying the surroundings. This place marked the edge of the Hanyue sect's spirit mountain. Even those in the Lingshu realm would find it challenging to ascend the cliff, particularly since there were barriers in place. It was unlikely that enemies from rival sects would attempt to infiltrate this way. What lies beneath? Chen pondered, tossing a stone into the abyss. A full quarter of an hour passed without a sound in return. Buzz, buzz. The true fire began to quiver violently once more. Moving about is futile. I cannot descend. Chen exclaimed in exasperation, raising his hands in surrender. If you wish to go down, you do it yourself. To his surprise, the true fire in his Dan surged forth like a bolt of golden light, diving into the depths. You truly are going down. Chen gasped, caught off guard as the true fire vanished from his sight. Resigned, he leaned over the edge of the chasm, straining to glimpse below. but all he could see were ethereal mists, obscuring any trace of his true fire. Time dragged on, yet no sign of the true fire emerged. Go away. Chen suddenly thought he heard a voice, though he could not discern whether it came from below or was merely a figment of his imagination. Soon, a glimmer of golden light flickered below. It's back. Chen's eyes brightened. Whoosh! The true fire returned, swiftly darting back into Chen's danci. This time, it seemed subdued, hiding timidly within his danci, appearing rather deflated. It occasionally quivered, not in excitement over discovering treasure, but from fear. What'll be down there? Chen stared incredulously at his true fire, witnessing it in such a lackluster state for the first time. However, with its sentience, the true fire could not speak. Even if it had found something below, it could not convey it to Chen. With a heavy heart, Chen cast one last look at the chasm before turning away. With his storage bag filled to the brim, he whistled a tune as he exited the herb garden. As he departed, a phantom materialized at the depths of the chasm, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Chapter 82. The Trial as Dawn approached. Chen returned to the Spirit Pill Pavilion, his storage bag brimming with treasures. He seated himself beneath the alchemical furnace, once again contemplating the recipe for the soul pill. As the sunlight brightened the sky, Su Fu, clad in a robe emblazoned with the character for pill, emerged from within. Elder Su, Chen hurried forward, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin. When will you demonstrate how to concoct the soul pill? You harvested so many spiritual herbs. Why not ponder it yourself? Su Fu retorted. Chen and Appo's expression soured. It seemed those herbs were not Su and Appo's to give. The thought of wasting countless resources and taking unnecessary detours weighed heavily on him. I'll visit the inner sect. Let us discuss it later. With that, Su Fu elegantly waved his sleeve and departed. Once Su Fu was gone, Chen cursed under his breath, but soon collected himself. After centering his thoughts, he infused his true fire into the furnace, but instead of the soul pill, he focused on refining the returning pill, aiming to hone his alchemical skills through this process. With the successful creation of 4 returning pills in his previous attempts, his technique had grown increasingly adept, and failures had become a rarity. Su Fu was absent for the entire day, not returning until evening fell. During this time, Chen successfully refined 3 returning pills. Although their quality was not exceptional, he had made significant progress. Congeal, Chen commanded softly as he neared the completion of the 4th returning pill. However, perhaps due to his impatience, his control over the true fire faltered, leading to a catastrophic explosion of the nearly completed pill. The furnace vibrated ominously, accompanied by a dull roar from within. Chen staggered back, his mind ringing painfully from the shock. The commotion startled Qiyu, who was in seclusion. She quickly rushed over from the side hall. What are you doing? Qiyu approached, her voice sharp and laced with annoyance, a residue of her earlier frustrations at Su Fu's attempts to matchmake her with Chen evident in her gaze. I didn't do anything. Chen protested, attempting to explain himself. I warned you. You're here to assist, not to meddle with things. Qiyu and Appo's cold reprimand left Chen momentarily stunned. It appeared that Su Fu had not revealed Chen and Appo's true purpose for being there, leading Qiyu to believe he was merely a lowly assistant. Without further explanation, he picked himself up from the ground, choosing to remain silent. Qiyu and Appo's gaze fell upon a green token hanging from Chen and Appo's waist, emblazoned with the character for pill. As the chief disciple of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, she recognized it immediately as Su Fu and Appo's token. Where did you get that token? She demanded, her tone icy. Elder Su gave it to me, Chen replied. You and Appo's, relying. Qiyu, with a swift motion, summoned her spirit sword, resting it lightly against Chen and Appo's shoulder. My master's token is never out of his possession. Not even by me. Would he give it to a mere assistant? At this, Chen instinctively rubbed his brow, feeling the weight of her accusation. Tell me, did you steal it from my master? Qiyu pressed, her sword aimed threateningly at Chen's throat. You A deep voice resonated from outside as Su Fu returned from the inner sect. Master. Qiyu quickly retracted her sword, bowing respectfully before casting a glance at Yi Chen, who was still by the furnace, seemingly up to no good. What do you mean by up to no good? I am conducting myself quite honorably. Yi Chen retorted. Enough with your excuses. I witnessed everything. All right, Su Fu interjected, his tone commanding as he turned to Qiyu. The token is indeed for him. Master, how could you? Qiyu and Appo's surprise was palpable. I instructed him to use my token to gather spiritual herbs, and he is not merely an assistant. He is here to assist me with alchemy. He is an alchemist. An alchemist? The realization dawned on Qiyu, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was only now that she understood Yi Chen's true role, not as a mere assistant, but as a practitioner of the alchemical arts. Her expression was difficult to describe as she alternated between glancing at Su Fu and scrutinizing Yi Chen. Indeed, the spirit pill pavilion was neither too small nor too large. Yet Yi Chen's presence had eluded her, leading her to mistakenly perceive him as just another lowly disciple. In this moment, she began to grasp why Su Fu had sought to unite her with Yi Chen. An alchemist held a revered status, highly sought after by many. Though Yi Chen and Appo's cultivation level was modest at present, he was young. With time, he could become one of the most notable figures in the Great Shu. Elder, your token. Yi Chen handed the token back to Su Fu, rubbing his hands together with a grin. When will you show me how to concoct the soul pill? Su Fu raised an eyebrow, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I will not be opposed to demonstrating, but first, you must pass my trial. A trial? Yi Chen blinked in surprise, bewildered by Su Fu and Appo's words. Defeat my disciple. Su Fu gestured toward Qiyu. Upon hearing this, Qiyu frowned, confusion evident in her eyes. She was already on the brink of the true Yang realm, and among the outer disciples. There were but a few who could challenge her, let alone someone at the Qi condensation stage. She sensed that Su Fu was intentionally setting a difficult task for Yi Chen, one that seemed almost impossible for him to surmount. Is Elder Su serious? Yet Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Absolutely. Very well. Yi Chen stepped back several paces, feeling the surge of blood within him quicken, his excitement mounting even before the battle commenced. Sister Qi, please. With a deep breath, Yi Chen unsheathed the Qi Shao sword, readying himself for the challenge. Sister. Qiyu cast a sideways glance at Su Fu, her brows furrowed in concern. Su Fu, stroking his beard with a knowing smile, remained silent but conveyed a message to Qiyu through his thoughts. Do not underestimate him. An alchemist is not adept in combat, and he's merely at the Qi condensation stage. Master, are you not overestimating him? Though Qiyu remained silent, her expressive eyes spoke volumes. She retreated a few paces, taking her stance as she faced Yi Chen, raising 3 fingers in a gesture of challenge. 3 moves. If you do not defeat me within 3 moves, I shall concede. Sister, such confidence. Yi Chen smiled slightly, buoyed by her assertiveness. Because I possess that strength, Qiyu replied coolly, with her words barely hanging in the air. She swiftly executed her hand seals. In an instant, a whirlwind enveloped Qiyu, coalescing into blossoms of wind, which soon transformed into falling snowflakes, weaving together into delicate leaves. The interplay of wind and snow, flowers and leaves, created a stunning display of light and color. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qiyu and Appo's technique. Wind, flower, snow, leaf. The melodious sound emanated from Qiyu and Appo's lips as she pointed her delicate hand toward Yi Chen. Moments later, the intricate combination of wind, flowers, snow, and leaves surged toward him. With a swift motion, Yi Chen brandished the Qi Shao sword, employing the defensive maneuvers he had mastered from the heavenly gang sword array. Bang! Bang! Though the wind, flowers, and snow were gentle in appearance, they were fierce in their impact, creating sparks as they clashed against the Qi Shao sword. This secret technique was indeed remarkable, and Yi Chen, with all his might, continued to wield the sword. Chapter 83. Victory. The sound of slice resonated as every flake of wind and snow threatened to tear apart his robe. Yet, to his astonishment, the moon had executed this secret technique with remarkable finesse. Standing on the stone steps, Su Fu stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the progress of his disciple. Shifting his gaze from Qiyu, he turned to observe Yi Chun, who was already weary and flustered from facing Qiyu's intricate wind and snow technique. Youthful exuberance, a fine way to temper one's edge, Su Fu murmured with a chuckle. This secret technique was indeed enigmatic. Yi Chun alternated between evading and defending, yet the wind and snow continued to shield Qiyu, as if he were battling an endless tide. However, to think that this technique could defeat me is an underestimation of my capabilities, Yi Chun scoffed. With a flourish, he performed a dazzling spin, shattering the incoming wind and snow, then took a decisive step toward Qiyu. Seeing this, Qiyu promptly waved her jade arm, causing the swirling flakes to attempt to ensnare Yi Chun once more. Yet, she had gravely underestimated him. Yi Chun's movements became erratic, employing the profound footwork of Su Ying and Appo's thousand illusions, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The encroaching wind and snow clearly could not keep pace with him. What an exquisite technique! Both Qiyu and Su Fu were taken aback. Senior sister, it is my turn to attack. Yi Chun charged forward with unwavering determination, unleashing his long-prepared thunder palm. The forceful gust from his palm made Qiyu and Appo's delicate brows furrow again. She could feel the tremendous power contained within, far beyond what one at the condensation realm should possess. Despite her surprise, Qiyu still raised her jade arm, sending forth a burst of spiritual light and striking back against Yi Chun and Appo's formidable attack. Boom! The clash echoed through the air. When the dust settled, Yi Chun staggered back a step, yet Qiyu was also forced to retreat. Their confrontation ended in a draw. What a remarkable anomaly! Qiyu and Appo's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment, finally grasping the truth behind Su Fu and Appo's words. Before she could fully process this, Yi Chun was already upon her, his sword aimed directly at her brow. Qiyu, in response, retreated, her toes grazing the ground, her movements as graceful as they were profound. Just shy of 2 inches, Yi Chun could not close the distance. Celestial point. As Qiyu retreated, she swiftly created distance, then pointed her jade finger at him. In that instant, Yi Chun hurled the Qi Shao sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the Qi Shao sword was deftly deflected by Qiyu's fingertip. As Yi Chun lunged forward, Qiyu raised her hand again to strike. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Chun did not even attempt to defend. He braved her attack, sustaining a grievous wound to his shoulder, yet charging fiercely toward her. Clearly, Qiyu had not anticipated such a reckless approach. In her shock, Yi Chun swung his palm down, accompanied by the sound of a beast's roar. Qiyu's expression remained cold and composed as she countered, but simultaneously, Yi Chun's knee struck upward. Close combat, is it? Qiyu's eyes narrowed as she deftly blocked Yi Chun's knee strike with one hand. Correct. Yi Chun replied with a sly grin, his technique shifting to become ferociously overwhelming and extraordinarily unpredictable. Roar! 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 The Spirit Pill Pavilion echoed with the sound of roars accompanying each of Yi Chun and Appo's strikes. He transformed into a descending beast, at times a fierce tiger, at times a ferocious ape, at times a mighty lion, and at times a cunning wolf. His limbs became instruments of devastation, each joint a weapon of lethal prowess. Such a domineering close-quarters combat technique. Qiyu found herself flustered and alarmed. Well done, my young friend. I underestimated you. Su Fu displayed a look of surprise. Aside from that lad from Tianyang Peak, it's the first time I've seen Qiyu in such disarray. It seems there is merit to your ability to contend with over half the disciples of Rinyang and Diang Peaks. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle intensified as Yi Chun grew more emboldened, leveraging the profound essence of Beast Heart Fury and the ethereal footwork of Speed Shadow Illusions to force Qiyu into continuous retreat. Qiyu, disheveled and beleaguered, struggled under the weight of her diverse techniques. Each time she attempted to execute a hand sign, Yi Chun would preemptively interrupt her, leaving her unable to regain her footing in this close-quarter skirmish. With a resounding crash, Qiyu absorbed a punch from Yi Chun, her body colliding with a stone tablet behind her, which crumbled under the impact. Only then did she manage to respond, sending Yi Chun sprawling backward with a powerful palm strike. Emerald Sea Spirit Spring. Having repelled Yi Chun, Chi Yu swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves surged, and a torrent appeared behind her, even swallowing the massive alchemical furnace. The spectacle awe-inspiring. This technique is extraordinary. It seems she is determined not to be bested by someone at the condensation realm, wielding a renowned skill. Faced with the oncoming tide, Yi Chun took a swift step back. The force of the Emerald Sea Spirit Spring was daunting. Few disciples from the outer sect could withstand such an assault. True fire. Manifest. With a thought, he summoned forth his true fire. Golden flames roared to life, swirling around him to form a fiery vortex, enveloping him in its protective embrace. The oncoming waves crashed down, attempting to engulf him. Huff! At that moment, Chi Yu exhaled a breath of relief, confident in her technique, convinced that Yi Chun could not withstand this assault. Her beautiful eyes still held a trace of astonishment. It was the first time she had felt so cornered by someone at the condensation realm. To force me to utilize such a technique, Yi Chun, you have every right to take pride in this. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chun broke through her Emerald Sea Spirit Spring with sheer force. A torrent of scorching air flooding forth. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing echoed. In disbelief, Chi Yu found the tip of the Chi Shao sword hovering 3 inches from her throat. Senior sister, you have lost, Yi Chun said with a smile, gazing at her. This. Chi Yu stared blankly at Yi Chun, her mouth agape, unable to close it for an eternity. Though only 3 exchanges had transpired, she comprehended that each technique employed was anything but ordinary. To be defeated by someone at the condensation realm was beyond her imagination. As Yi Chun sheathed the Chi Shao sword, he staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. Chi Yu's Emerald Sea Spirit Spring was indeed formidable. Had he not possessed true fire to counter it, defeat would have been inevitable. Su Fu's disciple was truly remarkable. With a mixture of admiration and astonishment, Yi Chun realized that without the constraint of 3 exchanges, the outcome could have been entirely unpredictable. Well done, young man. You have truly surprised me. Su Fu slowly descended the steps, a look of astonishment on his face. Just a stroke of luck, Yi Chun chuckled, pouring spirit liquid into his mouth. Su Fu turned his attention to the silent Chi Yu, his expression growing stern. You err, understand this. There are always greater talents beyond our own. Today's defeat should prompt you to reflect deeply. Chi Yu bit her lip, but nodded in acknowledgement. She knew that had Yi Chun been of the same cultivation level, she would have undoubtedly lost. This realization alone set him apart from her. With measured steps, Chi Yu silently retreated toward the side hall. As she reached its entrance, she cast one last glance back at Yi Chun, a condensation realm cultivator, and a mere alchemist who was supposed to lack combat prowess, had given her far more surprises than she anticipated. I have been too arrogant, Chi Yu murmured to herself, a strange emotion welling up within her. Yi Chun was evidently oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Chi Yu and Appo's departure. At that moment, he was rubbing his hands together, grinning broadly as he gazed at Su Fu. Elder, you must keep your word. I shall not be lacking in your assistance. Su Fu, somewhat irked, retorted that his disciple's defeat had left him feeling embarrassed. Nevertheless, he remained true to his promise. Beneath the moonlit sky, he summoned the earth's fire, casting the spiritual herbs that Yi Chun had prepared into the cauldron one by one. Unlike Yi Chun, who was merely a novice alchemist, Su Fu possessed profound expertise in alchemy. He faced no difficulty in concocting the soul pill, and, while performing the task, he elucidated the intricate principles to Yi Chun. Release the pill. Soon after Su Fu and Appo's gentle command, a crystal-clear azure pill soared from the alchemical furnace, and he deftly caught it in his hand. Have you grasped the concept? Su Fu instinctively tucked the freshly crafted soul pill into his sleeve. Admittedly, it was somewhat more challenging than a return to origin pill, yet he was confident in his abilities. Yi Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then take your time with the refinement. Su Fu, unfazed, ambled into the back room, humming a cheerful tune. Chapter 84. The ninth level of Qi condensation after Su Fu departed. Yi Chen closed his eyes, standing before the alchemical furnace. He continually aligned the descriptions from the alchemical formula with the visuals presented by Su Fu in his mind. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally opened his eyes slowly. True fire manifest. With a gentle shout, he infused true fire into the alchemical furnace, followed by the careful addition of herbs, one after another. As he meticulously controlled the flames with his thoughts, this was a protracted and soul-draining endeavor. Buzz, buzz. Throughout the process, the furnace emitted a constant hum, and Yi Chen faced repeated failures. As night turned to dawn, Qi Yu emerged from the side hall to find Yi Chen still standing before the furnace. The relentless night of alchemy had left him with sunken eyes, bloodshot irises, and stubble lining his jaw. Without uttering a word, Qi Yu quietly observed Yi Chen's silhouette, faintly discernible through the weariness, still marked by his stubbornness. Buzz! At that moment, the furnace trembled once more, the spiritual herbs within reduced to ashes. Yi Chen stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Patience yields success. Take a moment to rest. Qi Yu finally descended the stone steps. Though her tone remained indifferent, it was markedly softer than before. Alchemy truly requires exceptional skill. Yi Chen clicked his tongue as he fervently consumed spirit liquid. I heard you are still an interned disciple. Qi Yu paused at the furnace, glancing sideways at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shrugged. What can I say? On that day, the leaders of the three main peaks were present, and no one wished to take me in, so I had no choice but to remain an interned disciple. They must be regretting it tremendously now. Whether they regret it or not, I cannot say, but I have certainly faced considerable challenges from them in recent days. Yi Chen rubbed his temples. With your capabilities, entering the inner sect should be a breeze, Qi Yu remarked softly, casting a meaningful glance in Yi Chen's direction. Your prowess places you among the top 10 in the outer sect. At her words, Yi Chen set down his purple golden gourd, curiosity piqued. Sister, who are the top 10 disciples in the outer sect? Would you enlighten me? The top 10 disciples in the outer sect, besides myself, include one from each of the three main peaks. They're S.En Jeeping from the Discipline Hall, Wang Lin from the Spiritual Fruit Garden, Xiao Jing from the Law Enforcement Hall, Lu Xian and Oppos,